tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in life. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
The words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. Feel my plate is colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Sit the drive, got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never.
Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. The chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. A rebel won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, and I'm reaching for the skies. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we guess we never die.
Keep rising high to the sky.
We gonna bring it on. For honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, 'cause we are the kings. It's time to show time.
Warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soul seers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soul seers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form.
When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something.
The nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance! Nucleus control, privileges, curse, all plain lies. They broke the pact!
The history of the wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't confidence.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well. Congratulations!
Cabinets is holding through their back.
Adriano de cai! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente! Showtime.
Bridal effort's already been used. Even the Bastards into the back line, but he gets stampeded on. He uses the flash. Can he get it uphill? Oh, the win. Keeps him alive. Can't get with a double kill. With the triple kill. OG Esports back in dominant fashion. They're not ending there. Clean. Looking to make a bit of a Hail Mary play here. Extreme speed is not going to be enough to get the takedown. Wen gets the kill.
But now Mono Frizer looking to go in for this one, and the Wind Slash will actually connect onto one who has to dodge that one. The Unruly Blade, he chases on forward, does get the connection onto him, but he's gonna just get the tip of him, but the Flaming Bomb is gonna be on point. Muchi's looking to go for the Infinite Fastest. He wants to go aggressive. He's gonna sidestep it onto the left. CY though is still up in front, and now they go for the Wind Slash onto 2, and they get the connection onto Vento, and this is looking to be very bad for Luke. Qeon is still doing some serious work. It looks like they're gonna get the ace, and Nova Esports will take game 2 in a hurry.
All the formation, anytime sooner.
Yeah, Tyrant about half-life now. They're looking to go for this one. Chaz with that on Rival offers. The Trevor smash is on point with 3 members getting knocked around. And now Champion 1 is in a bad spot, but they got Metal Wolf and Flukio. They've got most of the damage. Now Golden Kite looking to turn this around, get yet another pickoff. They've got 4 members of ACT, and now Zeppi running for his life, but Chachi is here with that force of suppression. He's been knocked around, and Blacklist International says, bring it!
Like, obviously we saw quite a few times where Shishan may get taken out, so that lifesteal's really going to save him here. But speaking of being saved, may not be by. He does not have the dream room. He's stuck in the middle of it. The death precipice gets one, gets two. Can they get the Guan Yu? And it's not quite yet. The path of passage is going to drive him out of that high ground territory. They're looking for some more.
T1 still standing, but Chaz now getting gone on, needs to be a bit careful. Looks like Chaz will fall. ACT makes it a play, but Jamie won with the drill. All three members down, and it looks like they've got the fourth. Astral now on the run. He's going to be chased, and that's going to be an ace. And Blacklist International are going to end this one in style.
The Soul Seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the genius.
The Coven leader stopped, the one destined to end the pact. They said my very birth was a mistake.
Come on, stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood Soul Seer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soul Seer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. That's not enough! Only the nucleus can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell.
It's a miracle! Swamp Seer, protect us! We shall follow you forever!
The Swamp Seer must perish. Time to get to work, Byron.
of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Having fun, getting high. Don't look back, ride or die. Don't look down, cross the line. It's gonna be alright. So young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Out of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now.
Looking to clean game number 3. OG, they throw up the 3-0, they claim it, and they take it here from Twisted Minds.
I think it's normal because we already win 1-2 times for the Twisted Minds, so I think we can get a win for this time. And for next match, I don't know if we know our lobs. I think it's not a win, but we want to do the revenge.
KB no Mundial, que é poder ter uma boa colocação e representar bem o Brasil. Fechou? Vamos. Eu vou puxar. Bora. Se liga! O lugar é 3 da luz! Vamos!
Third shot from Muji, continuing on with the pressure, but the back door is still up. They're waiting for the next minion wave. Mono Fries are at about half-life, and now they have to be backed off. The winning strategy picks him off, and it looks like Nova Esports are going to take Game 3 in the series.
I think we don't have good screens games.
these days. So I think this is the main reason.
And this one in style.
Chami won. I mean, you have to remember that he is the MVP of a PKL, a Blacklist International, winning again after the dominating team fight against ACT with a sweep for our match 3.
Bad mistake? Sadya po ni Coach yun. Hindi siya miss.
Pero hindi nyo makilabot lang.
Pinalo po kasi ni Coach na mag-ban ng mga hero para mas madami ma-open na hero para sa amin.
Para ma-practice din namin yung mga composition na hindi namin malaro pag madami nakaban na hero.
They're looking for a pre-10-minute game, and they may get it here. APG, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. 3-0 for the MKL representatives.
I think the early game skirmish from them. The early game skirmish from them is very good. And how they execute it is very good. They're perfect, I think.
Mabuhay Pilipinas! And to everyone around the world, we have reached the halfway point of the group stage. An elimination begins today in the lower bracket. Nongshim RedForce will try to survive against ACT Esports Club and RRQ versus KAGENDRA. And then we're set to find out the first teams who will go to the knockout stages in the upper bracket. Alpha Gaming will definitely have a great fight against Boom Esports, and Vesakha versus Blacklist International. This is where the stakes are higher. Every point counts, and every decision can lead to the throne or to one's downfall. Welcome to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. It's time to amp up the intensity. Casters, lead the gorge.
Hello and welcome back. This is day number 3 of the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, where we will be bidding goodbye to some teams as eliminations are on the line. I'm your desk host and analyst for today, Sagi. With me is Blam and a familiar face that we always see here, Kendofu. Welcome to the English broadcast.
Thank you. Of course, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kendofu, and we're talking about amping up the intensity today, and that's why I'm here. It is my time, our time, and time for the teams to step up.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of stepping up, obviously tournament life is on the line for 2 of these teams today. So in terms of stepping up, there needs to be some real, boasty plays here from some of these teams.
Now, Kid, you were observing some of these back-to-back games in the last 2 days. Any specific series that you have a fond memory of?
I think because we're heading into this particular series, I like the way that ACT played, but they weren't perfect in their execution. So today, it's going to be a chance for them to rewrite history and put one step closer towards the dream that is that next part of group stages.
And talking about history itself as well, ACT and also Nongshim RedForce, this is the first series that we have on this 3rd day, right? Whereby it's a repeat of KWC lower bracket, whereby both teams lost in the upper bracket in the same group, fall down to an elimination bracket, and that was BO3. Now, they're in a BO5 setting. Who are you realistically looking forward to make it out of this?
I think in stats-wise, we are going with the Nongshim train, right? Because Nongshim, coming from the previous tournaments itself, they have been known as the gatekeepers of the Philippine teams, the PKL teams. And I think ACT, today, they might reverse that history. What about you, Blam?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one here for the side of Nongshim, right? Obviously, they were coined as a team that's only been able to kind of keep their KME championships on the line, right? So this is the only team that's had back-to-back in spring and fall. But they've been falling within the KIC2025 against Vesakha and ACT. Obviously, going for a full best of 3 previously, could still take this a full mile to the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Definitely for Nongshim RedForce, there is a lot to prove, because if you don't prove yourself, how are you going to contest yourself for this lion's share of 1 million total US dollar prize pool here? With the winner, taking back 300,000 US dollars. Yes, that's a huge amount. 300,000 USD is a life-changing money. Now, not only that, second place you get 150,000, third you get 110, fourth place you get 80, and the list goes down. Everyone will be able to win some money in this tournament. The only question is, how much do you win?
Me personally, nothing at all. You know, like, I mean, let's get me on stage. I will do my best to get you into that next bracket, but I'm not promising anything.
Well, Blam, you don't win money, but you win my heart. So that's what it matters here. But hey, group brackets here. This is exactly what we talk about here. First series will be going down to the lower bracket semifinals between Nongshim RedForce coming in from the KME and ACT. The fourth seed coming in from the PKL itself here. So this series here, the first elimination we will be seeing in this KIC 2025.
Yeah, someone is going to get sent home today. Now, this is going to be survival time for both of these teams. History backs both teams to do well, but only one team makes that choice.
But the thing is as well, though, like, even though if these teams do make it through from, obviously, into this one, they've still then got to still face that the same kind of problem is that the next bracket, they could fall and get out of the competition once again, but onto the Group B and Group back bracket.
Group B is also an interesting one. You have HBSC and VTR towards the top side, and Elevate and Alpha 7 in the elimination match as well. But we won't be seeing this today. This will be for tomorrow. But so far, HBSC's consistent performance has been looking rather dominant in this Group B itself.
Quite dominant, and I'm a little bit scared, but I want to see how VTR perform against them in this next best of 5. Now let's head on to the next group itself.
Well, next group itself, we will be featuring APG and Boom Esports in one of today's games, and also RQ KAGENDRA. The IKL's Kingdom versus the El Manuk, one of these teams. In today's final series, we'll have to leave the stage. We'll have to leave Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, unfortunately for the IKL fans, one is going to go home, one is going to go forward, and then maybe into the next part of the bracket, they may not make it as the qualified knockout teams, as the lower second place within their group. But Group D here, still looking like a feisty one.
Oh yes, this one is my favorite group, the group of death here. OG against Nova. They got 4-0'd. OG, that is, in KWC by Nova. That was a big surprise, but besides that, the next one we want to take a look at is Twisted Minds against Oops.
And talking about Group D, right? It's like a only 6-0 group with no wins on either side of their opponents here. So it's a rather dominant group with a very big strength discrepancy here. But moving our focus to today's matches, first series will be featuring an elimination match between Nongshim RedForce coming in from the KME versus ACT Esports Club representing the Philippines PKL. And then the next series is the Alpha series that we talk about here. Will the Alpha Wolves Boom Esports take on Alpha Gaming? Who comes out on top will advance to the quarterfinals of the knockout stage. Then moving forward to the third series, Vesakha versus Blacklist International. Will Vesakha continue the Cinderella story, or will the Blacklist International, the first seed coming in from the PKL, reign supreme and book their tickets to the top 8? And finally, RRQ versus KAGENDRA here. Another elimination match, not the happiest times for either of these teams.
I think today is a day where I'm looking for defiance, right? So defiancy from any of these teams are going to be really important, because you want to take control of your destiny, right? You don't want to leave that choice with another team. If you do that, you know you're going to be in trouble.
You are going to be in trouble indeed, right? I mean, we've seen there, if you are a PKL fan, right, like this is the day you want to be coming down to the shooting gallery, right? You want to be coming to support all the PKL representatives, because obviously we are going to be getting Blacklist, Boom, and ACT. And ACT may be falling out of the competition here as well, so they need all the support they can get.
Exactly, and talking about today's series as well, check out the lower third here. NS versus ACT, the greatest red alert, as we have players coming in towards the studio here. You gotta figure out, like, hey, is this gonna be the greatest red or the downfall of the Nongshim boys?
It'd be scary, right? Obviously, if ACT is able to beat Nongshim RedForce, I mean,
it's going to be scary, but we are looking at Nongshim here coming through. It's also very much of a story whereby both teams for Group A, ACT and Blacklist International, they represent PKL, which has been gatekept by the side of Nongshim RedForce. We know for a fact back in S3, Nongshim was the one who beat back-to-back PKL teams to qualify for the Grand Finals.
So what you're saying is there's a huge target on the back of Nongshim RedForce, because every PKL team, doesn't matter who, they want to take Nongshim RedForce down.
Exactly the case here. Hey, let's check out Nongshim RedForce team video here, because I believe no one doesn't know them because they have been in the scene for so long, so many global tournaments here. Let's go to their team video. And here we are, we see Nongshim RedForce onto the stage here, giving a thumbs up to those fans over in the JPKR region, saying, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we will get this win for you. And be honest, KIC, as well as the KWC, has not been Nongshim's strongest point. So far, in their regional tournament, which is the KME, they have been rather consistent, back-to-back champions of the King Major East, but transitioning that success into international tournaments hasn't been their strong suit here. Especially when you are in Philippines itself, taking on ACT Esports Club, another PKL team, is exactly who it is on the opposite side.
Welcome, the next hope of PKL, ACT Esports Club, looking to make history here, trying to get that win against Nongshim RedForce.
Their task right now is to really defeat the Nightmare, which has been set by the Nongshim RedForce side, gatekeeping PKL from the Grand Finals, from the top 4. If this squad, the 4th seed coming in from the PKL region, is able to defeat Nongshim RedForce, I gotta say, the entirety of the Filipino squads in every group will have a improvement in terms of their morale.
Oh, absolutely, because I mean, if you look back all the way to Season 3 Invitational, right, obviously Nongshim RedForce was deemed as the PKL Slayers, but this is who's going to be representing Nongshim RedForce onto the stage. Is going to be none other than Illusion into the mid lane, Qeon 9 into the Clash lane. We have Faye in the jungle, the support, sorry, Siri into the farm lane, and then Haku into the jungle. This has been a team that has been solidified for quite some time. This roster has not changed, and maybe, just maybe, they need to start making some changes within their team compositions.
And they definitely need to do a lot more here, because the opponents will be ACT, represented by Metal Wolf in the farm lane, Zapi in that Clash, Taos in the Roam, Flugio in the jungle, and Astro in the mid. These 5 members, they have huge pressure on their backs. But every challenge given means that you have a chance to be even greater.
Correct, that is the best of 5 format in this GSL format here. And then, this is also not the first time that ACT and Nongshim RedForce were to face off in an actual tournament setting. Back in KIC2025 in Saudi Arabia Esports World Cup, they faced off in an elimination match after losing the first series simultaneously here. So, the story back then was Nongshim RedForce defeating them cleanly. But in a BO5 setting, does ACT, after a good enough half season, can they really bring it the challenge against Nongshim RedForce itself?
I mean, they have to, right? They have to really do that because, I mean, tournament life is on the line this time around for the side of ACT. It's come around again. It seems like only yesterday that we were at KWC in Saudi Arabia, right? So now it is a chance here for ACT, one of us in the Open Series team, to try and take down Nongshim RedForce again, because obviously Vesakha has been able to do it. Maybe ACT can too.
I like that you bring that up, because ACT to me is a team with unlimited potential.
Correct.
The only issue here is they have not found that formula, they have not found that groove just yet. Like, Qeon has been performing well in the jungle, but the rest of the team, I feel like they need to match his pacing, match his aggression as well.
Like, to your point, Ken, I think from what we have observed so far in the ACT Esports Club's games against Blacklist International, they always have this early lead, but they cannot find that tempo to translate this early lead into a big enough goal gap to really get those item power spikes, get those item leads to decimate their opponents here. So, moving on towards the series here, they definitely need to look at their early game plan. Okay, we got the lead, so what's next?
What's next indeed, right? They have to make sure that whatever they are going to do, it's going to have to be some kind of surprise, right? Obviously, we do know that ZP is going up into the Clash lane, obviously Formula into the farm lane role here as well. Meta Wolf is going to be down there with Towers. So, is that going to be the change-up they need, right? Obviously, Nongshim, one of these teams that doesn't get to scrim that often with some of the stronger teams, right?
Correct. Due to the regional side and Ping, I guess, they don't really get the best of the scrim environment here. Hence that we saw the Nongshim in S3. The growth seems to have halted going into the majority of the season of 2025 esports here. But without further ado, let's go into the first game pick and bans between Nongshim RedForce on towards the blue side and ACT Esports Club on towards the red side.
Alright, so it's all about how you start, right? Now, the pacing of the game is really important. Do we go for that early game aggression? For now, Nongshim, they will put a stamp down onto the Luna. That's not going to be available for either side to pick.
Yeah, the Luna being taken out here. It's been quite one of those dominant picks, right? Obviously within the jungle role here, as well as obviously the likes of Pei and the Jing, but also a dominant ban here is going to be that Mai Shiranui into the mid lane. So neither Illusion or Astral will be able to pick that one up in game number 1.
And based on tradition as well, judging from the Nongshim draft and coming into the past 2 days, Dolia seems to be a priority on towards the first pick here, because they can usually force out the Yuhuan, force out the Yangjian, and even the Nutsa, for example here. So Dolia has been raising in terms of the stock.
The funny thing is as well, I think the Nerds is like on a 100% win rate as well.
Correct.
Like, I don't think any team has lost with this combo because it is so deadly, and you pointed out there, Sagi, and it is going to be the Dolia being banned out here for the side of ACT.
And definitely, if you look at this draft, Siri's probably going to pick up his favorite R league here. He has been one of the KME's best R league here, but hang on a moment though.
Okay.
Seems to me that they want to pick up the Yuhuan here to increase their flexibility towards the draft.
Alright, and they're going to potentially give away this early to ACT, which might be a scary notion for the side of Nongshim. But bear in mind, there is also the available counter, which is the Xiao Xiao. I want to see if that's going to be the case. But no, ACT do not take the bait. They go for the Sakir instead. They want the heals coming down.
Very early and aggressive Sakir pick coming into the ACT draft here. I could imagine that in a BO5 setting, if you do pick Sakir first, you are trying to save those strong picks going into the later stages of the BO5.
That's it as well. Like, obviously, the Sakir yesterday came through as like 4-4-5 pick for the side of OG Esports. I feel like that's like the only other time we've actually seen it, and it's getting paired once again with the D-Ranger. This has been a tried and tested combo down to that bot side of the map.
I think it's a good answer, right? End of the day, picking up the Yuhuan means you have heals. Once the Melody of Peace is available, you are able to heal up your teammates. They need to circumvent that, and ACT pick up the healing factor of the Sakir. But now, Nongshim, they know this draft. You have to be close together. The Sakir needs to die. So what does that mean? We're going to box you up.
We're going to box you up, and then we are going to make sure that you are unable to ride the wind and get over towards safety here. Nongshim RedForce picking up the Yixing, picking up the Aoyun as well. So there's 3 picks coming in. They do remove the flex factor coming in from the Yuhuan, but seemingly in terms of the laning phase, it's looking pretty consistent, especially the mid lane priority.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I mean, at the same time, obviously, they could still flex. Obviously, we haven't seen Yuhuan into the jungle for quite some time, but I think it is going to go, obviously, over to Faye here to give over a little bit of help and just try and kind of, like, gain that distance, gain that advantage over the D-Ranger down to the bot side of the map.
The D-Ranger, Agudo, Sakir, this is a very strong early to mid-game snowball composition here. You want to be able to push for those turrets, push for those early leads, make sure that you are making your opponent super stressed out in all those situations and convert that into a good 10-minute fight.
Not only that, they take out the Noah as well. One of the great answers against the Lung Awin, for those of you that are new to the game. Now with that, ACT, they finish off with the Fade. That's going to be the final ban coming in from ACT. And look, no more combinations. Byron going to be taken out as well.
The Byron and the Pay Beam taken out here as well. Obviously, the good ban over to the newer for the side of Nongshim makes sense, right? They really need some long range here, but instead, it looks like they're going to go for a little bit more of that crowd control, right? Obviously, the Sure as well as the Sakia. We could be seeing some great synergy here.
And to your point as well, I think comparing to the past 2 days of the draft, it has been drastically different here compared to the other teams, whereby we talk about it, yes, drafting to meta makes a lot of sense, but if you can't play the meta, it doesn't really work out. So both teams currently, they are drafting towards their comfort zone here. Nongshim RedForce, the box into the horse. This has been what they have been so good in their grand finals matchup here. And ACT, you know they're going to play fast. They have such a strong setup comp. With the Shi, with the Agudo, they will want to run you down quickly in that early game.
But they can't play from behind. That's one of the weaknesses on the side of ACT. If you take a look at Nongshim's draft, this is very scary because they outrange you, they're able to box you in, they have huge burst potential, but also sustenance. And ACT, they need more burst.
For ACT, they also have one issue here. On paper, it looks like a very strong death ball comp, but if you do fall behind, like what Kim mentioned here, there's no front line to really absorb all these engages coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
I mean, you got to try and see here for both ACT and Nongshim RedForce. What's Nongshim not really known for? It's that early game. So ACT picking up this Agudo here is definitely going to put them into their stretches and try and take them out of that late game territory, which if you look at the draft, the Yixing and the Lung could be deadly.
It could be deadly because if they lose out on that early part of the game here, especially for Nongshim, they will have a slightly expensive curve that we talk about. The scaling will take too long, and by the time the low scales to fruition, it's going to be a very late game scenario.
We'll see how that comes down to it, because at the end of the day, if ACT takes the lead in the gold or the start, then Nongshim is going to have a hard time.
Exactly the case here. ACT Esports Club on towards the red side, drafting a very strategically strong early to mid-game tempo draft. With Nongshim RedForce going back towards basics here, they will need the items to pace themselves towards that mid-game team fight.
We'll see. Early game Taos, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Astro as well. These two members will be clinical for the side of ACT. They must do their jobs well.
And to do their jobs well, they will have to perform well in the Heroes Gorge itself. This is game 1 of the first series of the day. Best of 5 between ACT Esports Club and Nongshim RedForce. Kin, Blam, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Zagi. As we get into game number 1 of day number 3, it's going to be Nongshim RedForce going up against ACT, another open series team looking to smite down the KME champions.
Yep, not an easy task. Now ACT, Fluky are going to start with the Crimson Golem. That's a great start. It enables him to clear the waves faster here. But Illusion and Fang coming in, this is very important, right? We talked about them wrestling at every single portion of the map.
Yes, exactly. Wrestling in every portion of the map is going to be the problem here for the side of Nongshim, obviously, as they're trying to contest these smaller camps, right? Obviously, rather than kind of commit everything to a Crimson Golem steal, they're looking to go for the boars, looking to go for that Fire Beak.
They will try. Flash committed by Taos. Not a good one, because this one is a costly mistake. 120 seconds without the flash. Not the biggest deficit, but it does hurt.
I mean, they exhausted so much resources to try and get the takedown onto Siri, right? That's 3 members, and he's still alive. It's not like he's level 4 and has the infinite vastness. He was just able to get out there scot-free because they just played it not to perfection.
And then window is even smaller now. Level 3 for Siri is a 3-man from each side. Will be contesting in the mid wave. Let's take a look at the levels on the junglers here. Haku has the EXP lead.
Haku with the EXP lead here, potentially, obviously, now they have their ultimates in stack here, obviously Gorge Mobilization with also the trifecta beam that we see here from the Yang Jian. But now, obviously, just a little bit tit-for-tat into the mid lane here. Obviously, ZP and Qeon going for a bit of that 1v1. We've been seeing it so many times yesterday where the Guan Yu is trying to get that 1v1 tack. Oh! He parkours over the wall, but it's in the wrong way, and there it is! Takedown, first blood for Qeon 9.
That's exactly how you want to start the game, and Nongshim RedForce, they are the reason why they're called the greatest red. Now, Qeon 9, that's a great start, but what can they do with this first blood?
get a little extra gold, right? Obviously, getting that resources into their pocket is definitely going to be an aid here for the side of Nongshim, who don't necessarily have that great early game.
Oh, definitely not. And well, no, look, there's one more issue here. I feel like Metal Wolf is going to have a very hard time because there's a lot of CC available on the side of Nongshim. So if Metal Wolf gets caught out early, or even during the fight itself, he's not going to be able to run away.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to get out of there, but the Clans, obviously, they don't really have a solid front line other than, obviously, the Furball from Agudo could be a little bit of that pseudo front line here with the pairing up of CP, but they're really relying on that Mulberry power.
Yeah, definitely. And as well as the Gorge mobilization, right? When Furball gets dropped down by Flukio, they need to go in at the same time. They need to get the finishing stroke there. So far, ACT, you can see a little bit of struggle.
A little bit of struggle is going to be ensured here by the side of ACT. Obviously, being able to use that ride with the wind into the bush there is going to be Taos on the Sakia, getting himself safe here, but maybe they can try and neutralize this mid-wave as we get ever so close to that 4-minute mark.
Yep, which means both teams, they want to play safe, but Metal Wolf is taking a lot of damage at this point in time. If Faye gets a surprise lock-in now, I think this is a guaranteed Tyrant for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, if they get this pressure obviously down to the bottom side of the map, it is going to be a little bit more of an easier play here. You can kind of already see that Haku is formulating around the backside there. A little bit, again, another 1v1 scenario going top side of the map. It looks like ZP was trying to just take away that Spike Tail Beast.
Okay, so that's one big win condition available for the side of Nongshim and ACT. But I want to point you in the direction of Haku here. He already has the Protector Q-Ras. That is going to be a lot of physical defense.
A lot of physical defense, and that's a lot of physical damage they have onto the side of ACT, other than Astral here onto the Sher, as well as obviously the AP damage from the Sakia as well. Obviously, Taos a little bit lost into the source here, gets caught inside the board. There's the flaming palms, as well as Haku into the backline as well. Just driving away with that trifecta beam, and now they get that free Tyrant.
Big start once again. 4 minutes for the side of Nongshim RedForce. A perfect timer. And they are now leading by close to 1,000 gold ahead.
Ooh-wee! 1,000 gold around about 4 minutes.
Oh, hang on!
Seconds. The takedown of the T1 into the bot side of the map is going to be pretty huge here. But now that ACT caught wind of that, they have to back off.
Look, Metal Wolf, he just dropped that golden token. Look at what Siri is doing. He does not care.
The care of the world. He is literally having the time of his life. He has not only just his flash, he also still has that infinite fastness still in his back pocket. So he's not going to get picked up anytime soon.
Yep, the winning formula here from the side of ACT lies with Zapi at this point in time. If they can get the split push, that would be great. But Flukio now, here comes a rotation from the side of Nongshim. I don't think they will be able to catch him out, but this is time lost for the side of ACT.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the minion waves not quite going into that natural crashing state in the middle of the lane there, they can't really try and push this one. But maybe they're trying to take a fight around this Crimson Golem.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. I don't think ACT wants to fight right now. Like, this is a huge risk. Oh, hang on.
Hits onto Illusion. Illusion taking a lot of damage as the Sulking Print comes through. That is going to be the board taken off, but gets activated before he dies. Can the side of Nongshim do anything with this? Hoarded 3 members onto the side of ACT. The answer to that one is no. But you've seen ZP here trying to chase down Siri and Faye, but they all get out alive.
Look, this is the best response, right? Nongshim, they don't take the fight, but they take a T1 at the top. Yeah. And over time, this is going to be a burning point for the side of ACT. ACT need to respond, and they need to do it now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the T1 top side of the map here for the side of Nongshim looks pretty low, but now they get a bit of a fight into the backside. Is going to be Qeon 9 trying to drive Flukio into his teammates. The Razor Cavalry over the wall gets a takedown as well. Infinite Fastness is now landed onto the Azure Golem. That's going to be a prime pickup here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The takedown onto ZP as well.
The greatest Red. This is why they're strong. They're coming in again.
Coming in again now. It's going to be another re-engage, another takedown here onto Metal Wolf. He's looking more like plastic acrylic Wolf right now. Taos gets taken down. Dive into the back line. It's going to be the Angjian. Haku is loving life.
And it's an ace. What a big start from the side of Nongshim. 7-1. They have a 2,000 goal lead. And guys, we're only 7 minutes into the game.
7 minutes, 7 kills, and about, what, 4k gold lead here for the side of, actually no, 3k, my math's not mathing there clearly, but the instant replay, let's take a look at this again. The action was everywhere.
I love this move by the side of Qeon 9, right? He actually separated the main damage dealer and the tank Flukio from the side of ACT. And with that, look, ZP caught in no man's land. It's a 4v1 every single time.
Yeah, every time. Like, yes, obviously Mayin meant to be trying to catch out the backline, but not in that fashion. You need to catch them out, get out alive, and then boast to your teammates, not fall.
Yeah, we were asking, where was the Nongshim that we're waiting for since KWC?
Yes.
Here they are, and this time, it's a completely different team.
I mean, tournament life on the line, they have to make this difference. They have to play this way. They have to be improving on that part of the game which they've really been faltering at, which is that early game, and they're definitely doing a lot better in this game number 1 there, but that Flaming Palms onto Metal Wolf is not where he wants to be. The pain game comes through. You can see Haku having a bit of a stalk here into the back line. It's going to be Qeon9, gets a takedown onto Metal Wolf as well as Astral. Now the board has been committed, but nobody gets caught. But now, that doesn't matter. Blue Qeon goes down, Flaming Palms comes through, and that's not going to stop Haku. He's like, you know what? My boys in blue have got the T3 takedown onto the Blue Qeon as well as Taos. But now it goes down to ZP. ZP's not going to be able to defend this one. The wait for the minion wave to come through after that slowdown of the take of the T3. It's top side of the map. Game number 1 goes to Nongshim.
Yep, you cannot deny them. This time they are back and back with a vengeance. Greatest red for sure, but this is just game number 1.
Game number 1 just being concluded there before even a single shadow objective here. So a very clean, very quick game by Nongshim.
And if I'm not mistaken, that might be one of the fastest games we had ever in the KIC2025. One of it was the HBSC versus Elevate one, which is about 8 minutes 20 seconds, and that was 8 minutes 25 seconds. That was insanely good performance coming in for South Nongshim RedForce. Everything fell in line for their lineup here. We saw how Qeon9 decimated that 1v1 that should have been in favor of ZP's Mayin. And then, in the mid-game teamfights, Faye was an absolute monster here. That Mournful Temple heading onto 3, my goodness, what a set.
Yes, and it's blow after blow, right? It's so hard to play. And I feel like the nerves are kind of getting the ACT.
Correct.
But this is just game number 1, right? We didn't see Taos play yesterday. Maybe this is why he was having a little bit of issues. But I think ACT is a team that, you know, they can come back really quickly. Let's see how this goes down in game number 2 later.
I mean, we talk about comebacks, right? But at the same time, we have a Nongshim RedForce who have the revenge in their heart against ACT from KWC there. Obviously, they were able to take them, but they kind of made a little bit of a blemish onto the record of a Nongshim, because Nongshim was always deemed as this kind of untouchable greatest red, and at the moment it's on red alert for them. They have to prove that they are still worthy of making it into the knockouts of KIC2025.
With the first game coming in for the South Nongshim RedForce in this best of 5, they definitely look very strong and coming in dominant way. Especially when you lose out the series against Vesakha, who is crowned as the underdog and not the expected one to win. You definitely got like a small pat on your head, like, hey guys, you're all the way here, all the way from Korea, all the way from KME. You definitely have to get yourself together, because you don't want to be leaving this tournament as the first exits.
Do you know when they first entered the building? You felt, I don't know whether you felt it, but I felt like there was a switch.
Yes.
And like they were ready.
Aura.
Yeah, they were ready, they were locked in. So game number 1, this is what I expected out of Nongshim RedForce. Did you guys expect that? Right? But the question now is, ACT, how are they going to recover from this?
Maybe they need a switch.
Maybe they could really sub in switch for that roster here on that Clash lane here. That could be one of the potential lineup swaps for the side of ACT. But to Kin's point, the aura that you talk about, the lock-in that you talk about, the game 1 that we saw was very different compared to the Vesakha game 1 that Nongshim RedForce won. It was very, I would say, not to say sloppy, but inconsistent. But coming into today, it was much better.
I want to point out the main difference maker here. Nongshim RedForce, remember when I told you that Haku straight away, first item, half item, he went for the Protector Cuirass. He was going defensive, and that's why they're able to tank so much more damage. He is that sponge which allowed Nongshim to come back.
Correct, and you cannot consider Qeon9 as a tank itself. He's more on the flank duty, the set duty, the initiator duty here. So there's no real tank if Haku goes for the semi-tank build. He has to go the full tank build to allow Illusion, Siri, and Faye to walk up and get more of those damage in towards the enemy ACT squad.
Yeah, look at the damage they took. 30,000, that's a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that's going to be negated by Faye as well, right? I mean, we're obviously clearly looking away here that Faye is not the focal point, but he is definitely a backline and a backbone for the side of Nongshim there.
Yep, and you guys are pointing at it. Qeon9, this guy, he was unstoppable. He was stopped many times throughout the road to KIC, and even before and during KIC. Today he said, no, it is my time to shine.
very insane Qeon9 Guan Yu game here. On this signature pick that he has, he definitely pulled all the stops here, all the markers here. Engage, solo kill, backline flanks. He has it all. But let's check out the mid lane head-to-head between Illusion and Astro in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, total kills obviously not the biggest kill game because obviously it was only in 8 minutes and 25 seconds. But obviously GPM, there's a little bit of a difference there. And in terms of obviously vision score, so you're not only getting the resources over to your team, you're also giving over that very crucial intel.
Yep, and maybe I'm blind, but I did not see Astro get a single catch with his second skill.
I think only once towards the bottom river after the Tyrant, but it didn't really generate to any sort of kill or any sort of like spell usage. It was just a skill hit, skill pull, and then you back off. But hey, that is the hero mastery that we talk about because in game 1, for this out of ACT, it's a rather cheap draft, affordable one, whereby it's not expensive, but the execution is very difficult. Yeah, but hey kid, MVP has to go towards Qeon9 on his Guan Yu performance.
Of course, him with the orange glasses as well. We have seen his, socials as well. But he's not wearing it today. Maybe that's the difference maker. 4-0-4. No win to be found. Error down here. And that's why he is the MVP. Guan Yu being used. He was very greedy, but it was well worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why he's not wearing the orange glasses. He needs to see red. He needs to be angry. He needs to be in the backline, and that's exactly where he was.
Well, what if the orange glasses that you usually use back in KME is actually to see everything in red? The shade itself, you know? So it paints in red and he's on form and locked in here. But jokes aside here, piloting the Guan Yu, the War Saint himself, Qeon9, well deserved of the MVP that we could see in these highlights here. And let's break it down. I think this Faye engage was just nasty here. Flash stunning on towards tree, forcing Astra and Metal Wolf to back off away from the teammates here, allowing Qeon9 to decimate Flukio in this catch.
Yeah, it really is buying time, right? Just making sure that they have enough time to separate the team on the side of ACT.
The thing is here, like you always see Flukio in like the front part of the team fight, looking like he's gonna drop down like the biggest ever furball to kind of turn the tides there. And then Qeon9's like, no, sorry buddy. Bang, bang, bang.
And coming into this replay as well, I think this was the final one before the endgame crystal push. Check out Qeon9's position here. He finds Metal Wolf, he finds Astro, immediately sending into the pit off the board. And after that, the team fight is already done and dusted for the side of ACT. There's no way you could come back from this team fight, which led to one of the fastest games that we have in the KIC2025 up until this point.
Yeah, look, they had so much tank ability, and towards the middle part of the game, they already had a lot of farm, so they had the damage. And ACT, one of the biggest problems we addressed right at the start was where was this burst damage coming from? Right? Even if, let's say, Flukio got that huge ultimate down, catches 5 members on the side of Nongshim RedForce, who's going to deal the damage?
I think the damage is there, but the thing is, to lose out the Mayin versus Guan Yu 1v1 matchup and then translating that loss to your entire team, that's not the best of the options here coming in for side ACT because we talk about it. You draft a strong early to make game composition. In terms of the Agudo, the RNG, you want to be tearing down the towers super quickly. Hence, there's a cause and effect whereby you saw Tao's, his secure level 1 emo very powerful flash and missed on towards Siri, and that caused a lot of issues for them because if the secure isn't able to play aggressive and get more of these plays on towards the Gorge, you lose the value of this strong early game pick.
You do indeed, right? But I mean, at that same time, we can look at the performance of ACT in that game number 1, right? Obviously committing 3 men very early on down to the bot side of the map, actually not getting onto Siri, who's level 2. That's not a lung that's going to be able to kind of escape other than using the flash, but even then, he still didn't have to use it. He just kind of zigzagged around it and just made his way out, which was at the fault of ACT. If ACT were able to get Siri in that early game, I feel like we'd be seeing maybe a little bit more of a shaken Nongshim, but they just weren't tested in that match number 1.
Because the game plan, essentially, you just want the Agudo Direnjie to really bully out Siri on that low and make sure that tower goes down and then translate this lead towards the cross side, rinse and repeat, so you have like a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead going into that 10-minute fight.
Yep, and if you take a look at the way that the game was played, right, we always talk about Clash Lane being very important because it's a 1v1. The fact that Qeon9 got a solo kill on the ZP in the first few minutes of the game, that was already a huge advantage for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So if you're a Clash Laner, this is exactly what you need to do for your team. Now, it's going to be harder than it looks because I've tried. It's not that easy, but we'll see. ACT, this is their time to recover. We will be heading into game number 2 really soon.
I mean, Qeon's tried it. He's even tried it with Execute. Like, you know, the fail-safe kind of common skill where people can't get the last hit and they have to fall to that one into the Clash lane. But no, these people are using, obviously, Flash or Sprint here onto the Guan Yu. But we are going to get a player switch.
Correct. Based on what production has informed us, ACT is subbing out Metal Wolf for Zell here. So Zell will take on the Clash lane for Metal Wolf, and we assume that ZP will be the farm laner here, going from Clash lane all the way to farm lane for this ACT lineup.
Okay, I really like that ACT is still laughing because this means they're ready, right? It's just a stumble. It doesn't matter. PKL, you know the teams have been dealt difficult times, and now it's a time to rise.
Rise for honor. That's our slogan here coming in for the HOK KIC2025 here. If you get demoralized after such a loss, you definitely need to have such a figure in the team to cheer your team up to say, hey, it's not the end of the world. We can bounce back. You don't want to be all downs and then just go out of the tournament with this BO5 loss.
But speaking of bounce back, obviously, some of these heroes we just saw in game number 1, thanks to the global ban pick, will not be bouncing back into game number 2 here for both of these teams. The likes of the Lung here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, the Guan Yu, and obviously the likes of the Yang Jian as well. So now, Nongshim RedForce still staying on the blue side. It looks like ACT want to try and make this red side work.
I think the biggest thing here is that, look, Nongshim RedForce did kind of gift away the RLE, but ACT did not take it. Is that going to be the same case this game?
I think this game, especially when we talk about the RLE here, the counters has been much more frequent in the recent patches here. Last time is because of how RLE is so strong because of the lack of assassins. But recently you can see Dharma, Mai Shiranui, assassin like the Jing Liubang. All these are like the common RLE counters here coming in towards this draft. And Nongshim RedForce showing up with the Liang ban here potentially might consider things like the Luna.
I mean, this is the thing though as well, right? Like, we talk about this a lot in the KME, right? Like, there's teams that can't quite pick up and play the early, but they'll take it away in the draft just to see if they can try and get a win with other, obviously, cores being considered within their draft. But right now, Nongshim banning the Liang, like you said there, Sagi, maybe opening up the potential for a Jing, potential for a Luna, because this next pick, is it ACT banning out the early, or will they ban out that Luna?
I think ACT has to take a Luna ban here, and then Nongshim RedForce, they could potentially take the Dolia, Dharma, or even Arlie for their slot here. So Nongshim RedForce, they have a lot of options in this game number 2.
They do.
Give the man the Ogren, the Soul Guy. This is one of Haku's specialty heroes, but no, they say we are going to take up the Dolia. Dolia Dune, maybe?
Dolia Dune or Dolia Nerdzak here, those are available options for Sad Nongshim RedForce. ACT, they need to be drafting carefully here. They need to potentially pick up things like the Arlie and also the Dharma to really equalize out this trade in this first half of the draft.
I mean, Kid made the right noise there, right? If the Nerdsa comes out, the Haku's performance against Vesakha, one of the games they only won against Vesakha, was a dominant performance. And not only that, Monto from Genji still has nightmares.
Okay, so ACT is prepping for this potential Nerdsa pick, right? Because that's one of the weaknesses of Nerdsa is big burst damage. And who offers that other than Byron as well as the Nuwa? Late game Nuwa, there's no way you win.
And then those creation blocks could actually block Nerdsa in actually advancing towards your backline here. So if Nongshim RedForce would like to lock in this Nerdsa, they would need to consider much more here. But it is their bread and butter here. So far, they are playing this draft all the way since KME into KIC with almost 100% win rate.
Okay, greatest red, and this one is going to be burning with fire here. Taking the Skyfall, this is going to be huge, and here comes the next special pick. This one is a special dish from the side of Siri.
He's going to be loving life. I mean, Siri had some dominant performances here onto the early pick within the KME, right? So now, not only is Haku on the Nerdsa, we have Siri on the early. This is going to be a hard fight here for the side of ACT, but locking in that Dachao, will we be considering a Flowborn tank here?
Now, I think the idea coming in for this Dachao pick is to say like, hey, you want to charge towards my backline and come in with the double Dolia ultimate here. What if I just send my backliner home? What can you do after that?
But it needs to be in time, right? That's the risk that ACT are taking here. I like the Dachao pick. I love it a lot. I normally pick Smite with it, which is not advisable. But ACT have studied Nongshim as well. They've taken out the Sunce Dolia combination has been something that Nongshim used in the previous competitions to get to where they are today.
Okay, it's been a while since Qeon 9's picked up the Sunset, right? Like, it seemed a while he's set sail with that boat, but the Dharma being picked up here as well is obviously a clear shot at
Qeon9's draft here, but I mean, we still have the likes of the Mayin as well, right? Like, Mayin could be a troublemaker here, especially onto the likes of the newer, especially with that CC immunity.
I like the Nongshim bans here. They ban out all the potential combinations here with the Da Qiao, with the Fuzi Da Qiao, and also the floorborne tank here. So this Da Qiao will be more of an idle pick here to really play by Taos himself. So I want to see, does Taos have that mastery, or is it just going to be like his secure just now in game 1?
I don't know. I'm hoping for a better performance because, you know, they would really have loved a double tank lanes, right? You have the Fuzi with the Da Qiao, and you also have the potential Floorborne tank, both of which are great options, but Nongshim, they read the game. They know what's going on.
Very comfortable draft here coming in from Nongshim RedForce here. They have so much late game prowess, and on the side of ACT, if they don't draft an early game jungle, they play around the strong side laners that they have drafted here.
Whoa!
It could have been much more of an issue here, but this Hanshin hover here, what is ACT trying to do?
Know what they're trying to do. I'm gonna send you some portals. We're gonna go fly around the gorge. This is a split push composition coming out from the side of ACT.
I mean, when you have a Da Qiao, you need to kind of split push, right? Because I mean, these team fights aren't really going to be in the favor of ACT, especially with only having the Byron is really the front line here, right? Obviously, in terms of sustainability or even like healing here, the sustenance onto the side of ACT is not looking too hot. But then, even if they do have any kind of healing, obviously the healing reduction here from Nertz's kit is definitely going to do the job already.
If ACT Esports Club, they can get that early game going and make sure that Fluke gets more of these jungle counters against Haku, Haku could be one of the threats mitigated in that sense here. And then, in terms of the map mobility here, I gotta say, Fluke on this Hanshin, the Wind Spear, he could potentially outrun everyone and then use the Da Qiao ultimate to join fights to make it a numbers disadvantage coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
And if there's anyone I want to see play the Hanshin, it has to be Fluke. This is one of his strongest heroes as well. So let's see how they do, because if they can play the map, Nongshim are going to be lost. The only one who can chase is Haku, and Haku doesn't dive into 1v5.
He doesn't die into 1v5s here, especially with the Nertz going obviously very much full itemization into that ladder game, right? Like he is, and I mean, to be honest, Nongshim have the damage, right? They have obviously the Ali, they have the Xiao Qiao as well, and then late game insurance here is going to be that Charlotte onto the Qeon9.
I think in terms of like both drafts here, Nongshim RedForce landed a good point here. Late game insurance in terms of Charlotte here, he could be potentially the hero to mark that Hansen matchup here. But for the side of ACT Esports Club, they need to make sure that the early game goes super duper well for Flukeo in this game number 2 here. But once again, we head towards the gorge. Will ACT bounce back and equalize the series, or will Nongshim RedForce take it 2-2-0? Kin, Blam, let's go.
Let's go for game number 2 here for the side of Nongshim RedForce and ACT. Nongshim looking pretty hot in this one, but if you all wanted to get a bit of freebies here, use the CD key at next level to get an XP of 1,000 for your honor pack.
Look, Zell is falling low again, but he does get the EXP lead. This game, ACT needs to be the one that initiates. They need to set the pace and not let Nongshim get out of control.
Yeah, they want to be making Nongshim trying to react here rather than kind of like them react, and then it becomes a very worse situation here for them. Obviously, we are seeing a little bit of a buddying system top side of the map here with the Taos, Astral, as well as Zell. Zell, very low here, has to be careful, but they can deny any kind of attack here onto him with those leaping koi types.
I mean, he's already used his flash, and that's still coming in from the side of Nongshim. Once again, this is a repeat of game number 1. ACT, they need to find something here.
That's something, absolutely. They need to find like a blessing or something along those lines. But I mean, it's still very early on in this game number 2, right? Obviously, Flukeo trying to get the level advantage here over Haku, and he's able to get that as well. But now he's able to have to use that dash into the backline to keep him safe.
Yeah, one of the most important players I feel on the side of Nongshim is actually going to be Lucian here. He's the one-stop shop solution. The ZP, Astro, as well as Flukeo.
Oh yeah, I mean, at the same time, Flukeo could dive in onto the Xiao Qiao as well, right? Like, if you miss that skill too and don't get that knock-up, it's going to be scary and maybe even a hard attempt, especially if you don't have Flash on cooldown.
Yes, I think Flash is definitely going to be much more important in this game because there's a lot of chase down potential from both sides. Right? You have Qeon9 on the Charlotte, you have Haku on this Skyfall Nerza, but you also have that Hanshin coming out from Qeon, as well as the maybe emergence from the side of Astral and JP as well.
Exactly. I mean, even the emergence can be used as more of like an intel gathering, right? Obviously, we saw in the last game the Astral's intel score, the vision score wasn't quite what it needed to be here. And especially if they're going to be setting the pace, like you were saying earlier, Kid, they need the vision, they need the intel.
I'm just a little concerned once again. Okay, ACT, they're not very tanky. They will try to make some moves, make sure they push and try to slow ACT down, because so far, Qeon has not been slowed down just yet.
No, exactly. I mean, he's still obviously keeping bar for bar here in terms of the XP lead over Haku for now. And I feel like as soon as these Crimson Golems or Azure Golems start to get taken away from Qeon, obviously maybe with a T1 takedown into the top side or bot side of the map here, that could really kind of hinder the growth of Qeon and the Hanshin.
And Hanshin, the Wind Spear, he's very reliant on that Azure part. So if it gets taken away, you know that Nongshim, that's a green light for them to go.
Yeah, exactly. The cooldown reduction, the mana regen as well, is all very important for Hanshin, the hero that is the Wind Spear as well. But I mean, it's slow game start. Obviously, there's not really been those 3v1 commits into the bot side of the map that we saw in game number 1 here. So we already know that ACT is playing a lot more of a calmer game.
Yeah, both teams are actually very comfortable with the late game, because it then really comes down to micro, right? The macro game, I think both teams have shown good understandings of how to play the macro game, the wave management and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But for now, if we talk about those micro, technical skills from the players, who are you giving that win to?
Micro technical skills here for the players. I mean, you got to get over Siri, right? Siri on this early, obviously being able to use the Parasol, the Parasolar herself, just being able to kind of like dip, dive, and dodge out of the team fights, do a lot of damage, especially with those stacks of her passive as well onto the enemy heroes, dealing more damage here. But I mean, speaking of more damage, the Tyrant coming online here at the 4-minute mark is going to be a seat potential here for both of these two teams.
Yep, this one's going to be very important. Both teams, if they lose this is going to mark the start of what may be a very quick downward spiral.
And as we speak of the downward spiral, right, Siri, just after that 4-minute mark, he builds the Doomsday, right? That's the early game power spike here for the early. More than likely going to be followed by that Spark Forge Dagger.
Oh, look at that. A lot of damage onto Fluky as well. ACT, they start off this Tyrant. They won't be able to complete it for now unless they really rush through.
Wait, oh, we missed the first blood down to the bot side of the map there. That's really going to open up this map onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. There it is, a Skyfall into the backline onto Qeon. Qeon is obviously trying to use that CC immunity. Dashes away, able to keep himself safe here, but actually gets taken down. Damage over time is going to be a key, essential part of the automation from Nongshim RedForce.
And Haku is unstoppable on this Nutter. So far, no one has found an answer. And this one is painful for the side of ACT, because Nongshim, they reward themselves with the T1 in the mid.
First blood, T1 in the mid lane. I was speaking about it moments ago about the potential opening up of the Azure Golem and the Crimson Golem, and a great way to get that assurance of those for yourself here is getting rid of that all-important T1 into the mid lane.
Yep, and here's the painful thing, right? Normally you take the Tyrant so you can push that T1. They've taken it before they have gone into Tyrant, which means now there is one more T1 at risk.
Yeah, exactly, bot side of the map there, but Zell is actually very fast to react to that one, to clear out that minion wave, but I mean, somebody has to go and tend to Qeon 9 top side of the map here. Qeon is looking to get that badge of honor as they both got that CC immunity, but I mean, both of them have their own kind of HP regen sustainability. It's a little bit of a slap and tickle here for both of these teams.
Yep, they are two of the most slippery heroes in Honor of Kings, right? The Charlotte as well as the Hanshin. This one's going to be a tough one. Now ACT, they have to defend this T1, but I think it's going to be gone.
Maybe gone here as well, obviously using the emergence, going to be giving the aid over to the Astral, but it's going to be the knockback there from the Ali ult. Can they get the hit? Zell goes down. That's a big attack on the front line of ACT.
Yep, and not only that, they give the kill to Siri. Siri is already ahead of the game. Right now, he is even more far ahead. Haku, he's going to be working on this Azure Golem. 4-0, ACT, they need an answer.
They need a prayer. They need prayer from the people at the venue right now. ACT not looking too hot. The T1 takedown as well is definitely a hot take here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They are still looking for a great push here, but we see that CP and Taos may be under pressure as well as at T2.
Oh, Siri is definitely online as well. You can take a look at the damage it's dealing down. Now, ACT, they're trying to set up something here, but it's not that easy because Haku is around the corner.
He's always around the corner. He's like Freddy Krueger at this point in time. He's visiting the dreams of the side of ACT, but now ZP maybe having that nightmare, has to use the flash as well, which is a little bit of a nightmare. The dream ball, the push onto Haku once again has been given over with that Celestial Melody. Vey is definitely an unsung hero of this game number 2.
Oh, for sure. And right now, nobody can handle Haku. This is not going to be a team fight that ACT wants to take right now. Look at the damage!
It's so crazy. Siri is just, like I said, going to have the time of his life on this Siri, onto this Ali, right? Like, he is so slippery. The micro play style of this player on this pick is huge.
Yep, and he didn't even use the Frenzy. Dude, that's crazy.
He didn't need it. He was like, you know what? I'm going to do enough damage. I'm not going to need the lifesteal from that common skill as well. I'm just going to go in very aggressive and just kind of get a ball in your face.
Yep, and with that advantage, look, ACT, they have to huddle up together, stay behind enemy lines here, which means the entirety of all the T1s will be open, and Nongshim have taken every single one down.
We have to give props up to ACT, right? Obviously, they have survived a little bit longer in this game number 2 compared to game number 1. It's getting to that 8-minute and to 18-second mark. So they still have the high ground turrets with this timer. It's just because Nongshim having a little bit more of a late game orientation on this draft.
Yep. Now, if there's one player to put your hopes on the side of the PKL teams for ACT, it has to be Flukio. Yep. All have split pushes will be of value here. How much time can ACT buy for their jungler here?
Speaking of buying though, I mean, if you look to that bot side of the map, obviously Siri got up against ZP there. He's behind by about a 1.7k goal lead alone in the farm lane. And when you're against an Ali, that's not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, and right now, Nongshim, they can take unfair fights. They can take a 4v5. They can take a 3v5 even. Now, Nongshim, this is going to be a big power spike if they steal this away.
Yeah, if they do steal this away, it's going to be huge here. Obviously, the takedown of the Azure Golem for Flukio is not what is going to be his happy place going into the potential 10-minute mark in around about 45 seconds. But Haku, top side of the map, just looking to remain that pressure as well.
The deed of the Gorge now signed over to the side of Nongshim RedForce because the jungle is instantly accessible and ACT, they can't really respond here.
They can't indeed, right? Obviously, they've got to play under these T2 territories, but I mean, you've got a Haku onto the Nerdser who's really going to kind of get all up in your face there. As we just saw, ZP has been pushed away, still has the flash, and we just see the Celestial Melee being used there. So just once again, Nongshim coming for that golden carrot that's going to be that T2 in top side of the map.
Yep, and this has now netted them a 3,000 goal lead for the side of Nongshim. Once again, Flukio, he's trying his best. He's buying time for the team, trying to take the T1 down with the help of the minions as well. But Qeon9 spots him out, and ACT can only stand by and watch.
Yeah, Qeon9 Rival trying to go for the kill there onto Flukio, because obviously the time was a little bit too late there. The minion waves were crashing through, but now they've got to protect Vey. It's going to be the back line. The poke from Illusion in that mid lane. But the 3-man knockup from Qeon9. He gets a little bit lost in the sauce. The takedown is real. First kill going off the side of ACT, but they have to be careful. ZP is out of that team fight.
Yep, the hope stays alive for the side of ACT. They just need to play their cards right here. Not going to be easy, but it is doable.
Doable indeed, but it's going to be doable still here for the side of Nongshim RedForce as they look to contest this. A Shadow Tyrant for now. Flukio into the back line, gets taken down. Health bars onto the side of ACT looking pretty low. We see Astral trying to get out alive with the creation blocks, but the illusion of death comes through, and Haku with a double kill. Looking for a triple kill onto ZP, but it's going to be Zell trying to save his teammate. It's not going to happen. The takedown is real. Triple kill for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Nongshim was screaming. You can hear the screams on the stage as well. It is all open now. ACT left with the last member here. Zell, one-man defense. He needs to buy 10 more seconds at least. But Nongshim, they've already taken the Team 3. And this could be game here.
It could be game, but I mean, we do have Astral and ZP as Tao's coming up back onto the Gorge right now. But I mean, now it's just going to be using that delivery service of Qeon9. Beautiful play there.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well call it a teleportation question at this point because he was instantly there. And Shadow Tyrant now in the hands of Nongshim, which means they get this fighting prowess that ACT already have a difficult time dealing with.
A very difficult time, but here is Fake. A lot of the Honor of Kings fans now call him Fake here, as not only does he look like the legendary player, but also plays the part. Faye says he's honored that fans connected with a well-known player in the country. Can he channel the legendary player for this elimination match? And so far, he has.
Yep, channel he has for sure. And channeling all that, he will be able to pull Flukio out just a little bit more. Haku again.
Yes, I mean, we do see the see if Fake going to be saving Flukio for the meantime there, but now it's going to take down onto Illusion into the backline. Zal did a really good job at this one, but now Qeon9 looking for some revenge for his fallen comrade here, but they are falling away, looking to just get that Azure Golem away from Flukio.
Can you see it now, ACT fans? There is hope. They do have the damage now. Flukio is 15. He is going to be a problem. Nongshim, they need to play safe, or ACT will turn this entire game around.
Yeah, props to Flukio. Obviously, he does have the goal lead over Haku here. He's only like trying to get that last itemization onto the Gorge here as well. But like you said, the damage coming through could be scary for Nongshim. They have to. This is Nongshim's game to lose.
Yes, it is. But ACT, you know, at the same time, this Lifeline, they do have quite a bit of wave clear. So this is one of the big strengths they have on the composition. But they can't give away the bust for free, though.
They can't give away the boost for free here. I mean, ACT might be able to get a hold of their first Cryptic Golem for quite some time, it seems, here. And they do. They give it over to ZP. I mean, late game assurance is going to be that Chano, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can be beaten down, but you do not give up. And that is the code now for ACT. All they have to do is to keep pushing forward.
Keep moving forward, keep pushing forward, keep putting one leg foot in front of the other to keep this match going here. But I mean, they do still have those two high ground turrets as well into those bot side of the map. So really, they do have the support and the lifeline.
He is the target here.
You're very much the target, so obviously leaping Koi Tides is going to be enough to stay in there, but there it is. It's going to be the Either Whirlpool coming through here as well. Can they get some comrades come through to the bot side of the map? But they don't need it. Flukio has that damage, but somebody has to wipe out that minion wave into the bot side of the map.
Yeah, all easy for the side of ACT. Keep calm, keep composed, because there is a potential, and they can definitely see it now. With the damage on the side of Flukio, as well as the control, CC available from Astro and Zell and Zapi and Taos, they can definitely do this.
They can do this indeed. Obviously, Zell into that brush there, just trying to get intel of where Nongshim could potentially approach the team fight here, but the mid T1 if the side of Nongshim RedForce does fall.
Back is imminent from the side of ACT. They have taken the T1 down. Now all the T1s have fallen on the side of Nongshim. But the pain, this cut is still deep because ACT, they have a T3 missing right smack middle.
Exactly. I mean, if they keep putting just tending the farm into the mid lane, I feel like they can kind of overturn this one. I mean, as soon as they take the eye off the ball, it is going to be a bit of a problem here for the side of ACT, because those super minions definitely pack a punch.
I mean, one of the reasons why teams like to go for the side lanes is because the mid lane is easy to handle, right? Yeah. You are in the middle, you can kind of move towards whatever objective there is, be it the Shadow Tyrant or the Shadow Overlord. So ACT, there is a little bit of a blessing in that.
Yeah, naturally the teams do gravitate around about that mid lane, you are correct there, but at the same time, why they do that is because these Tempest and the Dragon and the Tyrants do generally call through here at the same time. Zell going for a little bit of a macro play, top side of the map there, looking to try to get the T2 into the top side, maybe use the Either Whirlpool to bring him in, but it looks like they're going to try and contest this one. Annihilation doesn't quite hit. Haku gets the Tyrant.
Great for the side of Nongshim, but ACT, they have a lot of CC.
They do have a lot of CC, but they don't have a lot of damage now. Flukio being taken out. ZP trying to get that CFA back to base has been denied. That is a 2-0 trade here. Zell into the back line, looking for a little bit of a Hail Mary play, but now Haku, with the healing reduction, comes into the back line and saves his brethren.
Now Nongshim, they did lose Illusion, but Siri is still online. They're gonna try. Siri jumps to the back.
They try to go using the flash here onto Taos. That's gonna be the T3 being taken down. Bot side of the map, they have one singular cannon here, but it looks like Astral is gonna be able to wipe that one off. Obviously, now the Either Whirlpool comes back here, maybe just trying to drive them away, but that crystal is looking pretty low. So is Taos. Game number 2, looking to be Nongshim. They just need the minions to come through, and there it is. Game 2. Nongshim RedForce.
Once again, the greatest red, they thrive in the moments of pressure, and they take this, which means now it is series point for the JPKR region here.
Yes. series points for Siri and the guy.
Very good wordplay there, man. But definitely, I think this game coming into the second game, the early game is still magnificently done by the side of Nongshim RedForce, but we do have to give props towards the side of ACT with the substitution of ZP back towards the farm lane and Zell introducing himself towards the clash lane of KIC2025. It has looked much more prominent compared to game number 1, but the decisive factor for the side of ACT to really lose out on that final few moments was Qeon overextending in that play against Siri.
I think it's a bit difficult because if you take a look at the composition of ACT, you can clearly see what they want to do. They want to play the map. But in order to do so, you need to be able to take unfair fights. You need to be able to be in the shoes of Nongshim, where you can fight 4v5, no problem. We still win those. And ACT, they couldn't do that because they lost that financial lead in the start of the game.
That's the problem, right? When you have a carry hero into the jungle, you need to make sure they do have that financial lead in the early part of the game, or else they're kind of trying to like get scraps towards the end there, and you could see the pressure definitely a mountain to Qeon.
And this is just my take on towards the draft coming in for the side of ACT, whereby I think the split push duty should have been committed on towards the cross map by Qeon compared to Zell. I feel like Zell as a Byron, with his ultimate, he could have just like walked in front, get more vision, get more info for the side of ACT. And Qeon could use his superior mobility and faster wave clear to traverse the gorge better.
You know what's the craziest thing about ACT's draft? They actually have a lot of CC. And you know, with the appropriate amount of CC, they can take out members like Siri and Illusion. Yes, look at Siri's gold, 13,500. Yes, he deals a lot of damage, but he's also squishy as well.
I think that's the direction that Qeon is going for, right? Because at the right side river, which is near the Tyrant Bush, Siri expended his Leaf Split, which is spell 1, and then when he jumped back towards the Parasol, Qeon saw the chance and wanted to go in, but the timing just wasn't right, and then he backed off late, got executed, and caused it into a 4v5, where immediately ZP on that channel got decimated by Haku on that Nutsa.
That's super scary, right?
Very, very scary. But I mean, what's even scarier is the fact that obviously Haku was only a few thousand gold, a few thousand damage dealt behind Qeon, who's meant to be the carry here onto the side of ACT. But I mean, look at that, the 71k damage taken. This is a frontline menace onto the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Okay, to put that into perspective, that 71,000 came from him diving T1s, T2s, T3s, and even a crystal at the later parts of the game. That's how scary Haku was.
Yeah.
And this is a site that I think ACT, they will be the second one having nightmares as well.
This goes back to the game plan that we proposed to them back into the draft, whereby if you're ACT, you cannot allow Nutsa to have such a smooth early game, whereby they were getting kills after kills after kills. Siri won the matchup that he was supposed to lose against the channel, got a solo kill before the Tyrant, and then that escalated into a landslide, awfully going into the favor of Nongshim RedForce. Just take a look at this comparison chart between Siri and ZP here.
Yeah, the
Siri is literally 3.5k gold ahead, deathless, and he is just all across the gorge, leading in almost every single stat.
I mean, we have to point out the funny number, right? 69% participation in kills here for the side of Hentas Siri. And definitely a bit of a disparity here by around about 19%. And you can really see it within the KDA, right? 306 here for Siri, and even the gold is more in favor here. But once again, Haku coming in MVP, top side of the map with the jungle, with the clash, with the red glasses. He is loving life.
Yeah, he was making the sky fall, and in both ways, the sky was falling down for the side of ACT, but Skyfall, the name of the ultimate for the Nutsa pick, 5-0 and 4. This guy was all over the place. Like we mentioned before, you might as well have given him a portal because he was able to be at the objectives, was able to be at the fights, and he was chasing people behind the crystal.
This is a strat coming in that Nongshim RedForce has practiced so long since the KME into the KIC. Currently, their Nutsa Dolia still stands at a 100% win rate in this tournament here. So definitely, moving on, teams will have to be more alert on this combination here. But let's check out the replay here, what exactly happened here. You can see the team fight at a 10th minute mark with Qeon dropping despite Qeon9 being the first to fall. And after that, it's just kills after kills after kills for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You have nobody to handle Haku. That is such a threat that is so far ahead in that gold curve.
That was 10 minutes. That was 10 minutes he's diving crystals, my guys. So the other thing I want to point, we need to give a silent shout out to the side of Illusion as well. He was very on point on waiting for the dives by Flukio. This is one of the reasons why they won majority of the team fights, because Flukio, the moment he came in, the fan was ready to blast him in the face.
Yeah, the fan was ready to blast him in the face, but also in that moment in time there, you just saw previously that Zell was ready to blast him in the face with the fact of that Storm Mace, which was going to be, maybe if they changed and made that stipulation a little bit more earlier, maybe the pressure onto Illusion could have been more prominent.
Now, question is, lads, how does ACT recover from this? 0-2, down in the BO5 series. One more loss sends them home in a bus or in a cab or potentially a flight to where they are from. Depends on where they are residing.
Or even a GP, you know,
Yeah.
just have a fun time back home. You know, I mean, they look fun. I want to go and drive the GP.
I think you ban Siri and Haku. That's about it.
Just get the portraits on the screen. Like, no, sorry, you're not playing.
You can't play.
Yeah.
I think the difficult part is as well, in terms of the drafts coming in for both Game 1 and Game 2 for the side of ACT, none of it was easy to execute. They were either having to play for a superior execution, or they have to play in a very tight timeline. Timeline as in what? The Game 1 draft where we have the Sakir, Direnje, and also the Gagudo. That was super duper hard to play. That was so hard to pull off.
Yeah, I think at this point, maybe just make sure that you play a predictable game instead.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. But hey, none of this could happen at KIC2025 without an official media sponsor here. It won't be media, smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management and AI technology features here. And Prime God Hyper Grab Fins provides 12.5x corrosion resistance, then blue coated fins to ensure all weather comfort for your family here. So if you ever need a good cooling device, a good cooling system for your home, do consider media itself.
Yep, just don't come from advice from a British guy. We don't have AC here.
Well, we will be heading into the potential last game of this series. Nongshim just needs one more to take the entire series away and keep their dreams alive.
Keep their dreams alive, make history repeat itself. The same storyline in KWC 2025. Lower bracket elimination is now ongoing in the KIC 2025 lower bracket elimination here. So if ACT wants to come in on this and put a stop to the Nongshim reign of terror, first thing is to allow themselves to play an easier draft.
I think with that being said, I know it sounds a bit risky, but hey, give the Ogren to the side of Nongshim. Give it, because you know what to expect, right? You want to have as little risk, as little deterrence as possible.
Well, like you mentioned, right, you can either give it over to Nongshim or you can pick it yourself, whereby Flukio has been one of the dominant Ogren players that we've seen back in KWC, and his regular season performance in the PKL has been quite eye-catching as well. So definitely put priority on this player. Make sure that he has a smooth early to mid-game tempo, unharmed and consistent, and then that lead from Flukio can be given over to the other members for the side of ACT.
Well, that's all the theory crafting we have, and it's time to see what the reality of the situation is. Potential final game drop here. Blam, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking ACT need to pull out a bit of a miracle here, right? They need to make sure they're drafting their most comfortable, less risky draft that they can, right? Like, as you was talking and alluding to earlier there, Sagi, is the fact that ACT had a lot of high risk, high reward playability in that game number 2 and just wasn't able to execute it.
It was difficult, but coming into this game number 3 here, it will be back to basics here. Why is Nongshim RedForce so strong looking in Game 1 and Game 2? Why is it not like the ACT draft that we talk about? Whereby, yes, draft is one thing, but you have to come into a consensus whereby your players are they on form. Whereby we see Siri compared to series number 1 back against Vesakha. This is a different series that we're talking about on the farm lane role for Nongshim.
Fully agree, right? And now ACT, they know it. The next potential pick was the DRNCF for the side of Siri. They say, no, you will not get comfort here. And so, Nongshim, they prio that channel pick. I like this.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
They are hiding whatever that you don't need to release towards the pool here. There is still the potential of the ACT lineup, picking up the Ogram, picking up the Maestro Nui. These are all the available strong picks up for grabs that ACT could look towards in this first 2.
Astral not going for obviously a mage type hero here, going for the carry. Maybe the core is going to change a little bit here for the side of ACT. But as much as we know right now, can Astral pull off this Mai Shiranui?
He has to. This is death doors on the line. Their tournament elimination hopes is within their sights here. So if they lose this, it's bye-bye.
It is bye, unfortunately, right? I mean, but at the same time, we are going to get that Yuhuan. Obviously, it has been played by Nongshim RedForce, so they're not going to ban it out here. But, we were speaking about, obviously, big picks here. Obviously, Siri not being able to get his D-Ranger, but Haku gets his Orgren, the Soul Guide.
Now, this is a scary potential because Nongshim, they can actually do a double pairing. In the Clash lane, just get someone very survivable. And there we go, the Byron, right? With the Force Field Suppression, that's his ultimate, gains extra shields coming in. And now, you have this wall that you can't break through.
I'm a bit worried for side of ACT. For Nongshim RedForce, this is already a very strong and solid draft on the first 3 picks here. ACT needs to find a jungler that could really limit Nongshim RedForce in this direct 1v1 matchup here. But there's no pay. They already expended a Gudo here, so options are getting quite reduced for the side of ACT here.
But I like this. Lady Sun, very huge burst damage, very good in laning as well. The moment you drop the frag grenade, you're able to clear the waves really quickly. So I like this answer from ACT. The problem that we had with ACT was there's not enough damage. We don't have burst, and now we do.
We got burst, obviously. We got the burst from the Lady Sun. We got burst from the Mai Shiranui here as well. But what we don't have just yet is that front line, right? Obviously, Yuan is going to give over the healing, but we need a tanky hero here coming through for them and banning them out. Sensing the tank, the need of a tank onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, they ban out the monkey here.
They could potentially consider banning out the Musashi as well to really elevate Haku and Siri's pressure. So that's still a available ban option coming in for side Nongshim RedForce.
I think Musashi is going to be a great ban, right? Because on the side of Nongshim, what I'm thinking of is a more Garen mode. I think that's going to be a very big competition coming in. But no, they allow ACT, alright, you want the Musashi? Let's bring it.
Let's bring it. There's a good counter here, and it's also able to pair up with the likes of the Liu Bang here, the delivery system towards the backline here to max out the potential, right? You carry the Liu Bang full damage build in towards the backline to really decimate targets like Siri, targets like Illusion.
No. I'm not comfortable with this. Look, the Swordmaster, I love him on my team, but now ACT might have just been outdrafted here. As a Princess Frost, I'm waiting for you to use the duel to the death, and I'm waiting for you. The moment you land, you can be sure you'll be frozen.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Conductor of Souls AoE, you've now got the Winters here AoE as well, right? So if you're diving in onto, or at least trying to take down the raid boss himself, you're going to try and do a lot of damage as much as possible, get out of the team fight, but who's going to be denying that? It's going to be Illusion on this Princess Frost, but Tao's here going for a good counter against that Byron 1v1 top side of the map.
Not just the 1v1, also taking away the tank ability, right? So Orgren, Byron, you have the Zhang as well, all very susceptible to that first skill on the side of Lupu.
Once he gets that amp up, you hit that first skill one, and then you get the true damage in, that's where you can start doing true damage. And as of we know, in Honor of Kings, true damage bypasses shield itself. So no matter you have 10,000 shield and 1 HP, you're still gonna die to the Lubu.
That's why he's called the Unrivaled Warrior.
Now, all things aside, the Lubu, fantastic pick. Counters the likes of the Zhang Fei and the Byron shielding here. But that's only if this Lubu, the Unrivaled Warrior, gets scaled towards that late game marker. Minimum 3 items.
Which means ACT, PKL fans, cheer them on. Protect your jungle, please.
Protect your jungle, protect everything, protect the crown jewels, right? Because obviously ACT are now at the behest of the season point here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You know for a fact the greatest red don't want those alert bells ringing.
Yep, you know, they want one color and one color only, that is red. But ACT looking to smear that campaign. Let's see if they can do it. One stroke will do it, and maybe that's the start of a magnificent comeback for ACT.
It will take every single play coming in for side of ACT Esports Club to make it back into this best of 5. Currently, scoreline 2-0 in favor for Nongshim RedForce. One more win sets them apart from heaven and hell here, because Nongshim RedForce, if they win this, they get to survive in the lower bracket run. If ACT loses this, they are out for tournament contention.
The problem is here, though, right? The fact if Nongshim go forward, they either play up against a Blacklist or Vesakha for that rematch in the lower bracket going forward. But now we're getting into game number 3. Series point here, ladies and gentlemen, for Nongshim RedForce. Oh! Can ACT take their point away from them in this one and make it a little bit of a blemish on Nongshim's record?
This is very important, right? Because the loser of this match goes straight home.
Oh yes. Oh yes. If I mean the loser being ACT, but I mean this 1v1 top side of the map here, Qeon 9 gonna need a little bit of help here from Illusion, trying to get the slow onto Zal.
Yep. Illusion actually sacrifices his level 1 wave to give more farm to Haku. They view Haku as the main win condition in this game.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? I mean, you're playing Princess Frost into the mid lane. This is somebody that doesn't need the resources. You just need the hero to get to level 4 to have that maximum utility.
Yes, exactly. It's just about the CC, right?
Yeah.
Once you get the second skill down, hey, it's kills galore for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, Frigid Prison is definitely one of those skills that puts you in place and locks you down for the side of Nongshim ICT, sorry, if you are going to be at the behest of that second skill. But at the same time, you have to give props over to the side of ACT. They slowly have that gold lead by around about 200 gold, but if they do falter to a first blood, that's going to be taken away from them.
It's all eyes on ZP for this one, right? ZP needs to be the one to take the lead in the farm lane, in the laning phase, and hopefully Qeon finds an opening towards the side of Nongshim. Now, before they hit level 4 on the rest of the members, this is very important for the side of ACT to act. The Illusion is only level 2.
Illusion only level 2. They don't have the maximum capacity here onto the Princess Frost here just yet. But still, going for Tiftat into this mid lane here. Obviously, just giving all over to Haku onto the Augur. They need this Soul Guide online. They need that Conductor of Souls that need the itemization.
Yeah, because he will guide them to victory, and it's none other than Haku, of course. With that ZP actually rolls forward, trying to bait out that positioning so that Taos can get the stun. Unfortunately, did not work out.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on that rotation there between the 3 guys down bot side of the map. But I feel like this is just a repeat of game number 1, right? Obviously, maybe 3 members down to the bot side, not quite getting the results you'd wanted.
And here we go, Nongshim, they know the timing for this right away. Wait, they're waiting. Oh no, this could be a big one.
Oh, the Unbridled Embers into the path of passing as well. And there it is. The winter is here. Flucio gets taken down. That is a harsh reality here. But now it's going to be the mission for Haku to get out of this base. And now they get the takedown onto CP. This is not looking good for ACT fans.
Yep, and Haku, he still wants to go for more just now. He's going to be saved by his teammates Faye, providing that last deterrence. And of course, the shields. Now with that, it's going to be a huge win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Guys, this is only 3 minutes.
Only 3 minutes, and Series having his lovely way with that bot side of the map, right? Obviously, they do have the protection still onto the turrets, but let's check out that instant replay.
Yep, sneaky here. I would have fallen for the bait as well. What an ultimate coming in from the side of Faye. This guy, Faker, he is.
He was queuing him up, man. There was like, hey, we got some pesos in this brush. Let's just like let him down. Let's get that Unbridled Outburst. Let's get the pay. And that's exactly what Nongshim was able to do here. But back to the live feed. Obviously, we see here Astral just cleaning out that mid wave.
It's crazy, right? Because they actually serve the 2 most important members of ACT on a silver platter.
Oh, yeah.
Qeon as well as JP, who are meant to be your carries on the side of ACT.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a hard fight when you take those 2 members down, especially so early on. These are the 2 teammates, the 2 heroes that you want to be looking at getting that gold lead and itemization lead.
Yes, and if you take a look at it, the level difference between Haku as well as Qeon. Yeah. People compare, hey, jungle versus jungle. No, it's not. It's jungle versus the rest of your team. ZP is 3 levels behind Haku, which means 1 combination takes him out.
One combination is going to be the fatal flaw here for the side of ACT. If they play 1 misstep, it's going to be harsh, but even harsher is going to be the takedown of that first Tyrant.
Yeah, this is going into the hands of Nongshim RedForce, and once again, the jungle is open for consideration. Not for taking just yet, but for consideration on the side of Nongshim. But with this T1 taken down, that offer is going to stay a little bit longer.
Oh, consideration indeed, right? Obviously, this is a point of privilege here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. ACT, as their team name spell, they need to act and actually turn this around.
Yeah, action speaks louder than words at this point. ACT, they need to get it together. But this is no easy choice. Now, Siri, look at the damage. She's 2 levels ahead of Taos, which means they can force out that ultimate from Taos early.
It's going to be, yeah, a great way to force it out, right? Obviously, using that Sorin signal is going to do a lot of damage there. Obviously, you see the Sorin onto CP, but now it's going to be the contestation of that Azure Golem. There it is, the CS State gets it as well, but now it's going to be on the prowl. Siri doing a lot of damage onto Taos. Path of Passing as well, going to be enough to zone them out between these T3s and T2s into the bottom side of the map, and it's going to be Nongshim RedForce claiming that one.
Yeah, Haku is just too far ahead. He's so tanky as well. Look, the T1 in the mid, once again, being protected by the different members on the side of Nongshim, and they're just tearing it down. There is no backdoor protection.
No backdoor protection, but there it is. Going to be the rival warrior into the backline with the Tremble Mortals, but can it do what it needs to? No is the answer there as they are back on the run. ACT have to go to that T2 for a little bit of a baby in there, but now potentially Haku very low, but now Qeon into the backline just forcing away that team fight because they knew if Haku committed to that, if ACT decided to follow that up, it would have been Haku going down.
And some of you are asking, right, what was Nongshim doing there? They were actually buying time because there was a wave of minions on the bottom side, so you get the double-pronged attack. ACT now have to suffer with the loss of the T2 on the bottom side, as well as that opening of potential takedowns from the side of Nongshim on the top side of the map. Now with a close to 3,000 gold, it's going to be a tough choice for the side of ACT.
Very tough choice here to decide to let this Crimson Golem go. I mean, right now, Flukio is not going to have that right damage coming through, but the Bright Lampus connects onto two. It's going to be Taos, it's going to be Zell, but can they get the follow-up here onto the side of Nongshim RedForce? They're like, you know what? All we wanted to do was get that Crimson Golem for Siri.
Yeah, stay safe, right? There's no need to take a risk. And right now, it is going to be a tough choice. But take a look at the Cat Cafe pop up here. Taos wants to own a Cat Cafe. He simply loves cats. But let's see. He needs to take more than a cat here. He needs to take down the 5 members of Nongshim.
He needs to take the cat out of the bag, right? Like, that's exactly what he needs to do here, because the cat's currently in a bag, and it needs being free here. Just like the free 0 scoreline that is potential here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Nice.
The catch onto Taos here. Can they force out that ultimate pretty early onto Taos? It's going to be no. But Siri is level 10. ZP is 1 level behind. Itemization, Crimson Golem, all going into the favor of Nongshim RedForce here.
Series getting online quickly, right? And at the same time, because of the presence of Haku, they're able to push the members of ACT back, which means there's no more backdoor protection. They get more damage on the T2. And right now, there is only 1 T2 left on the map that is on the top. So ACT being pushed literally behind, backs against the walls here.
Backs against the walls here for their side of ACT as they lose their final T2 into the top side of the map as well. It's definitely going to be a crucial blow if they cannot come out of this T3 territory. They're down by around about 4.5k gold.
And if you feel that it's difficult for ACT, now it's going to get even more difficult because this is pre-10 minutes. The shadow versions of the objectives have not even spawned yet.
I mean, it's scary, right? Obviously, first game ended in 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Again, to the due diligence of ACT being able to hold off the side of Nongshim RedForce, but it is going to be that late game where they're starting to shine here. Obviously, Qeon putting the pressure onto Flukio, making sure he's damaged as they're just waiting for the minion waves. The boys in blue to come through, but it's going to be the Tremble Mortals. Can he clear up the minion wave? But the Voyager is here. He's going to stop him in his place. Unrivaled Warrior is a bad title right now. Going up against Princess Frost into the backline. Astral goes down. Taos not looking too hot either. Now it's going to be the takedown of the T3. ACT cannot act.
They cannot. ZP is still alive, Taos is still alive, but the T3 at the bottom cleanly taken by the side of Nongshim. And you know this is a pain point that is really going to hurt them because 1 minute, 60 seconds away, the Shadow variants will spawn, and ACT might not be able to handle that.
Oh, it's a huge pain point because it's the side of the map where the Azure Golem is going to be, which is obviously, again, detrimental to Flukio here. They claim it for themselves. They get a mini Tyrant before the Shadow Tyrant gets online. Nongshim not looking to take the pressure off here.
Look, Illusion, I think, has had the easiest time right now, comfortable time, because you can aim your second skill when Flukio uses his out. Hang on, they want to go for more here.
They want to try and go here, trying to get the takedown onto Qeon, but it may not be careful. Oh, the misplay here. We saw that Astral just basically gave Qeon a get in a jail card there out of that Tremble Mortals, and now it's a 2v1. Zell's been left open to the dogs, the Phoenix falls, and now Flukio is going to be the one to follow, but gets the takedown onto Illusion here. A little bit of a saving grace for the side
of ACT, but is it going to save them? Their base.
It's definitely not. The base, the map may look blue, but it's all red. Greatest red looking for that final push here.
Looking for the final push, looking to get the first elimination in the KIC, but Astral is going for the Hail Mary play, but it's not enough. Nongshim RedForce have lived to see another day, and ZP is trying but gets taken down, and now ACT, the first PKL team to leave KIC, unfortunately falls to that 3-0.
Once again, big congratulations to the side of Nongshim, JPKR region. They stay alive, they come alive, and the dream stays alive.
The dreams and hope for the KME's only team are still up and available here in the KIC2025. However, we will have to bid goodbye to ACT Esports clubs as they have fought their way here, but this is where their journey ends.
Unfortunately for the side of ACT, right? It wasn't the easiest game. Obviously going up against Nongshim. Nongshim already obviously faltering with that first match they had within KIC. They had something to prove here.
Yep, definitely. And there we have it. The orange glasses coming in, Haku. That is the glasses of vision. You can see my eyes, but you cannot see my vision.
His vision game was just spectacular out of the entire series here. That Algram piloted by him himself has been rather consistent here, and the combination of the Zhang Fei and also the Princess Frost has been very on point. Every unbridled outburst led to a on-point frigid prison that locks you into his place.
Yeah, something is wrong with Zhang Fei this KIC. Like, okay, we know him as the Beast, but this guy has been on fire. Every single game, every single team has gotten the most insane unbridled outburst ever.
It reminds me of KC2024, whereby Zhang Fei has also been a super hot pick before Global Ban pick.
But at the same time, though, I mean, we say that every team's had those fantastic unbridled outbursts, but I know in the back of my mind, I've been on broadcast for the past 3 days, there's been some teams that just have fallen beyond the pale with those unbridled outbursts, and it's cost them the games.
Correct. Okay. I mean, it's one of those heroes that's not like a Liam Po, whereby you can wait for your spell CD and go in again.
Yes.
Zhang Fei is like, you miss the unbridled outburst, what's next?
That's true. You can use the manslaughter and you can use the stampede. That's next. But if you miss the setup, you're probably going to be taken down.
Yeah, but I mean, after you miss the unbridled outburst, are you really going to feel man enough to then stampede in for your teammates? Or are you just going to be like, you know what, I'm stampeding over the wall, guys. It's your problem now.
You go from rah to
yeah. We got a collar brawl yesterday, and then the substitution came in for Qeon, and we got a meow now. Oh, God. But hey, jokes aside, if we were to put our focus back into this series, yes, ACT did bid goodbye to KIC's entire run, but it has been respectful because they fought their way here through the PKL, eliminating multiple teams like WeTrend just to make it into the top 4 qualifying for this tournament. Not an easy feat, especially.
Not an easy feat at all, right?
They need to be proud of them.
Yes. Correct. They do need to be proud of themselves. But I mean, what's going to be proud here is going to be Nongshim RedForce with this 3-0 take, right? Obviously, they played phenomenally within this series. I don't think there was a point where I was even scared for Nongshim, right? Obviously, game number 2, Qeon tried to get online, tried to do a lot of the damage, but was not successful.
They were always in control out of the entire best of 5 here. Every single game, they were just competing for greater succession in their gameplay, whereby this form of Nongshim RedForce was never seen in that upper bracket versus Vesakha.
Exactly right.
For sure. I mean, this Haku? No, completely different Haku. Today,
completely different Haku,
this guy is
completely
a new
different
man.
No, he's going to hack you. That's his new name, right? He is going to hack you down, especially on this Ogre. I mean, we're speaking of hacking people down. It's going to be Siri doing the majority of the damage here, but it wouldn't be nothing without Haku, without Qeon 9 being that driving force. And I have to give props over to Illusion, man. These winters here, these ultimates were huge, and obviously a huge blow at the tempo of ACT, and even the charisma as well.
Yeah, I definitely could see the vision on the side of Illusion, right? The moment you see the Tremble Mortars, it's a circle. Right smack in the middle, that's where you put your S2, right? Frigid Prison, you're frozen. Okay, Winter's here, you're done.
So this brings up another topic that we can really discuss here. Out of the 3 games that ACT has actually drafted for their players, I would say the execution was really darn difficult here. And even the Lubu towards the final pick, it was under the consideration that there is already a Princess Frost shown to you.
That's true. I mean, okay, look. it goes both ways. I've had games where I think the Princess Frost, dominates and stuff like that, but I have been, slammed on the floor multiple times by great Lupus. So this one was more of an execution error. I think he needed the help of a setup. Maybe a stun from Taos. That would have done wonders for the Lupu ultimate.
Speaking of wonders here, obviously, most of it has been the wonder boy of Haku in this game number 3, right? Obviously, a lot of the damage being dealt here, 47% 0.8k damage dealt here. GPM on a different level as well. And then obviously we look at the vision score, we look at the invasion rate. Actually, the invasion rate was neck and neck here between these two teams. But overall, 80% participation in kills. He was the front line. He was leading the charge with the path of passing.
I want to point you once again, protect the Q-Ras. I'm going to start buying these items every time now I'm going to play the jungle.
I mean, it's a very consistent item that brings you a lot of value in terms of the stats here. But talking about bringing value to the Nongshim RedForce squad, you gotta give some love to Fei himself here. 107 on that Zhang Fei. And yeah, he had a phenomenal game on that beast.
Yeah, I mean, even that, it's just MVP should be given over to the most very patient player, MVPP. Because right now, he was sat behind that rush and used it as a charge to completely open the side of ACT.
Can't pronounce Zhang Fei without Nongshim Fei himself, so I guess that's something.
Yep, he faded away. And I mean, he got rid of another PKL team once again. That is the strength of the Nongshim RedForce lineup. That beautiful setup. Look at that unbridled outburst.
But this fight was actually very darn close as well. Zell actually found a very good Tremble Mortals, but Haku hitting that 4-man ultimate into the side of Qeon coming in for the assistance. And as of this point, Zell jumps in, gets immediately frozen, cannot use any single one of those spells, and check out this beautiful ultimate coming in from the Zhang Fei user from the side of NS. Just beautiful stuff all around the board.
Oh, absolutely. All around the board and all around the world here is going to be the JPKR team coming in into this one with 3-0. But I mean, we would love to see Hauler play this Zhang Fei to this level, so maybe he needs a few lessons from Fei before we get a show match between talent.
He can't do it. Nah, I'm just joking. Hauler, I love you, but you know what? This game shows you that any dream can come true. All you need to do is to put the work in.
But dreams will be shattered today for ACT. With that 3-0 loss at the lower bracket semi-final, they will bid goodbye to the KIC2025 stage with Nongshim RedForce continuing their journey, their march in their lower bracket.
But fret not, there is still a chance. 3 more PKL teams left. The dream still stays alive right here in Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, I wore my Sunday best today because obviously we knew some of these teams were going out of the competition, but Kin's wearing, obviously, the holiday clothes here. He's going to go and take them abroad, give them a bit of a happier time, a bit of a cha-cha-cha to make sure they don't feel sad after that loss.
Yeah, it happens, right? Tournament elimination, teams leaving here, but that's the beauty of esports here. You get the good side, but people often mislook the bad sides, which is like the negative, whereby teams are sad, teams are stressed. These things are not what you want to be looking at when you are a fan, whereby you need to keep cheering them on, give them more of these energies here. But hey, let's do some winner interview here. Let's pass it towards Samara and check out the interview itself. Let's go.
Here we are with the winning team, Nongshim RedForce. Chuka chuka, Fei.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Congratulations. Now, once again, this is about the second tournament that you've eliminated a Filipino team in the home turf. Do you feel and agree that you have a Philippine buff?
필리핀에서 또다시 필리핀 팀을 꺾었는데 PKL 팀들이 여러분들이 우회 PKL 팀이 여러분들이 PKL에 우위에 있다고 느끼시나요? 아니 그 이유도 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
사실 필리핀 팀들을 만나서 다 이기는 거 약간 우연이 있다고 생각하고요. 저희는 항상 이기기 위해서 계속 할 것 같아서 네, 그런 것 같습니다.
So actually, this might have been a bit of a coincidence to win Filipino teams, but whoever we compete, we're gonna do all our best.
So it's a coincidence.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm just gonna tell you a really quick fact with Filipinos. We love the Korean culture. So we'd like to welcome you here, and for sure a lot of fans are so happy to have you here. Now, as the international competitions increase, do you feel that the teams are getting stronger and stronger as Vesakha yesterday defeated you and sent you down this bracket.
최근에 각 지역 팀들이 점점 더 성장을 하고 있는데 뭐 예를 들어 베사 e스포츠도 있겠고요. 최근 들어 글로벌 e스포츠 팀들이 타 지역의 팀들이 강해지고 있다고 생각하시는지 그에 대한 이유도 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
확실히 글로벌 e스포츠 팀들의 실력이 확실히 많이 올라온 것 같고요. 네, 저희도 그에 따라서 좀 긴장해서 확 올려야 될 것 같습니다, 실력을.
So I think the other HOK team in global scene, they are developing now. So, we need to do our best as well.
We definitely all need to do our best and all the other teams as well. But later on, it's going to be Blacklist International versus Vesakha. Who would you like to face? Who do you think will win to face you guys?
베사 e스포츠와 블랙리스트 중에 누구와 맞붙고 싶은지.
I want Vesakha.
Vesakha, why?
어제 너무 아쉽게 졌기 때문에 확실하게 이번에는 복수해주고 싶습니다.
So on the day one, we lost against the Besa Esports. So we'd like to revenge them this time.
And tomorrow, you may have your vengeance. Now, it's not just in your country, in Korea, that people are adoring you. You also have fans here in the Philippines. What would you like to say to everybody who's supporting you?
항상 저희 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 여기까지 와주셔서 또 응원해 주신 분들 너무 감사하고 저희 저번에는 아쉽게 졌지만 이번에도 다음부터는 더 확실하게 해서 쭉쭉 이기는 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
So thank you for all the support from the Korea online and fans here. And then we're gonna do all our best. And then please watch us.
They're definitely gonna watch you. And by the way, you have a beautiful language, beautiful gameplay, and good luck on your next match. And that's just the first match of the day. We have 3 more coming up. So stay tuned only here on Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. We'll be right back.
Only 1 token and you can get this skin. Really? Just 1 token?
This skin for just 1 token?
Yes. Purchase for only 1 token. Buy cheese, Starlight Prince. Only 1 token.
Breaking news. Mystery Shop has been updated.
Legend skin. Epic skin.
Up to 60% off.
Hellfire's Son Wukong. Doomsday Mecha Sun Tzu.
Added to the mystery shop.
a meaningful trust. We got the confidence. Better step it up, be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. You're my biggest goal to the next, you gon' pay the price. Sit the trap. Got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning, burning up the flame. A rebel, rebel, rebel won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we give whatever die. Keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it on it. For honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, 'cause we are the kings. It's honor showtime.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed. The Nucleus project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The Nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and Soul Seers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever!
If we lose the Nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The Nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soul seers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the Nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the Council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying! We have to do something!
The Nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's head.
but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. What a sight when you're stepping on the scene. What a night, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. lot of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city.
Hello and welcome back to Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, and this will be the second series of today. And guys, how are you guys feeling here? Ooh,
feeling great. I think I'm going for Boom this time because he said, "Oh hell no!"
I'm going for Xiang because why not? I mean, if you've seen the social media post, he is a great guy, especially those KNC videos, right? Where he's on about nasi bakar, all the food within Malaysia. Had me giggling.
He's a very funny guy, I can tell you. Usually when we see Xiang from afar, he looks like very serious.
Oh yeah.
But he's actually a very bubbly and very friendly guy. So if you ever come down to the Shooting Gallery studios here in Makati, do drop by and do say hi and interact with our pro players here.
Yep, definitely. I think it's going to be very interesting. Now, at the same time, if the action is too much for you, you can take a break. We have a carnival right next door, right? There's a lot of activities for you to do, get some stickers. You can even get some items, real-life items to play around, badges, power banks, and stuff like that. Maybe even win a chair.
Yeah, I mean, it might be one of these chairs. I think this is the brand. Yep, it is. I'd have to check and turn around that it is the brand. But yeah, we've been giving out some of these bad boys and obviously some of the Anchor products as well, right? Obviously, because they are part of the sponsor of this stream as well. So definitely come down to the Shooting Gallery. And obviously, if you do get a little bit overwhelmed by all the greatness that's happening on stage, you can go to the carnival and have a bit of fun. Have some free ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
But now, to move your focus back into our second series of the day, after Nongshim has taken down one of the Filipino representatives coming in from the PKL in a 3-0 fashion. Next up, we will have APG versus Boom. Who is the real alpha in this case?
Good question, because I feel like both teams have performed quite well. APG, I think the growth has been really scary. The way they played yesterday, not the kind of standards I was expecting from APG. So this is definitely a new monster to watch out for.
Very scary as well, right? Like even the last game where they subbed in Sun and obviously made Shishan and Sun the core of the team, it was still even as electrifying as their new roster with Xiang here and Shishan. But as you can see here, obviously APG walking through here. They will be the first team to qualify for the knockout stage if they are able to play this one and go forward as well. So we've had the first elimination. We have the first qualifier into the knockouts.
Top 8 is exactly where it all starts if you're looking to aim for that KIC trophy here. So this is the start of a new for either of these teams. It's either you progress to that knockout stage, or you go down and meet your demise. So definitely all these are the stakes up for grabs coming in for either of these two teams here. But let's go into an Alpha Gaming video of their roster. Let's go.
And here they are, the boys out stage. It's none other than Alpha Gaming, as obviously they took a dominant 3-0 against RRQ yesterday. Maybe for the folks in the stadium, we're not going to go 3-0 onto Boom, right? That's not what they want here. Not another one, another 3-0 for the PKL representatives.
It will be painful, especially if you come all the way down to witness another 0-3 delivered to your home ground team here. But hey, never count out Boom Esports. They are the local favorites. They are the day one of the PKL teams region for the side of Honor King Esports here, and they will come into the stage with this video.
Let's welcome Boom Esports here. They are looking to pull off an upset of a lifetime here to be the first team to make it into the knockout stages as they take the stage. We're looking with high expectations. Carl has been on fire, but the one player I'm looking for is Danny. He has been strong so far. I want him to shine today.
Wanted to shine, but at the same time, I just saw that they pulled up the thumbs up, right? Obviously, the last team to do the thumbs up was Nongshim RedForce. They won, so maybe here, Boom Esports are channeling the thumbs up, the pose that can get them this victory.
To get them the victory, to push them towards playoffs here, that is the hopes and dreams here coming in for the side of Boom Esports, but standing in front of them is the MKL third seed.
Oh yes,
Alpha Gaming.
third seed that is obviously represented and composed by APG, Yulong into the jungle, JD into the farm lane, Saber into the support role, Xishan into the mid lane, and then Xiang into that clash lane. This is a team that we saw yesterday round out the day with a dominant 3-0 scoreline. They were looking tasty back then, and now they're warmed up. Boom, better be warmed up too.
Yep, it's very scary, right? Because we will take a look at their competition. Boom Esports represented by Danny in the farm lane, Draw in the roam support, Tatsuri in the mid, Carl in the jungle, and of course Miggy in the clash lane. These 5 members have a dream, not just for themselves, but for PKL as well. Will we see another toe-to-toe match this time with the knockouts as the goal?
The first series that they had for Boom Esports against KAGENDRA, it went to the full extent of full 5 games here. Until the very last moment, we had no idea who would cut out on top to face Alpha Gaming in that upper bracket finals. Yeah, but right now, if you are on the shoes of Boom Esports here, you need to play in a rather consistent way, because judging from Boom Esports' performance, they are a bit shaky in terms of those team fights and early game tempo here. They are very brawl heavy, and going on to the flip side, Alpha Gaming, they have shown very consistent macro gameplay. They only fight you when there is an objective to be fighting for.
Yeah, I want to address something Kim just said earlier. They said toe-to-toe. I mean, we're kind of selling a bit of a false narrative here. You can't see the toes of either of these teams, so please don't get sighted at home.
But nonetheless, while you may not see toes, we might see the toe over the line for one of these teams here, because it is the biggest prize, which is knockout qualification at this point when you win this series.
Correct. If you do win this series, you go straight towards that top 8 here and minimum book you a slot to a larger prize pool here. So for these two teams, the first game towards this best of 5 that has so much stake into it has so much meaning, whereby you need to draft well, play well, get into the tournament groove.
Yep, you need to be consistent, you need to be competent, you need to be confident. These are the 3 C's we're looking for from both sides. Let's see what this ban and pick phase will be like.
Before the ban and pick as well, if we were to give a head-to-head matchup here, I think there will be in 2 departments here. Number 1, Carl versus Yulong. The fight for control, the fight for objectives, that's something to be eyeing on about. And number 2, the bottom laners here, the farm lanes, the marksman, whereby Danny has been great, but he lacks consistency. He has high highs, but sometimes low lows here. If he can find the equilibrium point and maintain a competitive standpoint, he could just challenge JD in that farm lane role.
Well, could compare the same for APG as well. It's just that, you know what, they've had a great series yesterday. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yes, they are from MKL, one of the strongest regions in the global scene, but PKL have been rising.
They have been rising indeed. Obviously, they have been making a little bit of a difference here as well, as they've come from spring into fall. And now it's time for them to prove on the international stage, right?
Correct. Just like our pre-game show that we talk about here, who is the real alpha? Is it going to be Alpha Gaming, or is it going to be the Apex Predator here coming in for the side of Boom Esports here? It will be very important to start off the draft in a popular note. To take into consideration, are you drafting for comfort? Are you drafting towards the meta that you play with?
I mean, do you go for tank junglers now? Do we start with the tank junglers first and then we explore the assassins later? What is the game plan here? Because Yulong and Kao, both of them can play both types of heroes as well.
They can play both types of heroes, but we're getting into game number 1, BP here between Alpha Gaming and Boom Esports. We talk about which one's the alpha, but I mean, only B starts with beta.
Alright, well, point taken. There are no betas. We're looking for the alphas here. So let's see. First ban is going to be the Dolia. So this Yang and Dolia combination sport, but still available for the taking.
Still available for the taking is the Yang Jie. We have seen it come out as a single solo pick itself, and APG has had the tradition of banning the likes of the Lung and also the Arlie when they are on towards the red side here. It actually minimally secures a good matchup, at the very least, for JD in the marksman role.
I like that they take out the Luna, right? This is actually one of Yulong's special heroes as well. I mean, Luna is already a very dangerous hero, but in the hands of Yulong, this is a scary potential. Now APG, they're going to take away the Guan Yu, and Boom snap up the Zhang Fei. One of the most consistent performance on most teams in KIC 2025 so far.
I noticed coming into day number 3 when elimination and qualification to either steps of the tournament come in line, drafts has been starting to shift up. It's because teams has been starting to adapt to some of these drafts coming into the tournament.
But going over to the side of APG here is a pretty huge pick here for Xiang, right? Obviously, we're looking towards him into the clash lane to look to open up a lot of those plays and pairing it up with a Pei here. Very aggressive.
Yeah, this is a hunting journey for the side of APG. Alpha in check.
Good pickup as well, coming in from Carl. On this Ogren versus Pei matchup, you know, the head-to-head between these two junglers will be exceptionally important. They need to fight for control, fight for resources to really allow their team to have much more comfort going into those big objectives.
Oh, I like this pick, man. If they relock this in, this Mayin is going to be very valuable for the side of Boom. Now, one of the weaknesses on the Fatih pick is that he's very prone to control. Yes, he can survive through those attacks, but he needs to get the slashes in. So if he's CC'd, he can't attack, he can't lifesteal.
Especially when you talk about Mayin, a very burst-heavy clash laner here with the 1-1 combo, can do big AoE. So it definitely makes a lot of pressure being generated by Boom Esports to target down Xiang in towards that clash laner pick here. And a Lady Zen, especially, a good counter against Ogren.
Exactly, yeah, the Lady Gem being picked up here to put a bit of pressure onto the side of Carl on Boom, because we even though obviously APG, they are from the MKL, and we obviously do say that they are quite a strong region here, they still need to make sure they're playing to the strengths of their core here, rather than just allowing Boom to have a free game.
I like this ban though. The Lianpo ban on the side of Boom. This is less tankiness for the side of APG. But APG thinking of a different concept here. They want to reduce the burst potential, taking on the Nua and the Man.
One of these mid laners will be removed from the pool, especially on towards the hands of Tatsuri here. And on towards the side of Boom Esports, they do in fact remove the Lianpo, remove the Dolia, remove the Direnjie, forcing APG to whip out JD's signature channel that he had MVP performance yesterday on that game against the side of the other series.
What do you think about a Ziya mid for the side of Boom?
Potential.
It would work. Obviously, I mean, it's better to take it away from the side of obviously APG, even though they can't have the mid lane there, but maybe put it into the support role. But giving it over to Boom here means that obviously you can level up either the likes of the Ho Yi or even the Ogren here.
Okay, we've seen this gameplay before, right? Phoenix on arrow, and then we get that freshly forged couple blades, boom, 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 and that is going to be the MO of Boom Esports.
APG coming in with a smart pickup as well on towards the Dream Wanderer here. So if anyone can take the Burning Sun arrow or elevate that pressure from the stun, it has to be this cleanse heavy roamer here coming in for side of APG. But It is putting APG in a much more reactive zone whereby they won't be playing on a defensive end. Every single engage will be coming in from Boom Esports itself rather than APG.
I understand what you're saying, but all I heard was counter, counter, and counter in the draft.
I mean, it's going to be a good counter against that unbridled outburst, right? Obviously, dropping that CC immunity for the side of APG. But I feel like it's the first Zhuangzi that we've seen within the KIC 2025 as well, right?
I believe that is true here. So I am eager to see how Saber actually performs on this Zhuangzi, because a lot of tasks will be put on towards his shoulder here. Because if you look towards the draft coming in from APG, the only tank that we are seeing will be Saber on that Dream Wanderer, and then he will have a lot of duties here. One, purifying any form of CC that may prove threat for his teammates. Number 2, vision.
Yeah, it's going to be very important. And the second time is also about the junglers, right? The invasion, very important. Do they invade or do they play passive? Because both junglers need to be active in the jungle.
Very active in the jungle. They need to try and get their best foot going forward here between Boom and APG. And Carl on the Ogryn, he's got to play safe, right? If he doesn't play safe, and if we start to see Yulong level 1 invades, it could be troublesome here for the side of Boom Esports.
It could be troublesome, it could be methodical jungling coming out from either side of the jungle here. This is Boom Esports taking over the blue side and Alpha Gaming. Towards the red side, this is BO5 for the first team into the knockout stage. Lamb, kid, please take it.
Please take it. I mean, is that like giving me something? Is he offering me something here that I'm not seeing? But yeah, we'll take it away. We'll give the action for this second series of the day. Boom against APG. Boom here trying to be the hopeful for the PKL to try and get one team qualified into the knockouts.
Yep, one dream has crushed. And now Boom, the home fans are here. They are loud. They are cheering. APG, this is not going to be an easy task, nonetheless.
Nonetheless, we're obviously putting JD here in a good position and making sure he's not going to take in any of those couple blades in the early part of the game. He's going to be the MO here. Obviously, JD is their late game assurance.
I mean, at this point of the game, you know, before they hit level 4, this is the highest kill potential for the side of Boom, right? It's all onto Tatsui.
Tatsui, yeah, exactly. Just be able to kind of just lay the pressure on from a distance, right? I mean, if he's able to get obviously the assists and the kills here, it's going to obviously only elevate the scalability of this Ganon mode.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Tatsui actually sacrificing a little bit of the XP here, or timing, to help with the jungle for the side of Carl. So Carl's going to hit the level 4. A little bit slower than Yulong, but I think at this point it's still okay because both teams are very neck and neck in terms of farm.
Neck and neck, but at the same time, obviously, we're going to see a bit of a push here at the top side of the map, maybe just try and get that space sprite, but it won't be without the contention here of Carl going up as well. Looking trying to clear out that minion wave, using the depth precipice here just to get that zap, zap, zap onto the minion wave.
Yep, APG definitely doing well for themselves here, taking the space sprite at the top, which means they will have the faster rotation. Which inevitably means they will have a slight goal lead. But what they do with it, that is the actual question.
Hopefully play items, you know? Like, don't hold on to it, don't hoard it. Like, that's not going to do you any harm, but definitely go for the itemization here.
Yep, definitely. And of course, try and look for the first blood, right? I think it's really important. First blood will be a difference maker because this matchup between Yulong and Carl, it's really about, hey, who is able to touch the backlines first?
Yeah, exactly. Using that path of passage into the backline here. But I mean, the denial of the backline access here is really going to come from the likes of, obviously, Baby Siang already pressuring the backline on the side of Boom, or even that destructive deluge from Shishan.
Actually, it's kind of like a different kind of vibe, right? Because for Draw, he pushes them away, sets it up. But for Saber, regardless of what happens, they will be in on the side of Boom. But Saber is just giving them the anti-CC.
Yeah, giving the anti-CC, giving over that shield as well, right? And obviously slowing him down with his first ability. So that could be a problem here for them. Obviously, they have some heroes that need to get out there. Forcing the flash from Tatsuri is a little bit of a bad call here, but it means he's able to escape that destructive deluge wherever Carl decided he wanted a bit of a freeze. I mean, it is hot in the Philippines.
Well, it's at this point, I think it's not the biggest of a loss, right? Because the cooldowns right now, it's less than 60 seconds. Enough time for that destructive deluge to be back in the hands of Shishan.
Yeah, using it now before obviously the neutral objective is definitely a good call here, but once again, space sprite being taken. A little bit more extra resources here for the side of APG. They are burning about 400 gold. Okay. The burnings on arrow just placed down here as well. The path of passing comes through, but the couple blades are not going to be chopping anybody at this moment in time.
You can see Saber actually uses ultimate there, the butterfly effect, to stop that potential death draw first blood as well into the hands of Boom.
Very well played here for the side of APG, just keeping everybody alive. I mean, that's what the support's meant to be doing, not take and execute.
I don't play...
Hey, I didn't mention your name.
All right, the bullying has begun. We'll see which team is going to rise up in honor at this point. Boom, they have managed to get their wave.
Oh, yes, Destructive to lose. He's going to lock Danny into place into that bot side of the map. It does go over to APG. Carl is starting. The Tyrant, the couple blades come through. It goes over to the side of Boom. So yes, they lose one, but they do get the neutral objective.
Okay, so if Boom gets one more win, I think it's a positive trade for them. But for now, APG definitely leading in terms of gold, about 1,000 ahead plus. So we'll see what else can Boom achieve across the map, because this T1, I think it's a guaranteed takedown.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's rotating towards it as well, right? Obviously, Danny went to the mid lane, then obviously thought, you know what, do I try and go back, or do I go and get this Macau into the jungle of themselves just to get a little bit of that gold resources? But it is going to be the first turret going up the side of APG. JD, I mean, this is a hero you don't want to allow to have a good laning base.
Fight coming in, they have the wraparound. Boom, can they get anything?
Can they get anything? Indeed, Draw is here as well. He doesn't quite have the Unbridled Outburst come through. That would have been a huge upset, right? A huge deterrent for the side of APG if they had the Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, but you know, look at the T2 at the bottom. Once again, being pressured. And APG, this is just, Yulong, he's actually 1v2. He doesn't care.
He's 1v2. He's a whole level ahead of Carl in the jungle here as well. I mean, you're looking around about a 600 gold lead also. Has the Axe of Torment just about after that 4-minute mark as well. Looking to go for a little bit of that physical defense. Tip for tat into the top side of the map here. Miggy maybe getting caught out. He is pretty low, but he has that HP regen from the Maïd kit.
It's not looking ideal though for the side of Boom. Maybe get a setup here?
Yeah, trying to force him into the circle here. It's going to be a Saber maybe getting taken down. Obviously chunking a lot of damage there. The Burning Sorrow will just come through, but it's going to be that CC immunity that completely cleanses that one. So no follow-up here from the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, the passive is so hard to deal with, right? Because it's not something you can control on the side of Boom. Now with that, they have taken another loss on the top side. A T1 on the top. The map is starting to get a lot smaller for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if it would have been good for Boom if they was able to get that kill into the mid lane, and obviously it would have just mitigated a bit of a softer blow from losing that T1 top side of the map now. But like you were saying, Ken, it's creating the pressure here that Boom aren't going to be able to kind of replenish from if they don't do anything. But now obviously Midgey's trying to do and just try and get the takedown here of the minions, but it's just too damaged already.
Yeah, look, Alpha Gaming is just so fast in their rotations. You can't catch up. Right now, they have to try for something. Arrow does not hit the mark. And APG, they can go for more here.
They could go for more. They could contest this Crimson Golem. It does look like it's going to go off to the side of Boom Esports is Carl there. So he does keep it alive. The smite is intact, but can they keep anything else intact there? Draw has to be on the run here as well. Danny is here into the back line looking pretty low, but it's going to be the aid of the rest of Boom Esports to keep him alive.
Yeah, they could not hit the timings there. Draw actually uses Unbridled Outburst, but Saber was CC immune during that time. So APG have won themselves a huge part of the gorge here, leading by 3,000 gold and another neutral objective into the hands. Alpha Gaming, they are looking like the #1.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't give them much prowess if they were obviously behind in terms of the gold lead, but had the neutral objectives here. But the fact that they're ahead with the gold, the fact that they have both of these neutral objectives is going to be a bit of a hairy situation here for the side of Boom Esports as they lose that T2 down to the bot side of the map. We do have the Burning Sun Arrow come through as well, but can Boom Esports follow this one up? And the answer is that one is Hindi.
Yeah, they can't, right? And we talked about this. APG does not take fights unless it's favorable. They just play the map. And right now, Boom, they have no answers.
They have no answers, right? I mean, if you're looking at it, you're really relying on Tatsuri to get the follow-up of Danny, right? But at the same time, there just hasn't been a clear Blazing Sun Arrow, Burning Sun Arrow that's been landed onto the side of APG that hasn't been mitigated by that CC immunity.
You can't. And even if you do, look, the members on the side of APG, they're so mobile, right? With the exception of Susan itself, everyone else has an escape mechanism.
Oh, at the same time, Conductor Soul's being used here pretty early on within this team fight just to drive away the side of APG. Also using that Destructive Deluge to give over the Crimson Golem off to JD.
Yeah, look, Carl, he did manage to secure that. Yeah, he actually did manage to secure it. So APG, once again, they don't mind. They can get that because the trade here is going to be the Tyrant. This is an 8.5-minute Tyrant. meaning the next one is going to be the Shadow version.
Yeah, that's going to be the scary point of the game, right? I mean, this is where APG is going to get online, especially with the likes of the Vati as well as JD onto the Chano. I mean, if we're looking at the level XP already, I can only imagine that the gold XP, the gold differential is going to be down to the bot side of the map. It's going to be quite a drastic one, and it is. It's around about that 1.6k now, flittering into 1.7. And in terms of itemization, he's almost into that Daybreaker territory, which is getting online pretty early.
Yeah, that's very scary. At the same time, Yulong as well. Level 13, he is able to jump in, but he's also the potential lose condition for the side of APG.
Yeah, a couple of blades trying to just run out those minions into the mid lane there, trying to get the takedown onto the T2, but it does not stop the inevitable. The alphas in Alpha Gaming are taking that mid lane and making it their own.
Okay, so I think Boom still has a good chance, but this is reliant on the fact that Yulong dies, right? We've seen this combination happen yesterday because he will be out of range of Saber's ultimate. But let's talk a little bit more about Danny because he is also a very smart guy. He competes at the regional level in chess.
I mean, he probably could beat me in chess, to be honest. I mean, I'm not the best. I don't think I can know anything else of the movements other than the pawns. It goes forward, and it can't go backwards, which is exactly what's happening here in terms of Boom, right? They lose their Crimson Golem over to Saber. This is a little bit of a fatal error, a bit of a checkmate, but can they turn it around here? Boom Esports do land a big unbridled outburst, but it's going to be CI into the back line. JD getting the kill onto Carl. Can they get any more here? The knock from Midgie. It may be a bit of a stopping force, but it may not be. The inevitable here that is JD on this Chano.
Yep, it is not the wolf that are hunting, it is the tiger that is hunting. Yulong brings the potential game end here as APG open up the base.
It's down to the carry of the last series that Boom Esports plays. Midgie is here, but he does have the help of Tatsuri. Can they use the couple blades to run the minions down? But the Destructive Deluge is trying to zone out Tatsuri into the back line. Is Xiang forcing him back into the base, and APG take game number 1.
This is a scary potential here. 10,000 gold lead as the crystal fell. APG really looking like the alpha in this game number 1.
They came with a quest, and it is to dominate for Sad Alpha Gaming here. Through observing that game number 1, several factors has to be really dissected and explained in that game, whereby Alpha Gaming, there were few things that went super well in their way. Number 1, laning phase. All 3 lanes were dominating across the gorge, allowing Yulong to freely enter the jungle of Carl. Number 2, objective-wise, when we talk about skill usage, every single spell used or expended by Zed Alpha Gaming often gave you a form of advantage, whereby, let's say the Unbridled Outburst coming in for the side of draw, it didn't really generate much pressure. And also the Burning Sun Arrow, right? Yeah. So it was always the side of Boom Esports trying to make something, and it got perfectly dissected down by the side of Alpha Gaming. But then, when Alpha Gaming's turn to enter the jungle, even though they burn flashes, they burn spells, they always got something out of it.
Yeah, very, very scary experience. Now, there's also 2 patterns you need to notice about APG's gameplay, which is when they are not within range of Saber, everyone stays behind the towers. Yeah. And that moment where the only Burning Sun Arrow landed successfully, too far behind, they couldn't catch Shishan. And the other moment was when Saber was around, the entire team is with him. There's no way. How do you fight against that?
It's very difficult because even though the mid lane arrow actually hit Shishan, you could see the roamer, the Guangzi on the hands of Saber. He's just casually waiting there and immediately pumps the ultimate and saves his mid lane from any further engage.
Pumps the ultimate and pumps the brakes onto Boom Esports, right? Obviously, Boom Esports were really looking for that setup of Danny and Tatsuri combo, but just never came into fruition here for the boys on Boom. And looking at APG, they didn't lose a single health. They all went on a no-death run, and they completed it.
Very clean game.
Very scary as well, because if you take a look at that side of Boom, they also did not fall too many times. In totality, it's what? 5 deaths in total.
Maths. Very quick math.
But APG just dominated the map.
Oh, absolutely. They dominated the map, obviously opened up the side lanes very early on as well, and then it was just at the moment in time, it was just waiting for the mid lane to crumble. But you got to get over to Tatsuri, right? Obviously, onto this Ganon mode, doing around about 50k damage. Nobody getting anywhere near close, but they're boys on APG knew if you take down Tatsuri, which they did for the majority of that game, the damage was not going to hit you. The wave clear was going to be mitigated by the side of Boom Esports.
I think Boom Esports coming into game number 2 later, they definitely need to amp up their rotation tempo here because everything from the side of Alpha Gaming in this almost 11 minute of a game has been really quick and decisive in where they want to attack here. So if Boom Esports want to match them in that tempo, you gotta amp up the entire team synergy in that one play. Because you look at this, 10 minutes, 10,000 gold for APG with only, what, 5 kills?
Yeah, it's insane. Because look at the timing. First minute, second minute, the moment the space sprite spawns, APG are already on it, right?
Correct.
And that aids in their rotational speeds, which means they clear the waves faster, they have the potential to invade as well. And look, even the support going in, Saber getting that Crimson buff, it may be just a couple of times, once, twice, but nonetheless, it is these small financial advantages that add on.
And these things add on into another formula whereby if you can win lane dominantly like JD in that farm lane, the late game of Ho Yi, you can never see the daylight of it because every single play that we've seen so far, it was Danny trying his absolute best to find those arrows here. It's either misses or it never scales into the late game that's far enough for that magical arrow to get them the win. It's really devastating for side of Boom Esports because you have no chance to actually make a proper engage at all.
Yep, and of course, here we go, MVP Saber. He was a lifesaver on the side of APG 003, taking 37,500 worth of damage, but that ultimate butterfly effect, the ripple effect of that ultimate, oh my goodness.
Created ripples and creating the potential and the opportunity here for the side of APG to get that victory in game number 1. MVP going over to Saber on the support role here. I feel like it's the first support MVP we've had of the day, right?
For the day, I think, let me recall.
No, it's not.
Faye was on the Zhang Fei
last game.
The Zhang Fei.
But debut pick for Zhuangzi in KIC2025.
Yes, that's correct.
Good performance.
And getting MVP, now that is scary, right? Now, a lot of teams will be looking at what potential this hero can bring. I think APG, this is a good start to the series.
That's a very flexible draft as well coming from APG, whereby they slowly but surely plan it all the way to Saber on that 5th pick, allowing him to pick up the Zhuangzi to really mitigate all these big engage potential here. You can start to see, at this point, 0-2 in terms of scoreline, but because how well APG controls that farming tempo, that invade tempo, the lead just gets super big in terms of these two teams here. If you're Boom, you have nothing you can do if you don't pull those stops in that early game.
Yep, and Xiang actually built the Frostguard Embrace, allowing you to tank a little bit more. That difference actually means that, you know, on the side of Boom Esports, they need to commit resources, they need to commit skills. And this means you're not catching JD, this means you're not catching Yulong, and the defense becomes immensely harder.
It does become a lot harder. But I mean, what's even harder is for production trying to get a highlight reel, right? Like, there's only 5 kills. It was a very quick match. It was just kind of like, hey, highlight reel. Hey, highlights are gone, you know? Like, it was just that because it was just such a clean game from APG. There was not much trading going on. If anything, no trading in terms of kills. It was all kills going over to APG. All objectives going over to APG. So Boom really need to kind of reprioritize what they're going for in this game number 2 because team fights, kills weren't happening there. They need to start taking back these objectives.
Boom Esports, represented as the Wolves, they need to hunt as a pack here. So every single rotation moving on to game 2 has to be quicker, has to be more precise to match up the tempo that Alpha Gaming is bringing on towards the table here. Because if this goes on in game 2 and game 3, bad news for PKL fans. This is just going to be a trio.
It's definitely not a pill they want to stomach, right? At the same time, I think for Boom Esports, it's really about lighting the fuse here. We need Danny to be on fire so that he can be explosive in the later parts of the game. Or even in the mid-game, hopefully he hits 15 by the 11-minute mark, 12-minute mark, and then we see Danny as the true potential, the carry that he's supposed to be for Boom.
That's definitely something that we hope for. And another thing that we actually hope for from us, Caster, is to follow us on all our socials here and get some of these CD keys up for grabs in towards your community tab, so don't miss it out.
Indeed, don't miss out any kind of freebies, because I mean, everybody loves a freebie, especially the amount we get within Honor of Kings. So once again, thank you, Honor of Kings, for giving us loads of 3 skins, loads of cheap skins, like that 1111 by G skin as well, right? Like, that is a beautiful skin for 1 token, just by playing the game. And I mean, you even get the free Jing skin, just keep playing the game. You get the KIC-themed Jing skin, you don't have to pay a single penny for it, just play the game. Make the bets and claim your skin.
Now, talking about Jing, I think it's one of those heroes that could be contested between these two lineups. We know Carl he's known for these assassin-centric picks like the Luna, like the Jing, or potentially the Lam, and also Yulong. Jing and APG. The history with this team is that every single jungler in any version of APG has to be able to play Jing.
Yeah, and that's a very scary potential, right? Because now we get to see them wrestle over this.
Wrestling indeed, but speaking of wrestling, this next part of the draft is going to be a little bit more of a wrestle, right? And that's all thanks to the global ban pick. You got big expensive picks like the Mayin, like the Zhangfei, like the Orgren being taken off the gorge here for the side of Boom Esports.
And to talk about expensive as well, aside from those picks coming from Boom Esports, Alpha Gaming, it's not that expensive. You only paid dividends in terms of the pay, and Fatih hasn't been much of a tournament prioritized pick so far in KIC.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We see, obviously, a lot of a common theme here for some of these teams where they go for a very expensive 3 draft to begin with, and then just round it out with a not too expensive within the 5th and 4th pick. But we're getting into game number 2, BP here between APG and Boom Esports. APG are going to be on the red side, so they do get to lock in, potentially down to the bot side of the map, that farm and support duo.
I think to kickstart the game for the side of Boom Esports, like you mentioned, Danny plays a pivotal role in the success of Boom Esports' capability and achieve those high highs. So maybe getting him the lone, getting him the early, or a comfortable matchup with the Direnjie makes much more sense coming in for the Boom Esports lineup.
Okay, this is going to be the start of the bans here. Boom taking out the Liang, and then we have APG taking out the Tigress, that is Pei himself, which means there is a potential for the Orgren pick coming in from the side of APG.
There will be the Orgren pick potential. There's also the potential of Boom Esports picking up the Luna for the hands of Carl. And APG, they're pretty comfy here. They're pretty happy to trade with you the early low matchup and also giving over the Dharma towards Xiang. These are available picks and bans options for the side of APG.
Okay, but APG, they take out the Guan Yu. This is not going to be available for both teams here. And Boom Esports, what is going to be this prio pick since they're on the blue side? It's going to be the Arlie. Let's see Danny perform here. Come on.
I think APG, on this early, they might just whip out the 1-2, considering the Maestro Nui and also the Dharma, both for Sisan and Xiang to really target down Danny on this early.
So, do you go for the healing strat here? Do you go for the Diadea, the pair up with the Arlie?
It's possible, but can you realistically hold down the multitude levels of engages coming in for the side of APG? But APG, back to basics here. They don't want to expand too much. They pick up the Yuhuan here. They still can go for the Yuhuan Dolia or the Yuhuan Yangjian. Direnjie, a pretty good counter into the laning itself.
It's really all about timing, right? You want to get that golden token down at the appropriate time, and you will be able to get Niggy down to 0 really quickly.
Exactly right, but I mean, at the same time, we are going to be seeing that Dolly go over to the side of Boom Esports here, so maybe we're going to get that Yang Jian onto the likes of Carl here, or maybe even go for some other kind of synergy. Obviously, the Lung's not going to come through because they have the Ali, but there it is coming through. It's going to be Mr. YJ.
Love it, because now you get to out-sustain the lifelines on the side of APG, right? You don't mind eating that golden token to the face. And here we go. APG, they say, too bad, you allowed it into the pool. We're going to snap it up. It's going to be the Luna.
Danny needs to play a pivotal role in this game for Boom Esports, because when Arlie is up and available in the draft against Luna, it becomes a very skilled matchup between both the Arlie and the Luna. Here, Arlie needs to be able to kite this Luna to a certain extent and to mitigate the threat that Yulong brings on this assassin pick.
So, who is that pick you want in the clash lane or the mid lane to be able to deal with a Luna? There's no more Liang.
There is potential of the Maestro Nui for the CC chain. There is the likes of the Nua as well. Those are still pretty decent picks that are suitable for the draft of Boom Esports.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking as Frost. I know it's a risky pick, but if
hard.
you time it well, yeah, it's extremely hard. But if you're able to get that one freeze on the Luna, she is gone.
Get that one freeze and everybody's clapping their hands, right? They're just like, clap, clap, clap. Let's get the kill onto the Luna here. But same time, like, yes, we saw one dominant Princess Frost performance here in the KIC2025 day number 3, but can Boom be able to kind of navigate it the same kind of way here? We're looking at that final ban, going to be the Maestro Nui, really putting a lot of pressure onto Xishan's hero pool here.
I like this, right? The banning out of the Zhangfei as well from side of Boom. This allows that flex for the Yuhuan to become the mid laner, and then they get an extra tank. Because APG now, they are hovering over this Byron pick. There is enough tankability here.
Tankability secured for side of Alpha Gaming here, and if you look towards the side lanes here for both APGs, Xiang and also JD, those are very scary picks that we're talking about. Direnjie and also the Byron, extremely strong laning. But Boom Esports, I like this Floorborne tank. Floorborne tank and Arlie, the two combos here to really counter out the Luna, and then they are hovering the Shangguan, the Calligrapher here, and it's locked in. Let's go!
They really do it. Okay, so this is a great pick for the side of Boom, but the timing is so important because there's so many ways to get out of it, especially for the Luna as well as the Yuan pick. So we'll see how APG is going to draft here. It's going to be the Yixing here. They're going to lock them all up in the board. And let's see what kind of damage Boom can do against APG.
Yeah, really interesting here. Obviously, we're going to have the Yang Jian diving into the back line here as well. Maybe just a double pairing of diving, right? Obviously, use that first skill of Yang Jian. You dive in, and then that's when you use the Shangguan to just use that finishing stroke, right? Do so much damage on that single target. But the way APG can formulate around this is the fact if they stick together, the damage output here of that Shangguan is really going to be reduced.
True. You are actually able to share the damage. And one more thing on the side of Boom Esports, actually if they can force out that early unending sorrow ultimate from the side of Saber, I think that spells good news for the side of Boom Esports.
Good news for Boom Esports. They drafted a much more stronger combat draft here. The skirmish will be the name of the game coming in for Boom Esports in this game number 2 here, but that's if they can scale comfortably to that level 4 marker here without suffering any early game casualties.
It's going to be a hard one, right? Obviously, yes, they have the Floorborne tank into the jungle. He is going to be kind of like the front line here. He is a brick house, but the problem is if he gets locked in there, escaping out of that team fight, it's going to be either committing your ultimate out of there, or you kind of just completely commit yourself to the team fight.
That's correct, and Tatsuri plays a pivotal part as well in this entire draft here. Just like what Qeon mentioned here, they're playing on a timer here because Shangguan is a high-risk, high-reward sort of mid lane. You need to bring the tempo. You need to play super duper well in this assassin pick. If you can, snowball the game, shut down JD, shut down Yulong, the game could go in favor of Boom Esports.
In fact, he doesn't even have to shut them down, right? He can just get rid of Susan right from the get-go, but that's dependent on whether he gets his passive off or not.
To find out whether Boom Esports can bring this game back to an equalizer 1-1 is to find out in-game as Boom Esports and APG head over to the gorge. The stage is yours, Kingdom Blam.
Yeah, just a little bit of copium here for the side of Boom Esports. Obviously, the last game that they played, the last series they played, they lost the first game, but then they came back and took, obviously, a 3-2 victory there. So maybe this is the game plan here for Boom Esports. They're going to take game 2 from APG to round it out nicely to that 1-1 scoreline. But right now, obviously, Yulong going to go for that red buff burst. A lot of damage, a lot of pressure going on to Saber already.
I find it so interesting that, you know, Danny did not choose to go and put his attention in the mid lane, but potential first blood.
Oh, yes, JD once again taking a lot of damage. Oh, very scary. I mean, Danny was almost close to getting hit by that turret shot.
Yeah, very scary indeed. And if, you know, that situation, if it presented itself, if either of them got that first blood, it would have been huge in the farm lane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you want to be giving over the first blood here for either of these players on any of these teams, it's going to be looking at either Danny or JD. That's really going to kind of cement their lead in that early part of the game. You're looking at, obviously, JD building the likes of the Sparkforge Dagger first. Danny's more than likely going to be building that Doomsday to kind of overcome Xiang in this one, as well as Saber.
Look, JD built the Boots of Fortitude, which is the physical defense. So he has just told us that he's committing to the farm lane. This is going to be a 2-on-2 all the way at the bottom side of the map.
Oh, absolutely. The 2-on-2 here, it's going to be, again, the DRNG is a favorable matchup here into the early, right? Like, obviously, you have your first skill that's going to be able to kind of, like, fan out and do a lot of damage there. The Paracel's not really going to be able to block that one, but it will be able to block the ultimate of the side of DRNG.
Look, once again, APG, they also secure that space sprite on the top, which means the rotations are once again just a tad bit faster, and I feel like Boom needs to address this.
Oh, they do. They need to make sure they're changing their gameplay, right? Because if you lose that space sprite, like you were saying there, Kid, it means that your rotation speed and your tempo is all really controlled by the enemy team.
And at the same time, you get to plan your attack if you're on APG, right? You get that TP down first, you're able to reposition yourself, get ready for the entrance of Boom players.
Getting ready for Boom is going to be the main game here for the side of APG. To me, teamfight-wise, obviously Boom, they definitely have a strong front line, right? Like, you're really going to be relying on Siang to kind of drive the Trojan horse into the backlines of Boom Esports. But once he does that, Yulong will have a field day.
Yes, that Flash Storm Strike combination from Byron. Oh, yeah. How many times have we seen that used to success for the teams like APG? Yeah, plenty of times.
A lot of times indeed. I mean, it is one of the staple combos here for Byron. Flash, Storm Strike, and then just commit your ultimate just to make you a little bit more tanky, a little bit more sustained as you have those bars built up as your passive. But now, Boom playing a little bit more of a safer early game in this game number 2.
Yeah, right now, neck and neck, right? It's about 100 gold in terms of difference. But please, if Boom gives away this space right again, this is not going to look good.
It isn't, but I mean, at the same time, APG know how slow Carl is going to be farming up, right? Like, it is the flow-born tank. It's not as quick as the Luna.
Oh, definitely. There is no way to compete in the speeds in that case. Now, for APG, Yulong is already level 8. The level difference between him and Danny is 3 levels, which means there is a high potential of a kill if Yulong gets his hands onto this R lead.
Yeah, if you get the trap onto the R lead, it's going to be pretty scary for the side of Boom Esports. I mean, realistically, in terms of the damage, you're really looking at, once again, Danny and Tatsuri. So if you get those 2 heroes taken out, it's not going to look too good for Boom Esports in these team fights.
Yeah, maybe once again, this time Shushan takes a steal. 4 minutes. This is the point where the first major fight might break out.
Calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen, at the shooting gallery in Manila. Are we going to see Boom contest the Tyrant this time around because they weren't able to get a single neutral objective in the last game, but it looks like APG are prioritizing that Azure Golem, and rightfully so. When Yulong is on the Luna, he wants that first.
Okay, the Boom fans are happy. They have secured that 4-minute Tyrant for themselves. Now they just have to make sure they find value with it. They cannot lose a T1 as a trade to APG.
Yeah, they can't lose that T1, right? They have to make sure that the pressure's being kind of utilized into the top side of the map, or they will start to lose this Gorge.
Yes, they will, and this is a situation that has been presented in game number 1. Saber taking a lot of damage.
Has Saber been approached here by Danny. Danny is level 7, so is JD, but it's going to be Yulong getting the takedown onto the Overlord here, so they're not going to give over the 100% of that early part of the game, but the board has been committed here by Board Master Yixing, and now into the backline is going to be the finishing strokes here from Tatsuri.
Yeah, this is what we are talking about. When you use an Unending Sorrow early, you're putting yourself at risk. And Tatsuri, what a lovely timing. And APG, yes, they did lose that Tyrant, but they lose even more. The life of JD.
The life of JD, but for the life of Riley into the top side of the map is going to be Yulong taking that T1 off the Clash lane here. So, realistically, Miji is not going to be having a fun time now. He has lost his basically safety net here, but a 3v1 fight onto Yulong is going to be the finishing stroke once again, and he finds himself in the graveyard.
Look at Tatsuri. This pick has been phenomenal for the side of Boom Esports, and it's working wonders so far. APG not yet in terms of power spikes. Let's see, what else can Boom do here?
Boom, 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 boom. They want you in their jungle so they can take you out of the Gorge. But right now, Boom up by 2 kills and around about that 400 gold difference, which at this point of the game is not going to be huge. But the takedown of the draw is going to be massive here for the side of APG. Carl just taking a lot of that damage. Backline of APG looking pretty low. The Storm Strike doesn't connect onto Carl. He's able to get out for now.
It was close, and now here comes the response. APG Yulong looking for the Crimson.
Oh, he was looking for it, but it's not going to go over to him. It's going to go over to Carl here.
Yep, it's not going to. So Boom actually secured it. Now that was a huge risk because APG, they bought enough time. Yulong did secure his Azure Golem, and now they turn on the offensive.
On the offensive onto the bot side of the map is where here as well. I mean, Yulong's just kind of being used as a little bit of a macro playstyle, right? Obviously, the team fights aren't going to quite go into his favor just yet. He wants to get that gold advantage for himself. He wants to make sure that the side of APG have a solid lead, and not just
Tatsuri.
like a -1, but it is Tatsuri trying to go into the back line there, but using the finish stroke just to get out of there. The board has been committed to small one, so the cooldown is going to be a little bit lower onto the side of APG Shishan. But now that mid lane is open up. The minions need to be wiped out here, or else Boom is looking at losing that last T1.
Look at what APG has achieved. They trade blows, but they take pressure and now put it and apply it on the top side of the map. Boom Esports, this next choice might make or break the game.
Yeah, the pressure has been built here on the side of Boom Esports by the side of Danny building that Doomsday, right? But obviously formulating around this Azure Golem. It does go over the side of Boom once again, but looking pretty low is going to be Tatsuri. Maybe they get a bit of a push here from Carl. Carl is looking like a fall tank right now. And the side of APG, we have health bars that are looking a little bit scary.
Close here. Carl just needs to push them away. They need to make a trade in terms of turrets. They need to equalize the score.
Equalize the score is the aim of the game here for the side of Boom Esports. They need to get some macro playstyle coming through. Obviously, the top side of the map looking pretty low here. You could just look at it and take it down, but they are still looking to maintain their jungle for themselves.
Yep, okay, so Miggy is in charge of making sure they get the trade on the T1 at the top side. That's going to be successful. APG, though, they're putting a lot of attention, not just in the mid, but at the bottom as well. Yulong has been free farming this entire game.
Free farming, but also creating the pressure for this next neutral objective, right? Obviously, the Tyrant is now up. They have the pressure down to the bot side of the map. Do we start to see Miggy go in for it? But there it is, into the back line. It's going to be the takedown onto Shishan. Tatsuri is having a field day, but it has been cut short. The holiday has been taken away from Boom.
Yeah, Boom will not take no for an answer here. They secure this 8.5-minute Tyrant. This means they can fight for more.
They can fight for more, but they may lose this T1 into the mid lane, right? But at the same time, we do see a bit of a formulation around Boom Esports. Both mid laners have fallen, and if we are looking at Boom's draft, it's a little bit more of a detrimental thing to them than it is to APG.
I mean, at this point, APG, you can see the value that Boom's draft have against them, right? The two tanks, Miggy as well as Carl, they're doing great at opening up and soaking the damage. But more importantly, Tatsuri taking the risky dives.
Ooh, taking the risky dives, but also being risque here is going to be none other than Saber, using that Unending Sorrow, making sure he's able to heal back up after taking so many blows there from the side of Boom Esports. But same time, pressure has been created here by the side of Boom Esports down to the bot side of the map, and now we see that Miggy has had to recall and try and save this T2 from falling, and it looks like he's going to get pretty low, but he may be able to save it.
Well, it's just a couple of hits away, right? So APG, I think you can call that a soft secure on the T2 on the top. Meanwhile, 10-minute mark, this is where things need to happen for both sides.
The ultimate being committed here by the Flowborn tank. Carl just trying to get a little bit of that minor tempo upset here from APG, but can they give him a little bit more? Carl starting onto this Tyrant, maybe a bit of a bait here. We do see Danny just formulating around the back line as well, but now onto him is going to be Miggy trying to get the takedown onto Siang. Siang is now in that board, trying to connect onto 4, but can they get a little bit more? Boom, looking to take the second Tyrant, looking to take some more. Yulong down, Siang down, Saber down. The crowd goes wild.
Boom, this is exactly what they need to do. They get the T1 in the mid as well. This is going to open up the map. And APG, for the first time in game number 2, looking like they are struggling.
Their tail is definitely between their legs, right? I mean, they were looking like the alpha after that game number 1, but Boom was like, hold my beer, we need to get it onto the board here. T2 takedown into the mid lanes, really going to put the pressure onto APG.
And that was scarily quick as well. Boom Esports, they are feeling it. The fans are feeling it as well. 4,000 ahead in a space of less than a minute of action.
I mean, APG could really do with this though, right? Like I see, they could obviously qualify into the knockouts here and be in that top seeded group where they don't have to face against anybody like Homeboys BSC in the first rage, or even Nova Esports or OG. So they don't want to fall to that below and then be at the behest of them in the knockout stage.
Yeah, Boom now. This is a story to be told. They're baiting them in, waiting for APG to come close.
They are waiting for APG. Maybe they're just trying to bait out this Shadow Overlord, right? I mean, they still have the Shadow Tyrant in their possession for around about 15 seconds. Looks like APG is going to make that play where they just play defensive here. But still, taking a bit, not quite landing here, not trying to get the stomp onto Carl, trying to get the damage on, but into the back line. Yulong just trying to feint the bait.
Okay, they just want to bait out the ultimate on the side of Saber, right? Once that save potential is out, it's going to be a hard fight for the side of APG. And look at the distraction. Danny baiting them in, taking the T2. This is the macro game we wanted out of Boom.
Oh, absolutely. Using that Parasol just to basically get him out of there, but also get what he wanted, right? That T2 into the bot side of the map has now been taken away, but it's going to be Danny taking another Crimson Golem before APG try and help themselves.
Yeah, and this is the definition of teamwork, right? Tatsuri shines so that Danny can shine as well. And this is where Boom, this is the big bait.
Very big bait here from Boom. The Overlord is starting to get cooked here as well. Obviously, you can see Miji into the back line, just trying to get a bit of a faint play here, making sure he's got the vision for his teammates, making sure he has that crucial intel to knock up onto Yulong. He had a bit of hair time. That could have been deadly.
Yep, Yulong is going to oblige. APG feel like they can take this as well. Board's going to be set down.
Uh-oh, the board has been placed down here as well. Obviously, we do see Tatsuri using that finishing stroke, but now it's going to be Carl getting the Overlord as well. But look at that bot side of the map. If Boom Esports get this team fight, they can get a push.
Beautiful. I like the restraint. Boom Esports, this is exactly what they need to be doing. So they put them away, they put a little bit of damage, but more importantly, they burn the resource. So Saber does not have his ultimate. Yes, it's a pretty short cooldown, but now Boom have acquired that Shadow Overlord for themselves. Where are they going to put it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that the PKL teams from spring season are different gravy to the PKL teams of the fall season, right? Like you said there, Kin, they didn't commit. They had the constraints because they know what is at stake with this one.
Yep, the Boom is coming soon. Explosion of power. As we're looking for Danny. Danny's level 15. He has 10k gold in his pocket. He's 1,000 ahead of JD. And this very well could be Boom's game.
It could be Boom's game if they play this patiently, right? Or will APG just give them... will APG be given a little bit too much room? But maybe not. Into the back line is going to be Tatsuri. But it's just using the Unending Sorrow to keep Saber alive. Maybe just forcing it that ultimate.
Yes, now that's one big resource burnt. JD also does not have flash. So Boom Esports, this is right up their alley.
Right up the alley here. Yulong trying to get the flash in onto 2 with a Storm Mace. Onto that. That is going to be Daro being taken down. Carl may be next, but it's going to be Tatsuri putting the pressure on, forcing the flash from Saber. Keeps him alive. That's a 1-0 trade for the boys in APG.
A little scary for APG, but they did manage to defend. They cut the goal lead now down to 3,000 as they're looking to chase in Yulong. Managing to get a couple of nice refreshes. Can they find more?
They can't find more there, but you saw that Siang was just going into that brush to make sure that nobody's waiting there, using that ultimate, using that force field suppression to keep himself tanky into this one. But you can see Miji, he is waiting in the brush. Is their force field suppression being used once again just to make sure he's checked there, but it's going to be the Tyrant going over the side of APG. Next few team fights could be a little bit hairy here for the side of Boom Esports.
Alright, everything falls onto Tatsuri. He's going to try and make a dive in here.
Yes, trying to get the marks off. He does use the finishing stroke, so he's going to be off that ultimate for a few moments' time. APG have been given a second lifeline in this game number 2.
Okay, this one behavior is something that I really like of the new Boom. Draw did not instantly give the refresh onto the ultimate of Tatsuri. And this is the teamwork we're talking about. Boom Esports, they have one chance and one chance only, because if they win this team fight, they can access the crystal on the side of APG.
Oh, absolutely. This is their 8-mile moment at this moment in time for the side of Boom Esports. They are currently slowly but surely losing that gold lead, but it's around about the 15-minute mark. It's starting to sort of lose its significance here, but it's going to be the double knock-up here onto Siang here, but Carl doing the work, trying to get the takedown onto Siang. The front line of the side of APG has been taken down, but it's going to be Miji getting taken down as well. Into the back line, JD gets taken down, gets his ult up onto Carl. Can Yulong make sense of this? Tatsuri down, Carl down, Miji down, just Danny left.
Yep, it's going to be a 3-for-2 trade here. APG still winning it out, but thankfully for the side of Boom Esports, they have draw, they have Danny, they will put their protection on the top side of the map, because that's the T3 that is exposed. But APG, they find one more opening that's going to come in the mid lane here.
Exactly, completely taking away the privilege apart from the side of Boom Esports. They had the pressure into the mid lane, but now it's completely been eradicated here. But now for Boom Esports, they could just kind of formulate, try and get some of these Crimson Golems for the side of Danny, just to make sure that that power, the damage output here for the side of Boom Esports is looking a little bit more frightening. But what's more frightening is the potential takedown of the Shadow Overlord.
Completely negates the lead that Boom have, and now it has swung right back in favor of APG. Alpha Gaming, they now have control of the Gorge.
They just need to hold on to it. They need to hold on to this control for as much as possible. It looks like they're going to try and contest the Azure Golem here as well. But is that a trade for the Azure Golem when they could potentially lose it? That top side of the map as well, you can see the Boom Esports have to make a bit of a consideration.
Oh, they definitely have to. But they did manage to put a little bit of pinch onto Yulong. That is, Azure Golem will expire soon.
Oh, they lose the T3. They got the Azure Golem, but I think that's a better trade there. That's not going to come back, whereas the Azure Golem for the side of Yulong could, but this team fight could be the end for the side of Boom Esports, but Carl goes down. Yulong into the back line here. We have the passive onto Shishan. He's still alive, and Carl Tatsuri down.
Well, the hope is still alive for the side of Boom. APG have done well, but Danny was alive, and Danny does have the Sage's Sanctuary. Right now, it's a race about how many Sage's Sanctuary, how many extra lives can you burn on the side of APG?
That's the question we're going to be seeing here, but also how many turrets can you take down now if you are APG with the Vanguard pushing top and into the mid lane. We have the Shadow Vanguard pushing through very slowly as well. It's going to be all up to Midgie here. He is the front line until Carl's back in about 9 seconds. Saber having to use the Unending Sorrow. Danny is just going to be just pushing away these Vanguards.
Okay, we know APG. We know that they'll put a little bit of pressure. They're going to back up. So make it safe, make it secure. Once it's a Baron base, APG have it in the bag.
They do. They have opened up the base. The cat is out the bag, but Boom, all they need to do is formulate a good offense. But hey, APG in this game number 2 hasn't looked as clean as they was in game number 1.
Oh, definitely not. And right now, Boom's lifeline depends on the performance of Danny. He needs to carry the team. He is 15. He is strong. He has the frenzy. Right now, it is all down to him.
Hey, your favorite items has been built there, King. Cuirass of Savagery from the last series. You love that one. That's gone on to Midgie there. Maybe it could be the definitive item here to keep himself alive a little bit longer into these team fights, because Lord only knows Boom Esports is going to need it, and Boom Carl needs it even more. The takedown of the front line. The scalability of APG is now online. Tatsuri as well. Getting the takedown of the Shisha before he falls down. It's down to Danny. It's down to Draw. Can they get a little bit more? APG, game number 2.
Yeah, that was super close. Boom, they almost did it, but APG, they come back with a force, and this was a big swing.
A huge swing, and that swing is the Storm Mace from Byron, right? Xiang, yes, he was getting caught out in that early to mid game, but as soon as that late game potential of Boom started to fall off, that's when APG came online.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuri, he had such a great game, man. The start, that was beautiful. The finishing stroke really did give the finish to the side of Boom, but they did not buy enough time.
That's the perks of having a Shangguan, whereby it is such a strong early pick, and Tatsuri played it to a maximum proficiency there. But if you do drop those few kills towards the high ground there and allow APG to get that Tyrant, that's their signal of the comeback here, because throughout the entire game, we saw how Tatsuri, how Carl was able to lock down multiple members coming in from Alpha Gaming, purposely zoning out JD, taking down the likes of Shisan. That lead was pretty big, 4 to 5k, but it's those timers that we talk about here. Boom Esports, excellent start, but the finishing mark just wasn't there.
It is a different kind of tankiness that they need, right? So the 2 tanks offered by the side of Boom, you have Carl on the flowball tank. He's gonna soak things up, but it takes a bit to really get him down. On the other hand, Miggy on the Yangjian is a different kind of tankiness. He recovers health. And the moment you burst the main tanky guy, which is Carl, down, you have 5 members that are going to instantly delete Miggy. And that was the case.
The problem here for me is that obviously Boom's draft in this one seemed like a little bit of like a Trump play. Like, this is something they've been storing for such a game on high demands. And the fact that they've lost with this draft, for me, game number 3 could be a do or die situation here for the side of Boom Esports.
Well, fortunately, at the very least, this game was a much better improvement for the side of Boom Esports here compared to Game 1, whereby it's just a landslide of the lead coming in from Alpha Gaming towards Boom Esports. Game 2, however, Boom Esports, in the first time in the series, they were in such a commanding position. It's just those final few moments that they need to fix up in the Game 3.
Yeah, the targetability from obviously Tatsuri on Boom was really kind of the lifesaver, but also the damage. I mean, we quoted it in game, right? Obviously, if you get Tatsuri down, get Danny down, it's going to be like eradicating the damage output here. And you can clearly see it, like 152k to Tatsuri, 146k to Danny. That's a lot of damage.
Insane. And one of the biggest values you will find, he was both the win and the lose condition. Once again, it's Saber. This Yuhuan was really the lifeline that gave APG that turnaround factor.
All the heals were pumping in for the side of Alpha Gaming. Oftentimes you see towards the back line, Tatsuri went in with the double finishing stroke with the refresh, but the little health that they have was saved by the healer, the Yuhuan's ultimate here. So, for me, I gotta say, such a splendid job well done by the APG roamer.
Very good job. Very, very good job. But I mean, like you were saying there, obviously, Saber being one of the key figures here as well. But I mean, we look at the timer as well. Like 52 more seconds, the Shadow, the Tempest would have come online. And I think like that could have been the turning point for Boom, right? If they could just force APG out of that base, it could have been a point of concession.
But that's how you get rid of explosives, right? It does not matter. Even until at the last second, you just nip it at the butt at the fuse, the explosion doesn't happen.
The explosion was halted in this cans because just now from the head-to-head itself, we saw how well Tatsuri actually did in that game here. But without Xiang and his trusted Byron installing the entirety of that mid-game, this game could have been going into Boom's favor even more here. So definitely Xiang with the MVP performance here, 129 with 128,000 damage taken in this game itself.
Six figures, the numbers that we all want, and this is what the guy has. Xiang here, 128,000, like you said. He soaked up a lot of the damage that was available by Danny as well as Tatsuri. These two members, they could not get their hands on JD, which was the prior target for the side of Boom Esports.
That's the thing though, I mean, we say 6 figures is damage dealt, damage taken, but also the gold was 5 figures. Xiang was falling.
He was falling in this team, but as you can see, the pressure generated by Tatsuri and also Carl in getting multiple of these kills here. And as of this point, you wouldn't think like, hey, Boom Esports, you got 3 kills, you got the Tyrant here, this is your total control of this game. But Xiang dropping in this mid lane fight. It's a 4v5 in favor for the side of Boom, but however, taking too much damage from Shizan, from JD, resulted into this game falling back into the favors of the side of Alpha Gaming.
Super lovely gameplay from the side of Shuzhan as well. The silent assassin, right? With the board, with the sliding stones as well, there is a lot of unexpected damage that comes out of this Nongshim pick.
Oh, huge. I mean, as you start to get scaling into the late game, obviously with the passive and obviously all the tokens and stuff like that, that's when obviously a pick like the Yixing, aka the board master, starts to do a lot of damage into and for your team. But game number 2 there does go over to the side of APG, not as convincing as game number 1. Can Boom come back after what a convincing draft that was for Tatsuri and Danny, but is now Tatsuri and Danny going to be at the behest of a ban phase here?
I think this series that we've seen so far has been an evolution of Boom Esports in the game itself. Alpha Gaming is like the exam test that they are taking right now. It's like, hey, I did bad on game 1. I did decently well in the early to mid phase of game 2. So in game 3, do I learn from my mistakes, handle the tournament pressure, and really learn from my mistakes and make it a game 3 victory? Because so far, Alpha Gaming, out of that game 1 and game 2, you can see the composure on their face and the gameplay.
Yep, I like it a lot, right? So now you pass the test as Boom, and then later on you ace the test.
Correct.
And just one more game, and then you win the entire series. It's pretty straightforward. I said straightforward, not simple. Now, with that being said, this one is a spicy one because now it's truly backs against the wall. They cannot make any more mistakes.
I mean, it's the first playoff seed for the taking here. If you win, that's great. You elevate a lot of pressure. You get more days of practice and scrims, so you can really rest yourself up for the big grand top 8. But if you lose, there's more pressure going down the line for the side of Boom Esports.
So what's left for the side of Boom? And what's left for APG? APG, they still have the potential Jing pick. They can pick up the Organ as well. There's so many big junglers that I think Yulong would definitely find success in.
Yep.
I think coming into the game number 3 here, the Long and Arlie will be a big contention here between the two teams. If you are Boom Esports and you do go towards the red side, you do not want to give either Arlie or Long towards the hands of APG. At the very least, Boom Esports, they still have a lot of these trump cards for the side of Tatsuri, like the Ganemo, like the Kongming, that is still up for grabs here for these mid lanes.
The problem is here as well, like, obviously, yes, Boom Esports was able to get the Dole here in game number 2, right? So is that going to be a big point of concession as well? Obviously, if they don't ban it away, there's potential here for the side of APG. We've seen Saber play, obviously, the utility mages into the support role, play the tanks like the Shuangzi, But if they get the Dolia, there's a lot of combos that could come through.
Yeah, and that's the beauty and difficulty of the global ban pick, right?
Yes.
Because the later the series goes, the lesser options you have, and you can't ban everything. So, APG have put themselves in a good spot. Boom Esports now. The struggle is a privilege. Can you make the dream come true?
They definitely have to make it. This is at home grounds Manila Makati here at the Shooting Gallery Studios here. In front of them are the fans. They are carrying the hopes and dreams as the PKL second seed coming into this game number 3 here. This is their shot to bring it back to a 1-2 scoreline.
They open up the potential of a Luna pick for themselves again. They ban out the Liang, but this also opens up so many doors for APG.
Oh, the pay ban still coming through here for the side of APG. Obviously, Yulong does not want to be playing against that one and not want to be giving over to Carl. So, do they still ban out the Luna, but they're going to ban out the Ali here onto the side of Boom Esports?
Yeah, there's no way, right? No way you give JD in potentially your last game in the series here.
Absolutely not.
I think from Boom Esports' angle here, they don't need to first pick the Luna. They could potentially go for the Long. If it is open for the taking here. Yes, Luna is banned. That's Luna and both the pick here. This allows Boom to prioritize Danny on that Long on this first pick.
Okay, and that's exactly what they do. Danny has found success with Long, the All-in pick. I like it a lot, but he needs protection. Yeah. Right now, what is the composition that Boom is going to try and make so that Danny is as comfortable as ever?
There's two choices here. Either you go for the Lian Po for the engage, or you pick up the Mozi for those bombastic laning phases here. But APG, looking at the draft here, Dharma, and potentially the Mai Shernui might be locked in here for both Shisan and Xiang, because if you want to fight a faster game for APG, what better way than doing it is to, however, go for the Dolia here. So this opens up a lot of options here for APG.
Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. But now it's up to Boom Esports, right? Obviously, they have the Lung, but they could obviously either go for some protection like you guys were saying, or are they going to pair it up with something like the Newer as well, right? Obviously, give over some kind of long range. They've obviously used the Ganon mode, so the next point of call could either be the Xiao Xiao or the Newer into the mid lane.
And APG, with this in mind, I do think that they will be bringing in the Yang Jin on towards the third pick to really finalize the draft here, because Yang Jin into Mai Shernui into Liam Cole, that's a lot of heroes up towards your face here. Pretty decent of a situation if you are on the Yang Jin, and especially Yulong has been one of those standout Yang Jin players coming in from the MKO.
Whoa, they take a risk. They say, you know what? We are going to put the Yang Jin up for contention here. We will allow you to ban it. And it looks like Shisan is going to take the Kongming. This is a scary potential, because if you give APG that goal lead, I assure you Shisan is the one saying boom.
Yeah, you can see that the core has changed here, right? Obviously, we see Shishan getting the carry pick, so maybe, just maybe, we get a jungle tank here. I mean, it'd be pretty crazy to obviously lock in something like the Jing, right? Like, just go straight ham on the Kongming, straight ham on the Jing, and just rely heavily on this Dharma.
Blam, that's not crazy, because this is Boom Esports. I do think that that's definitely something that they could visit, but it will be for us to find out in the later stages of the second phase of the draft here. APG banning out the Ward St. Guan Yu, and for Boom Esports, like Kin mentioned here, they have to take the ban on towards Twilight here.
This has to be an Ogren, right? You ban out the Agudo?
Yes.
Potentially, yes.
Yep, so Boom now left with that final ban. Do they ban out the Ogren? What's the consideration here? Because they also need a tank jungler. And right now, they have the damage, they have the Long, they have the Mai. They take out the Dune instead. So APG now open themselves up for the potential Ogren pick for Yulong.
That's correct. If you can pick up the Nutsa, though, that's still another pick. Now, here's the thing. Nutsa has always been this pick that could always handle the Long, because Long doesn't have consistent DPS to really force out the health bars here coming in from this tanky boy. So every time you get locked on by Yulong on this Nutsa as Danny, you can't escape. You pop your ultimate and it comes in a second time.
I like this answer. If they really lock in the future, I think that's great, because you know for a fact that Yulong is not going to use his Skyfall to jump in for the first move. Or actually, he can just use it twice. So once they force the Infinite Vassals out, Yulong just goes for the second Skyfall and he is gone on the side of Danny.
Now my concern is coming into the final game of this series here, Carl defaulting into his comfort here. This is Carl's playstyle. He is banking on towards this Jing and Mai Shernui, the double assassination combo here to really capture APG off guard. A smart console you pick here to really counter both the physical assassins and also the Byron in this take.
If I were Danny, I think right now that mindset is going to be shifted. If you're Danny, you don't care about JD at this point. You're looking for a different member. You're looking for Susan. Get the burst in. Flaming Palms, the Kongming down. Let Tatsuri as a mind deal with JD.
Correct. Make it a 4v5 here. Change up the perspective here. That is the exact game plan that you want to be expecting coming in from Boom Esports here. Alpha Gaming here, drafting a rather slow but steady mid to late game team comp here. Their early game plays a pivotal part in their success if they want to carry this draft against Boom Esports.
They're going all in for this one.
Correct.
It is a very risky draft. You know that support coming in for the Lianpo does not do well when he's behind on farm. He's meant to be the tankiest hero in the game.
Yeah, and exactly that, right? I mean, obviously, Consort U is going to do a lot of damage as well, right? Obviously, the healing potential from the Lianpo could actually get hindered here by the Nurtser as well, but Carl on his Jing, I mean, this seems to be a little bit of a we have to pull all the cards out here for this potential victory for Boom Esports. But if they don't, APG take another 3-0.
They take the 3-0. They advance to the playoffs in front of the Filipino crowd here. So Boom Esports drafting whatever they have in this potential final game here to try and push it to a 1-2 scoreline to keep their upper bracket hopes alive. This is game number 3 between Boom Esports towards the blue side and Alpha Gaming, the challengers, the demons on towards the red side.
Yes, this is a potential match point here between APG and Boom Esports. Boom with a much better game number 2 compared to that game number 1, but now they have pulled out all the stops. They have Tatsuri on the Mai Shiranui. They have Carl on the Jing. They have Danny on the Lung. Can they do it?
I mean, it's a big question, and you know, the answers might not be something that the PKL fans like for now, because Boom Esports, this has to work, or APG will be the first team to make it into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I'd imagine though, obviously MKL number 3 seed making it first means that the potential of the other 2 MKL teams becomes ever so more of a, less of a dream, but more of a reality.
Yeah, and this is a reality that they want in an ultimate universe, right? So for now, Boom, finally, first minute they get that space right. This is great for them.
We've been saying for the past 2 games, it's about time it settled in, right? So they better late than never, I guess. But the O being put down here by the side of APG Saber, just giving over the help over to JD. I really like the Consort U being paired with Adolia.
Okay, but at the same time, it feels like Draw and Danny, they have this very nice combination, right? Once you get that first skill down on Draw, you're actually able to mini-stun JD, which stops that protecting wind. Second skill, physical immunity, which means Danny gets E-burst.
Unless he times it correctly here, but there's the double knock up there with the contussions, with the Muro Domain by the side of Boom Esports. Carl is popping up, but can APG bring this one back? Xiang into the back line, gets a kill onto Tatsuri.
Not a good sign for the side of Boom. Tatsuri, that was a beautiful setup, but to give his life in exchange for Saber, APG are happy with this trade.
Oh yeah, take a mid lane for the support any day for me. Instant replay here. You're gonna see Tatsuri waiting in the wing. It gets the knock up onto 2. It was a huge play, a lot of potential. The Mirror Domain doing a lot of damage, also reflecting a lot onto the side of Boom Esports.
Yep, Xiang very monumental in that particular exchange itself. Actually got the Truth Mantra down onto the hands of Tatsuri, which is why that kill came in the first place. 1-1, APG now trailing by gold by a little bit due to that difference in the top lane.
Oh yeah, exactly. They are trailing ever so slightly ahead here by the side of Boom Esports, but in a moment's notice, it could go over to APG, and they know that, but the shove onto Carl, just trying to bring him in, maybe bait out that ultimate as we see there. Around about the 3-minute mark being cursed onto the side of the gorge here. APG, they have to be careful.
Yep, they have to be in right now, securing this Azure Golem for the side of Zhishan here. No, for the side of Yilong. This is going to be very important. He does need quite a bit of mana regeneration.
Yeah, mana regeneration come through for Zhishan. Obviously, look at that mana bar. It's looking pretty low, right? But he needs it. He needs the cooldown reduction of the skills as well to make it a little bit more easy for him within these team fights. But Once again, gold neck and neck. You see Tatsuri just always waiting in the wing. When Carl's nearby, you know Tatsuri's in the brush.
I mean, it's the same concept for Carl as well. He does need that CDR. He does need that mana regeneration thing. Also eats the MP like a monster. Now, APG and Boom, I think the difference maker here seems to have come in the form of the mid lane. Right? Shishan with the winning strategy burst, he will be able to change the fight 4v5 in advantage to APG. But Tatsuri, he can do more than that.
Oh, absolutely. He can do definitely a lot more. I mean, you've already seen the devastation of those knockups already, getting the first blood onto the side of APG Saber, but now it's going to be a dive into the back line here with the Liempo, gets a knockup onto Shishan, but Shishan has that winning strategy. It connects as well, and into the back line is going to be Yulong. He gets the takedown onto Tatsuri. Can they get some more? Carl been drove to the Crimson Golem here, and now they're looking for a bit of a comeback. Boom! Gets Shishan. It's the deadly refraction that's going to save Boom Esports.
Carl, the hero of Boom Esports at this point, and APG, yes, they did have to lose the life of Yulong as well as Shishan, but they once again make a positive trade, a mid T1 for the lives of their two most important members.
Yeah, I mean, that T1 into the mid lane, it looked like a little bit of a faltering, maybe 50-50 bash up there, but it's all going over to the side of APG. Not quite in terms of the gold here, but getting the Crimson Golem over to the side of JD, getting that T1 into the mid lane, that doesn't spawn back. So prioritizing that over the Tyrant was a good call by APG.
Yeah, but look, Carl, this is exactly what he needs to do, right? He needs to have the level advantage. This is where Tatsuri comes to the true value as well. As a Mai, you need to be aggressive. You need to set the fights. The rest of the team is supposed to follow your pacing. Yeah. More importantly, buy room and space, because Danny needs the farm and he needs it fast.
Yeah, I mean, they might want to buy a room if they are looking to try and get some love onto the gorge between these two teams, right? They definitely need to kind of work on themselves, but now Yulong is getting that first Tyrant. That extra bit of damage for the side of APG is going to be a nice Brucey bonus here.
Okay, so Boom, they managed to negate the damage potential on the bottom side of the T1 here.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be great. But the fact they lost a T1 in the mid, this one is going to hurt.
Oh, absolutely. It's something that doesn't come back, right? Obviously, that's something you've now got to kind of have to face for the rest of the game. And I mean, we're around about that 6-minute mark now, but a big dive in onto the side of APG. No! But it's going to be the troop march from Siang. Is going to keep him alive, but it's still going to be Migi here with the pro play, getting the takedown.
Okay, they do get the takedown on the Xiang. That's a huge target down, especially when it's a Dharma. There was a potential for turnaround. But APG, they are going to cut the losses. They're going to back off. And right now, Yulong going to focus on a different objective. Crimson Golem going to be coming up soon. Boom. Do they want to try and enter the jungle of APG?
They are welcome to the jungle, but hey, they do say that you are going to die if you do enter there as well. So it is at the promise of Boom Esports to try and contest this Crimson Golem. But Saber's just denying him away, right? It's like, hey, look, JD needs this. You aren't going to take this, but we have to give props over to Boom Esports, right? They are able to open that top side of the map here, which is going to put pressure onto the side of APG.
Yeah, both Saber and Pro are doing exactly the same thing and giving a lot of good value, right? Which is finding information across the gorge right now. Hang on, Shishan.
Yeah, a bit of information there. He's going to be obviously taking down and chunking down those health bars, but Xiang's looking for a little bit of revenge here onto Migi. Into the back line. It's going to be Yulong looking to put that pressure on, and draw falls down. That is the front line of Boom saying bye-bye.
Yep, and they will chase in Yulong. He does have the potential to go for more. In fact, now it's not about the kills, it's about the map, the gorge. APG, T1 on the bottom available for the taking. Mid T2 as well. Yulong, he's going to push Danny back, and there's nothing that Boom can do.
Yes, nothing that Boom can do to stop the APG train right now as they're running through this mid lane. Maybe Carl can run out these minions. There's only 2 there, but it means that they can focus this side lane. T2 down to the bottom side of the map could be deadly takedown for the side of APG. As much as resources as possible, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. APG taking away that Crimson Golem from the side of Boom. Carl means that his damage output is going to be minimalized.
And +1, Yulong gets to chase in even harder. He doesn't have to spend more time, and he will get a kill out of the next exchange. Boom Esports, this is not looking good, but there is a chance. They just have to be careful.
Just look how close the gold lead is on every roll here as well, right? Like, it's a few hundred. It's not not a K. It's just a few little bits of gold. A bit of trump change for these two teams at this moment and point in the game. There it is. It's going to be the Skyfall onto the back line of Carl. Draw, trying to deny it with the help of Tatsuri, and is able to do it for now.
Okay, so Boom, they know that, hey, we're expending too many resources onto potentially just a little bit of damage on Yulong. Let's stop that and try to salvage whatever that's left. They lose another T2 at the top side. Boom right now just have to find an awkward angle on the side of APG.
They do. They need to find some kind of opportunity. And I think it's going to come in the form of either Tatsuri, Miji, or Draw. These are going to be the crucial setups here for these teams. And honestly, with the pressure into the bot side of the map here, and obviously completely eradicated mid lane and top side of the map, Danny's going to have a hard time to farm.
He is going to have a hard time to farm. At the same time, Boom is not taking fights because, you know, this entire time, they have not seen JD. JD, once he finally shows, Boom might take a fight. But this might not be the time to do it because, Boom, they're only left with this T2 at the bottom. One wrong choice. It is open base for the side of APG.
Yeah, JD looking like he's just hiding in the Shadow Realm, right? He's waiting for that prime moment to come online. Yet to fall to the side of Boom Esports. It's because of that protective wind. It's because of that ulti where you can lock one of the members of the side of your enemy team down into place, which can really open up that battlefield, the winning strategy here for Xishan.
Yep, APG, this is all great for them. This is, once again, let me remind you, a series point for APG. They take this, they proceed to the knockouts, they will win this entire series.
Yeah, I forgot about that one little fact there for a moment. I thought Boom still had a chance in this one. I mean, they still do, right? They're only down by around about 3k gold at this point in the game, but if they get one of these neutral objectives in the 10-minute mark, there could be a potential pushback.
I mean, this has to be the steal of a lifetime. Yeah. And right now, Xiang, he's gonna give information for the team. He is just buying time. Hang on!
Saber! You want a sword, but you are trying to clash. They get the tyrant onto the side of APG. They go for some more, but Carl is able to steal it away. But is that extra damage going to be enough to get the takedown here onto Boom Esports? Carl falls once again for Saber, but now into the back line, even the fastest comes through for Danny. Can he reformulate, take down Yulong, gets Xishan, the damage comes through, but now Danny falls, and Miji too. It's down to Tatsuri with a bit of a sponge, with a bit of a sandwich. Boom on the run. Tatsuri has the flash and dies anyway.
Oh, that's a huge commitment by the side of Boom, but they might have just saved the game here. It is going to be 2 seconds before Carl comes out. There is a lifeline. APG, they cannot finish the game just yet.
They can't. There's a little bit of a saving grace here for Boom Esports. They are just waiting ever so patiently with that Vanguard, using it at the optimal moment, but there it is, the teleportation for Yulong to get back to safety. So, we're back at a little bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, but this one, while it may be a stalemate, I think it's a slight advantage going into the side of APG because, you know, they have a measly 4,000 gold ahead on the side of APG against Boom. This next fight will determine the game. Now, Boom, they have a lifeline in the form of the Shadow Overlord. They need to find JD, though.
They do need to find the Woodland Ranger, JD. My favorite main into the farm lane, but Saber once again maybe getting caught out here by Carl, by Miji, drawing everybody on the side of Boom Esports into Xiang, but he cannot find the wall. He can't find the Truth Mantra, but Yulong has found access onto Tatsuri. They're looking for a little bit more. They are dealing the damage. Xishan gets a kill onto Carl. They haven't dropped it. They are dropping the ball a little bit here onto the side of APG.
All right, Danny, he needs to go on. He needs to get the kill. Miggy's not going to be alive.
Yes,
Yulong coming in.
Down. Yes, at the same time, even the Bastard's being drawn out here. Can they get the T2 as a little bit of a Brucey bonus? But Tatsuri looking for the Prince, looking for the fall, looking for the takedown of the JD. He does not get it, but Danny does. Can he keep the hopes of Boom alive? A triple kill for Yulong.
It's the same situation once again. Everything falls under Carl. APG, yes, they have the advantage, but Carl is coming out. He is out. And right now, Draw going to join him as well. Can they defend? They will be able to. But this one, it's not looking good. Boom, they need to take better fights.
They do need to take better fights, but they are actually sort of taking the best fights they can, right? Obviously, with the timers, on the death timers and stuff like that, it's mitigating any kind of push onto these T3s.
Okay, look. 7 minutes more. Maybe if Boom hangs on for 7 minutes more, they can win this game all over again.
7 minutes is like a year in honor of Kings, right? Like, that's a long time. You've got to try and keep check here, but they're going to be able to take the Ray away, the Azure Gold, and give it over to Shishan, which is exactly what I was talking about moments ago.
Okay, now the situation has just gotten so much more difficult for the side of Boom. Carl does not have the Azure buff. He is going to be bleeding. He needs more mana and more CDR.
Yeah, exactly. CDR is going to be the name of the game here, especially the winning key of these team fights, because Draw has just been kind of drawing a short straw within these team fights. Yes, he's taken a lot of the damage, but he's fallen a little bit too early.
But he can't control it, right? Because Yulong is making this absolutely insane dives, and the fact that he's at 11,000, 7-1 and 7, tanky as heck. Nobody can deal with him on the side of Boom Esports.
Nobody yet. Nobody yet on the side of Boom Esports, but maybe, just maybe, as Danny's getting online there, using the force, especially into the back line, he's not going to be able to take that tire, and Carl is pretty much like, hey, let's take the concession here, let's live the fight for another day. The protective wins is keeping JD alive.
Yep, I mean, at this point, they haven't been able to put their hands on JD at all in this entire game, Boom Esports. But if they do, this could be a big turnaround. Shishan, JD, get this 2 out, and you have a winning chance.
Oh, absolutely. If you could take down these 2 titans onto the side of APG right now, they're on the train tracks of the destination of Boom's Crystal, that T3 taken into the mid lane. I'm all good. And now we're looking for another one.
Yulong pushing them away. APG, victory is in sight. This is 2 of the 3 T3s available.
Exactly. That's like, these aren't respawning. Unfortunately, you don't have a high no with the Fate Rewind, so you aren't getting those bad boys back any moment in time, but you are getting a gift onto the side of APG, which is going to be those super minions.
And APG, they feel like this is the last push. This is going to be the final one. We don't even go for the Shadow Overlord. We want the T3 at the top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, using the Sun Chaser here as well could give them an extra bit of range just to take this T3 into the top side left. Yulong here, just putting pressure on, just shoving them away from this team fight, shoving them away from the high ground turret. Carl into the back line. He has to be careful.
Oh, he was thinking about it. He had access to JD, but JD does have access into the protecting winds. So APG now start working on this Shadow Overlord as they look for an opening on the side of Boom.
Yes, looking for any kind of leeway here, any trial of fire by the side of Boom Esports is what they are looking for. But I mean, they're getting closer to around about that Tempest Dragon we were talking about moments ago, right? Like around about another 4 minutes if they can hold on. But with this Overlord being placed down into the mid lane, it's looking very scary for Boom.
Yep, this is 4 minutes that will feel like eternity.
Oh, and speaking of eternity, he has been sent to the grave. JD goes down, but can they get so much more onto the side of APG? The crucial block comes through, saving his friend, but Tatsuri falls, and Saber falls onto the side of APG. Carl is going down. Danny is really going to be the pack in the punch behind these team fights. Can they wipe out the Vanguards is another story.
Yep, the defense is strong though. Boom Esports, they can do it, but they have to be clean.
They have to be very clean here. Again, Yulong not looking too hot, but he has the Blood Rage. Danny is still alive for the Crystal. Tatsuri! What is going on? It's going to be the burst run from Draw, but the Vanguard's coming through. Can they take down Yulong before the Vanguard take down the Crystal? The answer is no. APG are your first knockout team.
They have done it, APG. What a series here, and it was down to the wire. Boom, so close, but almost never counts.
Boy, it almost never comes, especially when you are down your higher ground turrets. It feels like an eternity, and for Boom Esports, it was.
Yep, it definitely was. They were so close. They managed to distract the Vanguards from hitting the Crystal, and it all came down to Yulong pulling the attention, getting close to the Crystal once again with the final hit. And boom, this is not the end of their journey, but this is a big learning lesson.
It's a valiant effort coming in from Boom Esports, as although they lose 0-3 in the series, we've seen the growth coming in with the entire roster of Boom Esports, the PKL second seed in this best of 5. But props has to be given over to the side of Alpha Gaming. What a magnificent showing from start to finish.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Long in this one was, I'm pretty sure Hall is in the talent room getting a little bit long as well. But this game, obviously, like we were saying, the PKL team, the second seed, they are not the same team in spring season compared to the fall. They have grown drastically.
For sure. But then, at the same time, APG, my goodness, this team has definitely grown strong. Yi Long as a jungler, he was shaky at times during the spring season, and you know, coming into fall as well. But this new one after the bootcamp, I don't know what they've been doing, but continue what you're doing, APG, because that was the right formula.
They've been feeding him Weetabix. That's it. You know what I mean? He's having a proper meal.
Correct. They're having proper meals, they're cultivating proper skills, and the growth of Alpha Gaming, the back-to-back third seed from the side of MKL to KWC, which they didn't really have the best of the performances, but coming into KIC, they are the first team in this tournament to make it towards that top 8 spot for the knockout stage.
Absolutely beautiful. Obviously, APG now are going to be looking to be one of the top seed teams, right? We were talking about it whilst in that game. APG do not want to be that second seed where they are getting drawn into the likes of either OG, Nova, Homeboys, BSE.
That's a difficult situation to be in, right? But nonetheless, that is the spirit of competition.
Oh, yes.
And we'll take a look at the breakdown because the itemization definitely made the biggest difference here. Nobody could damage Yi Long.
Nobody could damage, and this is the advantage that you get from drafting so well towards that later stages of the draft, whereby you ban away the Yang Jian, you ban away the other junglers that could pose threat towards you, but you forgot to ban away the Nerza. Nerza is such a good counterpick against a low, consistent DPS draft coming in from the side of Boom Esports.
He had so much difficulty given to the side of Boom. He had the Blazing Cape already. He has a inbuilt anti-heal within his first skill. And he's tanky. He has a Blood Rage. He has the Overlord's Plate Mail as well. I want to see how much damage he took. 127,000. That's a lot.
Look to your left. 128,000 damage dealt as well.
But he's so impressively here by draw, 135,000 here.
Yeah, it's insane, right? The numbers are crazy because this game was crazy. The entire series, not exactly the kind of closeness we expected, you know, but APG, yes, they claw this one out. It's a 3-0, but nonetheless, a valiant effort from Boom.
It was start to finish in favor for the side of Alpha Gaming, but the team fights, the trading, the initiation coming in from the Boom side has been really critical at times to really stall the game into the latest stages of the time, whereby you start to see like, oh, it's probably a 10-minute game, but with the resilience coming in from the side of Boom Esports, it stalled into a 17-minute game that APG really had to fight for.
Yeah, look at the goal differential between the two farm laners here. This is the closest both of them have ever been. Danny was doing well. And JD, that last fight, he was caught, he was out. It was supposed to be Boom winning.
Danny even assassinated the Kong Ming on the side of Shisan. But the problem is, Yi Long is just so darn tanky and dominant on that Nerza here. Definitely MVP performance here. If we do break down the stats here, 10-1-8 KDA, crazy. Damage taken and damage dealt. Blam, look at this.
I'm calling it now. If any jungler gets FMVP, Nertz is going to be the skin.
And it has to be, I mean, Yi Long is definitely one of the contenders for this because he put the alpha in Alpha Gaming today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for this example, right, we talk about APG. The core essence of why this team is so strong from start to finish is really due to the fact that they have a strong jungle player in terms of Yi Long, whereby you see Yi Long, why is he so consistent? He's not those flashy players where he can only play Jing and Luna. He is also a master of everything, whereby you give him anything that is in meta, he will play it to a maximum efficiency, which in this case, the core Nerza pick here.
I know what his middle name is.
What?
Took. You took too long.
Yi Long took too long here. But if we were going down to these objective fights, although we don't get the previous replays, one thing that I really want to point out is that every time Alpha Gaming takes on a fight with Boom, even though they lose, they will always come out on top in terms of objective here. Let's say the mid tower, it was taken down even though Boom got an advantageous teamfight win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was definitely a huge game number 3 here for both of these two teams. They could have either gone either way at any moment's notice, especially when Boom was in the driver's seat, but it just took all of APG getting JD in that safety net. Obviously, he did fall there, but it's also down to Yulong, right? Obviously, Tatsuri always making that initial dive, trying to get out, and then Yulong's like, Skyfall, baby, let's get the takedown.
And this was the final moment, right, that we talk about Yulong here. So Danny goes in for the assassination on towards Shisan. Extremely low here, but this is a Hail Mary play here, forcing out the Safe Sanctuary from Yulong, but getting too close for the fire flips here coming in from the Nutsa here. And in the end, you can see, he's tanking so much, he's tanking the crystal, he can just walk forward, get that final hit, and that is the entirety of this best of 5 coming in from APG and Boom.
Yeah, you saw that there. Draw definitely had whiplash on that one.
Yeah, it was
His neck
difficult.
was like, whoa,
yeah. So
whoa.
they will be the first team to qualify, APG that is. They will make it into the knockouts. What a play. I mean, Yulong actually, the way he held that last moment was super sick. Because you know what the side product of that was the fact that Draw was not in the middle of the two Vanguards, which means he couldn't use his second skill to pull them away and then get the defense, the backdoor defense coming in from the minions.
That's why composure is such an important factor here coming into a BO5 or in a stressful situation, because it really impacts you as a player to make proper decisions going down into a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the mind, right? It's all in the mind. This is a mental game. Yes, it is still a physical game because your fingers need to be on point. But what a performance by both teams. And I think there's a lot more to expect today.
Well, there's still 2 remaining series up for today, especially it's all BO5s, it's all going to knockout stage, it's all going into the elimination stage. So definitely, that's all what we hope for here. But before we go to anywhere, let's pass it towards Mara to get that interview from Alpha Gaming.
Another 3-0 for APG. Congratulations, Saver. Now let's talk about that game number 2. How is the communication like? How did you guys make that comeback?
We make the mistake early game, but after that we play normally and try our best to win.
And you really did try your best because that was such a great sweep. And with that, you are officially the first team to enter the knockouts. How does that feel?
Very happy and excited because we are the first Malaysia team enter the knockout stage.
And everybody over here, they're clapping for you. Now, if you were to pick another team that you want to face in the knockout stage, who would that be?
I think it's OG and Jusamai because we want to revenge in the KWC.
Revenge because of KWC. And you're so close to getting that revenge. Now, there's a lot of people here that were clapping for you and people back in Malaysia. What would you like to say to everybody supporting you?
Terima kasih kerana sokong Malaysia, sokong APG. Malaysia boleh, APG boleh.
Malaysia boleh, boleh, boleh. Terima kasih once again, Saver. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We got 2 more of that coming up. So keep it here. Only an Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. We'll be right back.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and Soulseers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and Soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus! I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something.
The nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead! Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance!
Nucleus control. Privileges. Curse. All plain lies.
They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. The words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this.
Magkakasama palagi, kami ang PKL. Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings. Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Fighting illusion as well.
Congratulations! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente!
Bridal effort's already been used. Even the passes into the back line, but he gets stampeded on. He uses the flash. Can he get it uphill? Oh, the win. Keeps him alive. Can't get with a double kill. With the triple kill. OG Esports back in dominant fashion. They're not ending there. Clean. Looking to make a bit of a Hail Mary play here. Extreme speed is not going to be enough to get the takedown. Wen gets the kill.
But now Mono Fries are looking to go in for this one, and the wind slash will actually connect onto one who has to dodge that one. The Unruly Blade, he chases on forward, does get the connection onto him, but he's gonna just get the tip of him, but the Flaming Palm is gonna be on point. Muchi's looking to go for the infinite fastest. He wants to go aggressive. He's gonna sidestep it onto the left. CY though is still up in front, and now they go for the wind slash onto 2, and they get the connection onto Vento, and this is looking to be very bad for Luke. Qeon is still doing some serious work. It looks like they're gonna get the ace, and Nova Esports will take game 2 in a hurry.
Oh, so young and free. We got a good richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. World aside when we're stepping on the scene. World or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Having fun, getting high. Don't look back, ride or die. Don't look down, cross the line. It's gonna be alright. So young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Out of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. World aside when we're stepping on the scene. World or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole.
With Alpha Gaming defeating Boom Esports in a 3-0 fashion, they secured the first ticket into the playoffs here. But it doesn't stop there, because we will be featuring the next qualification matchup here between Vesakha Esports and also Blacklist International. My name is Sagi, your desk host and analyst for today, and alongside of me is Kin Dofu and Gene Holler is back in the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here and joining on this one because, again, we're going to have Vesakha going up against Blacklist International. What I like about this one is that none of these teams is going to go home because every single time you see a team eliminated, everyone is super sad.
Yes, for sure. But this one is going to be a cause of celebration because regardless, they should have a chance of making it into the knockouts. Now, who is going to go into the knockouts, we don't know yet. Some say Blacklist, some say Vesakha. It depends on who you ask.
Well, the title of this series is Code Inherited Fire. So what did they inherit here? Is it Vesakha inheriting the PKL Fire, defeating Nongshim RedForce as a source of revenge? Or is it Vesakha inheriting Nongshim RedForce power as the PKL Guardians?
I kind of want to respond on that one because of the fact that, like, Vesakha, I would say they stole the flame from Nongshim RedForce. They got themselves in. I mean, they snuck in, right, with that Game 5. I mean, it was great, okay? Nothing to take away from Vesakha Esports, who really brought it. It was impressive. But can they continue on going up against Blacklist International?
That's a great question, because you have to compare the players in the jungle, like Nev in the jungle for the side of Vesakha, against Jashi, who is, behind the scenes known as the KPL-esque jungler. He has high standards so far in KIC2025. I want to see if that's going to be true, because Nev did overstep a couple of boundaries, got punished for it recently, yesterday that is. So I want to see.
Well, in the series against Nongshim RedForce, definitely when Vesakha was on that role, everyone was saying like, hey, Vesakha, it's probably going to be an easy series coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce, but it's not the case. Vesakha had such a good storyline whereby they lose game 1, and then they just steamrolled every single game coming into the matchup between Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, for me, it's all about Nev. But let's check out the first team. They're going to be up for this third match of the day. Vesakha Esports, the third place team from the IKL. They're going to be representing, they went all the way from the open qualifiers. They knocked themselves into the slot of the third place IKL to make sure that they were here. And then they also took down Nongshim RedForce.
Yes, so inherited fire for sure. What kind of fire? We don't know, but this one burns for sure. Whoever touches it might be in danger. And the danger is going to be on the side of Blacklist International.
Blacklist International has been the staple organization here coming into the Philippines, and also the PKL team here. But let's check out their teaser video.
Blacklist International, they are the favorites from PKL and potential kings of KIC2025. That is a dream, that is a code that they need to break, but can they do it today?
With Boom Esports just now faltering against the likes of Alpha Gaming here, this is definitely a mission, a task that these agents have to be carrying on the backs as the PKL favorites.
It's got to be a lot of pressure. I mean, you just saw what happened with Boom Esports, and yes, this is not like they lose and they're out, but this is an opportunity for them to be like, hey, we are still the top dogs in PKL, put some respect on our names.
But this is not the top dogs of IKL, right? So Vesakha, they are going to be a very strong team. Let's see who they're representing.
Yeah, they're going to be represented by Ball, Junyoung, Nev, Raven, Genmyth. This is a team that has actually found their footing. There were definitely some questions coming in. How would they survive on the international stage? They haven't had too much experience, but it seems like it's not a problem whatsoever.
Exactly. Too comfortable on the world stage to be called the debut match, right? But again, this is their challenge. This is going to be Blacklist International, represented by Dragon in the mid, Chaz in the roam/support, Chammy 1 in the clash, Jashi in that jungle. And of course, Golden Kite, the golden boy so far for Blacklist International in the farm lane.
Yeah, he's been picking it up. I mean, he's been getting triple kills left and right, so he's done a great job in ensuring that they win. He's picking up a lot of the slack.
Well, to be really honest, if you were to view this as an actual matchup, because going into this, Vesakha has the potential to be the #1 team coming in from IKL to qualify for the knockout stage. And same script applies for the side of PKL. This is Blacklist's chance to really go for that top 8 spot, because at this moment here, neither of their regions have secured themselves a solid footing in the top 8.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Vesakha Esports is that you can't really underestimate what this team can bring. They're definitely one of the top tier guys that really catches people out. There's not a whole lot of tape on them, so at the same time, some of the teams are kind of struggling as of like how we beat them in the draft as well.
Yes, it's great to be underestimated. And that's the hidden strength that Vesakha has at this point of the game, right? But I think that kind of ninja moves will start to fade out, because if they win against Blacklist today, everyone is going to start asking, who exactly is this IKL team?
And all the predictions will be out of the roof as well. Everybody was saying like, oh, Blacklist International, Nongshim, RedForce, you got an easy group, so you can definitely make it out. But if Vesakha wins this, they'll topple every single expectations out there. So definitely for Vesakha, is to prove that they have what it takes to be the best of the best teams in the world.
And of course, this is a puzzle that needs to be solved. But who better to solve this puzzle, break the code, other than Blacklist International?
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Haku even before we started with this one, right? Even before anything, they played their game against Vesakha, and I was like, hey, who is the strongest team in your group? And Haku was just like, it's got to be Blacklist, right? So I respected it, but the thing is that he kind of overlooked the fact that Vesakha Esports were there.
Actually, I also spoke to Raven from Vesakha before this, and they gave the same answer as well. They were saying Blacklist is the top dog in this group. So the expectations on the side of Vesakha is that Blacklist is going to try and win this game as best as they can.
Well, I talked to your mom, and no, I'm just kidding. I have no idea where we're going with this. It just seemed like we were one-upping each other. But this is a series that I do think that Vesakha Esports, honestly, with so much at stake, they seem so calm, cool, and collected. This is a team that's really willing to play on the international stage.
Yeah, but I spoke to your uncle, and then he was saying that, you know what, Vesakha maybe has a good chance here.
Oh my gosh, this is only the beginning, all right? I need to talk to all of your family members, and we will have a discussion continuing on.
But it's okay, talk to me first about this exact matchup here, because if Vesakha is the underdog and Blacklist is the expected kings in this group, how would you expect Game 1 to be unfolded? Because in Game 1 of the series between Vesakha and Nongshim in the upper brackets, it was looking really dominant coming in for the side of the greatest Red. However, the flip side for Blacklist International, it was very consistent games from them as well.
I think this first game of the series is going to allow us to peek into the future, right? Because that's when the draft is the most open. You get supposedly your best picks in game number 1.
And now, to your point, is there a specific head-to-head matchup that you want to feature in between these two teams?
I think it's between Nev and Jashi for me, right? The jungle is so important for both ends because they really ride off the back of the success of the junglers.
Yeah, and actually that was the biggest thing in that Nongshim RedForce series. I think they really underestimated Nev's play, but the man, the myth, the legend he just became, not Gen Myth, but Nev was able to just like dominate the game. Like he had a great series against Nongshim.
I think that's the perks of having a young player like the side of Nev, right? Whereby he's very mechanically gifted, but he needs to calm himself down, compose himself in these big plays. We've seen how he's able to harness those big leads towards the early game, but just to throw it at the key timers. If Vesakha can fix this issue, definitely coming to this game 1, they have a proper footing in this best of 5.
Alright, so Blacklist, they ban out the Dharma as well as Adolia. And this points me in the direction. The next matchup we need to take a look at is Baal against Chami1, because these two clash laners have been absolutely perfect for both their teams. Now I think this is going to be a big difference maker.
And Chami1 has been the one and only PKL player that has received so much praise coming into all these different regions here, MKL, IKL, or even KME, KMW. Once you talk about Blacklist International, first person popping into your mind is Chami1.
Yeah, and whenever I see a player with a 1 in their name, I mean, it just seems like, is it really the guy? But on this team, Chami1, he is the Neo of this team. He is the one and only.
Actually, Golden Kai has a 1 in his name too, so...
K1.
yeah, but he also is the #1 Golden Kai. Oh, damn it, you found it.
Okay, but putting out our focus back towards the draft here, we see Dolia, Dharma, and also the likes of Maestro and the Payer. So Vesakha, removing the strong early game tempo away from Blacklist, and with Tammy locking in Golden Kite's early here, Vesakha immediately responds with 2 strong counters against early.
Oh, I like this. It's the Byron against Mayin
Sure,
matchup,
it's just me
50-50
only belief.
matchup. We also get the 50-50 with the Ari and the Chano matchup as well. So this is going to be the decider. Do we focus on the mid lane or the roam? It looks like Blacklist, they're going for the Diadea. This is a stock standard combination.
Exactly, the early Diadea here, putting focus on Golden Kite and Chaz to really ramp up those tempo in towards the mid game. Exactly situation that you want to be seeing is Golden Kite on this early, farming to 3 items and dominating that side lane.
Yeah, but very expensive picks at the same time. All of them. I mean, Blacklist International definitely have a deeper hero pool, and but these 3 setting the tone, right? They want game 1.
I think that's a very good point, right? Whereby if you set a good footing towards game 1, it puts you into such a condition whereby you are very motivated and up in the spirits into the entire best of 5 series.
I mean, you have to. I think at this point, you really want to go in. And Vesakha, I mean, even in that Nongshim RedForce game, or that series, they lost game 1, but they were able to bounce back. I think that Vesakha are be like, hey, we'll just continue to play. Yeah, you'll expend some picks, and some of their picks are pretty high as well. But, I mean, I think that they're very comfortable with either outcome in this one.
Okay, so no Shi and no Ogren coming in from both sides here. This leaves a couple of options open, like the Flowborn tank. That's one consideration that I'm looking at. At the same time, I don't think this is the game where you want to use a solo Yangjin.
Yeah, solo Yangjin is quite expensive in towards this draft, unless you're Vesakha. Even if you pick it, you can only default it towards the jungle because the clash has already shown in this case here. So you see all these traditional junglers here on the side of Vesakha. You have the Agudo, Ogren, also pay all lock away from Blacklist Just G's pocket here. That leads to the question here. Is Vesakha trying to go for the Luna? Because banning out the Floorborn tank here, Nev could really just pick up this Luna right now.
Yeah, it's definitely open. The opportunities there. I mean, the Flowborn tank with a lot of the disruption. Blacklist International might be considering that, but it looks like they're going to go a different way.
Yeah, Xiao, just to make sure that the life of Golden Kite on this RD is not going to be an easy one. I don't know, Vesakha. I feel like they are cooking something. We might see something weird here in the jungle.
Blacklist, however, if they do cook something in the jungle, at the very least for Vesakha, it better be something that is strong in terms of tempo, because so far, if you observe the draft, you have Arl, you have Diadea here, 2 of the big counters for Luna here, so it really stops Vesakha from locking in that agile assassin towards the jungle, which gives Blacklist International this chance right now. Do you lock in the Luna? They hover the land link here on the side of Just G.
Okay, the prince. Royalty that is deserving to be used by Blacklist. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. Maybe we get our debut pick on the Prince of Lanling.
Yeah, Jushi's not as scared of playing this hero, right? He's done it in the past, but it looks like it's just more of a bit of a fake up, a pump fake, if you will. They're going to go with the Mankey, a little bit more stock standard to kind of solidify just the front line.
I like the Monkey, whereby you have the Diadea pumping in the heals for the Monkey, and then it allows you to put priority over to the Heart Runners here. Dragon and Golden Kite, yes, they are twins, and their middleman is Heart, and exactly, you want to be putting focus on them and play towards that advantageous mid to late game.
Yeah, I love the fact that you brought up the fact that they're twins, and Blacklist International, even when you meet these guys and they're always hanging out, the biggest sense that I get from them is that they're family.
Family, Ohana means family, and family means Blacklist International here. But Vesakha, they have the IKL hopes on towards their shoulder here. They're here to make a mission, that is, to break the code of Blacklist International.
Wow, okay, I was thinking maybe a Musashi would make a lot of sense here, but the Fade also a big answer because the rest of the backline is really squishy. Dragon on this Kongming might not have the best time.
I think if you draft something like the Fade here, you need to make sure that he has a smooth jungle tempo in towards that early game. If he falters in that early game, this pick is super duper hard to play from behind.
Yeah, very hard, and not to mention the fact that he's a bit on the squishier side. Kongmin's winning strategy, he's going to be aiming for that guy from the first, right when he hits level 4. So this is something that he needs to be careful on. But again, if we want to see a high-flying, assassin-style jungler to start things off, Nev is the guy to pilot.
Definitely, and I think Gen Myth is also the secondary win condition. His boards are going to be so important. If he misses a board, Vesakha loses the fight.
Lock in the board, force them to brawl in the 5v5 setup here. You have multitudes of CC coming in from the Mayin, coming in from the Mozi here. Definitely something you want to be seeing off the Vesakha drop here. However, take your control over to the side of Blacklist International. Put your focus on towards them, whereby this exact draft is very good if Golden Kite and also Chammy gets to play towards their laning phase.
Yeah, they got to really set them up. I mean, everybody needs to step up. I think that, like, if you're looking at some of the teams and you're like, we have that one single jungler that just carries, I think that that meta is dead. It's not going to survive the KIC.
Oh, definitely not. So we'll see this game number 1 as both teams look to set the pace here.
Well, if we were to think about the draft itself just now, for the side of PKL's Blacklist International, it's quite a pretty, how would I say, expensive draft. You have so many of the priority picks here, like the Arlie, Diadea, and Byron already expended in game 1. But this just shows you one thing. Both these teams, they are looking headstrong and confident in getting this game of victory.
Yeah, it's all about tempo, and you want to expend some of your expensive heroes, so to speak, to get into this one, because it really will set the tone if you pull out that game 1
and
victory.
to set that tone into this game 1 is to show who is the king of the Gorge here. Both of these teams enter the Gorge. One comes out on top. Let's go, Qeon and Holler.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into the third match, game number 1, Blacklist International up against Vesakha Esports. They're still in the upper brackets, so none of these teams are going to be going home.
Yep, they will not be, but they want to be ahead and go into the knockouts, be the first team of their respective regions as well. Dragon one-on-one against Genmith. This matchup is going to be really important because the next one that I'm going to be talking about is Joshi as well as Nev.
Yeah, Genmith on the other hand is going to be more like utility style mage. Doesn't really need to get as much farm. Dragon on the other hand probably wants it, but Junyoung flashing away. Raven is getting a little bit low as well. And this is great by Blacklist International. You want to be aggressive.
Yep. Anytime before 2 minutes, I think it's okay to use the flash, but here comes a potential
the
kill.
Cannon Blast. Golden Kite is in a bad spot. He's only level 2. Chaz is going to be there. He gets that secondary level, but Golden Kite, with that light step for the Cannon Blast under the tower, he will survive, gets the healing due.
You have to push it to the limits, absolute limits from both sides here. Vesakha as well as Blacklist. Here comes Dragon though.
Yeah, Dragon not level 4 though. That's something to take note of, but they want to go for the Spike Tail. There's going to be a little bit of a skirmish. Vesakha might have gotten that one. That was very close.
Yeah, very nice movement by Raven here. One of the best players on the side of Vesakha as well. Now, Nev has hit that level 4. There is a potential for a nice first blood. But both teams playing their cards well, neck and neck in terms of gold.
Yeah, and actually the fighting is actually a little bit more, most teams kind of, when in game 1, when you're really not too familiar, they kind of, will poke and prod a little bit, play a little bit safer. But I was talking to PG even before this game, and he was saying that actually we skirmish quite often. We're skirmish partners, so we're very familiar with this team.
We've heard that story so many times, right? Now, being familiar, it can be a boon, can be a bane, because you might know the patterns, and you might have your patterns recognized instead.
Yo, I said that they were, just skirmish partners. They weren't dating. They don't need to be that level of familiarity.
Well, maybe you have not paid enough attention with your scrimming partners.
Those are his words, not mine. But still, it looks like, Blacklist International doing a great job. I mean, they know that this Golden Kite versus Raven matchup is the one to watch, and Golden Kite needs to get going. He could literally carry this team.
I think, at this point, it's so scary to consider where the winning option will come from both sides, because Blacklist and Vesakha, both of them, they're bubbling under.
Yeah, and it's all about that moment, right? And Joshi, on the other hand, he's about 1.8, keeping on pace with Nev, who could potentially be at a little bit of a risk, because, Nev on the fade is definitely squishier. If Joshi were to find that dream roam to really set it up, they would have a great time, so they need to really worry about that positioning.
That's true, and Nev actually doubled down. He went for the Rapacious Bite build, right? So he's not going to have a little bit of tankiness. They want to go all in. So Vesakha needs to be clean.
Oh, nice two-man stun, and that's going to be first blood. Dragon is down, and Chammy 1 looking to fight this. He's continuing on. Val is there, but now Nev looking to go, and they get the double with Val.
Yeah, IKL strike first in this one. KIC2025, Vesakha, 2 kills for the price of none. Maybe there's more to come as well.
Yeah, that was a great little ambush there, and they had Nev on cleanup duty just in case they weren't going to get it. But now Blacklist International on the back foot starting it off. They're down 2 kills.
Okay, so they need to make the... Whoa, hang on. Joshi, he wants to find something here. Not going to be able to find anything because Vesakha, I think they understand the risk that they're taking. Now, Nev does not have a huge EXP lead. In fact, it's Joshi that's ahead in EXP.
I mean, he's doing a great job of farming. And Blacklist also at the same time, it looks like they're funneling all the farm to it. Let the man go. Because once he's tanky, I mean, Nev, even if it were to go on, Genmith, you lock him in a board, all these different, options, but it really don't have enough if he's going to be that tanky minky.
Exactly. So right now, 4 minutes. This is going to be the first challenge between the two.
The Dream Realm onto 2. Jungyoung getting a little bit low. The board is not going to actually
Raven.
go. But now Raven is in a bad spot. He's going to go down. Dragon gets the pick off. Blacklist International with a nice assault.
He misses the flash, and Blacklist oblige. So this one's going to be a big one. Can they find more kills? Jushy, they are going to reposition themselves. Hang on.
Yeah, and this is going to be in the mid lane. Gen Myth is in a bad spot. That bitter farewell, that flash away, but Gen Myth survives to see another day.
They paid a lot of resources for this on the side of Vesakha. Now, Blacklist, this should be a free and guaranteed Tyrant for them.
Yeah, very free for them. I mean, just you push them away, they have to go back all the way to their fountain to even heal up. Vesakha now, things have turned, right? It's not about the kills, it's about the objectives. And you're seeing the net worth lead grow in favor of Blacklist.
Okay, so this is to be expected, right? Because they funneled everything into Jushy. He got the kill, he's now level 9. He does have the EXP advantage. Now, Vesakha, they want to balance this out. Maybe with the life of Chammy1 here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go with 4 members in the top. This is a huge commitment because they want this tower more than anything else. But Chammy1, force field suppression, Wolves on top of him. He says, bring it.
Yeah, he puts his life on the line, and that manages to save the T1. In the meantime, nobody defends that bottom T1 for the side of Vesakha, which means Blacklist have the structural advantage.
Yeah, and that was the whole counter movement, right, to that commitment. When you have 4 members in the top, nobody's in the bottom, Golden Kite says, all right, I'll take this tower for free.
I mean, that's why HOK is not a game just about kills. You have to play the map.
Yeah, well then why do my farm lane or my support guys tend to get execute?
Yeah, because we want to make the map presence for you with the lack of numbers.
Yo, but Ball getting a bad spot. Chaz is getting a little bit low himself. But now it looks like Blacklist International pushed them away. They're going to take the Azure Golem. And now Nev is just going to have to leap from ledge to ledge. He does get to safety, but he loses out on that buff.
It's a lot more than that. Dragon gets it.
Now they find him. Jungyoung, he actually dashes back. He's going to be fine. Nice little board. They've got him in, but Blacklist International with 5 members, this is going to be a tough nut to crack.
They don't even have to engage. And now Dragon has the Azure buff. This is not good news for the side of Vesakha, right? So Dragon with the CDR, with the mana regeneration, they can take these fights. Now Nev, can they find the value of his ultimate?
Nice cannon blast onto 2, but there's no follow-up. Nev is still waiting in the wings. He's on the prowl. He's gonna just dash back in, and it's more about farming at this point, but they are down 1.3.
Yep, it's not the healthiest number, right? Vesakha, there is a potential to turn this around, but they need to get the stuns in, they need to get the CCs in. So far, Gen Myth, he's hit some nice balls, but they haven't found the full value of it.
Yeah, it hasn't been the value because Vesakha doesn't really have the items to really do that damage. The bottom T1 gonna be saved by Chammy1 with a sliver of life. He's not able to catch Valve.
How many times has he done it? Twice already, right? Saving the T1 with his life, with the shield as well from his ultimate force field suppression. Vesakha, they need to do a little bit better now.
Yeah, I mean, but they're committing for this. It just seems to be that Chammy1 is just too tanky. And this is the problem playing against a Byron. Sometimes you're in a bad spot. Now Chammy1 gets pulled. He's going to continue to fight. He's being bounced around. Chammy1 somehow surviving, getting the healing too. And now here comes the revenge tour. They find Val. They're going to get the pick off, and Blacklist come in storming.
Yep, you have been marked, and they have broken the code at least in the first 7.5 minutes. Once again, Azure buff for the taking. Jushy will give this to Dragon, I believe.
Yeah, and look at how they timed it. They knew that the cannon blast was going to be there. Blacklist International picking up another one, but the nice little true man, Dream Roam, and there you go. Jungyoung is down. Gen Myth is running for the hills, and now Blacklist International taking the mid T1.
How clean is this? They hacked into the system. Vesakha have no answers. Nev is going to try for the split push, but that's the only thing he can do. The T2 now is taken for free.
Yeah, you got a split push. You cannot fight into this lineup. Blacklist International, they have a death ball. Very scary. Chammy1 is making his way back. He might be able to catch, but now it looks like they got Dragon, who stuck around. He was a little too far in, and now Jushy there. They get the revenge on the ball, and now Gen Myth on the run. The passive keeping him alive.
Look, Blacklist, they don't care. They can give the life of Dragon. Look how tanky Jushy is. We talked about this. Once you can't melt him down, they win every single team fight on the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, but Jushy, he's just so tanky at this stage. He has the level advantage, he has the items, he has almost everything that you want, especially when Nev is not in that fight.
Yep, and Nev, the pick of this Fade is meant to counter the Mankey, right? So once it's low enough, you will get the instant execute. But for now, Nev has not been able to find the damage output yet.
Yeah, it looks like pressure is experienced here. Nev, on his esports career journey, going into IKL for the first time, the pressure was so intense, but now it helped me give a lot of experience. Can they bring the pressure to the Codebreakers this time?
Well, they need to do more, because right now Nev is going to have to give away that Tyrant at the 9-minute mark. They do make a trade, so that is good news for the side of Vesakha. But Blacklist, this is definitely, the ball is in their court.
Oh, ball is in the court. The Jade Seal is going to secure that one. Nev ensuring that he gets whatever he can out of his own jungle.
Okay, but Joshi on the lookout for the other members on the side of Vesakha. Now, there is Bao. He's going to try and make a difference. It has to be a split push attempt, but he has to be careful about the time. Once he shows, you know Blacklist will go in.
Yeah, he's already shown at this point. So it looks like Blacklist International all in the top lane, and especially with these Vanguards, it's going to be tough, but they use the teleport. Bao will spot this one out, but Nev is there, and they might actually just go on to Chami1, who has been the guardian of the towers, but now with Joshi showing up, Nev is on the run. Nice dream roam, nice catch. He gets onto the ledge. He's looking to run away. Ball is looking to cartwheel back to safety, but they get Golden Kite in the top lane, and somehow Raven's still alive.
Oh, Raven is just so sneaky, right? He has so far been the saving grace of Vesakha, but right now, the 10-minute mark is the most important timer in HOK. Blacklist, they have their eyes on towards the Tyrant, but they make a beeline. They need to steal this away.
Yeah, but with a man advantage, I mean, it's 5 versus 4. You have it, and you have the board locking him in. Joshi is so far away. What a great board by Genmith.
Yep, we talked about it. This Yixing pick needs to make the difference. The Boardmaster, once he locked them in, Blacklist are taking a huge risk of being taken down by the Vesakha members.
Yeah, but the Tyrant, is available. Blacklist International, they're going to take their Crimson Golem. They're going to take whatever they can in the jungle. But this lead has dwindled. Now it's about 1.6.
All right, that's a great recovery, right? And if you take a look at the growth of the jungler so far, right now, Nev is trading by 1,000 gold. Bao found it out.
Oh, the flash away. He does get to safety, though. He should be fine. He has a lot of mobility. Chami1 using the force field suppression as well. And Vesakha doing a great job of retreating, but ensuring that they do it slowly so nobody really gets caught out.
Blacklist, they know about the difficulty here. They can't get caught out by the board. It is available for Jimmy. He does have the Azure buff as well. Nev, if he makes the correct play here, he could execute the members of Blacklist.
Yeah, but Chami1, that is the hardest target to kind of go on. But now you have Raven with that damage. They take the bottom team too. I think they'll be happy. The Cannon Blast onto Joshi, who's still a very tanky boy. They find Nev, the Dream Roam. Raven actually flashing back, but the box is going to be used. They find Chaz on the backside, but now with 3 members in this an awkward spot, Genmith flashing away. Jun Young dashes over the wall as well. He's got his Cannon Blast, but Joshi wants that revenge tour. They're taking liberties, and here comes Ball looking for the play, but he went in for a suicide mission. He's going to be killed.
But it's all a ploy. Vesakha out there just buying time, because take a look at the T3 falling towards the Shadow Overlord. Dragon's gonna make it in time, but does he have enough damage? Winning strategy to push it away. Defense is here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta just save it, whatever you can do, and it was looking like Winions were gonna happen, but now with this Tyrant opening it up, Nev getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Board is gonna be locked in, and they found him with that box, and the shields is not gonna be enough. But Chami1, but the Jade Seal, but they find Nev, so they do get the kill, but Nev on his way to the afterlife. He does get the Tyrants.
Yep, so that's going to be a power spike for the side of Vesakha. So Blacklist, they need to find an answer, and the answer is the Crimson Golem, put into the hands of Golden Kite probably. And right now, Genmith unable to make that save for the team. So it is tied now, 1-1 in terms of the T3s. No T3s have been taken.
Yeah, but Raven also taking the Crimson Golem. So buff for buff on that one. Joshi was going the top side. Vesakha, on the other hand, largely quiet in the sense of Raven, who has only died a single time, but his farm, 9.5 versus 8.5 of Golden Kite.
There's 1,000 gold difference going into the side of Vesakha's Raven, and he is the win condition looking for that finishing blow, right? Nev is just a cleanup crew. He needs the damage coming in from Raven.
Yeah, for sure. Those two are the guys. If one guy falls, you're going to have a much harder team fight. You might not even be able to go. And how do you pierce the armor of Chami1, who's just been this frontline bruiser that's been so annoying to deal with, as well as Joshi?
Yeah, but if you notice, look, Blacklist, they have been taking quite a lot of early game damage before the actual fight itself. Now, maybe if they can catch up Bao, who has been on the tiptoeing on the backlines of Blacklist, maybe that could be the winning formula for them.
Yeah, but Ball sometimes, I mean, especially when he died in that last team fight, it was really questionable at that stage because they were kind of like a little bit low. It seemed like Vesakha were looking to retreat, but then he's like, let's go, let's just try to go for this one and make that heroic Mayan play. But they find him, Genmith, the board, they have Joshi locked in, and then topside, they find Nev, so Blacklist International are looking to trade jungle for jungle, but now here comes Chami1 with those shields, and it looks like Ball is going to be picked off. Dragon with that winning strategy, getting the pick. pick. They have the Taking Liberty, slowing it down with that Cannon Blast. It looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Black.
Yep, Dragon breathes fire for that one, and the prize is big. It's going to be the Shadow Overlord. This is going to assist Blacklist in the attempt to take another T2 across the map from Vesakha. But at the same time, look at Raven, sneaky this boy.
I mean, you're going to take whatever you can. They know that without that numbers advantage, they really cannot contest the Overlord, so they'll take what they can, and it's a small buff. I mean, it's the smallest of things, but you'll take it.
Yep. And right now, Blacklist, they have secured a significant advantage. They take the T2 at the top, only a T2 at the bottom remains for the side of Vesakha. But more importantly, Blacklist have taken the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, Shadow Overlord, it's going to be great for them. That push will help them out. The bottom lane is going to be here now. So they're taking some structural damage, essentially for free, but Golden Kite with that Vanguard will make short work of that, and now they need to turn things around.
Okay, so look, the game is so close. 14.5 minutes in. It's just a 2,000 goal difference between the two teams here. Blacklist, of course, in advantage.
Yeah, definitely has that advantage, but they've been finding Nev. He's been using that ledge walk to his advantage, but he's been getting caught out. He needs to be a little bit more careful. Tough to do, especially with the CC on the Blacklist side.
Yep, now it's about whether Joshi or Nev survives, right? Whoever survives gives the team a huge advantage because they buy space for both their farm laners, Golden Kite and Raven, respectively.
Yeah, and now the bottom T3 essentially is going to have to defend against this push here. They have 4 members of Vesakha. Top lane Nev is going to be there. They're looking to go for the minions. They find Joshi, who's a little bit tanky, and with those sprites, they're continuing on. That's got to be a little frustrating, but it's just a little bit of chip damage.
Plus, Genmith has not used the board just yet. This next board will determine the fate of Vesakha.
Yeah, it will definitely help them out. But if they're able to lock, they've locked them in, but they haven't done too much. But here comes the board. They find Chaz. That's a great target. He flashes to the edge, but the board is not going to be enough, with that box. But now Ball is going to be picked off as well. 2 members down. They're trading, and they find Golden Kite. Here's the winning strategy. It's been spread throughout. Vesakha will be happy with that trade.
Yeah, definitely happy. I would be happy as well if I was Vesakha. You not only saved the T3s, you have taken down the important members on the side of Blacklist International as well. Golden Kite and Chami 1, the game changers, they were taken out. And now, Vesakha, this is an opening to take the Shadow Tyrant.
And this is where things get a little precarious for Blacklist International. Once you're going to mid to late game with those Tempest Dragons, you have Nev with that Jade Seal, essentially securing all of the big objectives.
Yeah, and the later this game goes, those objectives matter more and more. The Tempest Dragon definitely needs to go into your hands. Now, Joshi does make sure that he gets that Crimson buff in his hands. But let's take a look at the replay here. This big moment, we talked about the board, right? So catching on, just a singular member that is challenged was valuable. But this multi-man stun for a moment was what changed the whole fight for Vesakha. Even though he gave his life, Jin Yong actually managed to make sure that Bao got his ultimate down onto 3 different members of Blacklist International.
Yeah, it was green light go. Everybody went and they got that, and they made Blacklist pay. But here's the board. They find Joshi all the way up in front, who gets outside of it. Genmith is a little bit low, but he's being bounced around. And now Chami 1 looking to go. They have the box and they have him locked in, but where's the damage? They find Joshi and it's not going to be enough. They have the Heartlink, and now here comes Nev. A little late to the party. He's not going to be able to find any sort of cleanup.
I mean, that's what he needs to do, right? But here is looking for a potential steal onto that T3, not going to be made available. But the way that Vesakha is sharing damage across their lineup, IKL have definitely learned their lesson in KNC. Now Blacklist, they need to put the pressure
Nev,
on!
he finds a solo Golden Kite, but now Nev is going to be hunted. Blacklist International want to prowl on him, but Nev with that superior speed will get to safety.
Oh, that was a double-edged sword, right? If Nev overdived, he would have been taken down instantly.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's why you got to stay alive. I mean, he's 1K behind Joshi at this stage. It's for him, it's about getting to that critical mass. He's not there yet at the 17-minute mark.
Watch Chami. Chami 1, famous for getting into the backlines as well. So far, going to be stopped by the side of Vesakha as they look to reach.
Oh, they find Jun Young, who's in a bad spot. They're bouncing him around. They have the stuns. He flashes. He's going to be fine. But Ball, now with that Cannon Blast onto Chami 1, they're slowing that approach. They've been pushed back. Nev is there if they really want to go. It looks like Vesakha are going to retreat.
Just disengage. Bao here, making sure that it's space for Nev to make sure that he's safe as well from the members of Blacklist International. Now we're at 18 minutes. This is just game number 1.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a Tempest Dragon game, the way things are kind of formulating at this point. But now the Dream Roam onto 2. That's going to be a nice one. And now Ball looks time to go. They find Golden Kite. They catch him out. The winning strategy spread throughout. And now Ball is going to be running. Sage's Sanctuary. Here we go for Raven, who tries to Soaring Signal back to safety. But Chammy1 slams it down, passive or not. Genmith is going to flash. He's going to be chased. He wants to be killed in that sense because Blacklist International will take him down. They got a 4 for 2.
That's a big win for the Southern Blacklist. If they find Nev, it's all over. There is a wave of minions in the mid lane. 14 to 12 kills. One more push should do it. The T3 should be guaranteed. One more for the side as they break the code. T3 taken down in the mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to want to go, but Blacklist International a little bit low. Nev, if anything, needs to deal with the minions. There's only 2 of them, so they have that potential. If he's able to go, he decides to go, but the Storm Strike's on point. Sage's Sanctuary on this one, but it looks like Blacklist International will take game 1.
Down to the wire. This one was big. Blacklist International, not as easy as they wanted for sure, but Vesakha, what a challenge.
What a challenge indeed. What a game, and being able to close that out. That last team fight was just enough, and that's the way Blacklist International likes to play.
This game 1 is the epitome of why Clash laners are so darn clutch in a best-of-5 setting here. You saw how Bao was playing the entire game, finding the squishies, finding the assassinations, but in that final moment, it was Chammy1 on that Byron, securing all the backline coming in from Vesakha.
It's like you hear the song like, oh, I need a hero, and then Chammy1 always coming out at the right time. Cannot unsee.
But anyways, for that game itself, we were talking about it in the talent room. It will not be an easy feat coming in for the side of Blacklist International because Vesakha, they have proven themselves that they are capable of choking out Nongshim RedForce in the 5-game series. And we saw just now on the stage, Vesakha, man, that game was not an easy deal coming in from Blacklist.
It was by the thinnest line that they won those team fights, right?
Yeah.
And this came down to not just the draft, but the execution as well. Like that Chammy1 catch on the backlines versus Bao with that insane multi-man catches as well. It all came down to the synergy and the teamwork. And let's be clear about this. This is probably the thinnest difference between the 2 teams we have seen of any match in KIC2025.
The biggest thing about this is the fact that there were a lot of expensive heroes that were picked by Blacklist International, and Vesakha is like, I mean, yeah, they're good heroes, but they actually took it to them. They actually had a chance in this one.
It was really neck and neck in that sense in this game 1 of the best-of-5 series. But let's break down the stats so far. In the final few moments here, it was really down to Chammy and the consistent DPS coming in from Dragon to secure the game-winning fights here. We saw how Bao was just being this nuisance in towards the backline, going in for Golden Kite, immediately making it a 3v5? But that final moment, Chammy1 flashing in, getting Nev, getting Raven, getting Genmith, forcing all the members of Vesakha to just back off.
It's exactly what they needed to do. Now, if you take a look at the way that Blacklist played that game, it was multiple members looking for the life of Raven, right? But it was not multiple members looking for the life of Golden Kite. They were actually trying to get Dragon down, trying to get Chammy1 down as well. And maybe, most importantly, Joshi, because he was a nuisance to deal with.
Yes, Joshi was a nuisance. That's why you see 166,000 damage tank. But where was it from? Check out Genmith and also Raven. They are boasting in 6-figure numbers here, just tackling Joshi, just manhandling Chammy1.
Yeah, very smart play. I mean, they were kind of focusing out because Justy was always up in front, providing that vision, and when he wanted to dive in whenever, like a dream roam at a moment's notice.
Like, back to Kin's point as well, this is one of those closer games that we haven't yet to see in KIC. From start to finish, I think the feeling coming in for the game was just fight for control, rotations, gotta be fast, 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 and this was the exact story of this game number 1.
It was the most minute of differences, and okay, thank you production, because this is the exact point I want to talk. Wow. Genmith, the board, that really made the difference. If he had called more members of Blacklist, the fights would have turned out way different, right? Yeah. The fact that he only called Chance, or most of the time just Joshi, one member only from the side of Blacklist, you can't maximize the damage from your skill set.
That's true. I mean, you had the rest of the... I mean, they had a lot of tanky guys, even like Joshi, and you had Chammy1 on that Byron. It was tough to kind of crack into, but Dragon was like so far back. He had great positioning. He got 6 kills to his name. So this is a guy that really stepped it up, but of course, it's got to be
Chammy1, the one and only in this game number 1. He sent the last few plays for the side of Blacklist International to get this soothing and relieving win for their home ground favorites.
I'm happy because number one, Blacklist, Chami1, he gets the MVP, but I also get to say Chami the Jammy here because he really jammed it up for the side of Vesakha. There was no blood flow coming in.
I mean, that's exactly how you want to play this one out. And we'll see it in all the highlights. It's going to be a highlight reel for Chami1 because his ability to find those late game multi-man stuns really changes the dynamic, and they're just able to control the game from there.
So the highlights will show you the fights that they were taking on the side of Blacklist, right? So him tanking damage, getting the stuns in, that's great. But the other significant thing that Chami1 does throughout the game is actually save the turrets. The T1s took so long to fall on the side of Blacklist in the International.
And these team fights is why I keep emphasizing that Clash Leaders are so darn important here. About just casually getting 2 kills on towards the board for Blacklist International, giving it a side of Vesakha that lead that you need here. But this is the final fight. Check out Ball's position here. Immediately jumping on towards Golden Kite, assassinating him. At this point, you'll be thinking like, hey, Blacklist, it's so doomed here. But Blacklist International's Clash Leader here immediately jumping towards the back line, along with Just G, utilizing the kit that they have to just buke out all the remaining members.
They didn't really have any answers to Chami1. Now, who's running down the back line? All those guys are like so squishy. They were running and, you know, just yelling in terror because they had no answers to kind of peel Chami1, who was chasing him down. What a great team fight in the end, and a good game by Blacklist International.
We have a series on our hand. This is definitely something you want to be seeing between two teams trying to fight for that top 8 in towards the playoffs here. Although, yes, you lose, you don't immediately drop out of the entire KIC contention, but you gotta feel good if you are the second team in the entire tournament to make it into the playoffs.
It's crazy because this is just game number 1. The fact that we almost reached a Tempest game for game number 1 between these two teams show you that the next few games are going to be super hot. But with that being said, if you're feeling hot, why not give yourself the Media Special? It's a smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management and AI technology features. This is called the AI Eco Master. So control your temperature, make sure that you are on point, and maybe you can take the entire series at home.
And sometimes you don't even need a phone cooler if the AC is blasting so darn hard. You can just cool your phone by sitting in an air-conditioned room here. So definitely check out Media.
Yeah, and I mean, for these games and these players that's coming up, we got a hot series ahead of us, right? So we do need to cool down because, I mean, going into this one, a lot at stake. Vesakha Esports, how are they going to bounce back?
I would say fix the comms. That's it, right? I think it really is the thinnest line of communication about timing, right? When you get the stun, it needs to be followed up immediately, right? The reason why Genmin was not able to get the boards was because the stuns were not there. He was waiting for the team to set him up. It never came.
Like, you need that Cannon Blast to land, and immediately the board has to be landing already. The synchronization needs to be on point. There cannot be any split-second mistakes coming into these high-stake games here. And also, I think we need to pinpoint out of that Fade pick here. That Fade pick hasn't really provided much of a value compared to the other 4 picks here. So maybe in that final few moments, the final pick, especially on the red side, is something we need to look back into.
Yeah, it was kind of underwhelming in the end. Yes, it has that damage, and he was able to find a couple of the pickoffs, but it seemed like the rest of the team were fighting 4 versus 5 for a lot of the game. So he really struggled to kind of have that impact where, again, if they were looking to initiate and took the fight that they wanted as opposed to, you know, reacting to Blacklist's movement, they might have had a better time.
Actually, I disagree. I think the
would.
The Nev pick was great. The Fade is a great option, but the execution just was not synchronized enough. That really was the biggest difference maker. That's all.
Synchronization makes a lot of sense here, especially the execution from the side of Nev could make more works here, but he is one of the key players that we are really putting our focus to if Vesakha wants to be challenging Blacklist, because so far Just G on that monkey has been having a lot of these big moments in that early to mid game of the phase.
I mean, it's a tank, right? Most of the time, whenever we think about like Menki, we're like, okay, he's fluffy, he's cute. Yes, he's able to tank a bit. You know, maybe you don't win that much in your ranked games, but in professional stage, you know this Menki is so hard to take down.
Yeah, it's the farm that's funneled into him, it's the amount of tempo he's generated for his team here, but That's game 1. We're moving into game 2 with Vesakha on towards the blue side, and then Blacklist International defaulting towards the red reactive side here. So after that game 1, if you are Blacklist, you definitely have to remove picks like the Lung, like the Arlie, to really avoid Raven in having a field day here.
Actually, I think both teams will start considering the Yangjin Dolia combination, right? You might see that first few bans are coming in. Vesakha, they go in for the pay ban. They know Jashi's potential. They know this guy can play almost any hero.
That's true. We saw his Jing, we saw his Assassin junglers, his Tanks junglers here. That's why in terms of Blacklist International jungler, he's very well-rounded as a player here. But coming into the bans here, I like the pay ban because it really stalls the tempo coming in for the side of Blacklist. You know when they get their hands on towards the Agudo, Ogren, and Pei, the signatures here coming in from Blacklist, they tend to get the game going into their mood.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out because right now, Vesakha, this next ban, as well as the same for Blacklist, will determine, okay, I was thinking, hey, maybe we get the Luna out. But hey, it is going to be taken out of the hero pool for now. So Blacklist left with that last one. Do they ban out the Dolia or do they ban out the Yangjin?
I think there will be a Yangjin ban. It's probably either Dolia or it will be the Lung, for example, here. So this gives Vesakha the option here. In your pick number 1, is it the Ogren, is it the Lung, or is it the Mai Shunui? All these available picks, right?
Smart, smart. This is very similar to the Nongshim series, right? Where they're deciding to go with the series in game 2. Raven is one of the best Lung players out here. This is a guy that's definitely going to be able to play it. And we've seen time and time again, this Lung has excelled throughout the KIC.
That's correct, whereby Lung and the Channel matchup, or the Direnjie matchup, has been always something to talk about, whereby, yes, Lung does falter in the laning phase against the Channel and the Direnjie, but outside of lane, if he gets it going, is what this Lung pick excels so well on. But Blacklist, amping up the tempo in the team fight here. Dharma, Mai Shunui, locked in.
Yeah, the last time I casted the Blacklist International series, I was like, oh, Chammy 1 gets the Dharma, the game is over. Until that has been proven wrong, I think that he's going to be very fine on this one. Blacklist International might just go up 2-0 because of this pick.
Exactly. I mean, this is one of the signature heroes that has been put out many a times since we have first been introduced to Blacklist International. But Vesakha, they're going to say no towards the burst potential. Here comes a huge tank in the form of the Ogren.
Yep, the Ogren being the frontliners for the side of Raven's Lung makes a lot of sense for Vesakha's lineup here. And then you also have the Diadea on the hands of Junyo to pump in these heals against these big bursty lineups here. But Blacklist International, you know them, they favored Agudo into the Ogren matchup.
Yeah, they do that time and time again.
You like this new Agudo?
That's pretty
good.
good.
He does well against the Ogren?
Well, if you look into his build, he really favors those on-hit attack speed items, and then you will eventually build into the Daybreaker, which can help you shred down the Ogren as a secondary marksman here. So Blacklist International, going into the second stage here, they have picks like the Channel, like the Direnjie, will be targeted by the side of Vesakha.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, which is to protect Raven as much as possible, right? I think that even in the last game where he was kind of focused a bit, it didn't seem like we were able to kind of see Raven of yore. And so this is a moment where when you're going in, I mean, he's on the Lung, he's one of his top tier heroes. You gotta set him up for success.
This is going to be a difficult one because if you take a look at the composition available by Blacklist here, there's a lot of lockdowns. You have the ultimate from the Agudo, you have the knockup from the side of the Mai, you also have the True Mantra from the side of Chammy 1 on this Dharma, which means if you get that stun on the Raven, essentially he's gone.
I think Blacklist International, this pick 5 on towards Chaz, it will just be a Zhang Fei to complement a few things. Zhang Fei gets to protect the double marksman and be the engaged frontliner that you need to follow up on Dragon and Chammy 1's engagement. It makes a lot of sense. Or it could be the Lian Po, for example.
What about a Sun Bin? I always like that against the Lung, because you know where the Dragon's going to... Okay, shut me down, guys. All right.
KME loves the Sun Bin into the Long, but it requires you to have multiple front lines like the Byron, like the tank jungle, for example. So it doesn't really make sense if they lock in a Sunbin here. A Zhang Fei fits much more sense with the engage and with the heal provided to the double marksman.
That's right, Sagi. School him. And with that, Blacklist complete the composition, and Vesakha as well. This is going to be a Nuwa for the side of Gen Myth. Let's see what this difference will be in game number 2, because Blacklist, if they win this, it is series point.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I like both drafts. I think they have a lot of potential on this one. I mean, for me, it's the Raven Lung show. I mean, Nev on his Ogren, his trusty hero as well. But then you look on the other side and you're thinking, ooh, Chammy 1, Chaz on his Zhang Fei. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, like one of the biggest weaknesses is the fact that they have a lot of stuns. If Jammy 1 really once again finds that Jammy with his ultimate for the Truth Mantra, this game is over for Vesakha.
If we were to break down both drafts here, Vesakha has a very strong late game trio here. You have the Long, you have the Nuwan towards the mid lane, you have the Fatih, the Mighty Conqueror towards the Clash lane here. So it's like a triple scaling lineup for the side of Vesakha. And heading over to Blacklist side though, it's a very aggressive lineup. You have the multi-knockup lineup to force these team fights here. So it's a battle between sword and shield. Whoever breaks first will lose the game.
Can you get out of the cage that is the timer, right? And right now, it's all about making sure that you are ahead of the timer for the side of Vesakha. Because if they can't do it, once again, they will have their code broken by the agents.
Yeah, and it looks like Vesakha right now, I mean, this is a late game draft. I think that potentially they're, able to just kind of weather the storm. I mean, they have a good amount of wave clear, so that's not a bit of an issue. So, but Blacklist, if they win a team fight, they just might roll down mid.
Correct. The Blacklist lineup here that you are seeing right now is very potentially strong in those snowball compositions whereby you give them an inch, they will take a mile. But whether or not they can take that mile have to be proven in the Gorge itself with Blacklist International towards the red side and Vesakha trying to equalize the series on towards the blue side. Casters, you're live.
It sounds like you were describing my ex-girlfriend there with the whole taking a mile thing. But here we go. This is going to be match number 3, game number 2. Vesakha Esports, are they able to bounce back against a Blacklist here?
That's going to be a very important question. And right off the bat, you can see the aggression coming in from the side of Vesakha. Now, it's going to be a one-on-one clash lane. Jammy 1 not doing too well against Bao, but he did manage to push the advantage.
Yeah, pushing it. I mean, you want any sort of advantage. I mean, it's not even minute 1 at this point. But Raven, the biggest thing for him is he's by himself. They're trying to give him a level advantage. At the same time, Blacklist International steal the spike tail under Ball's nose.
Okay, so this is going to be very important because this opens up the map for the side of the Space Sprite, which means Blacklist get the faster rotation once again in game number 2.
Yeah, for Vesakha right now, it's all about Nev. How much farm can you go? Raven is going to be the other guy, but I think that Gen Myth, for him, it's about making some rotations. Maybe you get some pickoffs, have that annihilation. But if anything, you're going to funnel that farm into Nev.
I mean, ideally on the side of Vesakha, you want them to be invading. You want them to get the level advantage. But right now, because of the ability of wave clear from the side of Blacklist, they just are doing a little bit better, which is kind of surprising because the Mai is not known for clearing waves.
Yeah, it's not. It's about those ganks. So, like, this first 5-10 minutes, key, right? How much pressure does Dragon do on the side lanes? Is he able to get some sort of a, pick off here and there? If they got first blood, that'd be gravy.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be great. But once again, Raven.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage. The pushback, the Wolves are going to be under attack on the Raven on that one, but he's a little bit low. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, there is heals coming out from Jin Young as well. They are the deadly duo from their side of IKL. But then we have the special and deadly duo of BKL, Golden Kite and Chess. Let's see how this is going to be.
Yeah, Jammy 1, he's in familiar territory. Being outnumbered is like, how many guys can you bring on this one? Trying to go for the gank, and it means there's going to be an opening, but Raven gets picked off. Golden Kite gets the snipe out, finding him, and Raven was not level 4 to get on his dragon.
And he is golden. That's why he has golden in his name. Golden Kite, you have said it before, he has so many kills in KIC2025, and this is one more down the list.
Oh, you talk about the golden in his name. I'm talking about the 1 in his name that I just saw right now.
All right, so it's a golden 1.
Golden Kite getting that one, and now Blacklist International doing a great job. They're going to use that first blood, turn that into a bit of a snowball here, but Joshi doing a great job keeping on pace with Nev.
I mean, at this point, Joshi, I think he actually has the advantage because he does have the release, allowing him to take that jungle buff just so much quicker.
Yeah, it's all about that speed. Look at Blacklist International, the Umbrella Outburst onto Nev. This is going to be very lucky if they go the truth, pushing him back. They've got Nev in a great spot. They're trying to lock him down, but where's the damage? And they finally get him, Chaz. And now here comes the box. They've got trying to knock him around with a creation, and the annihilation is going to hit a couple, but they're not going to get anything more. But they find Golden Kite instead. Raven gets the pick off onto that, and Dragon dashing away. Joshi still hasn't found the target.
It's a 1-for-1. Nev falls in place of Golden Kite. Both are important markers and members on both sides. So Vesakha and Blacklist, they will be able to equalize this difference for now. It's neck and neck. I would consider this to be no difference in gold.
Yeah, no difference in gold, but this series going in, it was going to be the best of PKL, and on the other side, you're looking at IKL. This is the 3rd place team. If you're a fan of IKL, you're like, oh, this is the best you got.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's it's inherited, right? So maybe they haven't realized the full potential yet. But Blacklist, once again, still in dominating fashion. But at the moment, Vesakha, they do have a slight goal lead going up against Blacklist.
Yeah, it's all about that lead, and Vesakha really taking the fight to Blacklist. They've been very reactive in this sense. Very worrying considering the fact that Vesakha Esports have a great late game composition.
Yeah, they need to buy lesser time, or give lesser time to the side of Vesakha. That's the game plan for the side of Blacklist.
Oh, Umbrella outburst, push back. He gets the stampede on it too, setting it up with Dragon, but Genmith over the wall. Dragon is in a bad spot. He's going to be traded away. Nev is very low. It looks like he's going to limp to safety.
But we don't care. On the side of Blacklist, you get the neutral objective. So you can get the Life of Dragon, that's fine. But we have to make a trade, and the Tyrant is the best trade possible.
You know who cares? Dragon, because he died, right? I think that, I mean, he sacrificed himself for that Tyrant, so I think that he will be happy, but those are the kinds of plays you want to be making, and Dragon doing a great job setting it up with Chaz as well.
Yep, and look at the benefit. This now amplifies the jungling speed on the side of Joshi as well. He's level 9, already has half a level of EXP against Nev, and this could be the turning point for them.
Definitely a turning point. Chammy 1 on the other side. He's so happy having Nev there. I mean, you spot it out. It's key, right? It's like, you know you're not really at any sort of danger.
Oh, no!
Oh, the truth. He says nay to Nev. He's like, thanks for coming to the top lane. Walk your way to the enemy jungle.
Which is crazy because the reset is 15 seconds, but that's 15 seconds too long. Now they can't take this.
Nice annihilation. The Crimson is actually going to be picked up by Joshi. He gets the smite.
Yeah, look, this is the value, right? Small things do matter at this point. Champion 1 putting defense against 2 different members of Vesakha. They can't do anything.
Can't do anything. I mean, but now here comes the revenge tour. They find Bao, who flashes, and it looks like they don't really have the catch. They have the Kachuzen on, but it looks like they might have found a better target in Nev. They're going to be focusing on Furball's on there, and Chammy 1 getting the kill.
He had no answers. They did not know that Nev was there. They actually wanted to use a TP and instead found a better target in the form of Nev there.
Yeah, I think at the same time, Ball would have been like, actually, maybe I sacrifice myself to protect Nev, because Nev is the guy. I mean, him and Raven need to stay alive.
Yeah, you can tell, right? This is difficult mode for the side of Vesakha because the T1 on the top is going to start falling as well. Blacklist, they will manage to defend the T1 at the bottom with ease.
Yeah.
Now this is difficult, but the goal is still shrinking between the two teams.
All right, Vesakha right now are like, if we don't move, they can't see us. We're going to wait in the brush, looking to go for the ambush. They tried to go in with a bitter farewell, but they're going to be pushed away. Vesakha, on the other hand, are going to take the Azure Golem.
Yeah, but they were like, hey, Champion 1 does have his ultimate. Let's not stay here.
Yeah, it's a little risky at that point because you don't really know Chaz had his ult, so if you're able to get some sort of pick off, Chaz is really not the guy.
Look, every Zhangfei in the most games across here have found value.
They find Nev, they go in, they got the Ruin Gen, they find Nev, they get the pick off, the Annihilation is there, but it's not enough to get any sort of pick. They find Jun Young as well, and they're continuing on. Chaz has been this ultimate beast up in front, and they get Ball as well. 3 members down, they want to go for Raven, but he has his Dragon if they want to go. Blacklist International, they decide to calm things down. They're going to take the mid T1 instead.
I mean, at this point, Blacklist, they are unstoppable. The P in PH stands for power.
Really? I didn't know that. I didn't get that memo, but it looks like in this case, it's gonna be Blacklist International taking the mid T1 and 2. They're rolling it down.
Yep, and this is gonna be 3,000 ahead for the side of Blacklist International. Look at that setup once again. He had no option. It was stun after stun, and there was no damage from the side of Vesakha.
Oh, look at how Chaz, though, up front, all that disruption, knocking him around for the rest of the team to be doing all that damage. And that's a perfect setup right under the tower, not playing scared, and I love it. And they find Nev yet again. They have a little bit of the wolves coming after him. They're doing a lot of damage to him, but Nev has got to be worried. He's 2 levels behind Joshi.
That's not the only problem. He is the same level as Dragon. He's behind Golden Kite. He's supposed to be on top of the farm laner.
Yeah, there's no space, right, for Vesakha. And now the Umbrella Outburst, they find Nev. He's going to have to use his Blood Rage to keep himself shielded up. But now Vesakha, they're going to look to hold on this one. The T3s are still standing, but you got Vanguard marching down.
I've never been more fearful of the beast in my life. I mean, the amount of Unbridled Outburst that Chaz #1 has found at a perfect angle, but to consistently find Nev every single time, who is By the way, the only tank of Vesakha.
Yeah. Actually, that's the biggest part, right? I mean, if we're talking about this one, for Chammy1, he's the next generation. Did you know Chammy1's parents once competed in community esports tournaments? They introduced him to the scene, and he's chased the pro dream ever since, and he's only 19. He's one of the best Clash lasers in the world.
That's the kind of parents we want, we need, and we will have in the future. And for now, Blacklist International, Chammy1 carrying not just the dreams of PKL and the fans, it is also his family.
Ken, I could be your dad.
You could be, but you wouldn't want to be.
If it's all about esports, but here we go. Blacklist International, again, the pressure. They've got that one Vanguard, the top T3 though. Nev is still there. Yeah, he's the only tank, but he's kind of a squishy guy.
Yep, he is. At this point, I mean, the level differential is hurting them so bad. Yes, he does have the Blood Rage, but what good does that do when you're stunned all the way for about, what, 3 seconds at least? And Bao can't even stand up against the damage.
Yeah, cannot. Against Chammy1, who took literally nothing on that one. And the top T3, so much the Umbrella Uppers. They find Nev, the infinite vastness, and he's going to be on back, but they get the pick up onto Chaz with that tower. Nev with the double kill. They want to get more of a chase, but now they're looking to turn, and Chammy1 is getting bounced around. He gets Sear-stated for his trouble. They got 3 members for 1.
Okay, triple kill for the side of Nev. Great recovery. But does Blacklist really feel the hurt? No, they don't. They've taken a T3 over time. Blacklist still have the advantage.
I mean, they're still gonna feel it. These are still opportunities for Vesakha to get back in the game. Yes, it's a bit of a wash. Yeah, you lost the top T3, but it's not like it's the last one standing. This is still an opening for Vesakha.
True, but take a look at the gold difference, right? Close to 4,000 gold ahead for the side of Blacklist, and once again, Jushy on his own here.
Oh, he might go for the steal. Ball looking to zone him away. He's gonna be found out. Furball is up in front. They've been pushed back with that Annihilation. They're trying to go for this Tyrant, and it's gonna be very close, and Raven gets the steal, and now Nev is in a bad spot. He wasn't able to get over the wall, so he trades his life away for the first Shadow Tyrant of the game.
And now they're out of a tank for the next 30 seconds. Blacklist, they can definitely make this one hurt.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the Overlord. They'll take that one instead, right? Space, give it. Space, take it. We'll take that one.
Yeah, man, right now, it's a look at the damage. This is with the Primal Bond. Yeah, this is with the Primal Bond.
Okay. I mean, they're going to pick this one up. I mean, they're not too scared in that sense, but Vesakha just fixing the lanes. They got to worry about the top one before they go. But now let's talk a little bit about Raven. He's about 700 gold behind Golden Kite. This is a bit of a worry as we only get, 11 minutes in.
It's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue now is that he's behind and farm against Jushy. He's meant to be able to melt down the tanks. And if you can't take down Jushy, you can't take down Chaz. That's a huge problem because then the access is open up for the side of Blacklist International. Anyone can get their hands on Raven. Anyone can force out that infinite fastness. And once you're out of your ultimate, you are on death's door.
Yeah, for sure. And Vesakha Esports, they need to ensure that, hey, they clear these Vanguards as quickly as possible. Keep the T3s alive. You're looking for the late game just to go. But that bottom T3 getting whittled down. Golden Kite with that damage. And now in the mid lane, they have that Furball. Nev is still up in front, but he's only, what, level 13? He's not able to really tank too much. Blacklist International, and here comes Ball. He tried to go for the heroic play, fighting 1 versus 5. Where were you going? And Blacklist International will say thank you so much, Ball, as they take the mid T3, open up this game even more.
The idea was there, but the execution was not. And now Vesakha, this is a completely barren base. Blacklist International on the cusp of a second win in a row here.
Yeah, and with these Vanguards, the Umbrella Outburst, they find him, at least on the Jun Young, who flashes on back. They have the Ruinjin. They push it back. The Infinite Fastness, and Nev is looking to fight. They have to defend, but Raven is in a bad spot. Chaz is just so tanking, and here comes Chammy1 on cleanup duty, taking down Raven. Jun Young is down. Nev is running for the hills, and they're going to take the Crystal and Blacklist International with game 2.
Once again, they break the code, and this one is 1 game away from the series going into the hands of Blacklist International.
Blacklist International looking so clean right now. Vesakha Esports, no answers at the moment.
If I want to be nitpick on those series, the only time that Blacklist International actually made a mistake was that high ground push. That they did get that high ground turret, but they lost multiple members in the result, whereby the Shadow Tyrant had to go over to the hands of Vesakha Esports. But aside from that, it was really darn perfectly executed by the Blacklist International squad.
Very clean. I mean, what else can you say, right? Blacklist International. This is what we've seen from KNC. They've been building it up. The way that they execute with these drafts. I mean, this is another level from Blacklist International.
For sure. And you know, back in the earlier parts of this year, we were questioning, hey, PKL, how fast can they grow? What teams are we looking at? And Blacklist has always been at the forefront of this conversation. But today, they're not only at the forefront of the conversation, they're at the forefront of being the first PKL team to make it into the knockouts.
I mean, that'd be huge for them, right? Because again, you're on the home ground. You want to be there. You were the #1 team from PKL. You're literally representing a nation here. But going into this one, I mean, they have to, take care of business. Vesakha are not out of this yet.
Correct. Even in a 0-2 deficit, you can never count out a team out of the tournament contention, right? Because right now, Vesakha, what do they have to lose? They still can go to the lower bracket here, but if they can bounce back in a reverse sweep fashion, man, imagine the storyline.
It would be a great storyline, right? But I think at the same time, when you saw that Nongshim RedForce had pulled it out over ACT, they're waiting in the wings to see who the loser is. I think at some point, they're kind of like, hey, we want another chance of Vesakha.
Yeah, I think so too, right? They can save that dish that is Blacklist for another time, but they want to take down the guys that put them there in the first place in the form of Vesakha. But take a look at the damage here. I mean, this game, the MVP has to be Chaz, right? Look at the amount of setup he gave to the team.
It could be between Dragon as well, because Dragon did have a lot of active and vocal moments towards the Gorge, but in the end, it's those two players who have had a phenomenal game to result into this smooth curve into the 7,000 goal lead at 12 minutes. That's the thing, whereby Game 1, if that was to test the waters between Vesakha and Blacklist International, Game 2, the exact draft that they whipped out was really all in the favor of Blacklist International. That is their comfort draft.
You know what? Give the MVP the coach TG because he gave them all the right tools. But let's take a look at the comparisons. Nev against Joshi. This was one of the earlier conversations we had. And you can see Nev, he did get 4 kills. Okay, interesting. But it came at a cost of turrets. It came at a cost of the base.
I think like back towards your point as well to the fact that, hey, you have enough damage to take down the Ogrun. Is the Agudo still good against the Ogrun? It's never always the 1v1 matchup, but if you take into consideration the multitude levels of crowd control, later with the Maestro Nui, with the Ogrun, with the Chami 1's Dharma, you really get that few crowd control damage into the one moment itself. Which, talking about crowd control, MVP goes over to Chaz on that Zhangfei.
It has to be. Come on, the Zhangfeis of this tournament have been crazy.
Sick.
Every single Zhangfei Unbridled Outburst is a serving, it's a buffet. Here you go, here's what you ordered.
And the rest of the team were there on cleanup, right? I mean, he had such a great game setting it up, really focusing on Nev, who had a very uncharacteristic bad game because he didn't really get going, he had no space, and Blacklist International doing a great job with his Agudo pick.
Now, Kin, Caller, I need you to revisit the Zhangfei games and the replays and learn it so you can apply it in your ranked games next time.
What do you mean? We do that all the time. Come on, man.
I can't do that. I mean, it seems like easy peasy, right? I mean, just show up, hit a button. How hard can it be? No, it's so hard, especially. I mean, Chaz here doing a lot of the work, had the heavy lifting, the control, and he was always up front, even after the outburst, just stun locking him.
And then one of the biggest values that you see is that Chaz actually gets the heal as his common spell, right? Most of the time it's either a flash or you're going with the smite as well. And the value he gave to the team with the heals was the difference maker.
And all these plays coming in from the highlights, it always started off Chaz with the Unbridled Outburst to set his team up for success. That is one of the balls coming in from Blacklist International towards the top side here, so not the biggest of the worries, but this one, look at Golden Kai's position here. Sandwiched by the Infinite Vassal, sandwiched by the creation blocks, but the fancy feet gets him out towards safety here, putting Raven into an awkward position in towards the mouth of Champion.
Yeah, but it kind of started with ball going down. I mean, you really had to take a fight 4 versus 5. That's a losing composition. It wasn't even near the crystal where that kind of gets involved. Your positioning was very far out. It seemed like you were kind of making things happen. It was a panic mode for Vesakha Esports in the end.
It was not easy. It was not easy, especially if you're in Vesakha's shoes. Everything is going so well for the side of Blacklist International. This thing goes back to the draft that we talk about. If you draft such a greedy late game, trio late game draft for the side of Vesakha Esports, you need to minimize a few things. mistakes towards the side lane, mistakes in the early skirmishes. These things cannot be happening if you want to play towards the 15-16 minute mark.
I fully agree. I mean, it's easy to say, right? It's very hard to do. And I think maybe third time's the charm. I think Blacklist International are in a very, very strong position. Now, let's see what is this final draft that TG is going to bring up for the boys, and, you know, how are they going to smash this game?
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is already there for Blacklist International. Vesakha, if anything, this is a time to really test yourself, right? You're down 0-2. How do you respond to something like this? It's like, you don't want to just kind of be like, oh, I'm just going to lose this game. Things are already over. You want to fight to the bitter end.
Because in this tournament format itself, it's a global ban pick, double elimination of the GSL format here. So even if you lose here, you take the experience you learn from the upper bracket to the lower bracket that you may potentially end up into. But check out the pick and bans here from both sides. I would say that Vesakha didn't really commit a lot of heavy picks thus far. So Game 3's draft is still very open and available for their own taking.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to that draft, I made the joke that whenever Chammy gets his Dharma, they just win the game. But
2 out of 2.
Like 2 out of 2 right now. I mean, like, just mark me the ultra. Like, I see everything at this point, right? Because it's clearly 100%.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at this point, also you saw the fact that there is a high potential for Blacklist in the International to take this entire series, and they feel confident they are going to be on the blue side, which means prio pick. Who do you want to pick as the blue side here on the side of Blacklist?
Blue side Blacklist, you have the likes of the Ogren, the Pei, the Luna, and even the Lung, for example. All these are up and available for grabs. Even the Mayin for champion is the consideration here. But also, the most important one, if you're on red side, you have to take the Dolia man.
Ooh.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I mean, with the Yangjian potentially there. I mean, it comes really back to the bans in terms of how they want to proceed with this. But yeah, it's an option.
We'll see. So Blacklist, they're going to be on the blue side, which means they get the first ban as well. What kind of bans will we go with? Do we get the Pei out of the way? Or do we get to see the Dolia and Yangjian combination get banned out as well? RD, okay, they don't want to give Raven any space.
Yeah, Raven has been consistent, right, throughout the entire tournament with his late game performances. His Lung has been one of the staple picks coming into the Vesakha roster, but removing the channel, the Lung already due to the global ban pick, puts him into a very difficult situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, he still has options. It's not the end of the world, but losing that one, it's gotta hurt. I think that they were kind of looking at, oh, I've got my Lung, I'll be fine, and he's able to high fly on that one. But it's unfortunately not the case. Blacklist International was just too many options at this stage.
I think they need a little bit more protection for the side of Raven, but let's take a look at what's available. Because Gen Myth, he won't be allowed to play the Mai Shiranui here.
Yeah, I also want to talk about the last game, right? I mean, if you're drafting a late game composition, you need some heroes that do well early so that you just don't utterly lose everything. I think that that is the biggest crux of that situation because, I mean, if you're looking at this one, it's like maybe they have a little bit of a better game and then Nev has that space to then be able to farm.
And interesting enough, they don't pick up the Dolia here. They are hovering towards the DRNG, give Golden Kite more priority in that marksman matchup against Raven, which has proven a lot of value for the Blacklist roster here. But this does give up the Dolia-Yangjian combination over to the hands of Vesakha.
I don't think that's a bad thing for the side of Blacklist, right? Because it looks like it's going to be a split push composition here. DRNG, one of the main strengths is the fact that he can actually go and take turrets from afar. But Vesakha, you already said it before, why not just do your best, pick your best heroes and throw it out there? Luna going to be in the hands of Vesakha.
Thing that I'm worried about here, there is still the likes of the Liang available, but with the pick of the Guan Yu, this is a very good free measure here to really counter out that pick.
Super smart. I mean, Liang just gets hard countered by Guan Yu, who just rides over him, stomping and stampeding on top of him. It's just a really great pick.
Now, oh no, Blacklist. We saw this before in KNC.
Yeah.
This is not a tank Ogre, by the way. This is a full damage Ogre coming from Jashi.
Yes, this is a very scary one. Blacklist International, the Jashi special, another one. Ogren coming in. I mean, we talked about the weakness of playing against Luna, but I think this is different.
This is indeed very different here, especially when we talk about Blacklist International. When they hover Ogren into the Luna matchup, this is an interesting one whereby they don't play the traditional tank route, but they still do the early game invasions.
It's smart. It's smart. I mean, you want to change things up. Ogren has a lot of options. He doesn't have to always be the tanky frontliner, but you do need somebody up front to potentially kind of deal with Guan Yu because you need the vision to keep him off. Plus the Luna jumping in, you need some sort of crowd control as well.
The
Alright, this one
Sanctifier
is a bit difficult for me because I think Vesakha, they might have, they're looking at amplifying the growth, right? So they pick up the Ziya here, and maybe on the side of Vesakha, we're looking at a very immobile farm laner.
So this is one where it's got the wave clear with that universal law. It has that, again, the level up advantage that you're going to give onto Nev on that Luna. So it has ideas, but where he falters is that he's very static. He's not mobile whatsoever if they're able to get on top. But if you're looking at the side of Blacklist, all of those guys, not really mobile.
Not really mobile here, aside from Just with the path of passing here, but Blacklist International, they don't need to target out the remaining marksmen because most of the matchup is in favor of the DRNJ already due to the global ban pick and Vesakha. The really good route is to ban out all the potential counters for this Guan Yu in towards the clash lane. Mayin and Charlotte locked away here. Does Chami go for the Fuzi in this case?
Has to be something of that nature, right? Because I was looking for the Mayin as well as the Charlotte because they are great at stopping Guan Yu. But yeah, Vesakha, they know what's going on.
Yeah, they definitely do. But they need to figure out some way to. I mean, if Luna jumps in, like you have your Ocean of Tears, you have the you have other options with that like Imperial Order as well. But you gotta. It's not easy to hit.
Oh, it's definitely not easy, right? Now let's see what tanks are available. Vesakha putting in the Liempo. There is a lot of disruptions. Hopefully buying space for Nev to jump in as the Luna. But Blacklist, they have some answers as well.
But Blacklist, do they go for the Dong Huang?
They really do it?
I feel like the Dong Huang complements the Blacklist drop pretty darn well. They need someone up front. They need someone to man mark both the Guan Yu and also the Luna. So potentially it may be a pickup here, just like the Fuzi we mentioned about.
I like it. I like it. I mean, you have Sage's Might, right? If you're able to get on top of it, and then the Athena scratch. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. I love it.
Now, guys, we talk about locking down the Luna, but we never talk about actually invading the Luna. This is a double jungle invasion here. Justy on the Augur, super strong early, and the Athena to add insult into injury. This Luna is not going to have a good day.
Yep, Chance is just going to follow Nev in the jungle for days at this point. And by days, I mean like 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be hunting his dreams, constantly just always there. Like, he's going to be not safe. He's not going to be comfortable whatsoever. So Vesakha right now, this is not looking great because this draft from TG has been chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed. Every single part of this draft has been successfully tackled on towards Vesakha's side. This is why experience is so important going in as a coaching staff here. But that is just drafts on paper. It's just how we portray these things. But execution is still on the players to really pull things off.
Yes, if you take a look at it, the win condition is pretty clear from the side of Vesakha. It's all about the timer, the clock. If Genmev hits 15 way before intended, he's going to give that sanctification over to the side of Raven, who on the Flowborn marksman will wreak havoc on the side of Blacklist International. But if Blacklist International gets the early game, it is the end of the series.
Yeah, I mean, but this Athena strat, it will just completely put a spanner in the works of the Vesakha lineup. I mean, they were looking to kind of go a little bit more stock standard. You went with your first pick, Luna. That's a huge, like, hey, we're going to go with it. We don't care. You know what I mean? But it looks like Blacklist International will be like, actually, we have the counter.
It doesn't even matter. You could pick any jungle hero and it still suffers because the Athena is just going to be your partner.
And the most important thing is if you lure to look towards the Vesakha draft. Where is your early game? There's no early game here. This jungle will be under fire at the first minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. They do not do well early. So, again, it's about that space. I don't know how they're going to be able to answer. If anything, they need to just, like, group up, let Nev just get all the farm.
For them to answer, this is tournament lifelines on the line. If they don't want to fall to the lower bracket, if they want to be the first IKL team to qualify into that playoff, they better find a solution. This is game 3, 2-0 in the lead for Blacklist International.
All right, as we go into this one, it's, of course, match point for Blacklist International. They win, they move on into the knockouts. The loser will be playing Nongshim RedForce, who are waiting in the wings.
Joshi, he definitely will make that crucial invade coming into the other side of the jungle. Vesakha, I'm curious what the answer is because Dragon is already doing well against Genmev 1v1.
This is where you want to trade. You want to be pushing it out. I mean, again, look at how aggressive Justy is. Vesakha with, again, not a really good early game, being frustrated, and Ball is actually going to go give up first blood. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like if Chaz dies because he's so aggressive in a bad spot, now he can even be even more aggressive.
Yeah, man, right now with that Let's here state they steal away the Crimson buff. Joshi gets everything for free. Nev did manage to get the Ozio Golem, but for now, what good does that do when the rest of your lanes are losing?
Yeah, not looking good for them, and they're going to start the Athena killing murder spree. This is just going to be time and time again, but Chaz doing a great job constantly hounding Nev. That's the target you want, and you just completely just ghost him, shadow him throughout this entire game.
And it gives you information, which is the most difficult thing to do if you're Vesakha. You're down on EXP, you're down on information, and you're down on kills, you're down on gold, you're down on everything. This early game composition is all the works for the side of Blacklist.
It's not looking good, but at the same time, you can't panic, right? You still have Raven. He's still a lifeline in this opportunity. Yes, your jungle might be taken out. Yes, Joshi will be looking to farm and invade. And you have Chaz, who's constantly in your jungle, but still, you got Raven, you got your hopes on him.
Okay, so Chaz makes it a little bit more difficult for the side of Vesakha, but at the same time, it buys space because now Raven is constantly under a 2v1 matchup.
Yeah, if he's able to get some sort of kill on this one with that Universal Law, the flash away by Golden Kite, he will be fine. And now they've got the bounce around onto Joshi, who has to use the Conductor of Souls. That was a good attempt, but Vesakha not able to convert.
Yeah, not able to convert at this point. I mean, Joshi, for now, I think he's good, right? Level 6 against a level 4 Nev. Look, he is just, there's a surveillance camera in the jungle on the side of Vesakha. Sure, you get the kill on the chance, but what good does that do when you're still trailing?
Yeah, Chaz is going to be super annoying this entire game. No smite on that one. I mean, it's on cooldown at this point, but constantly just hounding Nev. You always have eyes on him. Joshi, he's like, ha ha ha, I'm like a level up because of, Chaz's play.
Yep. And Chaz does have the smite, by the way, so he is going to be a problem. Now, Nev, he is going to constantly be accompanied, which means they lower the timing. They lengthen the timing for Gen Mid.
They're going to use the Universal Law, but Chaz now is in a bad spot. They find Bal instead, and Chaz is just be like, okay, take me as well, because it doesn't really matter. We got the target we wanted, and that was Bal.
Yep. This is the most fun thing to see because you have more kills on Vesakha, but it's Blacklist who have absolute domination.
Oh, the Conductor of Souls onto Gen Mid. They get the little pick off, and the old man Jia is not able to run away.
This one is an easy job for Joshi, who's at level 8, by the way. He still maintains that 1 level lead against Nev, and no answers at all because Raven is stuck in lane against the side of Golden Kite.
Yeah, Raven can't do anything. He needs to literally be off the map, just constantly farming. You need to get that funnel, and the rest of the team, I mean, now he's going to look to be showing up just to kind of speed up the killing of Chaz, who dashes away, and it looks like he's just going to attract even more attention here.
Yeah, man, that's 4 members, which means there's an opening for the side of Blacklist International to explore. Now, that is going to be a rotational speed for the jungle. So Blacklist, they want to extend this goal lead.
If Nev is being attacked, it's stolen away right there, right? I mean, they'll constantly do this. And now the Tyrant is going to be started up. The Universal Law a little bit too early. And Blacklist International taking that Tyrant. And now Chaz finding Jun Young, a little dash back onto this one. He constantly goes in. The Tremor Smash used defensively. And Chaz gets the pick off. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is a big moment. Blacklist International, you know they're feeling a bow. He's trying to buy some time, but the knockup from the side of Blacklist International is just a little bit too hard to deal with. T1 in the mid, still safe, but the buff is not.
I mean, Chaz at this point is like, why not? What do I have to lose? Why don't I fight 1 versus 3? I know that Jun Young was low. I'm able to do this. And Chaz has just been this serious nuisance in the backline.
Yeah, look, Blacklist now has double jungle camps. Right? You can get all the camps.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this comes back to the draft. Vesakha, they don't have any answers because their draft is also like mid to late game centric, and it's a tough situation, and everything is being taken away from them.
Yep, Nev once again, the flash.
Tammy 1 gets the pullback, the Corporal Punishment, finding Nev, slowing him down even more, and now Chaz on top of Raven. They're doing some work. The smite is going to be used, but Chaz is going to chase him down to the ends of the earth and takes down Raven.
Yeah, this is a completely different Blacklist International. You expect Chaz to keep dying, but Chaz is getting the kills as well. So Blacklist International, they maintain now a 2,000 goal lead. It's only 5.5 minutes in, and Vesakha are already struggling.
Yeah, already struggling, and it looks like the call for help has been made to Ball. It's like, hey, we need to create space. We need your help to get some sort of control because Chaz has been such a nuisance and is literally running it down on some of our members.
Yep, I mean, this is so smart from the side of Blacklist International, especially TG, because it doesn't matter. This draft, I don't care what hero you pick, you're not going to have the jungle.
Yeah, you don't have anything at this point. I mean, that's a perfect counter to Luna, Jing, anyone, right? To your point, of any sort of jungler. And Blacklist International revealing it at this stage, which has just been great. The Athena last pick has been paying off in spades.
Yep, this one. Maximum value extracted. And once again, look how fast you're taking it. Level 12 for Joshi. He's 3 levels ahead of Nev. And Genmith is level 12 only because of his passive.
Yeah, and Dragon now a little bit low. The Soaring Greek Dragon on top of him. He's got the passive, but Paul has already been killed. And now they're going to bounce around. John Young is going to get chased down. Joshi says, who you going for? I'm going to get the double.
What a beautiful movement here. Golden Kite may be under trouble.
Yeah, but Nev is fighting this one. Chammy1 is getting him, gets him locked down, and Chammy1 is setting it down. Genmith is on the run. Raven is as well, and they do not care. Blacklist International are like, you're on my turf.
Exactly. Welcome to the Philippines. This is our hometown. PKL is leading.
And they're going to happily take this one. Chaz still up in front. The Arrow Storm, yeah, not even enough to kill him. He's got the shields. He's going to reflect. And finally, with Bel's help, they will get that kill.
It took them so long, and Chaz, this is crazy. Blacklist International, look at the lead. It is now 5,000 in advantage to the side of the PKL champions.
And look at this one. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a replay. Bal is still kind of up in front, but going in.
Yep. Look at Dragon, right? The Ocean of Tears in vulnerable frames. So smart. Base them in, and they get a double kill because of that. If Joshi needed a lead, Blacklist was like, okay, we'll give you more. Chammy1, I'm going to get you the Sage's Might. Nev can come in. I don't care who comes in. We're going to clean you up. And this really is the playstyle of Blacklist. They decode you. They understand you. And now you are just a number.
Yeah, just taking them down even yet again. Things looking very good for Blacklist International. But now it looks like Chaz, I mean, he probably is going to go down. Nice little Razor Cavalry. They're going to start things off. And they've gotten Chammy1 as well as Chaz. And they want to go for at least more. That's a good fight for Vesakha.
Okay, consolation prize. Vesakha, the dream is still alive, but Nev?
Oh, they find Joshi, who's going to be over the wall. He's going to be looking to go, but they find Nev. The damage is just too much. They get Genmith, and Joshi has turned into the raid boss, running it down. He doesn't care who's in front of him.
They're too far ahead. It is 4,000. Right now, 5 maybe, as Joshi, another T1 taken.
Oh, going in. They find John Young in a bad spot, and they get it yet another, and it looks like Chaz all the way to the back line. He says, I'm the roamer. No, man, I'm going to take all the kills.
Chaz hands, and it's not a beautiful sight for the side of Vesakha because the T3's open for the taking. Blacklist tear open a big hole in the middle lane.
So smart, disengaging at the right moment, knowing that the kill timer is not long enough at this point, but they've gotten this game completely in control, up about 7K. It is their game to lose.
Yeah, and right now I think it's about what, 7,000. That's a lot of gold advantage, and this is all before 10 minutes. This is not even a shadow variance. I was like, okay, maybe they're getting like the shadow buffs. No, it's not.
No, not at all. Blacklist International, like, hey, we got dinner plans. We got to set this one up and go 3-0 as quickly as possible because this lineup, I mean, Chaz 3-9-7, but he's got 3 kills, man.
Exactly. He's the carry now because if you take a look at the supports, Dragon and Golden Kite are the supports.
Yeah, look at Joshi with like a double net worth lead, but now the Tremor Smash, that's going to be a decent amount, but Joshi chases it down. He says, you want to go for me? I have a 10K net worth lead, and now Chaz is looking to go for this one. He gets a little bit low. They find Raven, and with that Corporal Punishment, the Sages might. They have Nev locked down to a post, but he's going to try to dash and picked off yet again. Chammy1 says, get over here!
Yep, he pulls him to his death, and Vesakha now left with 2 members, Bal and Genmith. They can't defend this for sure.
They cannot. Vesakha, one last hope. Bal looking to go for this. The Universal Law dealing with the minions, but Bal is going to be picked off. Chammy1 still up in front. Barry taking, doesn't really matter. The crystal shot onto Joshi. It's a matter of time before the Vanguards, but here come the reinforcements from Vesakha.
Okay, they turn our words. It is going to be Vesakha successful in the defense here, but look at the goal difference, 9,000 in ahead for the side of Blacklist International with a T2 on the bottom open for the taking as well.
I mean, Joshi 3 levels up at this point, not playing scared whatsoever, even when he gets a little bit low, understanding that, again, he has double the net worth of Nev at this stage. I mean, complete control, all because of the support of Chaz.
Wait, what, double?
Yeah, almost double.
Oh my goodness, it's almost double.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, and I mean, okay, this is, of course, the value that Chaz has brought to the team because no buffs for Nev. I have not seen an Azure buff signal on his face for the longest time.
Yeah, and Nev with sad face, right? I mean, not able to find any sort of play, any sort of buff, just like hounding. I mean, he's just sticking in his base. He really no choice. I mean, he's trying to split, but I mean, what can you do against this onslaught that is Blacklist?
Yep, Chaz once again opening up the defense of Vesakha as the T3 on the top threatened, and it's going to be taken down quickly. And Blacklist, they back off, no punishment. Bao maybe wants to get a catch, but he's being paced off.
Oh, Chammy one looking for it, misses the corporal punishment. He's going to be chasing after him. He's an old man, but he's got some boots on him and he's got some speed. And Joshi now, he will potentially go over the wall, finding Bao. They're like,
no way.
where are you going? You are on the wrong side of town, my friend.
Yep, and Bao, this is the secondary legendary coming in from the side of Joshi, and he is deserving of this award because right now, 19 to 12 kills. They have a 10,000 goal lead at the 12-minute mark.
Absolutely huge at this point. Vesakha, maybe you get some sort of pick off. Universal Law used just to kind of, I mean, potentially go for that steal. They thought they would just kind of shoot your shot kind of thing, but not able to get it. Blacklist International take yet another objective.
Yep. And this one is the most crazy part because people are talking about, hey, you know, PKL, is there a chance they can win this entire thing? And if you take a look at the performance of Blacklist International, yes, maybe Vesakha is not at the strongest stage right yet, but you cannot deny the standards that Blacklist have shown us here today.
Yeah, Blacklist International, though, they've leveled up. I mean, they've gotten so much better. We've seen it from, you know, the PKL going into the KNC. This is a team that is actually finding their footing. They've gotten so much better throughout time.
And right now it is an 11,000 goal lead for the side of Blacklist International, looking for the final chopper on the block, the T3 at the bottom side.
Yeah, looking Golden Kite like a machine gun, taking that down as quickly as possible, and Raven, all he can do is really watch. Chaz is still up in front, just harassing on the back line as much as possible. This is a tough out for Vesakha.
Yeah, Bao is doing his best to try and cut the waves, but it's not really working right now because the Shadow Overlord is here. But Joshi is a bit low, so there is a sigh of relief for the side of Vesakha.
Yeah, Raven though, one thing to take note of, he's level 16 because of Gen Myth, so he's going to do more damage. He has those items where he's got it, but at what cost and at what time? You don't have any T3s. This is an all-in moment.
You need 7 minutes at least, right? It has to be a Tempest game, but they are not going to wait.
That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to start things off. Chaz is going to be there as well. Ball is looking for that back line. He's just going to harass as much as possible, but he's trying to just stay alive. But now here comes Chammy. One gets the pick off. 2 members down, and Raven is going to be the big target on that one. Nev is back in his fountain. Blacklist International looking to end this game while they're going. Jun Young just throwing his body at this one, trying to end it with a crystal at about half-life. The Universal Law, they don't have any minions. They can be a little bit patient, but they find Gen Mid, and they're deciding to go and Blacklist International. It looks like they're going to be moving on off of the pickoff of Nev, and they will go to the knockouts.
It is a third time the charm. Blacklist International, what a way to enter into the knockouts. #1 of PKL, and now we know why.
Yeah, just say their names. Say their names. Blacklist International, let them shine, man, because they are finding their footing. That was full control in a 3-0.
Oh, that was such a strong performance.
PKL fans rejoice as your #1 seed, your champions of the PKL Fall 2025, find their footing into the top 8 of KIC2025.
Finding their footing, finding everything at that moment. The draft was just so good. It really didn't seem like there was too much of an opportunity for Vesakha to come back because Chaz was just so annoying. It started with the draft, it ended with the execution.
It's super crazy because the synergy was out of place for the side of Blacklist International. You thought that, okay, maybe we deal with Chaz, that's the solution. Then you had Chammy 1 just roping people in, and then you had Joshi, who I believe never failed a single time in this game because, okay, Sage's Sanctuary, but that does not count.
That does not count because in the end, this is something that they've practiced for. When they saw the Luna, they already have a game plan in mind. #1, pick up the Ogren. #2, destroy the jungle with the Athena roam here. Even without the Athena roam, I gotta say, judging from the first 4 picks from both sides, Blacklist is already miles ahead in that draft.
Yeah. Miles ahead. I mean, like completely caught out. I mean, but you don't always expect the Athena at times.
Correct.
But it was the perfect last pick.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yeah, especially under last game, one of the potential last games, you whipped out the Athena. And if you're the coaching staff coming in from Vesakha, I'm like, oh no, I forgot about that. I don't have an early game. I can do nothing as a Luna, nor my laners can assist me in really handling the Ogre that's so strong in the early game and the Athena that's such an annoying factor in your jungle.
Exactly, but this is something you don't plan for, right? How many times do you expect that, hey, a team is going to take a risk with an Athena pick? You never know. And that's the strength of this particular draft itself. Because the first half of the draft, it was perfectly normal.
It's perfectly normal, but at the end of the day, what is the norm here is Blacklist International winning this best of 5 in a demanding factor here. Game 1 was close. Game 2, decent, I would say. Game 3, absolute storm coming in from Blacklist International. You can see, just like we talked about during the draft, this Ogren is not a tank Ogren. When he sees a Luna, he goes full damage.
Full damage, 10-0 and 7, just really setting the tone. I mean, they had such an early game start because of Chaz. I mean, the rest of the team, I mean, Chamie1 was making plays, locking people down left and right. That was a perfect game by Blacklist.
I love this because Blacklist International, they have not only caused problems for the side of Vesakha Esports, they have definitely caused a problem for production, because who are you going to choose as your MVP?
I think it's either between Just-G or the side of the Athena on the hands of Chaz here, because those two are the primary two men here that really carry on the game plan to a fruition. But don't count out Chamie1. Solo kill in towards the top side, multiple good Sage Mike towards the entire game. He was always on towards the Gorge as the primary frontman.
Yeah, I'm going to make it easier for production. I'm going to go, you have to go with Just-G, right? The fact that he got 10 kills, he didn't die a single time, the amount of impact he had, it was like slow and steady, typical Ogren style.
Correct.
But that's all you need to kind of end the game. Yes, Chaz doing his thing, but it seemed like, you know, the Ogren Just-G was a little bit more of an impact. You're welcome, production.
Production will probably take your opinion here, but let's check out the head-to-head between the Clash laner here. Ball had a fantastic game 1 on towards the Mayin here, but you can start to see when pressure starts to creep in on towards you in a BO5 setting, composure, consistency plays such a huge factor here, which Chamie1 has shown to be superior in this state.
I like the way that Bao was thinking throughout the entire game, right? They were way behind. He knew that the only option was to try and give his life, get the minions out of the way. But with that being said, I'm curious to see who this MVP is from the side of Blacklist, because look, Chamie1...
Drop roll.
Just-G! It has to be him.
You're welcome, Just-G. I set it up for you. No. But that made it super... I mean, 10-0 and 7, right? The 120,000 damage, the damage that he took as well, his ability to farm. He was like, no, we're closing out the series in Game 3. We're not going to go to Game 4.
Exactly, whereby you see this comfort drafts coming into Game 2 and Game 3. You know for a fact that, hey, this is exactly what made Blacklist International known for their playstyle. Game 2 is the Wombo combo style set up by Chaz and also Dragon. Game 3 is the tempo style. You give them an inch, they will take a mile from you.
I mean, they took everything. I think Vesakha on the other side, this has got to be a little worrying, right? You're like, whoa. We were kind of expecting to fight. I mean, we did well against Nongshim. We beat them 3-2. But was that the end of their journey?
Now, you take a good point on towards this, whereby, yes, Nongshim did lose 2-3 against Vesakha in the upper bracket here, but Nongshim today, though, that's a different Nongshim.
It definitely looked like they've woken up, right, which is going to be great for them. But as we go into the highlights, you're seeing exactly how things set up. Ball would try to go in, try to get some sort of control, but Blacklist International just like circumvents all of the different attacks and just come out on top.
It's so scary, right? They took the kills, they took the camps, they took their clothes. Nope, they did it. But, you know, at this point, this Blacklist gameplay is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I mean, they're just like dancing. They're playing with their food, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, Chaz, like, how many times did he get kills? And you're thinking, what, Chaz on an Athena? Like, what is going on? Why are we scared of this guy? And it's like, oh, actually, he's doing some damage. We're kind of squishy.
Like, the fact that he got kills is already impressive enough. And the fact that, you know, he had to commit so many resources just to get the first life of Just-G, and then it turned out to be a Sage's Sanctuary, that must have been heartbreaking.
And you still have the destiny you have to go through as well in that final few fights there. But Chamie1 already scaling towards fruition here. He's the strong front line here. Can't even take down a Sage Sanctuary in the final few moments here. And the Crystal is up for Blacklist International to take down in this third game of this BO5. And with that, Blacklist International, PKL, welcome to the playoffs.
Welcome to the playoffs. I mean, 3-0 against ACT, 3-0 against Vesakha. They're going to be going into the, they're qualified to the knockouts there. But now Vesakha dropping down to the lower bracket finals. They're going to be going up against Nongshim RedForce, who are going to be the greatest red, and it's probably angry at this point. They want to go for the revenge tour against Vesakha here.
It has to be. It's a perfect storyline, right? Having tried once the flavors of Vesakha, this time both teams come from a defeat. One from a defeat and one from a win. And hopefully their power rankings will match, and we'll see what kind of match this will bring us to.
But hey, that was a exciting series on hand, with Game 1 being so close between Vesakha and also Blacklist International. But in a BO5 setting here, Blacklist International definitely came out on top. But coming out on top means that we need to check out the interview here. Mara, stage is yours.
Here we are with a crowd favorite from Blacklist International. Josh G, congratulations. My goodness. You hear the screams, you hear the cheers, you hear the clap. Now, let's talk about game number 1. So that was a really close fight, and there was a time that you guys were in danger. How was the communication like to make sure that you guys were gonna win that one?
Ayun, madam, nagka-miscoms lang kami noon, time na yun. Pero ayun, nag-remindan din kami sa, kaming lahat na mag-relax muna, ganyan. Tapos magplano ng mas maayos.
They had a little bit of a miscomm, but they just reminded each other to just relax a little bit, and they were able to play the game really well. Now, with this sweep, actually, you and APG both 6-0. 6-0, you've won all the games. So do you think that with this win, it's enough to carry that momentum all throughout?
Ayun, first of all po, syempre, sobrang grabing momentum po yun kasi wala po kaming talo. Pero parang gusto rin po kasi matalo kami kahit isa lang para mas matuto po kami.
Oh, wow.
Mas mag-improve kami.
Well, of course, this win will give them momentum, but they actually kind of want to lose even just once so they could have room to learn. That's very interesting. Now, out of all the teams that you think is going to make it to the knockout stage, who would you like to face the most?
For me, madam, kahit sino eh. Kasi sinabi nila yung Group A daw yung pinaka-easiest na group. Tapos, gusto ko patunayan na kahit madaling yung group namin, kaya namin bigyan ng magandang laban yung mga katapat namin na next.
Well, he says they can fight whoever, because he heard some people saying that Group A is the easiest. So they want to prove that they can go up against anybody and win. Wow. Great confidence, and we love it. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but every time you answer, we have a group here who keeps cheering for you. What would you like to say to the agents and to everybody watching online?
Ayun guys, thank you sa pag-support at sa pagpunta dito. Lalo na yung mga Justers.
Justers!
Ano yun, madam eh? Alam mo ang ibig sabihin nun?
What does it mean?
Just Chi Bashers daw.
Just Chi Bashers. Justers, and you made it into a fan club.
Opo.
Justers, very clever. Go ahead.
Ayun guys, thank you sa pag-support, and I hope na manonood pa din kayo sa mga next na game namin. Kasi kayo din yung nagbibigay ng lakas sa amin.
He thanks everybody, and he hopes that you will keep supporting, because you guys are the reason that they're able to have more strength for the next game. Once again, congratulations, and let's see if this win streak continues. And the game will still continue. We got one more coming up just for you, so don't go anywhere. Keep it here on honor of Kings International Championship 2025. We'll be right back.
final effort's already been used. Even the passes into the back line, but he gets stampeded on. He uses the flash. Can he get enough heal? Oh, the win keeps him alive. KK with a double kill, with the triple kill. OG Esports back in dominant fashion. They're not ending there. Clean looking to make a bit of a Hail Mary play here. Extreme speed is not going to be enough to get the takedown. Wed gets the kill.
But now Mono Fries are looking to go in for this one, and the wind slash will actually connect onto one who has to dodge that one. The unruly blade, he chases on forward, does get the connection onto him, but he's gonna just get the tip of him, but the flaming palm is gonna be on point. Muchi's looking to go for the infinite fastest. He wants to go aggressive. He's gonna sidestep it onto the left. CY though is still up in front, and now they go for the wind slash onto two, and they get the connection onto Vento, and this is looking to be very bad for Luke. Qeon is still doing some serious work. It looks like they're gonna get the ace, and Nova Esports will take game 2 in a hurry.
All the formation anytime soon.
Yeah, Tyrant about half-life now. They're looking to go for this one. Chaz with that on arrival offers. The Trevor smash is on point with 3 members getting knocked around. And now Champion 1 is in a bad spot, but they got Metal Wolf and Flukio. They've got most of the damage. Now Golden Kite looking to turn this around, get yet another pickoff. They've got 4 members of ACT, and now Zeppi running for his life, but Chachi is here with that force field suppression. He's been knocked around, and Blacklist International says, bring it.
Obviously, we saw quite a few times where Shishan may get taken out, so that lifesteal's really going to save it here. But speaking of being saved, may not be fine. He does not have the dream roam. He's stuck in the middle of it. The death precipice gets 1, gets 2. Can they get the Guan Yu? And it's not quite yet. The path of passage is going to drive them out of that high ground territory. They're looking for some more.
T1 still standing, but Chaz now getting gone on, needs to be a bit careful. Looks like Chaz will fall. ACT makes it a pay, but Chammy 1 with the drill. All 3 members down, and it looks like they've got the 4th Astral now on the run. He's going to be chased, and that's going to be an ace, and Blacklist International are going to end this one in style.
The Soul Seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the genius.
The Coven leader stopped, the one destined to end the pact. They said my very birth was a mistake.
Monster, stay away! See, the real scent of flowers is even braver.
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood Soul Seer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soul Seer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. That's not enough! can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell. It's a miracle! Swamp Seer, protect us! We shall follow you forever!
The Swamp Seer must perish. Time to get to work, Byron.
Wow! Look at that!
One token, purchase this.
Only one token and you can get this skin. Really? Just one token? This skin for just one token?
Yes. Purchase for only one token. Buy cheese, Starlight Prince. Only one token.
Breaking news!
Mystery Shop has been updated!
Legend skin.
Epic skin up to 60% off.
Hellfire's Son Wukong. Doomsday Mecha Sun Tzu.
Added to the mystery shop.
Needed for trust, we got the confidence. Let us stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. You're my biggest good than this, you gon' pay the price. Sit the trap, got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, the limit in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we can take again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Out of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Having fun, getting high. Don't look back, ride or die. Don't look down, cross the line. It's gonna be alright. So young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time, running around every night. It's gonna be alright. Out of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word or not, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so.
Back, it is time for game number 4. Series number 4, this one is going to be a painful one for the IKL teams because it's going to be RRQ against KAGENDRA. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today, it's Holla and Blam. What do we think of this game number 4?
I mean, I don't know what I think at the moment. I know it's going to be a travesty for Rookie Cast at home, but at the same time, I feel like I'm getting a flashback from KIC2025 where it's just us three here.
It's good to be back, right? I think that get the trio up on this one. I think it's going to be exciting in that sense. But if we're looking at this one, obviously one of these two teams is going to be going home. KAGENDRA definitely the favorites going in. Yeah. RRQ literally needing everything, like the Phoenix qualifiers, just to get themselves here.
I mean, it's a difficult journey for RRQ, but it's one that has a lot of valuable lessons. Now, the question here is it going to be continuing to be a lesson, or is this the next step into a bigger history? Because RRQ is the king of kings back home.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, RRQ yesterday against APG, that first game showed some promise. So I feel like going against KAGENDRA it could easily go 3-1 in their favor or even 3-1 in KAGENDRA's favor.
I think it really comes back to game one in terms of how they want to proceed on that, because, you know what I mean, if RRQ were to really take it to KAGENDRA, I think it will change the tone of this series.
For sure. I mean, El Manuk, right? And every time I say that name, there is a theme song that jumps in, but I'm not going to sing that song here. Now, with that being said, KAGENDRA, game number one normally shows their true strength, and from there on, if you give them an advantage, they would make a tearaway, and it could be another 3-0 today. What do you guys think?
I mean, the past 2 days, well, yesterday was a full 3-0. Today so far has been a full 3-0. I think if this one ended the day in a 3-0 and one of the IKL representatives leaves the competition, it's quite anticlimactic.
Yeah, it would be. But plot twist, I think RRQ 3-0s, no, probably not on this one. I think that, I mean, seeing exactly how they play, KAGENDRA definitely is that favorite, right? They just tend to have that international experience. They've been playing somewhat all right. I mean, yeah, they've dropped down here, but this is that moment where, like, if KAGENDRA were to lose, that would be a travesty.
It would be an upset for sure. Now, RRQ, I think we have witnessed their growth since their introduction into HOK. It's been great, but KAGENDRA has been growing as well, and this is going to be a big change if RRQ can take this series against KAGENDRA.
That'd be great.
Exactly that, right. KAGENDRA right now definitely looking to be one of the teams on the stage soon, but RRQ, let's have the walk-in, right?
They were second place in group tyrants. There was a lot of expectations. Everybody thought they were going to be great, but then upper bracket quarterfinals, they lose 0-2 to Dominating Esports and were out in the 5th, 6th position. Fortunately for them, they were voted right back into the Phoenix Reborn qualifier on this one. Beat WeTrend to get themselves into this one, and now with their tournament lives at stake, they're going to be going up against the second place team in IKL, KAGENDRA, but they're going to be coming up, and that's going to be the next team up right now.
KAGENDRA, the second team on the stage and the last team to be entering the stage of day number 3. Maybe it's their last time making this walk of shame, but maybe it will climb into a better walk after this one as they walk themselves into just another step in the lower brackets, still with tournament life on the line, but with a new opponent.
Yeah, definitely a new opponent, but something that they're familiar with. They've played RRQ in the past. They've had basically gotten away. I think that most of the times they do come out on top because they're very comfortable with them, but it looks like RRQ, they're going to be made up of 663, Lex, Bai, Harpus, and Xinglin. Of course, that's going to be making up that squad from RRQ.
Yeah, a squad that's kind of had like a bit of time together now, obviously within the IKL. Definitely getting a little bit of an identity compared to where they were in Season 2 Invitational all the way back last year.
Right, this is very important. I think Xingling needs to help carry the team as well, provide some space for a buy. But let's take a look at the lineup for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, KAGENDRA again, some very familiar names. You got iHans into the Clash lane, Lu into support, Senko into that mid lane, Lanfang into the farm lane. I had a bit of a blank there, and then Weeraw into the jungle. And like we always say when Sagi's on the broadcast desk, we're looking at Weeraw, we're looking at Senko here.
Yeah, and also Ihans and Weera. These guys have been playing games together since 2018. They have a lot of history, and they tend to be well synergized with one another. But going into this one, I mean, when you're seeing Lanfeng, a lot of eyes are on him because he has been the guy that has actually propelled KAGENDRA to the next level because you have, again, Weera, Sankulu, and Ihans who have been great, but Lanfeng takes it over the top.
Exactly. He has picked up so many MVPs in all their games won, and this is going to be very important because both teams, reminder once again, this is do or die. Winner will progress, loser goes back home.
The loser does go back home, back to the Indonesia. So back to go training, back to scrim for the next international tournament or even the leagues. But not much longer on the timer when we get these two teams into the BP of game number 1. And it looks like RRQ chose the red side, whereas KAGENDRA are going on the mighty Prio Blue.
Yeah, the draft will start. Again, we talk about familiarity on how they want to counterpick. You kind of saw with, teams of the past where when you have a lot of history with them, you have an idea of the thought process between the drafts and execution, it really makes for an interesting chess game.
I think it really does. And one of the things that I want to point out, the pattern that we all know of KAGENDRA, let's focus on Weeraw for a moment, the tank jungle picks. Is it going to be the difference maker? Because you know them as the big dogs in Indonesia, in IKL. They are the champions.
Well, they were the champions. BTR are now the champions. They were the champions in the spring. BTR came through into the fall and took it away from them in a moment's notice. Because I remember back to KWC, sorry. And when KAGENDRA won the IKL in spring, I was like, there's big things meant for this team in this international tournament. And back then, they didn't quite serve at what they wanted to. And right now, they're finding themselves in that same position, unfortunately.
And KAGENDRA has been almost the top dog in IKL almost this entire time, right? And if there's going to be the #1 team. But with that comes so many expectations. And KAGENDRA has really not done the greatest on the international stage. So maybe now sneaking into the second place, even be behind Bigatron, less of a spotlight. Maybe this team can kind of play better from the shadows, so to speak.
Okay, so here's the winning condition, right? If you're on the side of RRQ, just take away those big picks for Senko. Take away the big picks for Lanfeng. I think that will be the first step in winning that draft phase and maybe putting yourself in a better position.
Do you even think over targeting those players over Weera is the way?
I definitely think so. Weeraw is great in the tank jungle department, but it's also reliant on the carry factor of Lanfeng, right? This guy has been consistent, he has been competent, he has been confident as well, and KAGENDRA have ridden off this consistency to major success.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of obviously winning this BP, right? Obviously, we are seeing the lockdown onto the Orgren on the side of KAGENDRA, and then we get into the Liang band here, so potentially maybe a carry pick here for the side of KAGENDRA into the jungle, maybe, but the Ali onto the side of RRQ, they don't want to let Lanfeng have that one, and then this, again, Dolia, she's been flirted in and out, the prio pick here for Lanfeng comes through.
There we go. That's the Long, the Aoyan coming in. Dragon Boy for the hands of Lanfeng. And you know he's going to perform on this hero. RRQ though, the pay is open. Tigress open for the taking. This is one of Bai's specialties. Does he get his hands on that? Oh, definitely, right?
Yeah, if it's opened up. I kind of thought KAGENDRA were setting themselves up for the pay themselves, but it might be more of like a bit of a bait in that sense. Because you know that KAGENDRA are going to be ready. They know that the pay is available.
The pay is available with the Byron here as well. Obviously, it's that deadly combo, that very great pacing in the early game here for the side of RRQ. Right now, to the side of KAGENDRA, do they look to go and either give Weeraw his pick to try and obviously counter this pay? Do they go for something like the Orgren? And do they look to round out that bot side of the map for Lu?
We have to talk about this, Zhang Fei. Lu Zhangfei, multi-man unbridled outburst. How many times has this guy served opponents on a silver platter for KAGENDRA to wipe out?
I mean, throughout the KIC, the Zhangfei players throughout have been very good. Well, Lu also one of the top tier guys in terms of playing it and setting it up. Because again, once those team fights are happening, you have that control. He just really is just incredibly strong.
Yeah. And with the Maya on as well, this is a team. KAGENDRA might beat RRQ, Black and Blue.
Black and Blue. I mean, we were saying, right, obviously Senko, the core here for them in the mid lane, and then obviously we're looking at Lanfeng being the core onto the Lung. So I think here we are going to be seeing Weeraw going back to basics, obviously going for a tank jungle potentially here, maybe going for the likes of the Dune maybe, obviously just to give themselves a little bit more sustainability. They need a little bit more healing coming through here as well, but it's all reserved here for KAGENDRA in these next few ban picks.
One thing I like about how KAGENDRA are dealing with this is that they see the pay by Ren. Yes, it's a great early start. It's going to be tough to deal with. But most teams are like, hey, okay, we can just go late game. We're going to do all that. And they draft all these late game heroes, but they really don't have enough to fight in the early game. Now with this My Pick, a great early game hero, they're going to be able to fight back and buy yourself some time to get to that late game.
Yeah, the rotations down to the bot side of the map is going to be crucial here for Senko, or maybe even trying to sort of like uneven the matchup of the Byron into the top side of the map as well here, but the Masashi being banned out as well as the Dharma is starting to slowly get rid of that Clash Lane and jungle picks, but the newer being banned out here as well is all at the idea that this Hu1 is going to be down in the support.
I love this. Like, it keeps Lanfeng safe, right? On the side of KAGENDRA, one of the big win conditions. But RRQ, this is a very scary notion as well. Very good team fight prowess. With the board being laid down by Lex in the mid lane, potentially you can get multi-man stuns, not just by the help of 663, but by the side of Shingling on his Byron as well.
But looking at this draft here by RRQ, this isn't a very expensive one. I mean, the other side also kind of expensive too. You have quite a number of heroes that are going to be in the top 15, right, in terms of pick. But this is a moment where you're kind of like, okay, we want this game one to set the tone.
Clearly, right? I mean, they're looking for another expensive pick here onto the side of KAGENDRA. It's going to be that Guan Yu for Ihans here, so a lot of poke and prod and shoving around, maybe potentially going to try and sort of move Lex out of his comfort zone on this Yixing, the board master. And then it was moments ago, talking about the Agudo here for Weeraw to match the pacing of the pay.
Yeah. And the Agudo there to round out that draft, helping with the siege. If they get an early game start, I mean, you have counters, like combination galore, but
nice.
Aaron.
Yeah, this is a debut pick for Aaron, I believe, in KIC2025. Now, why is this such a great pick? Because of the insane chase down potential. Once that Laurel Bloom comes through, and also bear in mind, Harpist can go for a mix of both physical and magical damage as well.
Yeah, just to put a bit of a spanner in the works for Lu, right? Like, obviously, Lu, Weeraw, if we're looking at building this Agudo a tank, it's probably best to have that kind of like hybrid AP damage item towards the latter part of the build here, just to kind of throw a spanner in the works for those tanks on the side of KAGENDRA.
A lot of options of this one, but if we're going into this draft though, Kin, who do you give the edge to?
I actually like the lineup on the side of RQ a little bit better. But with that pick on the Guan Yu, if they miss that catch for the first blood, I think this game is definitely in swing for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah. I mean, especially it gives over to Lanfang as well, right? If you give that extra bit of gold over to the Lung, it just means that there's more of a potential of getting those more expensive items before the 4-minute mark.
All right, going into this one, it's the final match of the day. I'm going to go in a bold prediction here, and I'm going to say one of the IKL teams will move on.
Very bold indeed. And you know what? I think you are right as well. Now, with this composition itself, KAGENDRA looking to balance out that early game aggression from the side of RRQ. But RRQ, they want more than just the early game. They want the entire game.
I thought he was going along the lines there, Hauler, of Bald Eagle or something like that, you know? That's where my mind was going, but you then just took it to a complete standstill, and I was just like, I'll let him have that one.
All right, it looks like the game is underway. We're going to go into one final match of the day. Best of 5 going into this one. Loser goes home today.
Are they going home for some good food, or are they going home for a little bit of a cry in the corner? Only time will tell, but right now, obviously, RRQ and KAGENDRA having a big, massive presence into that mid lane, maybe just trying to suss out where the enemy jungles go in. Obviously, for the likes of Weeraw here, going for the Azure Golem on the release here means that he has that kind of magical damage item, so he also has a hybrid damage.
Yeah, actually, that's the hardest part. I mean, it's just GSL format tough, right? If you're able, like, you lose 2 matches and you're out, and now they're taking liberty, doing some work, and Lou is going to be picked off. RRQ. Great rotation.
I think Kim was wrong and we were right, you know? Well, no, you were wrong and me and Kim were right. Obviously, RRQ here getting the first blood here. Onto Lex as well. If it was going over to like 663, then yeah, I kind of be like, okay, even though it's first blood, overall, global gold is great, but giving it to Lex or Harpist is a good position.
Good position, definitely. And I mean, especially when you have that pay, this is, again, just more of an early game head start. KAGENDRA right now, giving up first blood, not the end of the world, but you gotta be careful now when Vi starts to like look to invade your jungle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Vi is already going to be having a faster jungle right here to the Agudo, but yes.
663, so low, limps away though, he's gonna be fine.
Like I say, he can heal himself. He's got the level 3 as well, so he's got another bow.
Yeah, not too much at that point. But now, look at how KAGENDRA are moving around the map. Lex is going to be there, spotting them out, but they're looking to invade. This is very smart because you want to be the aggressors against the pay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to kind of stunt the growth here, but at the same time, Xingling's like, you're right. Okay, guys, give me a heads up. I will come and help you into your jungle here, and that's exactly what's happening.
Oh, they've got him caught in this bad little alleyway, but nice little two-man stun with that Ru engine, but not enough damage. Vi is going to be fine. He pounces back to safety.
I honestly think that was saved because of the Guardian Spirit, right? Obviously, that damage reduction before 4 minutes into the enemy jungle. I think if that was any other scenario, anywhere else onto the Gorge, Vi would have gone bye-bye.
Yeah, definitely on that one. Just barely enough. It's the small things in this case, but Xinglin with that force field suppression, pushing them away. KAGENDRA, they're actually a little bit behind RRQ at the early stage.
I think it's just because of how much what's at stake here, right? Obviously, tournament life, potential prospect of going home. KAGENDRA don't want to be leaving another international competition at the first hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, losing out, it's unfortunate because one of these two teams is going to be going out without even a single win to their name, right? Yeah. Sad moment. Yes, we have 16 teams, but you know, when a team goes home, it's one of the saddest things ever.
Yeah, someone's got to be a loser, unfortunately. But at the same time, they may have learnt a lot within KIC, and you can only hope so when they play against these other regions. Wildem above being committed there, just to zone out the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, but Vi actually took a lot of damage. He has to recall back to safety, so KAGENDRA, that's a win. You're slowing him down in this way.
That is one way to slow him down, right? Get him to recall, then obviously go in and try and take his boars here, which you can see that Weiro was trying to do, but it actually goes over the last hit onto Lex.
Yeah, and now it looks like Weiro, again, it's all about the farm. He's a level behind Vi, though. So something to take note of. But now with the 4-minute mark about to around the corner, Tyrant is going to be the next big thing.
Yeah, 30 seconds time is where this is all going to start to brew down to. Will KAGENDRA try and go for a steal here using the Gorge mobilization? Or will they give up the Tyrant willy-nilly for another objective? Try and get some kind of presence into one of these side lanes.
Yeah, Ihans here doing a good job of just keeping on pace with Xinglin, right? You don't need to kind of be aggressive, and I mean, you want all the last hits, but you're probably not going to get it, especially because the Byron Xinglin is going to be a problem.
No, very much so. Very much so. Obviously, just getting that kind of pairing up with the Xinling into the backline access here. There it is, going to be the 4-minute mark now. As you can see, all the red team looking to rotate down to the bot side here, but Weiro is just sitting in the brush now.
Oh, Lou, Unbridled Outburst gets the nice little two-man stun with that boar. The Stampede, though, the Tyrant gets taken away by Vi, and now Weiro is going to continue on trying to do the damage, but Senku has already been killed. They've got two members of RRQ. Lex is actually limping away, but it looks like Xinglin is all by himself trying to fight. He gets the pickup onto Weiro, and Xinglin says, come at me, bro.
That was not looking too good for RRQ to begin with, right? Obviously, they got the Tyrant, but then they lost 3 members. But Xinglin on this Byron, making a focal point to the Weiro.
Oh, but they find Lex, and it looks like Lanfang. I mean, Xinglin might have baited him out, thought that we had the numbers, but the life lead was an advantage of KAGENDRA here.
Yeah, even using that passive, right, keeping himself alive with the invincibility just wasn't enough here from the side of RRQ's Lex. And we're going to see that instant replay around the Tyrant here. Obviously, all starting up here. Everyone hiding in the brush. Even Lou with the Unbridled Outburst. And there it was, the heroics charge into the Razor Cavalry. And you can see here, Xinling to the back towards the pit of that Tyrant. And then you see the focus change. He misses the Stampede. He gets the sustain from Byron's kit.
Yeah, Xinglin completely banned. And this is the tough part about the Byron, right? Because he's just so tanky, and then it kind of catches you off guard. It's like a false sense of like security.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, I got him. But then that shield comes up, and it's just pretty much like way too tanky at that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the shield come through, and that's it. You're probably like, I shouldn't have committed here. But at the same time, the Lanfang obviously taking a lot of damage there. I mean, Harpist did have to go away with around about 3/4 of health there. But he's got 663, just kind of giving over some kind of vision intel.
Yeah, and I like it how Senku is playing, right? Not in the mid lane, not just sticking around, but the top tower going down very quickly. Vi's got some serious damage already.
He's packing a punch, right? Like we always talk about the flaming palms, but this Tiger, this kitty can hit.
Yes, very much so. Very strong in that sense. So again, he's going to keep on point. He's at 1.2k over Weiro at the stage.
Wow.
Who hasn't had the greatest of games thus far.
Yeah, very sorry for Weiro here right now, as obviously he's going for more of a tanky build, right? Obviously over the attack speed boots and start off with the Gudo, just to kind of give him a little bit more of a pressure into these team fights. You see the Blood Rage being built here, and then obviously more of an HP gen item come through as well. Potentially looking at that burning, with that blazing cape.
Oh, Xinglin looking, hunting for his prey. Finds Lu though, and doesn't really know that the reinforcements are right there if he were to potentially jump in. He's going to deal with the River Sprites and just kind of move his way to the top lane, and the rest of RRQ in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the kind of brush you don't want to be checking, right? If you're Xinglin, you don't want to be like, yeah, I'm just going to wander into this brush and hope I come out alive. Considering he doesn't have the force field suppression as well, but this is going to be a 3v1 gank into the top side of the map here, really neutralizing that advantage that RRQ created for themselves moments ago.
Yeah, I think if you're like a true Clash laner, you just have trust issue, right? Any sort of brush, any sort of issue. Harp is very low, but Lanfeng getting on out of this one. But here's the Umbrella Outburst, finding Lex, who actually has to flash. The board is not going to catch anybody, so RRQ not able to make them pay.
Maybe not just yet. Obviously, we can see here Xinglin is really committing onto Ihans there, just driving him away with that T1 into the mid lane, because we're starting to see that both side lanes for both of these teams are starting to look very sort of hairy. Not quite much health onto that bot side of the map.
Yeah, not too much at this point, but like the net worth, the kills, everything that you wanted in terms of these two teams, equal, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be exactly what you wanted, because again, this is an elimination game, everything on the line, so you got to ensure that they go, but they decide to go onto him, and they find Bai in a bad spot. They're going to get the pick off Lanfeng with that damage, and Senku is a little bit low, but 663 tried to go for him, does get that pick, but 663 just got to trade his life away, and it looks like it's 2 members down from RRQ.
Yeah, overall, that's a good trade for KAGENDRA, right?
Oh, they have the board. They're going to go for the Ihans with Xinglin there and that damage, but it looks like Harpus gets picked off. Lanfeng makes him pay, but Xinglin with that force field suppression might have baited out his own teammate.
Like I said, it's a good trade here for KAGENDRA, right? You trade one member for a T1 in the mid, 3 members onto the enemy team. You are laughing as you are now creating a gold lead that's now becoming sizable.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming sizable here. And Bai, this is the problem. I mean, RRQ, he wanted to have gotten going, but he's on the back foot right now. Yeah. KAGENDRA doing a great job of being aggressive.
Very good job here, and a very good job at just kind of like getting array these neutral objectives as well, right? Obviously, they missed the first one. Bai was able to steal that one away, but now they're kind of being able to reformulate with this space that's been given with that 3v1 takedown.
Yeah, look at Lanfeng with a 2k advantage over Harpist at this point. I mean, Harpist hasn't had the greatest of times, died twice already, but now Lu up in front, meeting up with Xinglin yet again.
Yeah, Lanfeng needs to be put in check, right? He needs to be put back in his box, but when he has that infinite vastness, good luck putting him in the box, because he will just take to the sky and also take your T2s.
Yeah, the bottom T2 being taken down. RRQ looking on the defensive again, and KAGENDRA doing a great job. I love the way that they're playing this macro game.
They are. I mean, at first it looked a little bit messy, right? Like they were kind of taking little skirmishes that weren't kind of formulating into anything. As you can see that RRQ do have 5 kills onto the board, but right now, RRQ, this is their game to lose.
Oh, Senku waiting in the wings. Finds 663, decides to go for the Ruenja, but the Unending Sorrow, he's going to heal up, he's going to be fine, but again, you're just threatening at this point. It's great as a Mai.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Hue 1 into a Mai is just an easy matchup, right? You've got that long range stun, catches her out, and then even if you do take a lot of damage, it's just kind of like, hey, Unending Sorrow, completely mitigate that.
Yeah, completely mitigating it. But KAGENDRA taking over the enemy jungle at this point, and they're saying they're planting a flag in that one, saying that this is ours. And now Xinglin, still up in front, might decide to go.
Right here, right now. 10-minute mark here onto the Gorge for the first time between RRQ and KAGENDRA. They already got the Tyrant a moment ago here for KAGENDRA. Are they going to go for this Shadow Tyrant now?
Yeah, they're going to go for the Azor and just secure that blue buff before they really decide what they want to do. But the top T2 is taking damage even from the waves, so it's clashing in that one. That's going to be a little unfortunate for RRQ.
Minion waves clashing, objectives clashing, priorities clashing here for the side of RRQ, right? Obviously, as you said, they were taking a lot of damage just from the minions alone, so it's really giving KAGENDRA that time to breathe.
Oh, they heroic charge right on back. Bai trying to pounce. He's under the tower, and the tower is not doing enough and keeping him alive, and Bai's going to be killed on this one. And KAGENDRA making the play, catching a tiger.
That was a turret basically making a statement, right? It was like, hey, you left me to die. Sorry, buddy, you're dying too.
Well, the towers are talking to you, but Harpus is going to be picked off here. Lanfeng with yet another Flaming Palm snipe out.
he's unstoppable at this point. I don't think he's been caught once. I think now he's on like, what, 8-0-1? That's scary for the side of RRQ, right? They've got to really contest it with this carry player.
Yeah, and Lanfeng, this is why he's been such an asset to KAGENDRA here. Always making his name, but the damage and the fact that you're getting these pickoffs, now with this 5-on-4 advantage, you can just like literally just siege these towers.
Yeah, it's just a moment notice, right? That's all they're waiting for is a moment to strike here by the side of KAGENDRA. Just get your minion waves in check, maybe even potentially try and go for the Shadow Overlord, right? Like, you've got RRQ pushed into their territory, into their base, and that's going to be a problem for them because they won't be able to escape or get out of there.
Yeah, and I mean, RRQ right now are literally just watching, right? KAGENDRA just taking things from them, and they really can't do anything. This is a very sad state of affairs for them.
Very sad state of affairs for the side of RRQ as they are down around about 4k gold at this point in the game. 12 minutes onto the board right now. You can start to see that Vi is not having the greatest time on this pay. The only thing I can see as a saving grace here for the side of RRQ is just getting into the late game, getting legs scaled up, getting Jingling a full slotted in that itemization.
I mean, the biggest thing about this pay is that, yes, it has that early game lead. We all constantly talk about it in terms of like draft synergy and all that. But if your pay is never on the other side of the river, in the enemy jungle, taking stuff away, you know you're having a bad game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's kind of just like you forcing yourself into a box there when you are the pay. You meant to be the carry, not kind of like the I'll wait for you guys to go in first, and then I'll follow suit.
Yeah, he can. He needs to be aggressive. Take advantage of it. And now he's just like kind of sticking around. So this is even worse because like you don't really have any farm. You're just kind of waiting around while KAGENDRA are literally just pushing things into your face.
Yeah, exactly. Pushing things to your face, pushing things to your base at this moment in time with that T3 being attacked into the mid lane there. They do have a Canyon minion as well. It's just that solo minion, but to RRQ's detriment, they are able to get that wiped out.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, the board had been used as well, finding Weira, and then Weira's like, okay, not really much you can do. You don't want to siege into me, right?
Exactly, that's it, yeah. It's like, okay, you can zone out for a little while, but you're just going to be delaying the inevitable here.
Yeah, and Jinglin wants to go over the wall. He wants to start this, but the towers, that's the biggest thing. They're waiting for KAGENDRA to make a mistake.
Yeah, one small step out of place here, but the Vanguard taking this T3 into the mid lane here is going to be a problem for the side of RRQ. They're looking for another one here as well.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, taking the bottom T3 just like that. Jinglin has to force with suppression just to stay alive, but now 663 in a bad spot. The Infinite Fastness, Senku is a little bit low. He goes down, and then two members are a little bit low from RRQ, but somehow they're continuing on. Jinglin wants to go. The Infinite Fastness is going to be used to just get himself out of there, but they don't have any sort of catch.
No catch at all because Jinlin's having to kind of play at the base, right? Like if he doesn't play there, the Vanguard tries to go through to the Crystal, does some damage, and then that's where we see KAGENDRA strike again because they've only lost Senko. They still have Weira for the front line, they still have Ihan to try and get some kind of access into the back line, but then more importantly, Lanfeng here just to deal the damage.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant. They got to get something out of this. I mean, the push is going to be in all three lanes as well, so that's going to be rough, and the Tyrant will be picked up by Vi, securing that, but can they do anything else? Because super elite minions, in the mid, in the bottom lane, super minions.
Super minions in the bottom lane, super minions in the mid. It's going to be a little bit of a hard task here for the side.
Oh, the Unbridled Offer, just the end of the Flaming Palm, just enough. Lu making plays with that Zhangfei.
Yeah, bye on the run. He tried to get away, he got stunned, and then that's it. It was just the Unbridled Outburst, but it's just another great showing of the Zhangfei for today. Like, we've had some okay ones throughout KIC right now, but today has been full of all kinds of Zhangfei plays.
It's been great, and now RRQ without Vi for 20 more seconds. They need to figure out some way to hold. The board is locking them into two, but that's really not what you want. Yeah, they might want to go for Lanfeng, but they don't really have any damage to follow up. 663 is a little bit low, as well as Zhanglin, and now Harpist has to go back into the fountain just to heal up. It looks like KAGENDRA slow sieging. They're going to take the top T3 instead and just kind of play this patient long game.
Yeah, they've paid a good defense here at the Crystal, but how good is that going to be when you have no high ground turrets left? It's going to be a hard task for them to keep kind of pushing away these minions, especially those super minions that have now spawned on all three lanes. And now that we're starting to see the Overlord coming back onto the gorge in around about 18 seconds, KAGENDRA have got their eyes locked on this.
Yeah, the art and the artist here. During his free time, Lex loves to draw and added graphics. Let's see if he can paint a picture where Elemental loses his ability to fly this time.
Yeah, maybe just draw a stickman with wings, you know?
I think he's a better artist than that. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think the stickman is more my style of art.
Hey, there's an art to Stickman, okay? It's all about perspective. It's all very subjective.
Okay, all right, here, and they find Lou. They got him knocked off. That's a good win, getting that pick off. That could open up a potential door here.
They could open a door here for the side of RRQ with the takedown of one of their front lines, right? Obviously, they are really reliant on a We-Roar right now with the Gorge mobilization.
Oh, the board, they've got at least We-Roar locked in. They're going to try to do as much damage. They throw everything at him, and they do get the pick off. And now Harpist is up front. He's doing some work, and they find Senku. A double kill going the way of Harpist.
But bot side of the map here does have those minions charging through, but at the same time, we do get Lex going back to clear out that minion wave. Xingling just to put pressure onto Ihans, so they can have a free time and a free Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, well, they'll take that one out. A small win. They need many of these small wins to really kind of take over this game here, but you're going to start small. The net worth lead is negligible at this stage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's negligible in the space in between them, and also the use of it. Obviously, a lot of teams are going to be sort of going towards their full slotted itemization right now, around about that 50k gold plus. Now it's all down to execution.
Yeah, and now KAGENDRA have to hold. They're going to lose the top T3. Senku's going to be up here. So now the game has turned. RRQ still have a lot of towers in the mid lane to deal with, though.
You have to give it to RRQ, though, right? Like, they had not given up this entire game, and now look at them. They're bringing it back.
Yeah, this is that moment. This is that resilience. Things were like, yeah, they weren't great, but RRQ were like, actually, we're going to continue to fight. We have that resilience to be in.
Yeah, I mean, with this draft, you have to have the resilience, right? Especially with Lex getting to the late game, even Harpist as well with that Splendor.
Yeah, and now Fort, they actually find Lou, though. He does have his ult if he wants to go. Ihans is on the prowl, gets the nice Razor Cavalry, the Unending Sorrow from 663, who now is going to be knocked back with that Umbrella Uppers. They find Xingling, and now RQ on the run, and it looks like that's a single kill, but KAGENDRA hold.
RRQ knowing where to back off here, but at the same time, we're seeing Lou just chase them down, maybe just try and get a bit of a jump onto one of the enemy teams here, then feed it into Lanfang. That's normally the situation we've been seeing for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant now going to be started by KAGENDRA. Oh my gosh, he's actually going to be stopped here, but Lou, who is just doing his due diligence of checking every single brush, but now 663 is on the run. They have the board, and Lou gets the Tyrant here, but they get the pickup onto Senku, and the Ihans is a little bit low, needs to be a bit careful in terms of how they want to proceed. Bai is dealing with the Furball here. Infinite Fastest from Lanfang, he should be on out, but Lex is on the prowl. He flashes on forward, tries to go for the Taking Liberties, doesn't actually get the catch.
Doesn't get a catch at all on the side of RRQ. We've seen a retreat of KAGENDRA. They're looking to retreat into the bot side of the map and into mid lane here. Just looking to make sure they can maintain those T3s.
Yeah, RRQ, literally no towers to their name, but they're actually doing very well in terms of net worth. They actually get the pick off. They find Lanfang, and that's a huge one. That's going to be a shutdown, and now RRQ with a massive opening. They have an opportunity with Lanfang down for a long time of 35 seconds.
Yeah, what a huge burst potential there from Bai on the pay.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to take this mid T3. They're looking to turn this around. Xingling is taking up most of this tower, and now they equalize. No T3s for either side. Super elite minions, and now Lanfang down for another 15 more seconds. RRQ still sticking around. They have that board. The Umbrella Uppers on the 3 is going to be nice on this one, but they don't really have the follow-up. Xingling is still up in front, trying to deal with Lou on this one, but now they find Weera. They get the pick off, and the Sage of Sanctuary on Ihans, and RRQ somehow taking him down. Xingling finding it in, but now here comes Lanfang. RRQ with no minions. It seems like they're going to be in a bit of a panic. How do they want to proceed?
They want to try and get these minions into the crystal, right?
Oh, they're going in. Senku, he actually tried to go for the minions, but he gets picked. Sage's Sanctuary for Xingling. They're looking to trade. Sage's Sanctuary now used again, but they're going to take the crystal, and RRQ will take game 1.
Wow, wow, wow. RRQ suffering very hard at that beginning part of the game, and then they had one opportunity, and they took it. Like we were saying in the game, they didn't break their mental, and they got the rewards.
Just the small mistakes. And this is kind of where you're thinking also where KAGENDRA were like, hey, we're winning, but we're not doing the things that we need to do to close this game out. And they paid with their lives. RRQ, smart, right? This is one of those things where you don't panic.
Not the kind of result the KAGENDRA fans were expecting. Balagendra, not the story they want to hear, but RRQ, the kings of kings. This is the result that they expected.
And I suppose all the fans that voted for them within the Phoenix Reborn qualifier are very excited about this as well, right? Like, they had a lot of votes, a lot of support, and they're doing them proud with that game number 1. I mean, they've still got at least 3 games if they want to go back-to-back, if not 4 games if they want to go tit-for-tat.
Statement game, right, by RRQ. They're like, no. You think that we're the underdogs. You think that KAGENDRA are going to roll over us. But they're like, no. We've learned so many lessons across the time. We haven't played in IKL in quite some time. And during that time, we've leveled up.
For sure. The Aaron pick, I feel, was one of the biggest differences in this particular game itself, right? The magic build. It's a risk because you are also extremely squishy. We've seen him being bursted down by Lanfeng quite a few times in this game. But the nice catch, the moment they force out that infinite vastness, Dragon Form no longer available, you know he's available for the picking.
Yeah, that's a huge burst damage from that ultimate, and just the chase down potential as well, right? Like, Lung has no means of getting out unless he has his flash at that point in time. But you have to give it over to RRQ as well, right? They were looking at dismantling the team in the right chronological order, especially with taking out Lu, taking out, not Langfang, but Weeroar as well. So as soon as that front line was gone, it was basically free pickings.
Yeah, and Lanfeng, it seemed like he was having a great game. I would say 70% of the time he was on fire, and then all of a sudden he got caught out a couple too many times, and then that was pretty much it, because once you lose Lanfeng, it's like you really can't fight with that composition.
That's right. The odds were stacked against them, by the way. Now, if you didn't manage to catch majority of the game, they actually had their base completely emptied out. And that's RRQ I'm talking about. So the fact that they came back, they made it a Baron base on KAGENDRA's side instead and won the game on that first push. That was a big moment.
Very well played there by RRQ. We are going to take a little look into the post-game analytics very, very soon, but I can imagine that it's going to be a little bit of a shocking one here for us, because obviously it looked like it was going into the favor of KAGENDRA. They were able to build and amass such a gold lead before. RRQ took it all the way.
Yeah, took it all the way. I mean, the gold grab will definitely swing quite a bit, because I think it's going to be a bit in favor of KAGENDRA, as you were saying, because they were in control. Like, that was a game they should not have lost.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the things that they've made a mistake on the side of KAGENDRA is actually giving Bai that pain. That is his #1 hero. We've seen him perform on that Tigress so many times, and today it did hurt them.
It did hurt them, but at the same time, it kind of felt like Bai was really not doing his things as a pay earlier, right? It kind of got him a bit of a slower start, and they put themselves in a bad spot.
Put themselves in a bad spot, but it was mainly because obviously it's hard to catch the likes of Lanfang on the Lung as well, right? Like, they need to make sure that he's either bursted out his ultimate, bursted down his flash, which then makes it, like we saw it towards the end part of the game, diving on top of the Lung, burst damage comes through, deleted.
Yeah, and that's initially, I mean, that's ideally how you want. I mean, if you find Bai, it's just a very easy target. You're able to just kill him. But then Lanfeng, again, uncharacteristic. We'll see it in the highlights. Once he got killed, I mean, you're literally throwing away your lead.
Exactly, and one more player I want to really highlight is Lex. I think Lex did pretty well on the Yixing. There were a couple of nice boards that he laid down. I think, you know, there was a moment where Xingling actually got caught right in the tip of the edge of the box and was unable to clear the minion wave. And I think that was one of the small moments that happened that really allowed RRQ to swing things around.
Yeah, it's all about the little things. And I mean, just like the small wins compounded to something much, much bigger, right? And it took them a lot of time. And I'm glad to see that RRQ have woken up. But it, you know, have we woken up KAGENDRA now?
I mean, they probably hope so, right? KAGENDRA hopes so. RRQ probably doesn't hope so. Or maybe they do hope so and they actually want to fight on their hands.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see, because end of the day, this is supposed to be a wrestling match between the two, because only the best of IKL should make it over to the knockout stages.
Yeah, I mean, only the best. I mean, throughout the KIC, not just the IKL. I think all of the different teams going into this one. I think everyone really needs to step up. But going into this, where RRQ have now kind of changed the tone. I mean, they came back and they ended up pulling out the victory. This has got to be super frustrating for KAGENDRA here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the game was in your hands. You know, like that was. I even said it in the early game. It's KAGENDRA's game to lose, and they did lose it, unfortunately.
Okay, so now what's the expectation? After taking a look at RRQ's performance in game #1, do you think they ride off this momentum and they go into game #2 with a destructive movement, or does KAGENDRA kind of like, you know, rev up the engine and we're in for a series here?
Well, they're at the victim of global ban pick, right? Like, they can't pick the pay again. They can't pick those big picks like the, not even like the Eren. The Eren's more like a pocket pick right now. So that was probably the least expensive pick within that draft. But before we get into game number 2, obviously, we get to hopefully look at the post-game analytics. There we go. Thank you very much, production, coming through here now. And there it is. Looking at Harpist, really getting those kills onto the board here after quite some time. But Lanfang, man, 911. Somebody call the emergencies because they threw the game.
Yeah, they threw the game. I was going to make the joke that it's like 911, call the police for them, but or the ambulance for them. But no, in this case, KAGENDRA throwing it away. An amazing game by Lanfang. Got to be super frustrating here if you're KAGENDRA.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely here. But if you're looking at the damage dealt onto the side of RRQ, you're seeing it on Harpist, right? That was like over 100k damage around about literally borderline Tempest Dragon game. Like, this is an IKL special.
Yeah, this is 1 second away from the Tempest Dragon. And you know that if RRQ had made the mistake to call and say, you know what, let's play safe, we back off, KAGENDRA definitely would have came back.
Oh, yeah.
Understanding when you were advantaged and trying to end the game, very smart by RRQ. Some teams might have made the wrong decision there and gotten themselves on out. So again, it's just getting to that moment where you're like, hey, we have a chance to win this one.
And having the chance to win this one was all down to Harpist as he kind of puts a little bit of a pose on, right? Like, that's kind of matching the Eren's itemization. But look at that, 191k damage. That's wild.
That's absolutely wild. That's a ton of damage there. And it took him some time. I mean, we were questioning this Eren pick going into this one. It had its moments. It was going to be very squishy, and that's why he did die 3 times. Yeah. But checking out the high list, we're going to see exactly where KAGENDRA went wrong.
I think this one's a little bit difficult because end of the day, there was pretty good setup coming in from the side of KAGENDRA, right? You had the ultimate coming out from Hero, nice stuns, you had the knocker from Senko as well. And if you notice, one pattern that consistently emerged on the side of KAGENDRA was that Senko was always willing to give his life first, and that kind of costed KAGENDRA towards the end of the game.
I think we've been seeing that quite frequently though, right? I don't think we've actually seen a Mai Shiranui pick that's carried the game. It's literally just been there to kind of get the assists, funneling it over to either the jungle or the farm lane, and then just have like a high assist game but low kills and very high health, high damage.
Yeah, I also find like a lot of the Mai players, I mean, some of the top tier ones don't make this mistake, but some of the other ones, I mean, I don't mean to put Senku in this one, but he kind of forces the issue. You're very squishy, especially late game. You gotta kind of be more of like a secondary or third initiation as opposed to being that initial guy.
Oh yeah, that's why they kind of like drafted with the likes of like a Liampo, right? Like having that Tremor Smash come through with the knock-up of the Mai Shiranui just kind of gives her a little bit more escapability.
I think they were trying to depend on the Guan Yu to get the catch, but it was very difficult, right? Because end of the day, you also have Lex on the side of RRQ. If you make that call a little bit too late, then it's going to be really difficult because you're going to be caught in the box.
Caught in the box, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely caught in the box. Nobody wants to get caught in the box, so we're going to have to find out exactly just like how they want to kind of proceed on this one. But checking it out, let's go to follow us for latest sports, esports updates and rewards across all of the different platforms. You can get a lot of free goodies for, you know, just showing up and following.
Yep, we used to have 4. Now we have so much more, right? There's Facebook, there's Twitch, there's also TikTok. Just to name a few. And this is going to aid you in your journey to learn more about HOK, but not just learn. Maybe you can become a professional as well. And we will see you on the stage here.
So you can learn without actually losing games? That might be a good way, right?
It'd be very effective. It'd be very effective, and you probably might be like a prodigal son of Honor of Kings, right? Like, if you can learn without losing, then you are definitely in the right place, especially in competitive.
I think that's going to be a tough one to pull off because there's theory and then actually doing it is kind of different. We've seen great drafts and, you know, execution kind of drags it down. But for this second game of the day between RRQ and KAGENDRA, this one is going to set the tone because RRQ, this is a very rare and peculiar position to be in. They have never pushed KAGENDRA to a final standoff yet.
Yeah, but it's not panic mode for KAGENDRA, right? You had a great early game. You made the mistake where you like botched it in the end. I think that if you continue on, like 80% of the game was fine. As long as you're able to repeat that into game 2, you're going to be in a much better position than RRQ, who were behind for 80%. Now they had to make this miraculous comeback.
Yeah, I think that's definitely more of a position of being tilted from, right? Like, you were literally this close to winning the game. You had no turrets on your enemy team, but just could never get the crystal, and then your enemy team wipes you down.
This is like one of those like track races that you see where the guy in front is so far up and then he's like bragging, he's like, you know, taking pictures, he's just celebrating before he even crosses the finish line. And he's all of a sudden the dude just comes running right by him. And that's going to be RRQ in the afterburners, going to play to the bitter very end.
RRQ stands for running quickly.
running quickly. I like that. We're going to have to do that. But hopefully they run quickly into the win column because they need to continue this momentum here.
Exactly. And now they're going to start off the ban with the pay, right? And this is actually something that Weeraw likes to play as well in the jungle. One of the rare assassin heroes that he has in his kit. I'm curious to see if Weeraw has any more. They're going to ban out the Ogryn this time for this other buy.
Ooh, yes. The Ogryn came through last game, right? Like they were banning that one out again. They do not want Bai to get that big pick through once again. But over to the side of RRQ, they don't want to let that Qeon slip. Obviously, we've been seeing Qeon have a fair share into the blue side and onto the red side.
Yeah, the Qeon has so much play. The IKL loves this hero. Every team from it. And so this is one that they just don't want to have to deal with. It just provides so much. Plus, it really messes with your heads when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, because I mean, you're kind of building into this kind of like hyper carry, especially if you go and like lock in something like the Dolia, right? Dolia, oh, there we go, spoke about the lady, the mermaid, she has come through. I mean, it's like as if I was on RRQ's draft. But no, the Dolia coming through here is definitely going to open up some avenues. Do the side of RRQ go for the Lung here?
Wait, KAGENDRA did not play the Yangjin. Are they not going to steal it away from RRQ? Are they that confident?
I mean, they're thinking about it. I think that it's a must, right? You're kind of like forcing it out. Yeah, it looks like they're going to pick it up. Let Weeraw get on this Yangjin. Makes a lot of sense.
Maybe the Dolia Celestial Medley is going to come elsewhere, right? Maybe they go for the Nurtzer like we've been seeing many times. I don't think we've seen an IKL team actually pick up the Nurtzer and Dolia combo. But they're looking to go back to basics. I mean, the Dune, Dolia here, a lot of sustainability, a lot of knock-up. Definitely going to be at the forefront of these team fights. It's a buy classic.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? I think that they definitely have a lot of play. Plus, you're picking up the Arlie here, which is a great pickup, especially in the last pick of that first phase. So it's going to be great for RRQ in that sense.
Yeah, but KAGENDRA right now, they can pick up the channel, right? Which is exactly what they're going to do. So this is going to be a 50-50 matchup here. And I'm curious to see, RRQ, now you have the Celestial Melody on your hands. You have that second refresh. You want to add another option as well besides the Dune.
I mean, imagine if they go for the Elaine, right? I mean, Elaine has been one of those, like, oh, there we go, yep. It's as if I'm coaching the game for both teams. I'm sick of this.
Yeah, you know the coaches are just, like, listening in. They're like, Clamp says,
yeah,
oh, Elaine, okay,
go. Yeah. Get the Elaine off the table. But no, Chano, good counter against the Arlie, but as well, I mean, the Diadeer is a good cash onto the Arlie also. So KAGENDRA maybe already having RRQ's number here.
A lot of, I mean, you still have a decent number of options, right? The Dolia one, you're kind of forcing yourself into that. The fatigue is going to be a bit of a problem for that top lane, though.
They need a lot more CC, right? RRQ, the answer here is CC. You're able to crowd control this Yangjin and keep the Fatih at bay with crowd control as well. You essentially have that winning formula. They're going to try with the Suya pick. This is going to help with the sanctification, but the stuns as well.
Yeah, I mean, the damage reduction also, obviously, onto the likes of the Yangjin is going to be a good way of running him down here. But Sanctification, more than likely going to go over to either Harpist or Bai here, but they are getting a little bit more late game assurance here for the side of RRQ. We're going for the Charlotte.
Okay, well, the last two picks of the Gia and the Charlotte, for me, it doesn't really use as much of the Celestial Melody. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
But it didn't seem like they got tremendous value out of this Dolia first pick.
No, exactly. I mean, this is the problem. If they don't win with this, then they've just wasted it. You know what I mean? And that means that they will obviously make a prior ban for it into the next banning phase, but then do they give over pay? Do they give over the Qeon? Like, what is RRQ's game plan after this if they don't win with this?
Exactly. I mean, if you're saving the nerds, what composition are you saving it for, right? At this point, I mean, picking one of the strongest heroes at this current patch, the Yangjin, who has insane amount of lifesteals and sustenance. I feel like RRQ, if they win this has to be a blessing to them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, their team comp is like backline heavy, right? Like, especially for the likes of Harpist and as well as Alex onto the Suya here. But Yangjin's going to have a bit of an issue with, obviously, the Dune. Maybe the Wind Slash is going to be the culpable thing that stops him diving into the back line and taking down the likes of Harpist.
I'm not 100% sold on the GL pick. Obviously, the punishment can kind of lock into where Youngjian is wanting to go with that Hound. So, I mean, it has play, but I just feel like it's just so immobile where it really struggles, and the wave clear isn't amazing with just the Universal Law.
Well, I think this is all dependent on that first blood, right? Which lane is it going to come from, and which team is going to give it over to the opponents? Now, once again, welcome into the second game of our final series of the day. Rex, Regum, Qeon going up against KAGENDRA. But KAGENDRA's make some noise because you want to tie this series up, RRQ. They want to be the kings of kings and take this 2-0.
Well, I mean, I like the understanding of obviously the Suya here onto Lex, because obviously when you kill Chano's Wolves, you get those XP orbs. So really, you're kind of feeding over that level 15 cap a little bit quicker over to the side of Rex RRQ.
Yeah, so it's more of a laning thing. Like if it was in the mid lane, like a Milady with like the extra, right? The Mercs or whatever. I think that you're gonna have a much better time. But you know, Lex, it really comes back to this guy. Like this pick to me, questionable. I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but it has play. Let's see what Lex can do here.
I mean, it's got good wave clear as well, right? Obviously, using the Universal Law is going to be able to wipe out those minion waves, but we'll do going in.
Well, they do a decent amount of damage on our Harpist, who actually has to just limp away. Not a great start for him.
No, absolutely not. You don't want to be sort of losing too much health right now. Obviously, they were able to get the first minion wave, which is probably the most important thing for Harpist on the early.
Yeah, definitely going to help them out. I mean, Harpist is the #1 guy. I mean, he goes down, you're losing a ton of damage. I don't really think you can even team fight from then. It's not a full-on 4-protect-1 type of composition, but it's close, especially with his early here.
Very close indeed. But right now, obviously, KAGENDRA, as always, the fashion that they love to do is get that 3.2 gold lead here from the side of RRQ. Maybe even more if they do decide that the first blood over into this mid lane.
Yeah, on the KAGENDRA side, it's all about Wiro, right? Youngjian, is he able to get going? Yes, he doesn't have the Celestial Melody that 663 might provide, but this is still a situation where, like, let Wiro shine, right?
Yeah.
You know that Lan Feng is the old reliable. He's gonna do his damage, but it didn't seem like anyone else was really picking up the slack as well.
I mean, it's late game, right? So obviously, I don't think the Lan Feng, if they put the pressure on here for the side of RRQ onto Lan Feng, then getting to that late game can be really difficult for him and may never actually get online, especially if RRQ can actually quicken up the pace here.
Yeah. I think pace is, I like that word here because it's going to be key, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to be taking things away. And Wiro right now, it looks like everybody's just kind of sticking around. Ihans is even helping him farm.
Yeah, you can see that obviously Suya has gone down to the bottom side of the map here to try and get as much as those XP orbs from the likes of the China and the Spirit Wolves. But right now, 663 getting hit by the soaring shot.
Soaring shot, but Lan Feng just sticking around that tower. Nothing to worry about as of now. But for me, it's like buy, right? Like, is he able to kind of keep on pace? Is he able to kind of invade at times? Because the Dune is not the Dune of old. It definitely, you need to work a little bit harder to make it, you know, excel.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like his belligerence, and obviously his Gal's Benediction is not going to quite have that same HP regen as what we once knew, but as you've seen in ranked games, more so taking up into the top side of the map rather than going into the jungle here as well. So it's still, with the Dolia, I feel like it's the initiation they need, right? Obviously, once you get to level 4 onto the Dune, he's already going to be quite tanky anyway, because he's got all skills going for him.
True. And if he's able to get to the backline, he gets on the Senku, Lan Feng, is able to lock him down, you're going to have a great time. So it really, got to have a great game. Lex needs to get Harpist going as well, helping support him.
Yeah, I feel like Dune was Youngjian before Youngjian was Youngjian.
Yeah. Probably at a younger...
if that made sense.
Younger Youngjian. Yeah. No, it took me a minute. I had to draw it out in my mind, but I got it now. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in that sense. But now KAGENDRA here, continuing on. I think that this is where things are very equal. You see the teams are playing very cagey, poking a potty. Nobody wants to take any sort of risk because, again, if, you know, KAGENDRA goes down 0-2, that's a terrible spot to be.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, you could look at these like potential combos that are coming through with these initiations, right? Like, if we see Lex land that slow, that damage over time, and then Bai comes in with the Unruly Blade, the Wind Slash, it's going to really lock down the squishy heroes onto the side of KAGENDRA in place.
Yeah, and also Xinglin. I mean, this is something that's kind of underrated on that draft. We didn't talk too much about the Charlotte, but if he's also able to get to the back line, following up with Bai, I mean, you might be able to get the pick off. So the damage needs to come well coordinated, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, the way that they can get a little bit more damage here onto the side of RRQ is if they are successful in terms of getting this Tyrant. But as you just noticed there, Harpist gets to the 4-minute mark, gets that Doomsday onto the board, a little bit of a early game power spike.
Yeah, but the Tyrant now, it's going to be picked up by Bai. He ensures he gets it, and Ihan's looking for those slashes, but not too much. Weira going very deep. He's actually been stunned, but he's going to be chased. Wind Slash on top of him, but Weira tanky enough to get on out.
Yeah, that's scary, right? Like the amount of damage that happened onto a 663 that really just drew him from that team fight. Yes, RRQ was able to get the Tyrant, but it's losing nobody at the same time is a good effort, but this minion, it could be enough for the side of KAGENDRA just to take this T1 down there.
Yeah, again, I mean, 5 minutes into this game, not a single kill. I mean, the Tyrant being picked up, just the teams are like working around one another. Yeah. Nobody's really willing to go in for the team fight because they know now is not the time.
Everyone's stepping on eggshells. That's what's happening here with these team fights. Nobody wants to commit because nobody wants to be the first blood. Nobody wants to give over the extra bit of gold. But yeah, Ihan's Weira looking just to clear out those minion waves into the top side of the map.
Yeah, just extending this game more than anything else. But if we're looking at drafts, though, I mean, you have Lex on the Gia. You're going to have a slight edge since that late game. Plus, you have Harpist on an Arlie, which is going to do some serious work. But is it going to be enough? If you were to pick one of these two teams as having a better late game, which one is it?
I mean, Lanfang, obviously being the player on the late game hero of the side of KAGENDRA, I feel like that's going to be where I'd be looking towards, especially with Weira onto the Yang Jian here. Maybe just pop in that Destructive Deluge from Senko, right, is really going to kind of like turn the tides of this fight. And if you have the Venomous Staff as well, Bai is not going to have the greatest time in terms of that the healthiest HP reduction regen on that Duin, so it's going to kind of like just seep him into that death state.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of like about Bai just being the tanky frontliner. He doesn't really need to do the damage.
No.
You have the other guys that can kind of follow up, but you need to be able to get in there and just disrupt people, stun knock them, and for the rest of the team, like Harpist, to just pick them off.
Yeah, Stunlock could be the potential here for the side of RRQ, but now defending that top side of the map here is going to be Lanfang, making sure they don't get that pressure into the Clash lane, which obviously KAGENDRA has already been very successful at, but I feel like now is just tending the chickens, making sure you've got all your resources going for you, making sure you get your Azure Golem, and then maybe getting a bit of a dunk here, just trying to get a dive onto somebody. Weira is looking a bit trigger happy.
Yeah, looking to be very happy in that sense. I mean, he wants to fight, but I think that for now, KAGENDRA on the side, they're like, yeah. We got to hold up. We got to, as you're saying, tend your chickens. We got to just farm what we can right now. We'll get there. Like, we don't want to just fight this because we're not really an early comp. But now Bai is going to be over the wall finding it. And with that Universal Law just zoning them away, they find Bai, but he's going to be just kind of walking off of this one. And both of these teams, they're fighting, but they're really not a lot of damage that's being expended on both sides.
Exactly. I mean, it was nice there, Senko, right? Popping the Destructive Deluge over the Ode, so obviously they wouldn't be able to heal onto the Dolia there. Just kind of have a great HP regen into the back line. But right now, Lu taking a lot of damage, maybe just kind of trying to like phase check this Bai.
Yeah, and again, just a slower paced game. The bottom T1s have taken the tops as well. So this is one where they're, again, it's more about the posturing. It's all about the big neutrals more than anything else. Even the net worths are pretty close in almost all the roles.
I mean, do you blame KAGENDRA for taking a shorter game or a slower game here after they had such a dominant game number one and then lost it? They really don't want to do that again.
Yeah, but you know, if you had that lead, you take an advantage. But now with this draft, it's a little bit different. They're not able to find it, but they find 663, and that's going to be a pickoff, and that goes the way of Lanfang. That's going to open things up. KAGENDRA on the prowl. They're going to just continue chasing, but they're not going to really find anything. Qinglin and Bai, just too much speed.
I mean, they got 663, right? Obviously, taking that off the gorge here for momentarily is definitely going to put pressure onto Harpist.
Yeah, taking that away, and Lanfang actually stealing away the Crimson Golem, so they'll be happy with that. Good turn of events for KAGENDRA here.
Yeah, they were able to find a possible opening, but at the same time, it's at the detriment of RRQ, right? The fact is that they never contested or took the fight to KAGENDRA, meant that Lanfang's been having a easy game just to farm up and get as much resources as possible.
And Lanfang, he's got to be kind of, I mean, hitting himself, or like in the sense that like in game one didn't have, I mean, he was 9-1-1.
Yeah.
But the one time he died was the time that KAGENDRA like lost, right? Yes. So he's like, okay, I got to play a perfect game. I cannot die a single time. I need to carry this team to victory.
maybe it's a little bit too much weight on his shoulders, right? I mean, that can definitely kind of crush a player in this competition because they have so much going for them and they have so much expectations from either the coach or themselves to perform and get their team into a further state within the KIC2025. But right now, both teams fighting around and posturing.
Oh, they found Xinglin. They had the numbers advantage. He was continuing to fight 1 versus 3. The rest of the team were not there to help follow up, and now with having an Earth mode, Bai taking a decent amount, who has to Unruly Blade, but they have the Universal Law to kind of just deal with the minions. But look at how Ihans is taking advantage of that space.
Yeah, just basically demolishing that T2, the top side of the map here as well. But RRQ, respectively, and in a mirror fashion, almost got the T2 down to the bot side here, especially with the help of the minions, but they've really got to kind of put an eye onto that top side of the map for RRQ. They don't want to lose their T3 this early.
Yeah, I mean, they can't. I think that would be an absolute disaster. It's only 10 minutes in this game. This game is very close, even still with like a 3K net worth lead in favor of KAGENDRA, but they find the target that is Bai. He wasn't able to get out, and now 663 is on the run. They get the pick off, and Weira is starting to turn it up, and this is why Yangjian is just a meta pick at this point.
A meta pick at this point, and they're not even got the Dolia, you know? Like, they don't need that kind of double in and out, diving onto the back line. They don't need the double ultimate here. They are proving that a standalone Yangjian pick is not that bad.
It's not that bad. It definitely has its place, especially when you have Weira piloting. And I think that they're going to be in a fine spot. Yes, if you had that Dolia Celestial Melody, it takes it to the next level, but it's still good enough as long as you're picking the right moments.
That's the whole thing about Honor of Kings as well, right? Picking the right moments, making sure that you aren't kind of just spamming your skills. Because if you spam your skills on something like the Yangjian, or you don't get the last hit or kill onto a creep and it doesn't refresh that skill quick enough, you've then kind of just denied yourself maybe a potential team fight play.
Yeah. Making right decisions and good ones is a huge part of Honor of Kings, something that I do not do well myself. But here we go, Bai. He's going to Unruly Blade on back. He's going to get to safety. Now KAGENDRA looking to siege the top lane.
They've got to put a stop to this one, obviously. Sending Arpis there just to get the gold from the minions, but also just a quick decimation of that minion wave. He's really going to put that space to breathe here for the side of RRQ. I feel like they just need to put some pressure into the bot side of the map, right? Like, try and make a little bit of a play macro-wise.
Yeah, macro-wise, but I mean, KAGENDRA, on the other hand, they're just going for the mid lane, they're taking the Crimson, or they're looking to contest, but they're just like running it down at this stage. They have a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, forcing away using that Sorin shot is going to be a good call here for the side of KAGENDRA, getting the T3 top side of the map as well. Maybe trying to force this lonely Canyon minion into that T3 into the mid, but not quite going to get it.
Yeah, RQ are going to just hold on this one. They lose the top T3, but KAGENDRA using the space, turning it into a Shadow Overlord, assuming that they're not contested here.
I felt like they will be contested, right? Like, RRQ, they can't let them just take a Shadow Overlord, but they did. They did. It's all thanks to the team of KAGENDRA.
Yeah. I mean, 663 got a little bit low, so they were like, oh, okay, actually, we can't really fight into that. Nobody's really in position to make the proper play, and KAGENDRA, you know, getting away with it.
Getting away with murder is going to be KAGENDRA in this game number 2. They did it in game number 1 as well, right? So I don't want to feel like fully commit to this idea that KAGENDRA is going to win game number 2 because of what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, all eyes are on Lanfeng, right? If he dies, we got a problem, right? RRQ have that opportunity to come back in this one, but Lanfeng, he hasn't died. His position's been great. He's been doing a lot of damage as well.
I feel like they're really going to rely on Xinling to try and get the dunk onto Lanfeng, right? Because anybody else finds it very difficult.
Yeah, and this is the kind of the problem that I have with this Jia pick is that, yeah, you have Universal Law, but the cooldown's kind of long, and now, like, the waves just clearing in. Like, really, how much damage can you do?
I mean, we can see that obviously he's level 17, so Sanctification has to be placed onto one of the heroes of RRQ. I've got a feeling it's Harpist, considering he's like 2 levels ahead of the Bai, and that's going to be really good here for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, mid T3 going to be going down. Harpist is, of course, your win condition. He is the guy, but losing the bottom one as well. Now the base wide open, RRQ, all hands on deck on defense.
The defense has to be good here by the side of RRQ because you no longer have any higher ground turrets, which is going to be a problem here And we've seen it time and time again. Teams come back from this territory, even when their back's against the wall. They go for a good defense.
Oh, they get the pick up. They find Lanfang. That's going to be the huge opening that they were looking for. And now Ihans is in a bad spot. He does get the pick up on a Harpist, so he turns this around. That might have been enough, but it looks like he's going to get away. No, by making him pay. And now Weera's in a bad spot. And again, he looks like he's going to be picked off. And like deja vu of game 1, losing Lanfang, turning it into much more, not even having a T3. Does RRQ come back again?
Is this just like RRQ's mental, right? It's like, you know what? Let them push us to the crystal, and then we'll wake up, and then we'll win the game.
Yeah, I think so. It's like, okay, now we can start playing the game. Huh? Yeah. We don't need any towers.
Maybe I should do this in my ranked games, you know? It's like, get to the crystal, like, guys, we're winning now.
Yeah. T3s are just slowing us down. We can just win this game.
Yeah. I'm going to Super Minions. Who's heard of them?
Yeah, they're going to pick up the Shadow Tyrant. That will help them. RRQ in a similar fashion, down about 4K. This is still very different from game 1.
Very, very different. But I mean, even though we joke about, obviously, RRQ coming back around about the crystal, it means that they still have to try and send somebody back to clear out the minion wave. I mean, it's going to be good for Harpist in terms of getting that gold back up, but he's almost 6-slotted, right? He's probably potentially looking to go for something like that Sun Chaser towards the end.
Yeah, and actually net worth-wise, he's like on top of Lanfang in terms of where they are. 300 gold difference is nothing at this point.
Yeah.
So they have their moments. It's going to be coming down to, again, Lanfang, does he get picked off?
Only time will tell, right? If he gets picked up again, that's it. That's going to be the trouble here for the side of KAGENDRA, but they're using a Destiny counter.
Yeah, but the Unruly Blade negating most of this, the Universal Law, but this is a situation where RRQ are, like, they step outside of the base, but with all the lanes pushing, it's kind of hard to continue. Now is the time. Senku, with a passive in a bad spot, and Harpist making him pay. Bai is getting a little bit low. He has a little bit of shield, and no, Lanfang slicing him down. And now Ihans looking for the flank, not really going to go. KAGENDRA still, it's 4-on-4.
We've got some RRQ chanters in the venue as well. They clearly have amassed some fans in the Philippines as well, but now it's going to be their chance to prove them right again and again and again. But Ihans doing a lot of damage, taking a lot of damage.
He's taking
a
lot. He's actually going to be gone on it. It looks like Harpist finding him out, but Harpist gets a little bit low himself. He's going to trade his way of life, but he takes away Lanfang, and 3 members down from KAGENDRA, and RRQ again looking to come back, but Lex has to run all the way back to deal with the minions.
KAGENDRA, what are we doing? Why are we allowing this? Like, what's going on? We said it literally like moments ago. Hey, RRQ, if you just take out Lanfang, you're going to be good. And they've done it back-to-back times.
Yeah, I mean, Harpist is like a sniper. He knows that Lanfang has been the guy. And now, I mean, coming in from game 1, this is now looking very similar to it.
Yeah, just look at this instant replay. Obviously, we was really hoping big things here for Ihans coming into the back line, but it was just going to be that knock-up from the degradation of the Charlotte again, and then Harpist just lay waste onto Lanfang. He had one mission, and it was just to take out Lanfang.
Yeah, but I would have liked it if had Harpist survived. I mean, he's level 17, something to take note of. But now with this Overlord potentially gonna look to go, he dives over the wall, and Bai gets the Overlord with that Universal Law. Bai is being focused, he gets picked off, Lanfang finds him, and now Ihans gets picked. Harpist is still up, he's gonna do his damage, but he's gonna trade his life away. 2 members down from RQ, 663 down, and now they've got Lex as well at KAGENDRA with 4 members. It looks like they're gonna march down mid and take this game.
This is all down to Shinlin. It kind of reminds me of Boom's last game against APG, but it might just take a little bit too long here for Shinlin to come back. He has the Sage Sanctuary, but there's too many minions, and the crystal goes to KAGENDRA.
Finally, they were able to close that game out, but it looked bad. But in the end, they were able to find Harpist, take him out, and they eventually win out this game.
Imagine that. Like, KAGENDRA heard RRQ's chant and just thought, you know what? Nah, we're not letting them win anymore. And then that was it. It just gave them the spur that they needed to get that game to victory. But it looks like we're not going to get a 3-0 here, lads. And there is a certain somebody on the desk that... I'm not saying any names.
Yeah. And this is kind of what we were talking about in the sense of just like, KAGENDRA were winning in the game 1, right?
Yeah.
That is a great spot to be in. They can kind of continue that with game 2, and until you're able to come back, like how many times can RRQ really come back in a series?
Only time will tell. Only time will tell. But it is very impressive to say the least.
Yes, it is. For some, this is a dream. For others, this is a nightmare. But we have a series on our hands, boys. This one was really tight-knit. Once again, all down to the wire. And yes, for a moment, I did believe, okay, the win condition is an empty base for RRQ.
Yeah. It seems that way. They must just like, you know what? An empty house is very comforting. So as soon as they lose all their turrets, like, yeah, this is the time we come back, guys. Don't worry about it.
I think as the coach of RRQ, I would be like, hey, team, we can start the comeback a little bit earlier, okay? Let's do it, but when we have a T3, at least one of them standing, okay? I think losing them all, that's a little bit late in the game.
Like, can't we just keep one row of turrets? Is that not enough?
Just one.
Yeah, but they had a lot of fun with this one. But Harpist on the early, that is a sight to see today. He definitely carried a huge portion of the game for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Harpist definitely put in the plays, put in the legwork here as well, as you can see. 5-3-1, 13k in that gold, but then Lanfang as well, very similar kind of KDA, 625, 14k in that one, but the fact that they've lost with this Dolia, you know, like that's taken a lot of situations where that synergy is really going to help them later on. But to be honest, KAGENDRA, they also lose the Yangjian Dolia combo as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, both sides are kind of traded on that one. I don't think that there was a huge edge going in draft-wise. But, you know, for this one, for me, it's all about Lanfang, right? I mean, he had the Loon last one. He's got the Chano this one. He's expending quite a bit of the farm laners. He has definitely like a stable of farm laners that he can pick. But going into this, now we're thinking longer series. We're talking best of 3 at this stage.
Okay, with that in mind, I want to pick your brains a little bit on that Lex pick for the Tsuya. Did it work out in your eyes?
No. And this is why I was kind of like, from the beginning, I was like not really liking it because I feel like you have so many other options. And maybe they're saving picks. Maybe they're thinking long game, you know. But for me, it's just like I feel like the Jia is really underwhelming this match.
Yeah, and I like it when he comes through with a pay. So obviously, if you are looking to go towards a late game, it kind of boosts him a little bit further, you know? But then you have to really be playing at a frontline advantage. You need to be the frontline team, not at your crystal, but moments before that.
All right, we'll get that comparison here. That's going to be the mid laners, I believe. Lex here on the Tsuya, and we have Senko on this Lady Chen. The big values coming from Senko here. 118, didn't die as many times this time, and a lot of value with the CC from the passive.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what you need. I mean, the control and everything. And this is why, I mean, the Lady Jeanne is definitely a tier up over the Jia, right? Just going into, I mean, if you're thinking, and you were trying to win a game that was going as late as it did, trying to come back, and your mid laner is 0-5, how do you think you did?
I think I'm okay. I won game 0-1-5. What's the problem with that?
Because your other teammates really carried, right? It's not like you had a good game, and it's not like you were still picking up execute at the end of the day.
Teamwork! But with that being said, this one, definitely a big comeback for the side of KAGENDRA. It could have been a much easier game this time for the side of KAGENDRA. But of course, RQ, they're not a team that you can underestimate, because give them a chance, they will strike back.
Exactly, they did almost strike back at the Crystal once again, but honestly, it's like with the Lady Jen here, obviously also known as Cascada as well, it's just the fact that the damage comes through, but it has to go to Lanfang, right? Like every time KAGENDRA has won a game, there he is, he's taken the Senko pose, how dare he? He is now MVP again with the Chano, screaming his heart out, 625. He's like, yes, we got out to the Crystal, and we won!
Yeah, and I stayed alive to see it this time, you know what I mean? 156,000 damage, that's going to be great for him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it took him some time to get there, but there's a reason why KAGENDRA is winning the early to mid game, is because Lanfang is starting to pop off.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of weight on his shoulders, right? The highlights of this game will definitely make it clear to you. Lanfang made some very good calls towards the later parts of this particular match itself, and that allowed them to get the catches. But the initial one, where he got taken down by surprise, that was where RQ was looking for the strike.
Yeah, you can tell that Lanfang was on stage just scratching his head like, oh, lads, I've just been caught out. This is now it's going to extend. This is where we potentially lose the game, but Unfortunately, though, it was Lanfang who made the sort of saving grace play towards that mid lane that made them be able to march them down into the crystal once again.
Like this fight here, Lanfang died early.
Yeah.
And then it's like you're like trying to dive the crystal, right?
Yeah.
Like the numbers are equal and you don't have your farm laner. That's a bad decision.
Yeah.
And this is, you're giving opportunities for RRQ to get back in because of these sorts of mistakes.
But one thing I think also made the big difference was the dive by Xingling. Xingling really has tried his best to carry this game. But unfortunately for him, this particular game, Ehans was on point as well on that path.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the only time where it kind of like faltered was when they went head-to-head into the bottom, the backside of team fight, and was able to get that kind of like knock-up from the ultimate of the Charlotte, and then he really just kind of like blundered Ihans, but he did always have exceptional positioning.
Yeah, like RRQ had that priority of ensuring that Lanfang died as quickly as possible. It took KAGENDRA a little bit to be like, actually, we need to do the same thing to Harpus. We need to find him and take him out.
Exactly. All right, so with that being said, it is going to be a little bit dicier because now the big hero pools, one style of composition is going to be gone from both teams. We'll take a look at the global bans and picks here. No more pay for the side of RRQ, no more Dun as well. And Yangjin Dolia combination completely spoiled for both sides. So where do we explore in this game number 3? Do we go for the Ogren? Do we go for the Musashi? What kind of picks are we looking at?
Well, the problem for me lies within what you ban in the first 2 picks for RRQ, right? Do they ban it out the Qeon? Do they still ban out the pay and then let the Dolly go over to the side of KAGENDRA? Like, they've kind of like they've made their bed, they have to sleep in it, right?
Yeah, and for me, I felt like RRQ's, the heroes that they picked, aside from the Arlie, are like not as good 1-to-1. So I think that they were kind of positioning themselves of like, hey, we are up a game, we can kind of play a little bit weaker, let's see what they expend. And there were some expensive ones from KAGENDRA's side.
Okay, here's my prediction for the side of KAGENDRA. I feel like they're going to take out the Dharma here. Xingling has not found a hero that has massive impact on the series so far. And I think they will definitely try to make it as so for the side of RRQ for the remainder of this series. Because Xingling, if you allow him to pop off, we have seen what Harpus can do when you give him the space. Xingling, if you give him that opportunity, he will push Harpus to the top of this game.
Oh, absolutely. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile, right? And we've seen that in game number 1 where they were at the Crystal and they definitely took a mile from that little inch of base. But there we go. We see we're all yawning. It's either a nervous yawn or it's just like, lads, we can do this again back to back. That's just actually, once we get to the Crystal, let's actually take the Crystal down.
Yeah. And I mean, we were right there just like it's a victory yawn, right? In understanding that, hey, playing against RRQ, I can do it in my sleep.
Bold claims here from Bold Hauler, but of course...
I'm Saki, by the way. Saki, HOK, please.
KAGENDRA, get a Hauler on stage.
Saki, HOK, guys. Saki,
we're joking, of course. Now, we have a series on our hands. It's 1-to-1. Yeah. RRQ this time looking to be able to lead the series against KAGENDRA because they were the ones that led the series at the start of game number 1. Now we are at game number 3.
Now it's going to be obviously down to that BP, right? Obviously, let's see what goes on within this game 3. Like we were saying, it is going to be a best of 3 for now. They have at least another 2 points onto the board unless they get back-to-back victories here for either of these 2 teams. But RRQ once again on the blue, KAGENDRA on the red.
Yeah, I'm way more worried for RRQ. Like, it's not sustainable to keep making these kind of really late game comebacks. I mean, it's great. It's exciting. But it is not a good position where you want to be in. If you had to be like, I want to play any other team, I always want that lead. I want to close it out. I want to dictate the pace of the game. And coming from behind, kind of rough.
What's kind of rough as well is that Ogren ban. It's not coming through here for Bai. It's not coming through.
I told you that there has to be a jungle ban coming in for the side of RRQ because Bai is actually one of the main starts for the side of RRQ. If Bai doesn't have a good game, they never have a good game.
Yeah, exactly right on that Dune as well, right? Like, it wasn't like underwhelming, it just wasn't performing, you know?
Yeah. It kind of felt like, you know, Bai is probably not, it didn't seem like he had the right positioning. He was never in the right spot with those unruly blades to really take any sort of team fight.
Yeah, I mean, here we do see the Dolly getting banned out here, so now is it going to be up to KAGENDRA to go for the Qeon here onto the red side? Over on the blue side here, we could potentially get the...
There we go. There we go. I told you, give Xingling the Dharma. Let's see if this magic is going to work. Besides that, we talked about the Nerza pick being saved, right, in the previous game. Is this the time to bring it out? Because with the Nerza, you're actually able to push people into a corner due to the dive potential. So RRQ, this not only helps Xingling, this opens up the space for Harpies as well.
A lot of opportunities here, and KAGENDRA finally getting the Qeon. This is going to be one that they've been kind of vying for, setting themselves up not only for the draft, but go either way with this.
Many different options to explore, like you mentioned, the mid, the roam, the jungle as well. And this time, you are in for a tough one. It's Lan Feng's turn, and his early is no different. He is a monster on this hero.
You just basically gave him the Chana performance from last game, but with a hero that's just able to slip in and out and just outplay crazily.
This is going to be tough. This is going to be very tough. I mean, Lan Feng, he's got the Lung, the Chano, and now the Arlie. He's gotten all of the heroes that he's won. In every single game, he has just been an absolute monster. So trying to lock him down, this is going to be a tough one.
Very tough one here, but I mean, to the same side of RRQ, let's see if Lex can have a little bit of a better performance here, maybe a carry performance on the Mai Shiranui, unlike Senko.
They need a lead for that, right? Mai is very lead dependent. He needs the gold advantage. Now, maybe this is going to be a pick that is going to help force out that unending sorrow coming out from the pick as well. But KAGENDRA, you know they're going to bolster the defenses. Byron already picked up force field suppression, giving you the extra armor, but also gives you vision if there are people within range. That's a very scary thing.
And well, even scary is the fact that it's paired with the Qeon, right? Like, obviously, he's already got sustain from his own kit, but if you see those two heroes in a team fight, you better run for the hills or at least have some really good anti-heal.
Going into this one, I mean, like, you have a decent amount of sustain, as you guys are talking about. You have the shields and things like that. But, I mean, for me, it's about this mid lane Lex Mai, right? Yeah, it's great from an advantage, but you dictate that. You know, you're the one that sets the tone. You're the one that gives your team an advantage because you're able to make plays on the outside lanes.
We'll see. The rotations are very important, which means on the side of RRQ, I feel RRQ needs to make sure they take care of the Clash lane much more efficiently this time. Take that space, right? Make sure you get that early rotation. You already have buy on the Agudo, who, by the way, can be flexed into the farm lane for Harpies as well.
That could be an interesting one if they want to go. But how do you feel about that going up against like an Arlie farm lane?
It's okay at this point, right? Because end of the day, you have good setups on the side of RRQ. You have that ultimate where, you know, you throw that force mobilization, full ball down, get the setup for Xingling as well. There's a lot of potential. It's no longer, no longer a solo early matchup. But here we go, KAGENDRA. I like this thought process. One of the huge counters against an Agudo pick. The Lam, the Shark. Will he be able to take a huge bite out of the dreams of RRQ?
I mean, they're definitely looking to put that into gear here now for the side of RRQ. I mean, is this where our KAGENDRA is going to be pacing the Suya into the mid lane? Because, I mean, putting that onto the Lam as well is a deadly combo.
Definitely a combo. And he's able to get to the back line of RRQ. That's going to be another opportunity as well. So you got to figure out a way. Like, what is a good counter to the Lam that you're okay, I mean, sorry. It looks like they're just going to go with the moats to kind of just potentially stun lock him.
Yep, you have to, right? Because that's one of the things that, I mean, assassin junglers, either you go super tank so they can't really get rid of you, or you go super control where you're able to lock them down so their team can clean them up. And this is where it's going to be spicy. KAGENDRA, reflect, Mr. Coach, reflect, I see you. This is a great potential support coming in the Zhuangzi here with the butterfly effect.
Yeah, the beauty of having the Qeon in the first pick is like, hey, do you go for the mid? Do you go for support? And then let's see what the enemy draft, right? And when you draft the Dharma and when you draft the knock-up, obviously, onto either the Agudo, onto the Mai Shiranui, onto that Cannon Blast, you now have Zhuangzi with that CC immunity.
And this is also why, when you're talking about this draft, Qeon added a lot of flexibility because RRQ had no idea which way they were going. Yeah, they thought they had a decent number of stunts to kind of deal with this Arlie and Lam. But then when you're able to go to the Zhuangzi at the very last pick, I mean, catching, it throws everyone in a bit of a loop.
I think the one thing here that's going to decide the fate of both teams is we get the mid lane prio, right? Do you put Harpies in the mid lane to go up against Lan Feng, fast clear, go and switch lanes? And which lane you switch to is also very, very important, right? If you go towards the Clash lane, get that space, right, you can instantly go back and farm your original farm lane.
Only time will tell, right? Obviously, we're going to get into game number 3 between KAGENDRA and RRQ. Those that are watching and may have not watched KIC at all for the past 2 days and don't know what's quite at stake with this match. These two teams are both at the victim of being sent home.
Yeah, I mean, the loser of this series is going to be losing. I mean, going home at this point. It's essentially a best of 3 at this point with it being 1-1. I mean, with the draft, who do you give the edge to?
I'm gonna give the edge to whoever makes a better rotation. That's my point.
Okay, that could be anybody. That's like, can you sit on the fence any more than that?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
The draft goes to the IKL team.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna go on a third one. I'm gonna say one of the IKL teams will move on.
Wow, what a
so
statement.
much fence sitting. So much fence sitting.
Oof, oof. I mean, this fence is very comfortable. Let me be
It's a big fence, you know? It's a big fence. It's got cushions.
Right, jokes aside, it is time to get down to business. Game number 3, RRQ against KAGENDRA. Can they do it?
Yeah, who's going to get that one? To get to match point, that is going to be key. I think that both of the teams, even the crowd, everybody's getting involved because they all have a horse in this race.
I don't know. I think the crowd's just happy there's not a PKL team getting eliminated here. So they're just like, hey, we'll cheer for whoever gets wins here. But into the mid lane, there's a bit of a tip-tap.
Yeah, a little bit of action here. Lanfeng gunning a little bit low, and that was the thing where he goes in. The Cannon Blast is going to be tanked up by Lu, though. He keeps him alive, shaking it off.
Shaking it off indeed, right? I mean, he probably has to kind of maybe even retreat here with the safety of Weeraw. So got to be careful here. Lanfeng doesn't want to get picked off too early.
Yeah, they get that farm going. I mean, him and Weeraw, once they're on point, and you can always kind of rely on Lanfeng. The dude is very consistent as a farm laner.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, consistent for not only his performance in the farm lane, but for MVPs for that.
Yeah. Now Ihan's going to make his way to the top lane. Something to take note of, like RRQ here. Lex, again, I like this, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to be just setting the tone. Now you have a little bit more. You're getting the space sprite as well. This is opening up the doors.
Open up the doors, open up that space sprite as well, right? So that's going to move and create a bigger tempo change up for the side of RRQ now. Essentially, they could obviously defend top side of the map a little bit more here. Obviously, KAGENDRA does go top side as well with Ihans as well as Lu. Looking for a bit of a brawl.
Yeah, RRQ were there just like one step ahead, right? They've definitely done their research of when the rotations are looking to happen for KAGENDRA. They had 4 members that were going to the top lane looking for a pick, as well as that space right, and they left empty-handed.
Senko having to use the flash there. Gorge mobilization almost had his number.
Yeah, but now a little bit of a rotation here by KAGENDRA, just kind of pushing themselves back, but into the side. Ihans trading away with Xinglin.
They've got to do some trading, right? Obviously, trading in terms of trying to get some little bit of gold lead here from the side of KAGENDRA. It's for the first time in the early game where RRQ is actually leading the race.
Yeah, and this is a good spot. They haven't been there. I mean, it's still very early. But this is a situation where they want to be. You know, you want to be up, and they find them out. They're not able to get the pick. Oh, Lanfeng knocks him back, and Lex is not able to get the conversion.
Not quite able to get the conversion or transfer into that first blood, right? I mean, that would have been huge for the side of RRQ if they're able to get the first blood coming through there, rotation-wise and whatnot, onto the likes of either Lanfeng or even the takedown onto Senko for a little while.
More KG play here. Lanfeng in the bottom lane all by himself. Who is just waiting in the wings to see if anyone, where the action is going to happen. Senku potentially going in 663, just like, all right, here's a cannon blast, and I'm going to miss that one.
Yeah, it's going to miss that cannon blast for now, but this just seems to be the same kind of tell we've been seeing for the past, like, 2 games, right? Just KAGENDRA and RRQ just playing quite cordial here, right? Like, just like, you know what? I'm not going to attack you if you don't attack me. But now, that's been
the pushback.
Unruled.
Oh, but he's going to get on his steed, so to speak. He's going to be fine. Now, Lex gets the nice little 2-man knockup, but the Unending Sorrow dodging most of this. And these two teams, again, the poking and prodding is real.
They are poking each other. I mean, what shouldn't you do when you see a bear? It's definitely not poke the bear. And currently, right now, RRQ are tempting fate.
Yeah, you just got to outrun the bear. No. You just got to outrun your friend.
Hey, I want to know how fast you run, because I mean, outrunning the bear, that's not why I'm lying down, you know?
Yeah, no chance on this, but they actually get the pushback. Senku flashing, he's going to get to safety. They're trying so hard to get some sort of pick, and this is what you want to do as a mine.
Like I say, Senku is really trigger happy with this flash, but at the same time, if they lose the Q1, they lose a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, but the Tyrant, it looks like it's been taken there. Lex just got the damage, and now KAGENDRA, Ihans with that Storm Strike, finding it, and Bai's going to be down first blood, and 663 with the box! Oh, it's so good! And Senku's going to be killed. 3 members of KAGENDRA setting it up, and with 3 members down, what a great team fight.
Bye for Weeraw, Senku, and Lu. I would take that trade any day, but Ihans has got a mission on his hand. He's trying to defend this T1 into the mid lane here, but now...
Oh, Ihans under the tower, realizes he's got it. He dodges the cannon blast, but he's not able to dodge that one. Is Shinglin picking him now? RRQ are rolling.
It's as if RRQ knew they could take turrets before they crystal goes, you know? Like, they have definitely made a bit of an adjustment here.
They're like, okay, maybe we play aggressively with all of our towers standing. This is uncharted territory.
That's where we've been going wrong, you know? Like, hey, we should keep onto as many turrets as possible and take the enemies. That's what we're doing, and RRQ doing it beautifully here. Obviously, team fight looks very scrappy, but Xingling really upsetting the pace of that team fight.
That is the dream box. Locking in 3 into prison and taking that one down. What a great play by 663. My MVP of this first 5 minutes here.
As you say, we're doing MVPs now. It's broken into segments, but at the same time here, KAGENDRA maybe getting careful.
They find Ihans. Oh, they have the cannon blast. It's going to be off the mark. Ihans looking to turn this, but why? And Bai makes it pay.
My, there is Bye with another kill coming through here. And I mean, T1 takedown into the bot side of the map here, but it's going to be traded for that Clash Lane T1 as well. But they're looking for more. They're looking to make sure this farm lane is decimated.
It looks like RRQ after that last game, someone lit a fire under them because they are playing possessed right now. They're going at them, and KAGENDRA right now really...
Yeah, they're lulling them into a false sense of security, right? Like, KAGENDRA's just like, hang on, where's this little brother come from? He's feisty, and now they are down by 2.5, take gold and 4 kills.
Yeah, the Azor, but the box, they do have it locked up with the Furball, and Lu's going to be killed on this one. Stunlock or not, you don't really have much in terms of the butterfly effect, but they're deciding to go, and they find Weeraw, and Lex is making some plays. He does trade his life away, Lanfeng getting that kill, and now they're trying to just hold on this mid T2.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? If they open this mid lane, this is going to be quite a quick game here for RRQ if they commit to the bit.
If they were to go. I mean, they're dealing with the minions, but with this Agudo, it's tough. You win a team fight, and you can start rolling down towers.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, right? Got the T2 into the mid lane here, looking to help themselves to the enemy jungle. Why not? RRQ setting the momentum.
Setting the momentum and doing a great job. I mean, the mid T2 being taken out. I mean, it's the top lane is still kind of well fortified for KAGENDRA, but this is a very big turn of events here.
Very big. I mean, Ihans, Weeraw need to do some kind of like damage control here. It's the top side of the map. Maybe try and get that T2 for themselves. But Xingling's like, we've got a deal here, guys. We've got a concession, and we want to take your Clash lane first.
Yeah, we want to take that and take that one down. But Lex, I mean, the impact right now, it seems like he's done a great job on this mic. 2, 1, and 5. Getting those assists absolutely key at this stage. Really setting the tone, and now KAGENDRA really on the back foot.
I feel like this is kind of like the most carry of the Marshall we've seen so far.
They do the damage, but the Unending Sorrow just barely keeping him alive, but that's a key ult in this next potential team fight here. They got Furball, they find Lu, and now they've got Weeraw, which is the bigger target, and Bai getting that kill, and now RRQ with the Cannon Blast, finding out Lu yet again. They want to go, the Kachusen is going to be eaten by that minion, and now RRQ continuing to siege this bottom lane.
They're looking to stay in this competition for now, right? Obviously, this is tournament life on the line as well as that higher ground turret.
Yeah, now they're looking to turn. Xinglin still up in front, dueling with Ihans, but RRQ turn their attention to the enemy jungle instead.
I mean, we say this in the draft, right? Obviously, Alarm, good counter against the Agudo, right? I mean, Bai's just like, nah, mate, this is not an counter against me. I'm playing this as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing that way. But the smite away by stealing that under the noses of Weeraw, who didn't seem to want to have used the smite. And now KAGENDRA right now are left wanting yet again.
Left wanting yet again, but I mean, what more can they want, right? They have the gold lead, they have the objective lead so far, and they're looking to take more and more and more. Quite the opposite of Oliver Twist.
Yes. At this point, I mean, the Tyrant, I mean, he saved the smite, but he ensured that he got the Tyrant, so he got the value out of it. Even if RRQ were looking to contest, But now in the top lane, they're looking to kind of just, again, siege. This Byakudo has been a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely spelling the problem here from the side of KAGENDRA. They weren't even attempting, even though there's 3 men top side of the map, even with Lampang as well. There's like, you know what? Let the T2 fall. We'll meet him at T3 territory.
They'll take that one down, and now it looks like there's going to be a little less space for KAGENDRA to make those moves. Lex has done a great job, but once it gets to the mid to late game, he kind of falls off a bit. So Lex needs to push the initiative, consistently go on, and to kind of close this one out.
Yeah, Lex has definitely been a shining part of RRQ in this game number 3, right? Like really using this Mai Shiranui just to kind of break apart KAGENDRA as a team.
Yeah, done such a great job, and now it looks like the rest of RRQ, I don't like this. It looks like they're a little too far back. This is a moment where you want to be pushing them where the rest of KAGENDRA are stuck in their base.
Look at the base. I mean, this is where we've seen RRQ 2 times in a back-to-back now, so it's refreshing to see RRQ actually take the lead.
Oh, they
here.
find it, they get the pick with the force field suppression. IHans is going to be fine with the cannon blast. That's going to be enough damage, and Lex with yet another pick-off.
Huge pick-off here onto IHans. He is going to be no longer leading the charge for another 25 seconds.
And now they want even more. If they get some sort of catch, the cannon blast is going to be just off the mark. Weira sidesteps it. He's going to be fine, but now Bai with that wild growth, they're going to look to just, again, it's all about that slow sieging. The minions are going to be coming here with that Tyrant buff. How much damage can they do?
Yeah, she's using those critters just to siege those minions through as well. Senko may be in trouble.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow dodging most of this. The tower is still standing. The mid one is going to take it down. The top is going to be taken as well. And now KAGENDRA on the back foot this entire game. How do they hold? They only have a bottom T3.
But now, anyway, the critters are going to help them siege this one as well. This is the beauty of the Agudo as well. The rework, obviously, critters now actually take a bit of the aspects from your items.
All right, KAGENDRA are like, hey, I like the strategy you played in RRQ in Game 2. We're going to lose all our T3s, and we're going to try to just turn this game.
Imagine if they do that. Imagine if KAGENDRA do that now. I would be absolutely livid for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, definitely, probably. I mean, they're in such a prime position. I mean, again, it really comes back to Harpist closing this game out, but Lex has been creating so much havoc across the map.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've really forgotten that Harpist was even on the Lady Sun, right? Like, it seems to be just like the Xinling, Bai, and Lex show, but it's actually Harpist picking up the kills here.
Yeah, he's been doing them a lot. I mean, he's the late game hero. He's the insurance policy, if you will, if just closing this game out. But look at the fact that the bottom T1 is still standing. But Xinling, he needs to be a little bit careful. He forms his back. The Overlord has been taken.
Yes, Bai with a nice cleanup of that Overlord, whilst they kind of just keep Lampang in check, right? Like, hey, let's distract the Harley. Let's make sure we have a good team fight here. Let's not make sure they find Xingling. That was scary.
Yeah, that was very scary indeed. I mean, Harpist, if he was in a different position, might have actually just attracted the attention into that brush. But RRQ, again, holding up a 5K at the 12-minute mark.
Very good 5K lead here from the side of RRQ. They need to make sure that they don't let this slip, right? Obviously, the only things they've let slip so far within this game number 3 is those 2 T1s, top side of the map and bottom side of the map right now. But this is all to lose for RRQ like it was for KAGENDRA losing game number 1.
Everything. I mean, it's gone their way, right? They've been playing it well. I mean, I would like them to be a little bit even further ahead in terms of this push here, but with these Vanguards, it's going to make it much easier to go.
Yeah, looking to try and get the Assault on the Crystal here. Obviously, Vanguard down to the bottom side of the map has been taken out. Top side here, gorge mobilization.
Oh, nice little force field for Zarasha. They ruined it, pushing him back, but IHans is tanky enough, and Xingling tried to go for the truth, but he didn't get him off the backboard, and IHans is going to be killed. They find Lu, who's going to be going back into the fountain, and now 663 turning it up. They have the control, and RRQ will take game number 3.
Oh, RRQ. They tried to come back from the Crystal in game number 2 and made a devastating performance here in game number 3. They are really not wanting to leave this one out, and this is against KAGENDRA, seed number 2 at the IKL.
Yeah, and I mean, RRQ are going to be like, hey, the games are a lot easier when we play like that, you know?
When we're on the international stage, we're getting the buff.
Yeah, we're going to take this. And I mean, the crowd and everybody's been cheering for RRQ, so there's definitely going to be a little bit of energy and hype.
I mean, there's no other way, right? Look at the audience votes for RRQ. There were more than 1 million. I think it was close to 2 or 3 million people that wanted RRQ to be here live in Manila. And boy, they are right, because RRQ, that was a great game for them.
Absolutely.
This is the first time we've seen what they can do with a lead.
Absolutely, with a lead, with any kind of like hope of tournament life on the line as well, right? Like, last time we saw RRQ fight for tournament life was back in Season 2 Invitational, where they didn't get out at the knockout stage.
Yeah, they didn't have a great time. And it took some time for them to actually kind of evolve to this point. But this is the right moment, right? It took them the Phoenix Reborn to even get here, but now in the lower bracket where everything is on the line, going up against KAGENDRA, would you, I mean, it would be the ultimate insult if they were able to take down KAGENDRA here.
But it's the ultimate celebration for them as well, because RRQ have been through a lot of trials and tribulations. The growth has been immense, and maybe for the first time in a long time, it might be enough. All they have to do is to get one more win, and they take this entire series.
Yeah, imagine that, RRQ, one more win on the board, and then KAGENDRA gets knocked out by not even the 4th seed, because they didn't even make it out of the playoffs.
Yeah, but this is why they were so good in the IKL Group Tyrant. There were a lot of expectations. They were second place. They were doing fine, but then come the playoffs, they just kind of stumbled. So the potential is there.
And what did I tell you? You give Xingling the Dharma, he provides space. But this game, I think the one that impressed me the most was Lex. He was actually carrying pretty hard in this game.
Oh, he was doing such a great job. The amount of impact, and this is as a Mai, if you're watching from home, this is the kind of impact you want. It's not about getting yourself the kills. I mean, yeah, he had 4 kills, but the amount of presence that he had so that the rest of the team can really clean house.
Yeah, I mean, it's the opposite of what we've been seeing from Senko literally like a few games ago, right? Like, he was very high in the assists, no kills, quite a few deaths, whereas Lex was like, bro, you don't play Mai Shiranui like that. You literally do it like this and completely open up the side of KAGENDRA.
But this is also due to the draft, right? One of the win conditions that was touted by the side of Coach Reflect was the fact that Lu was meant to, you know, disengage, help them get the anti-CC. But because they had so many options to explore on the side of RRQ, all they had to do was to exhaust those options. And all that was left to do on the side of RRQ was to open up the doors for Harpist. The flaming doors you saw in the trailer, that was completely on the doors on fire for KAGENDRA.
What a great game.
I don't think I'd want a flaming door in my house.
I
don't think I'd want RRQ decorating my house, since they like to just have like an empty sort of base, you know, and then come back from that. They're like flaming door frames. Forgive me, I like it kind of cute and nice, you know?
Alright, so let's bring it down to the 1v1 matchup. The farm lane. We have always been praising Lanfeng, but for the first time in a long time, Harpist 404, not to be found at all, no deaths.
Yeah, and we were talking about how Lanfeng got his RLE. Things were looking to just be, oh, GG, go next, right? This is a situation where RQ are like, no, not just yet. We know the counter. We know the way he plays. He didn't really have a whole lot of space and time to farm. I mean, his KDA is kind of pedestrian at the end of the day.
Yeah. Lanfeng, you're not getting it. GG, no. And then Harpist is like 404 error, you know? Like, he created the error for the side of KAGENDRA.
I'm so curious on the IKL Des, what's happening here? Did they expect this? And of course, Lex showing you how it's done. The Mai performance that opened up the space for Xingling, for Harpist, to just create chaos on the side of KAGENDRA. The MVP, rightly given the legs.
He had so much pressure all over the map. He was just making it happen. He was like, he could be in any single brush. He could be anywhere at this point because he just had so much impact. Everybody was following up on his lead.
Yeah, it's literally KAGENDRA just like, he's in the walls! And it just comes out of nowhere, just gets a knock up onto 3. And then, to be honest, I don't think it would have been as impactful without Xingling's Dharma, to be honest, because it was always followed up with some beautiful Enlightened mantras and Truth mantras.
A lot of value, right? And the mods are coming in from the side of 663 as well. I think he had a lot of impact. So one of the main things you will notice about the setup that Lex was able to offer the team was that he went in with the real engine, right? Those uppercuts were really painful, but it forced Lu to use his ultimate. They needed a follow-up from that.
I mean, even taking the Tyrant there, I mean, the first one of the game, just setting it up, it didn't look great. KAGENDRA had their moments, but this box by 663, that really set it up because it was looking very dire but that completely turned that team fight.
Everything coming into fruition for the side of RRQ, right? And adding on, look, the stuns by Bai with the ultimate, the stuns by 663, and all this just created space for the side of Harpist to take advantage. He was double the damage that was offered by Lamba.
Yeah, I was really thinking here, obviously, it looks like RRQ has quite an expensive draft. Then, I mean, you look over the top of KAGENDRA as well, right? They have the Byron, they have Qeon, they have Ali as well. So, it's not like RRQ just beat them with a non-expensive draft. Both of these teams have actually lost quite a few good picks now.
Lost quite a bit, I mean, getting into this one, but RRQ execution is what it's all about. They out-executed KAGENDRA on that one, played that one very well.
Yes, very well indeed. Now, Kings of Kings, that has been the touted title for them. Can they bring this against KAGENDRA? Because KAGENDRA, we know they're the champions of Spring, second place and 4 for IKL. And RRQ have always been bubbling under. And maybe history is about to be changed. KIC 2025.
It seems like it is, right? It seems like history is kind of already shifting here for the IKL. But this is why the first year of having regional leagues, the first year of them bringing them into this international competition. But before we get into the potential conclusion here, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the conclusion of the IKL match-off.
Irrelevant, I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, cause it's heaven sent. But I fake it, I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all, they could not alter our rise. As we come for the prize, we'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them alive. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tied up. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher,
Welcome back. It is time for the 4th series of the day. Maybe a 3-1 victory for RRQ. Can they define a new legacy in HOK?
They're gonna hope so, right?
Yeah,
they've gotta hope so. This would be a huge stepping stone for them, especially, I mean, even if they don't get into the knockout stage, right? just to get out of the lower brackets to go further in that, to then pave their way into 2026, is going to be a good head start for them. But I mean, we have to obviously consider the global ban picks.
Yeah, we're going to have to consider. I mean, a lot of picks were expended here. I mean, I think going back to it, we're kind of looking at the KAGENDRA side. I mean, the Zhuangzi, it makes a lot of sense. They had a lot of control. Yeah. But for me, and I would say Kindofu, you probably eyeing the Lam a little bit here, no?
Yeah, I mean, theory-wise, it's meant to be a good pick, right? Because you have a lot of anti-CC abilities when you make the dive. And you know, there from below your ultimate on Lam, you are CC immune. You're supposed to be able to catch the members of RRQ out. Yeah. But here's the difficulty of that particular draft. You don't get to dive into the backlines. No. RRQ gets to beat you and shoot at you before you even start.
Hey, a lot of beating, a lot of shooting. I'm not too sure if I subscribe to this idea, but whatever it takes for RRQ here to get this win right. Obviously, they are looking for it. They want it more than ever.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is that moment. Backs on the wall. You lose this game, you go home, and you lost to your countrymen, so to speak. It's not a great spot to be in. This has got to be very worrying for KAGENDRA.
But this is KIC2025. We want the best. We want you to rise for honor. So we'll take a look at what this ban and pick phase is going to be like. RRQ going to be on the blue side. They will get prio pick. Will they go for the Lung?
Maybe, right? Obviously, they've had the Qeon. Depending on what not gets banned here for the side of KAGENDRA, right? Like, if there's any picks from last game that are going to get banned into the new part of this draft here, I don't think there's anything, right? Other than the Dharma, maybe onto the side of RRQ, not to give it over to Ihans, but I can imagine the Pay is still going to get banned out.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And they ban out the Dolia. They don't want to mess with that. Just it opening up a lot of doors, too.
I think at this point, maybe RRQ can consider a draft that is very dive heavy, right? True. So maybe consider giving the Ambrosia to Xingling, right? Yeah. Someone that can help you pull ahead in the times of a 1v1.
Oh, absolutely. Dharma does get banned out here as well, but I mean, that gives open potential for the Pay unless KAGENDRA ban this out now.
I mean, still kind of open, but I like the ban of the Dharma. You don't want to get Ihans going. They're going to go with a Liang. Again, this is more of just, you know, they want to go assassin-style jungler or something to kind of get them going, and that is kind of puts a damper on things.
Okay, Lianpo as a prio pick, interesting. So this might be a support Lianpo, and then we're going to go with the Liu Bang clash lane, maybe? Liu Bang, Lianpo, Dash.
Potentially.
Or maybe even Jin.
Maybe, I mean, yeah, but they have banned out, obviously, the Liang onto the side of KAGENDRA here, but the Mei Yin does come through for Ihans, which is one of his big picks, right? What will they decide to go for here? The Pay as well.
Yeah, I think that this is a dire situation. You got to go with the Pay. You got to just, like, get yourself equal into this and to force a Game 5.
So, RRQ just goes for the Liu Bang, no? You can deal with the dive heavy centric, right? There's heals coming in from the battlefield command. You can also contemplate the Ukyo Tachibana as a jungle for the side of RRQ. This is a 50-50 matchup in terms of burst damage. And if you get an advantage in the early parts with First Blood, there we go.
There is the Ambrosia.
This is the interesting one, right? I mean, you outlast it. You got your second life to kind of just keep yourself into this fight. So, I mean, it's kind of like a Liu Bang in your pocket, so to speak.
Sometimes it's nice to come second.
The Lung as well, so you do get the infinite vastness there with the ultimate. So dive potential from the Mei Yin and the Pei has just been mitigated ever so slightly, and I can see myself in the background. Hi, me, how's it going?
Oh, there we go, the Floorborn marksman with that. Kind of countering the Lung, you have a little bit of range advantage. They're going to do a lot of... I mean, you have that as well as the Pei, so the damage department is pretty much set.
Yeah. This is where Xingling is going to play a very pivotal role, right? He needs to last longer than everyone on the side of KAGENDRA. And this is going to be the big win condition, because if he's able to dive into the backlines, get his hands on the Lanfeng, on this Floorborn marksman, I think it's going to be the end of the side of Kage.
Yeah, that is definitely the target that you're looking for. At the same time, I mean, having the Lung at this stage, this is going to be something that, you know, Harpus is going to be very comfortable on as well. So just stay alive, assuming that you're not getting bursted by the Floorborn marksman and Pei.
Yeah, that Arrow Storm's definitely going to hit differently onto the side of KAGENDRA, right? Like, that's going to make a difference in these team fights if it catches quite a few of the side of RRQ, especially Lung.
They have to ban out the Jing here, right? Okay, they ban out the Luna, but the Jing is open for RRQ to take. Like, I am a firm believer this is a Jing game.
Could be. It could be. Because, I mean, pairing it with the Lian Po, right? Like, if you have the Mirror Domain, Lian Po, Tremor Smash, it's just going to kind of just lay waste. It's going to be a killing spree.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense to go with the Jing here. I don't know what else RRQ would really look to pick up. The Secure there, a little bit more stuns, but this KAGENDRA side looking a little on the squishier side.
Okay, so they will try to buff that up, right? So at this point, Secure, one of the early game monsters, but we know the win condition for Secure. You need to land your Mulberry Power. The moment you miss, you commit the flash, you miss that, it's game over.
We played one game. Yeah, I was missing my Mulberry Powers, and you're still bringing it up today. Hey. Let it go, man.
It's clearly affected him, you know. Clearly affected him. You missed it. You completely fumbled the bag there, Hauler. But right now, they're not even considering the Jing just yet. They want to get the Lady Jen into here.
And here's the thing. You can go Unbrosa jungle as well. So it's a huge risk, but then the Liu Bang gets opened up.
Very, very true. So they have like a delivery service here for the Umbrosa as well as the Lian Po.
I like this a lot.
The Yao coming through here, access into the back line to get the takedown of the floor. I feel like we've seen this matchup before. Yao against a flowball marksman, and it went horrible for the flowball marksman.
Exactly, and it's also something that we want to see, and here we go. This is Garuda coming in for the side of KAGENDRA, an IKL special. This is an ID hero, and if KAGENDRA can tie the series up, the Garuda is going to be the one to do it.
To bring out the national hero itself in the final game potentially here between KAGENDRA and RRQ. I mean, they were needing a little bit more long-range poke, right? Obviously, they're going to be relying on Weeraw and iHans to get into the nitty-gritty, maybe with Lu here as well with the Mulberry Power. But Lanfang and Senko, they're going to be setting up these team fights from afar.
Yeah, but for me, this RRQ lineup, if they jump on top of you and you have many different ways to kind of reverse some of that damage or undo it, you kind of mitigate a lot of what KAGENDRA does, plus you can get to the back line.
True, but you're on a timer. Until you hit level 4, that is not a possibility. So right now, it's about lasting until you're level 4. That's going to be the timer difference for the side of RRQ. If no kills happen, no first blood is given to the side of KAGENDRA before they hit level 4, RRQ can take this, and they can take it by force.
But level 4 is not that hard to get to, right? Let's be very honest. Once they're there, you're right, and I know the potential. They want to be aggressive, and they will try to force that down, but I don't think that it's that difficult of an ask.
We'll see if they take the risk, right? Right now, if KAGENDRA don't take the risk, they play a passive game, and like you said, it is pretty straightforward to hit level 4, then maybe this could be RRQ's future in the KIC2025.
Oh, imagine KAGENDRA once again in the international competition, not quite making it out of the group stage. Means that they've got to try and reform in 2026, right? Like, this is their last chance to try and make a name for themselves.
This is the moment. This is the time, right? How are they going to do this? Like, I don't even think... Like, if you're KAGENDRA and you lose this one, I don't know how you can save face to get... You know what I mean? When you're coming back. Because this is not a series that anyone had as RRQ beating them 3-1.
Yep. Now, this is time to cross the finishing line. RRQ on the verge of making history for themselves for IKL and knocking down KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA here looking to tie things up. Let's go, boys.
Let's get indeed. Let's go indeed.
And now it looks like RRQ with that timing. Look at how the fact that KAGENDRA being aggressive, this is what you want to be doing. Take advantage of that pay.
Yeah, getting those spike balls, getting them off the side of RRQ. It's kind of like what we was missing from when we saw the pay last time, right?
Yeah. Which he was not aggressive, he was not invading. They started off with that invade, and now Lu getting a little bit low with that Mulberry Power, does connect on that one. He's going to ride the wind back to that brush. He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine indeed, right? Just getting that knock-up stuff. Locking Harpist in place, making him sure he knows his role in this lane, knowing that Lu can catch you wherever he wants to.
Yeah, Mulberry Power used again, negated by that burst ROM, and now Senku on the side wants to go for this one, but he doesn't have his Wings of Judgment, so he can't really do too much.
No, he can't have that long-range poke, right? But at the same time, we can kind of see here that Vi is going for a little bit of a rotation down to the bot side of the map here as well. Maybe a big sort of engage here. We do see the flash being committed by R663, which led up to the Lu first blood.
Oh, wow. Him going down on that one, completely off camera, but being able to get that Lu, bit of a disaster here, and now they want to go for Lanfang, who has to just you know, just deal with these two members. But now in the top lane, Jinglin gets dove on. KAGENDRA taking the fight to him.
Yes, there we go. Trade. Opposite side of the map there for KAGENDRA.
Flashes forward, tries to go for this. Ihans, he's going to get picked off and by with a nice rotation. And Weera pounces back to safety. Here come the rest of the reinforcements for KAGENDRA. Lou is going to be there, and it looks like Lex will just sidestep, and they're going to be fine.
I mean, he walked through the Feather Storm there, obviously able to get red at that one, but it was the zoning of the Destructive Deluge, right? Obviously putting that down meant that Weera had to bounce off a wall, or he would have died.
Yeah, and I mean, turning this one around, we were thinking like that 4-minute mark or whatever when everybody's level 4, they've pretty much hit it already, and RRQ have kind of weathered the storm.
They have weathered the storm, right? They get into the ultimate state of this game, which is where you have all 3 skills on the screen.
Yeah, having everything at this point. And now KAGENDRA here, they need to just push, invade, and just try to take as much of the map as you can.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a maternity ward right now, telling people to push, but that is the aim of the game, right? It is the aim of the game. You have to breathe deep, you have to go push in, and with this such a strong dive comp here from the side of RRQ, that is exactly what they need to do. They need to push.
Yeah, definitely need to push here, but RRQ doing, you know, the anti-push, the reverse push, the counter push. They're doing a good job of just...
they're doing the pull. They're doing the pull.
The pull. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But they're doing it, I mean, again, like KAGENDRA haven't really found that jump in. Yeah. I mean, Weera is level 7, keeping on pace with Vi as well, so it's still very close.
It is. It could literally be a toss of the coin, right? Like at the moment in time, RRQ is only ahead by around about 200 gold before we get in around that 4-minute mark for these neutral objectives, which really could obviously outbalance this equal gold lead so far between these two teams.
All right, and now with the Tyrant up in about 15 seconds, KAGENDRA, they need some sort of push, some sort of way, but now Jinglin taking a little bit of damage with Ihans under that tower. And look at how RQ have just been clearing the waves as quickly as possible and then moving on.
I mean, they have decent wave play, right? Obviously, they have the Lady Gen, they obviously have the Lung here as well as the Ambrosia, so...
Oh, the Tyrant just easily taken away there. The Wings of Judgment by Senku, though, the zoning was great.
Just putting those feathers down, making sure they tried to... If they want to walk into it, it's at their own peril.
Yeah, and they weren't going to do that. They didn't want to risk it. RRQ finding other ways to get across the map here. Still very close, but having that Tyrant and that damage buff, a little bit of an edge for KAGENDRA.
Oh, I mean, all they got to do on the side of RRQ is just not take a team fight, right? Just make sure that they're not going to sort of like be overzealous here, but it looks like Senko and Weera are trying to force one.
Yeah, they're trying to force it. You have that advantage. Now is the time, right? Yeah, they don't want to take the team fight, but here we go. The Trevor Smash is going to actually miss, hits the catapult instead. Lanfang with that flash, though.
Yeah, I mean, Harp is completely like mitigating so much health onto Lanfang. Like, he had to dip out of there. That's going to leave, obviously, Xingling top side of the map, so that's the problem when you have something like the Ambrosia on your team.
Yeah, and Bai with the zoning onto Weera here.
Nice.
Bai gets the smite steal.
That's going to be good against Pei, right? Obviously, the damage output is definitely going to be mitigated here. Yes, they have the Tyrant for about 30 seconds, but once that wears off, he's not going to be as powerful.
Yeah, definitely not going to be as powerful. And it's going to slow his the pacing of his jungling down. When he wants that early game lead, he was going to, you take that advantage of that.
Oh, yeah. Take advantage of all these little bits of damage you can get before the automation comes online. Obviously, we do have the Axe of Torment for both Weera and Ihans here.
Yeah, and now with that play, they've taken the top T1, RRQ, are taking the fight to him. And they want to go. Harpus is doing some work, and they find Lanfang. They get the pick, and he gets on back to safety. So RRQ making some serious headway.
Making the headway here, but also Harpist has just built that Eternity Blade as well, right? Like, this is going to be an expensive itemization kit here, but when he builds it, when he gets it online, just like Senko, Lanfang, they're going to get melted.
Yeah, they're going to get melted. And this is a squishy lineup, which is kind of scary, right? If you're a KAGENDRA, you got to be making plays, and your positioning needs to be flawless. Very tough to do. Harpist, again, great farm laner.
He is. He's definitely kind of showing himself against Lanfang, right? Obviously, we was bigging up Lanfang to be MVP of every game.
Oh, he dodges the whatever, the flash away, but Ihans is going to cartwheel to safety.
Yeah, the flash away really saved him there onto the side, top side of the map there for KAGENDRA, but Lou almost kind of got a little bit zealous there. Like, tried to phase check, maybe try and go for the Mulberry Power, but now he has Weera, Senko, and Lanfang here. Maybe he can take the fight now.
All the Wings of Judgment on. It's going to be scattered throughout. The Crimson is back in his cage. The Tremor Smash onto Lanfang, zoning him away, and Bai, it looks like he's taking that one, but they trade away 663's life.
Hey, 663's life for a Crimson Golem. I think I would take that one, right? It's your support. Like, yes, obviously team fight potential and the crucial crowd control that you will be lacking for the next 12 seconds is going to be a problem, but I'd rather have that be the problem than a very powerful reroll.
Yeah. As a support player, though, I'm offended.
As always. As always. Snowflakes.
663 going down. I mean, yeah, it was good in the end. I think the buff is pretty huge because you're taking away from Weira and slowing him down even further. Senku not able to find enough onto Harpus, who takes a little bit of damage.
Ooh, T1 down to the bot side, and just get taken down here by the side of KAGENDRA. This is the beauty of that flowball marksman as well, right? Like, he doesn't need the itemization. If you get those empowered skills from, obviously, the flow state, he can take turrets very easily.
Very easily, and Lanfeng is going to be your win condition. Weira right now, it seems like, yeah, he's going to do his damage, but the rest of them staying alive, if Lanfeng is in the back, just arrowing them from afar, RRQ is going to really struggle in that team fight.
They are indeed. Reroll, obviously just getting a bit of traded blows there from the burst ram of 663. Just making sure he's like, hey, you know what? I can take your damage for now, mate. Don't worry about it. The problem is that Radiance, right? Like, later on, when we see the Tremor Smash be committed and everybody on the side of KAGENDRA is stuck in the middle of that Radiance is going to slow everyone down.
Oh, Xinglin has to use the Final Frenzy just to stay alive. The flash away. He's going to be there, but 663 looking to keep him alive, but Xinglin gets picked up. Weira hunts him down, and he gets that kill, so KAGENDRA making that action.
That was a little bit miserable, that. Like, having to use your ultimate, then use your flash, and still die, it's not the ideal situation for a player.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that was just the worst. But it's hard because Weira has so much mobility, and now they've taken that one and converted it into a Tyrant, and now it even might even be Crimson as well. It's going to be contested, and it looks like it's going to be taken up. Harpus did take that in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to save it and it goes to somebody else, you definitely wanted to give it to Harpus. Obviously, he hasn't quite got the itemization just onto the board just yet.
Lou, he goes for the Mulberry Power, finds Bai. He tried to go for Sakir on that one. Lou, who's out of position a bit, but man, when you have the rest of the squad, KAGENDRA making them pay.
They are. I mean, they know what's at stake, right? Like, if they don't win this game, KAGENDRA are gone.
Yeah. So this is it. I mean, KAGENDRA have bounced back. They've got a 2K net worth lead, essentially. But this is still a situation where you're kind of wondering how much damage can we do? Like, do we fall off or do they fall off first?
Interesting question, right? Obviously, we see that Harpus is late game potential. Obviously, Lex obviously going to do a lot more damage as the itemization gets online. And then the Yao as well. So I feel like equally here, obviously a lot of kind of like mid-game orientation in terms of the comp. Obviously, Harpus brings it into the late game. And then same for Lanfeng. So I feel like it's kind of, you have to make sure the positioning of both of these marksmen are just on point.
Yeah. They're going to be target number one, though, right? For both of these squads. They go down, and the entire team will crumble, right? Because they're just going to tear through them. They're both sides are really not tanky enough to really just take on that onslaught.
No, exactly. They're not getting like the 2-0 trades, 3-0 trades right now, but maybe, just maybe, KAGENDRA can do that.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant now going to be started. The Wings of Judgment used a bit on the earlier side. And they have the Ocean of Tears. Lou is there. I don't think KAGENDRA are really going to be willing to fight this, but this is an opening for RRQ if they want to go.
Yeah, the good thing about Lou here, he can kind of deny RRQ into this Tyrant pit, which is probably going to be for the best, right? Like, if they have no denial of access here onto the side of KAGENDRA, it could be a huge issue.
It could definitely be a huge issue. By starting the Shadow Tyrant here, Lou is spotting it out. He's going to be pulled even further away, which is not a great spot where you want to be. KAGENDRA is definitely close. They could go for the 50-50. They're starting to wrap around. Harpus the Flaming Palm onto Weira. Looks like now they're going to decide to go, but the Tremor Smash is not going to really connect. The Wings of Judgment pushing him back. 663 is a little bit low. The Tyrant is going to be leashed back in, and Harpus gets the pick. They find Lanfeng, but Harpus is in a bad spot. He trades his life away. Now Ions is on the run. Gets one last whatever on before he goes down, and Xinglin will get that one. Now Bai is being chased down. Weira does that damage. He gets the double, and KAGENDRA turning this around. It's a 2-for-2, but more importantly, they take the mid T1.
2-for-2, but a single T1 into the mid lane here, potentially going for the Shadow Tyrant as well. Is definitely going to give over an edge to the side of KAGENDRA, and they've definitely brought back that goal difference here as well, right? Like 33k to 35. you're looking around about a stipulation of around about 3K.
They're up 2K. KAGENDRA, this is going to be a prime position where they want it to be. It took them a little bit for them to get this machine going, but they finally turned it into something, into gold, essentially.
Yes, the gold is coming through, and the gold is all that matters within Honor of Kings as well, right? Like if you have enough gold, you are looking to put the pressure on and obviously get the itemization.
Yeah, and look at Wira was like not, he didn't have the greatest games last one, but this is one where he really wants. He's up about 1.6. He has a 401 KDA.
Yeah, man.
If there's ever a guy in an elimination, you need to step up. Wira has been it.
He has been the bastion of hope here for the side of KAGENDRA, right? I mean, they definitely need somebody to step up right now, because if they don't, and they fall, someone's got to take the blame.
Yeah, someone is definitely going to take the blame. And that's the worst part, right? There's a lot of joy and jubilation when you win. You're going to have a great time. But when you lose, people will start pointing fingers. That's a scary moment.
Just like us when we play ranked. If we lose, we point fingers at Kindofu.
Yes, both of us.
Yeah.
So we're right.
We are right. Democratically.
Lou at half life at this point. 663 is going to take a lot with that mulberry power. He's going to try to just Tremor Smash just to stay alive. He dodges most of those feathers, but Bai, not in a great spot, has to double dash away. The Arrow Storm is going to be a little off the mark, but 663 is a little bit low. Ooh. And Wira dodging most of this one, and now Jinglin was potentially looking to go, but KAGENDRA, they will be fine with this. Nobody died on this.
Nobody died at all on the side of these two teams. I mean, it looked like a very sort of like long drawn out team fight, and still we had people staying alive. Even Lou just chomping on these flaming palms.
I mean, you have those sprites that are constantly healing. The sustain kind of throws things off a little bit. I mean, yeah, Harpus has got a little bit of burst, but he's not really completely online right now. No. So he doesn't have that one-shot potential burst.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet, but a few more items onto the gorge here. You can definitely see that happening.
Yeah, and now 663 zoning him away. Harpus taking in the Overlord. And now KAGENDRA, they got to get something in return, but it doesn't look like they're going to get anything. They just watch them take that Overlord.
The Overlord take here is going to be huge here for the side of RRQ, right? Obviously, that's their first objective of the game thus far, and it's none other than the Shadow Overlord. They can choose which lane they want to place this Shadow Vanguard down, and really take a good team fight here with the debuff.
Yeah, that debuff is definitely going to help them, and it's going to be key for this one. But Wira, again, 10.8, only 1.1 at this stage. Things have kind of fallen off a little bit, but still, this is still a time where it could be anyone's game.
Exactly that. You can see the Demon's Bane being built there by Shingling. I mean, there's a lot of magical damage onto the side of KAGENDRA, not only from Senko and as well as Lou. He's looking to stay alive a little bit more sooner, right? Like, he just wants to make sure he sustains these team fights.
Needs to sustain. That's the biggest thing, right? If you want to just kind of slow this game down if you're able to catch it. And now RRQ, Lou actually has to flash by, goes right on top of him. The Mulberry Power is used in return. Here's the Wings of Judgment on the back, trying to cover the retreat. Ihans is looking to solo the back line, but he goes for Harpus, but he gets on his Dragon, and Bai has already been picked off, but they find Ihans. They get that kill. They trade them away.
Yep, trade, obviously, Bai for their top side of the map here. I mean, could it be a good trade? Probably not, especially with the Shadow Tyrant being spawned in here in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, now it looks like this is going to be one of those times where the Shadow Tyrant is going to be taken up at this point. The Vanguard in the bottom lane, and now with 663 just kind of sticking around. And look at, with no jungler, I don't know how you can defend.
Maybe try and get a trick shot, right? Try and get that last hit onto them. Maybe try and run down Weeroar so you don't have that smite onto the enemy team.
Yeah, and look at Jinglin is still around. RRQ do not want to give this up. Buys it up in about 3 or so seconds. The Tyrant is about half-life if they want to go. They find Lou, who gets out on this one. The final frenzy gets it, and Weeroar gets picked off. And here's the Tremor Smash. That's not going to connect, but it doesn't really matter. You've already got Weeroar, which is a huge win for RRQ.
Yeah, Weeroar is going down as that Shadow Tyrant is on the line. Can Bai stay alive? Can Ihans mitigate some damage?
Tries to go for the whatever, gets the pick off onto Lex. He's looking to turn this, but he trades his life away. Jinglin making it pay. It's a 2 for 2.
2 for 2. That's mid for support for Clash and Jungle. You be the decider which one's the better trade.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you probably want the jungler. Bai still there. He's looking to go, finding, almost picking up Lou. Not able to do enough damage, though.
Yeah, Lou was literally on Death's door, right?
Yeah,
and if they want to go for this, they have to approach with Lu looking pretty low.
Yeah, but those Wings of Judgment not going to be enough. And RRQ taking the Shadow Tyrant, and they turn this game. It's even that much closer.
Yeah, 1K gold lead behind here for RRQ. They're still behind regardless of those great plays. Yes, an equal trade does mean that you aren't going to be ahead there, but overall, with that Shadow Tyrant takeover, this should be a little bit more of an easier 60 seconds for them.
It's going to be a little bit easier, but now RRQ, what do they need to do to continue on? I mean, they're down about 1.5. This is still anyone's game.
It is anyone's game. Like, we're at about 16-minute mark. I feel like this is got to be the Tempest Dragon game.
Yeah, it's looking that way, right? For both of these squads, I think that you can see just how even they are. Like, even the heroes at this stage, it's a bit of a watch. It's about the execution.
Exactly that. About the execution, about the timers, about that game-ending mechanic, which is going to be none other than that Shadow Tyrant. Do KAGENDRA or RRQ get a steal on it, or do they get a completely uncontested Tempest? But at the bottom side of the map there, you've really got to pay attention to KAGENDRA. Like there, T3 in the farm lane is looking low.
It is very low, but the wave is pushed out, so it's not too big of a worry. But RRQ, the other side, if you're looking at what Bai's doing, he's biding his time in the top side, looking for somebody to potentially cross the river there. He might find Weira because he does have return to dust, excuse me. And that Overlord here, this could be the potential one. Bai is going to be spotting out that Overlord is about half-life already. Now they're looking to go, the Trevor smash by 663 with 3, and he's knocking them all around like pinballs. But Harpus haven't gone on. He has to get on the Dragon. He has to get on out. 6-3 is somehow still alive. All 5 members are somehow alive.
You would not believe your eyes if you saw 10 million Fireflies. That almost took out Bai there. He was so low.
That was, they were so low on everyone from RRQ somehow. They had the amazing stun, but they weren't able to get any sort of pickoff, and then they were in a bad spot. And KAGENDRA taking the Overlord, pushing them down, and continuing on with this 1.1k net worth lead.
Yeah, they had to put it down to the bot side of the map, right? Like that was a T3 looking like it's on death's doors, and now KAGENDRA's given themselves a little bit more of a lead here and potentially a game-winning push.
Yeah, they're looking to just push this one at this point. But now, I mean, you have those Vanguards. Weira was in the mid lane. He's doing a lot of damage as well. The passive, at least for now, the Wings of Judgment is going to be used, and 663 body blocks it, keeping the President alive. That is Lex.
Yes, just dropping that Destructive Deluge just to slow down that Vanguard to get even into the T3 Crystal there. But Bai now on the run, but it's going to be that Blowborn marksman using that range, using those powerful shots.
Yeah, Lanfang is a bit of a problem. I mean, both sides kind of squishy, right? Yeah. And he's got that range advantage. If he's able to find you, you're going to have a bad time. And Bai was running for the hills.
Yes, Bai running for the hills right now. He's got to be careful.
6-3. The Arrow Storm right on. The Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane. KAGENDRA opening up the door. They take the bottom T3. Now they rotate to the mid lane. They have a lot of damage, and with those Vanguards, this is going to be very tough for RRQ to somehow hold. It looks like they're going to be pushing around. Ihans is going to run away. KAGENDRA understanding that now is not the time, but 25 more seconds before that Tempest Dragon.
Ooh, we're getting into the uncharted territory of the enemy crystal here. Maybe getting caught out is going to be Ihans. He's just baiting it.
If they get one sort of catch, RRQ have a chance. 663's in a bad spot. Weira's going to be picked off, and that might have been the opening. 663 have been creating a lot of havoc. He was pushing them away. Nobody could come help support Weira.
Yes, and now that's a crucial part, but those minions down to the bottom side of the map have to be answered. I don't think those minions may be able to wipe them out just for now, because obviously they don't have the super minion just yet. Ihans.
Oh, they try to go for Lex. Lex is going to be gone on, but no, Bai says not just yet. They do get the pick, but Ihans is going to be killed as well. Harpus is there. He's got that damage. As long as Lanfang and Harpus are there, they really cannot fight. It's so close.
Very close indeed on the hairs of the Chinny Chin Chin. You can see here Bai trying to get start onto this Tempest Dragon, but is it going to be enough? He does have a 6-6-6-3 into the backline here.
Oh, the Tempest Dragon's so low at this point. Lou is getting bounced around, and now they flash forward. They're going to push them all away. The Tempest Dragon has been secured by Bai, and KAGENDRA have to run away. With no Weira, there is no time to fight.
No time to fight as well. Now they have no Ihans as well. This is going to be a hard fight for the side of KAGENDRA as they're trying to make the last attempt at the crystal of RRQ.
Yeah, KAGENDRA are up 2K at this point. I mean, it's nothing. It's 21 minutes into the game. These Tempest Vanguards are going to be pushing. This is going to be such a tough hold for KAGENDRA.
It all depends on the team fight, right? Obviously, the most important part is that we're into that 20-minute part of the game. Those active items now can be upgraded. Obviously, the Blood Rage into the Phantom as well.
Yeah, and now Xinglin in the top lane. It's all about that single pickoff. I mean, we were dying. That might have been a disaster. That might have been game-ending. It looked like everything changed when that happened.
Yeah, the saving grace is obviously for the side of RRQ is the fact that they was able to get those 2 T3s before that Tempest Dragon came online.
And now here we go, Senku using those Wings of Judgment to just kind of just dig into those minions that are coming in, but they're crashing in into all 3 lanes. This is going to be a really tough hold.
Yeah, 663, got to have like a devastating Tremor Smash here. If he's able to get the correct one, this could be fatal for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, just one big team fight. That's pretty much all you need. RRQ slow sieging the bottom T3, hanging on by a thread.
And honestly, KAGENDRA have held it up right. They got, what, 5 seconds left of the actual Tempest Dragon buff.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time, but now it looks like they want to go 6-6-3, looking for the jump in, gets only one, and it happens to be Senku. He's going to be back, but Harpist, Infinite Vastness is on back. RRQ are on all-out retreat. Harpist is on the front. Sage's Sanctuary, and it looks like Ihans, he's going to be picked off, and they get the kill. Harpist with that damage. The Wings of Judgment onto 6-6-3. He's trying to dodge, and he gets picked off, and now KAGENDRA with 4 members. They're somehow looking to hold the Vanguard in the bottom lane, so that's something they need to worry about, but RRQ not able to continue this assault.
To be honest, Harpist just needs to go to the top side of the map, use the Flaming Palms, get the rundown onto both of these T3s, but the Arrow Storm is going to force the flash of Lex.
Yeah, but 60 more seconds for the second Tempest Dragon that's looking to be go on. We might be going to that one.
This is getting very, very hairy here between these two teams. Quite a low kill game as well, 11-11.
Yeah, this is so close, right? I mean, this is going to be one of the toughest things, but break that replay down.
Yes, instant replay here. I mean, the Tremor Smash could have been more fatal, right? Obviously, takes on Senko, but then if the Infinite Vast is coming through, it's a Sage Sanctuary from Ihans that keeps him alive just long enough to put the pressure on and drive him away here. Give Senko enough time to get that ultimate.
Yeah, and that might have been it for there. I mean, just opening it up. It's about putting as much pressure on as possible. I mean, they have 2 T3s. Literally, you look at them and they will die. But the Tempest Dragon up in about 10 seconds. This is the potential game ender.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful of obviously a backdoor here as well, right? You can see that Weeroar is trying to create it with those minions down to the bottom side of the map and in this mid lane. But RRQ, like you said, Hola, just need to get to those T3s, give them a bit of a stare, and take them down.
Yeah, I mean, this is another scary moment for KAGENDRA. They're starting the Tempest Dragon, but the back door is potentially there. The super minion in the bottom lane, that will equalize on that one. So they need to be a little bit careful. Look at this side over the Tempest Dragon is so low, and it looks like Weeroar gets this Tempest Dragon. The 6-6-3 is trying to get on back to safety. Bai has already been killed, and they find Harpist as well. KAGENDRA are doing it as they've taken 4 members down. 6-6-3 is the last man standing, trying to deal with the minions, but he will be killed as well. And KAGENDRA off of the Tempest Dragon and the Ace are going to march it down the mid lane, and they will send this game, this series, to a 5th game.
It had to be done here. We have been starved of a best of 5 for the past 2 days, and we have Kindo Fu on the broadcast. Did you expect anything less?
No way, it had to be series point here, game number 5. RRQ was so close. I mean, you could feel it in your bones, but the Yao pick just did not come through.
Didn't come through indeed, right? I mean, so we saw towards the end there. I mean, I just want to point out one point that's made me internally giggle. 6-6-3 was the last man to survive. He saw all 4 of them run through in mid. He just stood there. He was just like, lads, there's nothing I can do. You know what I mean?
You know, at this stage, I kind of don't want any of these teams to go.
Yeah.
The amount of drama that we've had in this 5-game series, and we still yet to see the ender on this one. I mean, it has been so back and forth, a very entertaining series thus far.
Definitely, definitely. And of course, the fans have made it much more exciting because they were screaming at every potential take that last one. Somehow, Weeroar always clutches it out, especially at those Tempest Dragon moments.
Yeah, if that Tempest went into the favor of RRQ, it would have been basically good night Irene, right? RRQ, back on the airplane.
that was that moment, right? Weira doesn't make that. Everything changes, right? It came down to the micro play. And it looked like RRQ were able to close it out, but the amount of wave clear from KAGENDRA, they had enough damage to sustain.
Yeah, it's just like the finesse of Vi. He went round like at least 2 members of the side of KAGENDRA, but then still died, and Weira knew what was at stake.
Okay, this game, it has to be Senko. Senko was the difference maker.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Garuda. Now, this is not just an IKL special. This hero has a kit that is very adept at wave clear, very adept at dealing damage. And that was one of the big win conditions that KAGENDRA achieved. Now, RRQ, this journey, definitely tough, but I think they can still do it.
Yeah, and I mean, going on, kind of adding on with the Senku thing, the Garuda, the biggest thing is like the wave clear.
Yeah.
Right? Because once you don't have those minions to go, RRQ, we're like, okay, what do we do? Now we have to wait for the next minion, and you're just buying too much time.
Oh, buying a lot of time, right? I mean, but now it is a best of one. Like, only one team can go forward. We've got to the 2-2 scoreline, but honestly, you have to give it over to the likes of Harfist as well, right? He played this Lung very well. 6-2-2 here onto the side of RRQ, but then you have to give it up to Senko. Senko putting that pressure always onto that team fights that looked like they were going in RRQ favor, and then all of a sudden the storm comes through, Weira comes through, and then it's just pretty much all she wrote.
All she wrote, and I mean, it's RRQ, the rest of the squad, everything seemed fine, but you know, Kinofo, you were talking about the fact that like the Yao pick, Vi didn't seem as comfortable. He wasn't really able to get to the back line as much as possible. He got focused quite a bit.
He was quite disconnected, to be honest, because he was taking too much damage before the actual fight starts. That was the main problem for Vi here, entering at the wrong time. And look, the setup, you have to take a look at 663. The amount of movements they came in with, the Howling Wind, the Tremor Smash, multi-man catches, not once, not twice, but many a times, and RRQ still couldn't find it.
They couldn't, but I mean, if you look at this gold grab, if somebody's missed this game and tuned in right now, they would see that obviously this game has pretty much been to throw. It's been a lot of pulling, a lot of pushing, but ultimately come down to not only the mid lanes, but the farm lanes here as well. This low-born marksman here doing 140k damage.
This one, I mean, look, I feel Harpist won this 1v1.
Yeah.
He had the better score, he had the better positioning. Lan Feng, he tried his best, but thankfully for this side of KAGENDRA, that was not going to be the end of this story. So KAGENDRA gets one more shot. RRQ, are they fatigued? Do they have the power to come back? Because Weira was the one in full control in that last few seconds.
Yeah, what a well-deserved MVP right there. I mean, even to the very, I mean, he was setting the tone early. They were able to come back. They were doing a great job. They had a bit of a lead. But then when they were losing, things were looking so dire. We're going to get eliminated. And he's like, no. I'm going to take this Tempest Dragon, turn the team fight, and win this game.
Yeah, he basically just he redid the error that was obviously made with the first Tempest Dragon, right? He was down for the count, and it was a free one for the side of RRQ.
All right, so when you take a break, we're going to send an email to the coach on the side of KAGENDRA and tell them, can you please get Weira to play more assassin heroes instead? Give him heroes like the Pei. I want to see the Jing. I want to see the Luna. Maybe this is the missing formula from the side of KAGENDRA.
That's what they need. Obviously, let them ride on this guy, man. I mean, he has so much potential. His mobility, his just movement, the way he goes about the map, and you'll see a lot of this in the highlights here.
Yes, exactly right. Obviously, Weira show as well as obviously Senko. Like I said, I do give a shout out to Senko because we went for that like long range pressure onto the side of RRQ. I don't think any of this would have been possible.
Yeah, definitely not. And to add on to this, Lu was also having a pretty game on this Akira. Many a times he got that very nice Mulberry power. Not only the anti-heals and the heals for the team, but the damage dealt over. That was the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, huge. I mean, 663, it looked like he was being targeted quite a bit, but he was trying to get those burst rams. And KAGENDRA did such a good job of keeping everybody like afar and like making sure that the Tremor Smashes don't have too much impact.
Yeah, but this one, look, big disconnect. Vi is trying to go for the tower, but the rest of RRQ trying to go for the fight. So they need to decide on one thing. There needs to be team alignment. This is a team game.
Yeah, is it the tower? Is it the fight? What do we do in the top side of the map here, lads? We need to make sure that we have a clear comms and we have a clear direction. Unfortunately for the side of RRQ, it wasn't that case in this game at number 4, but we are going to go to that game number 5 where it is anybody's match.
This one was a tough one for RRQ fans. The Kingdom is not yet here, but the Kings of Kings, maybe this game number 5 might be that tipping point for them because there is no other way. The series ends here at game number 5. Winner take all. Your past efforts have been great, but only one will proceed.
The biggest part about this game is that RRQ's psyche cannot be shaken. That was a tough game to lose, right?
Oh, yeah.
But you got to shake it off, right? You still have one more game. This is a best of 1. You look at it as that, as opposed to, oh, well, we could have done better. Oh, we didn't get that smite in the end. This is a moment where you forget everything. We'll do the debrief later, but this is the time you got to focus on game 5.
Pick up the Nurture. What happened to the Nurture? Like the play style of Bai, you want to dive?
Yeah.
Get the Nurture in, right?
That
Just
been way
dive the bits. Let Harpist build upon the space you have given him. He will carry you to Kingdom Come.
We're looking at that updated global ban pick here. You can see that the pay is no longer available for either teams. The Mai Yin still available for the side of RRQ, but we are looking at KAGENDRA. Dharma being available, which is probably not going to come through in the ban pick here. The Mai Yin could go over to the side of RRQ. There's still potential opportunities, still potential expensive drafts to come through here.
Yes, very much so. And one of them is going to be the Gan and Mo and Hoi combination. This one, both teams have not explored it yet. It's an easy to execute combination, high rewards, very little risk. All you have to do is make sure you survive the early game.
Exactly. So for surviving the early game is definitely going to be the point here for both of these teams. But what? Okay, RRQ gets to go onto the red side this time.
Yeah, they want to see what KAGENDRA has in the bag, right? Because at this point, the hero pool is so depleted.
Yeah.
We are now at game number 5. That's a minimum of 20 heroes out of the picking pool for both teams.
Yeah.
This is why global ban pick is so much fun.
Yeah.
Right? We got to see. I mean, you're not going to have the most optimal lineups, but like going into this one, it started from game 1. Just how, expensive are some of these heroes, and we're going to find out.
Has Singling played the Fatih yet?
No.
All right, for the side of RRQ, I want to see a Fatih and a Ta Xiaofuzi combination.
Okay.
Side lanes, play that. You want to go to late game, you can tank through everything. But on the side of KAGENDRA, I feel like they can pull off the Hoi Gan and Mo perfectly.
The problem here is the fact that they took the Flowborn Marksman last game onto the side of KAGENDRA, meaning if they did really want to go for a Flowborn tank, they can't.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they're really kind of, it's 20 heroes, plus you have 4 more bans. You're kind of digging deep a little bit in terms of the optimal things. But it's one thing to get a good optimal hero, but it's also to have something that's like well synergized as a squad.
That's right. That's the difficulty of HOK, especially with the global ban pick, right? You need to make sure that you have your cards aligned. Everyone needs to be on the same page. And knowing that, RRQ struggled with that last moment of the battle in game number 4, right? The alignment was not there. So let's see. The cards you're playing right now from both coaches are extremely important. Give your best equipment, give your best heroes, give your best synergy.
Yeah, I'm going to make 2 bold predictions as we go into this Game 5 draft. One, an IKL team is going to move on, right? The second one, this is going to be the last game of the day. You're welcome, guys.
All right, I'm going to give you an actual bold prediction here. I think Harpist is going to win everything for the side of RRQ.
Wow. That is a bold one.
I'm going to give you a bold prediction here as well. We're in game number 5.
Great knowledge passed on to the viewers here, both offline and online as well. Welcome. If you have not caught the game yet, we are in game number 5, the final game in the series of IKL Survival in KIC 2025.
Dharma ban and the Ogryn ban, still, they don't want Bai to play the Ogryn. This is crazy. Such a targeted ban here from KAGENDRA.
Yeah, it's smart. You want to constantly target out. I mean, we don't have that hero pool, right? So again, KAGENDRA, banning out the Liang as much as possible too.
I think go for something like a dive comp for RRQ, right? I think Bai, if you give him something that really has to fully commit, I think they would do better.
Yeah, but I mean, he used Yao last game, so he still has quite a few junglers that are still available. He could go for the Jing. I mean, we say we want to see Xingling onto the party, but I mean, he could go into the Lu Bang as well.
That's true. That is a very viable option, right? With the healing, with the shielding, and the potential stun as well. They could do well. But KAGENDRA, they start off with the Direnjie, one of the most foundational picks in HOK. The golden token may be their ticket into the next stage of competition.
Great pick here. Just setting it up. You don't really show anything, but the Zhang Fei also used in return. So they have still a decent number of good heroes that are still left.
I mean, they're here for KAGENDRA. Obviously, going for the D-Ranger, you're probably looking for a strong frontline comp as well, right? But then obviously over to the side of RRQ, Zhang Fei onto 663. That's his kind of playstyle, the tanks.
Let me remind you as well, Harpist has been a monster on this channel pick. Back in IKL, he has performed wonderfully with this hero. Now, KAGENDRA, oh, I like this. We may not like the tank jungle coming in from Weero at times, but this one is going to be a one tough nut to crack on the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, and now you need some sort of damage. You need some way to deal with this guy who's going to be a bit of a problem here. So a good pickup here, but you're showing your cards, and now how does RRQ respond? Do you want to go, okay, they have so many tanky dudes, this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, exactly, and then you can't exactly go for it, you know, kind of like a burst composition. The Gunner mode does not work here, because if you don't get that early game lead, you're gonna struggle to kill anyone on the side of KAGENDRA. RRQ, they snap up the Guan Yu, this horseback rider, the War Saint. Can he be the answer for RRQ?
Hopefully so, right? Obviously, Xingling is going to be the carry for some of these games as well. I mean, the setup of the Dharma and previous hero setups as well has been phenomenal. So the Guan Yu coming through here as well could be it. I mean, we've always said that Harpist has a fantastic play onto the likes of the Chano, but they definitely need a little bit more damage.
Definitely need more damage. I mean, they have, look, when the team fights are happening, you have Menki, Liam Po going in, then you have Guan Yu, Zhang Fei on the other side. Like, there are two heavyweights. The team fights are going to be insane.
Yes, this is a huge wall that KAGENDRA have bought for themselves right here, right? Yeah. Menki as well as the Liam Po, they are very hard to take down. And even if you do, by that time, you probably have Lanfeng on this Direnjie already melting members down.
Yeah. And you have options. And look at how the Luna and the Garuda both banned as well. So another way of just potentially bypassing that tanky front line, but RRQ going with the Nua instead.
Okay, that's great map rotation, right? The emergence is going to aid them with their rotational speeds, but this also means RRQ, they can double down on making a fast jungle rotation. All they have to do is to get the space right.
Right, but I mean, over the side of RRQ, are they going to go for the Jing? Are they going to go for the Luna here, right? That's the two... Oh, Luna's been banned out, sorry. So it's going to be the Jing, really. Like, if they want to go for something into the jungle, which is going to be an assassin, Jing's going to be the one.
I'm actually thinking Hanxing, right? I don't think you go... face-to-face with KAGENDRA picks right now. It's not going to be viable. And the Hanxing can potentially be the split push solution if you're losing behind.
Yeah, they're looking to set it up. They know that RQ are going to go some sort of assassin style. Now you have the boots with a little bit more lockdown. Plus you have the Menki and Liam Po. This is okay. They're going to pump fake in a little bit. But yeah, you have a decent amount of control too.
This is an unkillable draft, right? From the side of KAGENDRA, very smart coming up from Reflect here. Senko is going to be the main damage dealer along with Lanfeng. The two of them have been a major problem from the side of KAGENDRA. And HOK, the only place where being a problem is a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Definitely not be a problem at school. You will get a bad school report or even at home. But on Honor of Kings, this is where you want to be. But, okay. And then with a dive into the back line here, they really need some kind of access onto Direnjie and the Kongming.
I like it. I like it. What else can you say? I mean, just everything on the line. Game 5, you lose this game, you go home. You pick the Yangzhen, right? I think that you're going to be fine with it. It's actually has a lot of potential in terms of that strength. It has damage, tanky. I mean, what else can you ask for here?
No, but how does that synergy work? Your Zhang Fei ultimate pushes them away. Your Nua creation blocks also pushes them away. And then you have, what, Xingling trying to catch them with a net. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Xingling has to do the initiation first, then you kind of bounce them around. Look, this is a ranked draft, okay? They don't talk to each other, okay? They just keep us...
Now we're joking,
Or are we? They'll never know. They'll never know. Anyway, we're getting into game number 5 between these two teams. Only one can get out. Paula likes to make his bold assumption that one IKL team will go home, one will go forward. Believe it or not, that's the truth.
Yep. Think if they tie somehow.
So they all give up. Like, you know what? FF at 15. Fine. We both want to go through.
All right. So it comes down to the case of IKL. It had to be this way because you only want the best to qualify into the later stages of KIC 2025. Game number 5 in this best of 5 series, RRQ going up against KAGENDRA.
I mean, I'm looking at KAGENDRA's draft here, and I think it's going to be a frightful one. Like, we've seen some great performances on the likes of the Monkey, right? Obviously, Haku, to say some. Nev on the side of Vesakha as well, to have a good performance on this pick. And then we look at, obviously, the healing, obviously, the Nongshim. We're going to be seeing, obviously, the Blazing Cape being built here onto the Monkey to do a little bit more damage over time. So I think KAGENDRA's got this one for me.
To be honest, I feel like the synergy is a little bit better on the KAGENDRA side. I mean, there are definitely some questions, right? But you still have a Nongshim. Yes, some things don't really make sense. But if they're able to just out-execute, this is not the worst draft. They have the potential.
I think the problem here for me is the fact that obviously Senko, we've seen him on the Mai Shiranui. He wasn't able to carry on that one. Let's see if he can do it on the Kongming.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge. The first 5-10 minutes dictating the pace of this game, because I feel like once you have that lead, your team is just going to be in a great spot in this game.
Yeah, speaking of great spots, that's not where RRQ663 is. He's looking at a very hairy and scary spot here. Harpist as well. Both taking too much damage from my liking in this early game. KAGENDRA definitely put the pressure on so far.
Yeah, and now it looks like there's going to be a rotation here. Lex going in, finding Lou. I don't think they're going to get too much with those creation blocks.
Not just yet.
Yeah, not just yet at this point. But man, this series has just been fire throughout.
Getting the Phoenix here is going to be the potential here for RRQ to get a little bit more goals into their back pockets. Spray Sprite, top side of the map, hasn't quite yet been taken down yet. But interestingly enough, like, RRQ, KAGENDRA in the early game, they're probably not going to fight for kills just yet.
Yeah, not going to fight for kills, but again, like we've seen the MO of both of these squads, especially early, is to kind of like not really force anything, not do anything unconventional. Yeah. Don't take any sort of risk, just consistently farm.
Consistently farm here for both of these two teams until they're in that optimal position, right? But if we look at, obviously, the late game for the side of RRQ, it's their damage dealers.
Yeah, it's all about the damage dealers at this point. And now it looks like Lou has to back off on this one. But Lanfeng and Harpist, these two have been going at it all series. This has been the lane matchup to watch.
Yeah, they've always been very aggressive, very buddy-like in this whole series, but that's what's delivered them the results, right? They haven't left Lanfeng out to dry.
Yeah, they haven't. And that's the biggest key, right? Yeah. And that's how KAGENDRA have gotten back into the series, is because of Lanfeng's play. I mean, Weira definitely been, amazing as well, but how much can he do on the Menki?
A lot. I mean, he's going to be looking to try and get the re-engage onto Harpist, onto Legs, maybe try and force them out, right? Like, just kind of make sure they're not safe.
Yeah. I think that's going to be the biggest thing, right? And Weira here, if he's able to keep on pace, right now he's about 500 gold behind Bai, which is a little worrying at this stage. I mean, it is still very early, but, any sort of advantage that you give to Bai, not great.
It is not great. Giving it over to Bai in this Yang. Right now, obviously, going into the 3-minute mark. No kills onto the board. Very slow game.
Oh, Shinglin, he's going to give up first blood. Senko with the winning strategy in the snipe out.
First bullet going over to Senko. I did obviously doubt him to begin with, saying, hey, he didn't quite carry on the Mai Shiranui, but now the Kongming is online.
Yeah, and the amount of burst damage that the Kongming will have, I think Senko's going to be just fine. He's going to be able to kind of, pay for his not-so-great game on the Mai.
Let's see. Only time will tell. Obviously got first kill on the board. It's currently already, the stars are aligning for him here. 663, he has the Unbridled Outburst, so if KAGENDRA wants to attempt a team fight, we have the ultimate of the Zhongfei.
Yeah, and that's a good time to kind of think about something. I mean, you don't always have to think about his defense used defensively, but more than anything else, just create space. Let Harpist farm. He's your guy.
He is your guy. Just keep him alive, keep him fed, keep him fat, get him online before the D-Ranger as well, right? Obviously, you can see the Turtle Blade being built just before the 4-minute mark. So, in terms of his farm rate, it's actually been pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely been good. But the Shadow Tyrant, it's going to be bursted down. Weira ensures that he gets it. 663 was just watch it, couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he was just body blocking, right? That's exactly what you want to do as a Liempo. You want to make sure you're base checking in.
Oh, they find Ahans in a bad spot. He's stuck in this cubby hole. It looks like he might be able to go down, but the Final Frenzy is not enough to keep him up, and Ahans going down to Bai.
A big go down here for the side of RRQ as well as KAGENDRA. Ihan going down here, but Lamfang trying to get that split push down to the bot side of the map, creating that pressure already.
Yeah, that pressure is going to be great. Use that space. RRQ on the other hand, they're going to look to take the top T1, but now here come Wira and Lu and says, that's mine. You should not touch that.
That's his no-no square, right? He wants to make sure he's keeping that alive for him in terms of the pressure that's not going to be created here from the side of RRQ just yet. But looking over to KAGENDRA, they are able to make a little bit of a gold lead for themselves, so they're trying their best with this one. Obviously, they need to if they want to stay in the competition.
Yeah, RQ seems like they're better playing from behind, aside from, like, what, Game 3?
Yeah.
So they're no strangers to the losing side, at least in terms of that net worth. But, you know, RQ, you want to be playing from up. You know, this draft strives on it. And the fact that you have the Yangjian, you got to get him going as much as possible. You want that lead.
Maybe the expanding of the Dolia in the early part of the series probably wasn't the best call to go for here from the side of RRQ. Maybe they weren't expected to go the full best of 5.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you kind of have to put yourself in a great spot. And I didn't really like that draft when you think about it. It didn't really utilize the Dolia.
No.
So, I mean, I'm sure they're, like, you know, hitting themselves on that one.
They did hit themselves on that one indeed, right? Obviously, using the Annihilation just to kind of drive them away here in the side of RRQ Lex, making sure they're able to maintain their Azure Golem for now. But still, 1-to-1 kill on the board. A lot on the potential of who goes forward.
Oh, Jinglin, here's the emergence. They find Ihans. He's on the wrong side of town, though. And it looks like he's going to be knocked around with Final Frenzy, but how much more can they go? He tried to go for Lex to turn this, but Ihan says now it's going to be revealed that he doesn't really have much, and they're going to give the kill to Jinglin.
This is what I'm worried about. Like, with the Guan Yu pick here onto the side of RRQ, Xingling, he is going to be the carry. He's going to be able to kind of push, poke, and prod your enemy team around.
Yeah, it's actually smart against the Umbrosa, right? I mean, yeah, you Final Frenzy, but just like in that case, if you're out of position, you're out of position. So he can make him pay. So as long as he's, again, controls the enemy team as much as possible, they're going to have a decent shot.
They will have a decent shot. Decent shot at gaining this golding back to themselves on the side of RRQ. The winning strategy is being used there to do a lot of damage onto the Dua.
Yeah, and now it looks like RRQ with this, you know, I mean, they have the kill advantage, but they're down net worth-wise because KAGENDRA's been largely quiet because they're just efficiently farming. I'm assuming that Wiro, once he's tanky enough, that's when they're looking for something.
I mean, that's the problem, right? If you make too much sound or too much ruckus here, if you are KAGENDRA,
Red team has destroyed
you
the tower.
Potentially have the chance of RRQ waking up and be like, okay, we know what we're working with here. Let's go and try and go for the counter engage.
Yeah, and the Azure Golem, it looks like they were going for the steal, but too many members of RRQ, they're like, okay, we cannot fight for this one.
Oh, they got it. KAGENDRA got it.
Oh, they got it. They stole it, yeah.
Wow, I mean, they had all the defense there. They still obviously managed to get it. Obviously, the smite was taken away by RRQ by
they'll run off first. That's going to be the first one. And now they're trying to go for the Razor Cavalry with that pushback. They find Lan Fang. And now with buys, Heaven and Earth, though, they have a decent amount if they want to turn this. And they want to go. They're getting chased at this point. Well, with Jinglin down, it doesn't look like they want to go for anything else.
No, just take away, just basically go back to basics. Keep Harpist alive. If Harpist falls here, and Lex is left alone without any space to breathe, it's going to be hard for them to actually put any damage down onto the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. But at the same time, Lan Feng down, that's a lot of the damage as well. But you have Senku and Ihans. Those are the, like, they have a lot of damage dealers. So they can continually fight if they wanted to.
They could. They could continue to fight if they really wanted to here in terms of just making sure they have the meat and potatoes of this game number 5, right? Obviously, getting into the Tyrant here, onto the side of KAGENDRA, making the team fight a little bit more easier for them.
Yeah, meat and potatoes sounds so good right now.
It does. Meat and potatoes, but I mean, we're in Philippines, so it's probably like meat and rice, you know?
Yeah. Well, we'll have either, okay? I'm sure we'll have that one later. But KAGENDRA now doing a great job. Like, this is that lead. This is the draft synergy that we were talking about, and the ability for them to kind of take the initiative, because RRQ have been playing very reactively.
They have played very reactively. They still are behind by about 2k gold, though.
Yeah. And this is that Azure. If they're able to take this one out yet again, and it looks like he did. Wira, though, he gets caught on the curve, but he's going to be fine after that steal. And they have all 4 buffs at the moment.
All 4 buffs, and they have Ihans just putting pressure on top side of the map. The emergence does come through.
Yeah, Lex emerges, and he's just like, surprise! And he's like, wait, no, I'm scared.
I don't want to be this overextended. Let me go back to my base.
Yeah, and it looks like with that mid T1, KAGENDRA taking advantage of the fact that they have a lead. They're going to take this mid T2, or they're going to try to. But the top T2 is probably the bigger target.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to open up this base onto the side of RRQ. But I mean, we've seen them 2 times within this series, right? Even if they have no high ground turrets, they still manage to come back.
Yeah. Coming back is the big part, right? RRQ need to find a way to come back. They're KAGENDRA right now with the lead. They have the level advantage, gold, everything at this point. And at the 10-minute mark, the Shadow Tyrant, this one will be key.
Very much so. Right, 10-minute mark now as the neutral objectives do get enhanced by the Shadow objectives here. Lou looking to just kind of body block, get some intel here onto the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, 663, if they want to go, he has the Umbrella Outburst, but he's going to play a little bit safe. The Tyrant going very far, but now Xinglin in a bad spot. He's going to be focused. The Annihilation. Here's the Tremor Smash. Lou not going to really hit anything. We were still up in front with dealing with Vi, and the Tyrant is going to be on the side, and RRQ are like, actually, we're really not going to fight for this.
Exactly. Not fighting for this Tyrant means that they can kind of try and live for another day, right? Like, if they do fight for the Tyrant and then lose so much, it's pretty much all she wrote for the side of lose.
Yeah, I mean, you're down about 2K, so RRQ were like, okay, let's not take that risk. We're going to give it up. We're picks up yet another Shadow Tyrant in this series.
Oof, another one. And another one. That's what, 3 back-to-back Tyrants. That's a lot of extra damage here for the side of KAGENDRA. And I mean, they've already been taking these team fights with a little bit of a ease of control as well.
Yeah, and it looks like the bottom T2 about to be going down. KAGENDRA still, again, very smart with how they're moving, right? RRQ, they're being completely stuck in their own base. No real way to even get out.
No way to get out of here for the side of RRQ, but the assault onto the side of KAGENDRA, they're looking not to stop here, right? Obviously looking to try and wipe out this minion wave into the T2, wait for the minion wave in that mid to come through, but at the same time, right, RRQ, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And you can see that Xinglin's trying to go for a bit of a macro play.
Yeah, by having an Earth mode, looking to go for this one, but we're with yet another steal, taking everything from Vi. I mean, here's the immersion. No, they're going to pump fake that one. They're not going to fully commit on this. RQ still looking for the right angle, but with Weira providing all that vision, not really the target you want.
No, exactly. Weira is definitely trying to check and phase check these bushes to know who, what, where, and why they are in there.
Now, the winning strategy is going to be body blocked by Vi. He's going to keep Harvest up a little bit more. He is very squishy, so he is at risk at any moment in this game.
He is at risk at any moment in this game, right? Obviously, the health bars of RRQ are looking a little bit slim here, especially Vi being the front line.
Look at 663 with Vi, right? As long as you keep it, you have the Leaping Savior as well, so you want to just keep them up as much as possible. That winning strategy is going to get annoying.
Yes, exactly. It's going to get very annoying very quickly, and I think it already has for the side of RRQ. There's just so much damage being put onto them in this early part of the game. It's only going to scale and only get worse.
Yeah, Shadow Overlord going to be picked up by KAGENDRA here, and it looks like the big neutrals. This is going to be a huge turning point for them as they're able to consistently put that pressure on.
The big neutrals or the big naturals here onto the gorge. We are still yet to consider these, but that T2 is definitely being chipped away here into the mid lane. So now KAGENDRA, 40k to 35k. That's almost around about what, a 3k gold lead once again. They just kind of keep in that same distance.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust you. I don't have my Abacus. I don't have time for that, right? Does it kind of?
I'll just put the damage in.
But the Vanguards are now here. KAGENDRA again doing a great job choking them out, right? It's just a matter of time. If they're able to take this top T3, that would be great and not lose anything. 663 is getting a little bit low. The Annihilation onto Senku though is going to skirt him away, but they do defend.
They are defending very well, but I mean, RRQ have come back from this point time and time again already just within this series, so I don't think we can even call them out yet. Like, we can't say, hey, look, you're gonna go down. The game is gonna be lost because KAGENDRA, just like, they seem to thrive.
Yeah, I think KAGENDRA or RRQ are like, hey, let's go back to game one strategy. Let's lose all our T3s and win the game.
They seem to work then. Why not? You know what I mean? Like, we're in the final mode here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's get there. And I mean, KAGENDRA, again, no minions. The bottom Vanguard, look, they're just trying to push. It's just a bit of a bait more than anything else because they want that bottom Vanguard to kind of, you know, put a little damage down.
Put damage down onto
the side of our but now WeRoar has the Pure Sky. He can dive in onto the back line. He can get the damage reduction here as well. It's going to help with the slow, right? Obviously, the slow from the Pure Sky is definitely going to be the MO to keep the likes of Harfist safe.
Senku has to use the passive. Shinglin with a nice little flank, but he actually doesn't push anybody away.
No.
He actually gets to safety. Ihans is not in a great spot. The final frenzy going to be used, and he's going to actually just survive. But Bai, it might not be as lucky. He is so low. Somehow limping away. The winning strategy is going to be helped out. He actually takes that with that Stampede, keeping him back on in. And RRQ lose no one.
They're losing no one at this moment. It's such a low kill game. It's like
It is.
5 kills around about 15 minutes. Like, that's what? Not even 3 kills? Is it? Like, per 5 minutes?
I mean, but they're playing very safe, right? It's all about the big neutrals, and KAGENDRA looking at taking that net worth lead to propel them, as they've grown this lead to about a 5K lead.
Right again, 48k to 44k. Let's look at the itemization. Let's look where the disparities are. Obviously, into the mid lane here, you can see that Senko is having a much better time in terms of farm here. He's only got 1 kill up on of Lex, but it's just all being funneled over to him, right? He has the Void Staff. It's going to make it very troublesome here.
Shinglin, he's actually going the wrong way, but it looks like he wants to deal with the minions. He's going to split push. If RRQ just take out the minions, you know, Shinglin's doing the right thing, and that's where you want to be. You take that next wave out, and they will survive yet again. And the reason why RRQ, obviously they were trying to extend this game as much as possible. They don't want to die, even though T-Thieves are alive. But if they extend it late game, they're going to have a good time.
They are going to have a good time for Lex and a half as well, but it's getting to that late game, right? We're 16 minutes here, looking to go approach the high ground turret.
Yeah, but KAGENDRA cannot get over the hump, so to speak, which is the high ground on this one, and it's very tough. RRQ doing a good job, but now the top T3 taking sizable damage. The Annihilation is going to be used with those sprites. They've committed everything for this, and they do take that one down.
They got the takedown here of that T3 top side of the map. This is going to be the opening up of the RRQ base once again, which hasn't been the be-all or end-all, right? Like, they sometimes come back from it, and then other times, it's not looking too great.
Yeah, not looking great at all. I mean, this is a situation where, you know, RRQ have the timing, but they're not able to find somebody to catch maybe like a Senku.
Yeah.
Or Ihans is able to just like sustain. He has that final frenzy, so it's kind of, it's difficult to get those pickoffs.
Well, I think it's just because obviously we have that the fire exit as well, right? Obviously that's going to be a little bit of an issue for the side of RRQ. They just need to play behind 663. 663 with the Unbridled Outburst, then let Harfist just lay waste to the enemy's squishy heroes.
I mean, ideally you want Shinglin to kind of set the tone with like a nice Razor Cavalry. And then the counter initiation with the 663, right? The Umbrella Outburst, but the Overlord getting very low, and Weira ensures that he gets it. And now with that final frenzy from Ihan, just skirting them away, and RRQ not able to contest.
Not able to contest, but I mean, it's all going to go in the favor of KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA having to win what? They were behind by 1 point, and now they're looking for a back-to-back victory. Like, they should be kind of down and out, but they are looking to prove themselves to stay in this competition.
Whenever you're talking about longer series, like the last team that won has that momentum. They're going to feel much better. They're going to be in a better spot, especially mentally, right? But RRQ taking the fight to them, understanding backs on the wall. I literally, like, I lose this game, I go home.
That is the problem. If they do lose the game, they do go home. If they lose this T3, it's not the end of the world. They just need to make sure they play a better defense.
Yeah, definitely better defense, but now the mid T3, the last one has been taken down. KAGENDRA, the entire base wide open at this point, looking to close this game out.
You can see here 663, Lex, Harfist, Bai, and Shingling all around the Crystal 4 now, just trying to make sure that those Vanguards get wiped out before KAGENDRA try and pull the trigger.
Yeah, the mid lane is going to be the problem, and now they're going to go. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used. The final frenzy. They had Crystal is taking a little bit of damage. Do they have enough? And it doesn't look like they have. Oh, they do, and somehow KAGENDRA pulling this one out. They're going to move on.
KAGENDRA are going to be advancing into the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Their end is not nigh. It's only going to be that rematch against Boom.
All right, let me jump in and save you guys as well. KAGENDRA took us for a wild ride tonight. It was not supposed to be the case, but for RRQ, they could dream for 2 games.
I mean, it's better to leave the competition this way, right? If you are RRQ, you wasn't able to successfully get here from the IKL. Instead, they managed to get here with the Phoenix Reborn qualifier, but still managed to take the 2nd seed of the IKL to a full best of 5. Like, that's something to be proud of.
And I think this is one scary potential for this team that comes from IKL, RRQ. Now you have had a taste of international standards. What do you think is going to happen in the next season of IKL?
Anything can happen, right? And as long as this team stays together, they don't try and refresh the roster and then have some more internal issues or anything like that. Stay together, improve what they have, because there is sparks.
Yes, but of course, the story of tonight, the team that came all the way back from the depths, KAGENDRA, the number 2 spot from IKL. They make the dream come true. They keep it alive.
They do.
Fighting for one more chance.
One more time. I mean, that's all you need, and this has got to be heartbreaking for RRQ. They gave it their all. They had their moments. There was a lot of what-ifs. Could-have, what-ifs, could-haves. Could we have pulled this one out? But in the end, KAGENDRA too strong, and they were able to take the series.
They really could have, right? That dream was a glimmering one for a very long time. 25 minutes in that game number 4, they could have done it. But KAGENDRA just once again defiant of what was meant to be another person's destiny, because KAGENDRA have not realized their dream yet. And it's not over until they win.
Or the fat lady sings, you know? I mean, Monkey there in that draft was definitely going to be one of the saving graces. We did say as we went into that game number 5 that we were all kind of looking at KAGENDRA's draft thinking, you know what, that has what it takes. Whereas onto the side of RRQ is kind of just like, you're really hoping on 663 to be the front line there to protect those squishy heroes like Lex and Harpist to get into that late game.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about this, Ken, where we're going in the draft. You're like, how does this really work out? I mean, the heroes individually make a lot of sense, but the synergy, it really seemed to be lacking. And going into this one, I think that is like, it's all about the preparation and everything, and ensuring that you have a good draft still available at Game 5.
They had this very huge wall, right? So you have the Mankey, and then you have the Umbrosa, which is already very hard to take down in the first place. And we have that timer, right? Level 4, that's where the big things happen. You know, Umbrosa gets that indomitable form. And then all of a sudden, it's a 5v6. It's no longer a fair fight.
Yeah. It wasn't fair at all. I mean, you kind of saw that. They really didn't have any answers. They couldn't get through that armor that was Weira all the way there and just constantly pushing them back. And Minky at Game 5, that was perfect for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, we always love a good Monkey play. Obviously, we were hyping up before we even got into the game. Obviously, performances on Haku, Nev, and now, obviously, Weira to finish that one off.
Yep. Impressive performances from all the different boys of all the different teams. But this time, KAGENDRA triumphs. Let's take a look at the itemization. Senko, I feel, this game, you know, redemption, redeemed.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after that Mai Shiranui game, right? Like, he definitely, I mean, 2-0-1's not a carry, but he was definitely laying the smackdown with that ultimate.
And look at how low like the KDAs are throughout, right? This is such a KG game. KAGENDRA weren't willing to they were looking to play just like the macro game, stick to objectives. RQ were like, okay, somebody needs to get out of position so that I can go in. And even if they did, KAGENDRA were just so tanky that they could just walk away.
Exactly. I mean, as RRQ, you have to create your own chances. I think that was the missing formula for them. They were waiting for an opening on the side of KAGENDRA. And the only time KAGENDRA will give you an opening is when they're ready to fight.
When they were ready to fight, exactly. KAGENDRA was always fighting on their own terms, and that's how they won this one, right? I mean, we saw many times within this best of 5 when RRQ took the chance to strike. That's when RRQ was coming out on top. But then when KAGENDRA was like, no, we're not allowing you to do that, and which is why we now seen this 3-2 scoreline.
It's insane, because take a look at the damage by Senko. Senko was on the backlines, on the sidelines. He was everywhere, laying down all the spheres and damage. But that's just part of the formula for the side of KAGENDRA, right? With the growth of the gold on KAGENDRA, they were also very clinical with the structural damage. Every turret take was successful.
Very successful, right? And just the way that their movements, like the way that they would take things, push things up, and they would just stand in front. They were like they weren't farming, but they're like at the same time, RQ wasn't farming. So it's one of those things where they just like throw it out, and then once the respawns happen, then they would converge back into the middle, and they would constantly just ebb and flow through the map.
Exactly. I like this way of control that KAGENDRA has shown you, right? You may not have the kills, but if you play the map well, right, take the turrets and make sure every attempt is successful, you will find success. Now let's take a look at the comparison here. Lu on this Lianpo versus 663 on the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, very close, right? Obviously, looking at the KDA, 101, and looking at the graph here, the vision score obviously going over to KAGENDRA's Lu, which is really ultimately the change and the difference here of the team fights. Because if you've got that intel of that vision score, you're going to be able to make much better plays, much better decisions.
Yeah, but it's all about the map control, right? When you have that, you're able to have that vision control because you just are so far up, you see everything coming your way.
And this is going to be our MVP, none other than Senko on that Kongming, flying through the air many times. 201. Look at the damage that he dealt, over 133,000.
Yeah, you could tell that he did not want to lose this game. Not this series, not today, my friend. I mean, the way that he was playing Kongmin, he was just doing so much damage, tenderizing everything. Yeah, he wasn't getting all the kills, but he just pushed them back where RQ were like, we're so low, we cannot even fight.
And this begs the question now, right? If you take a look at this early part of the game, RQ consistently dealing the damage against Qeon. Yes, they got him down a couple of times, but then nobody is watching Senko. Who is dealing damage against this Kongming?
Yeah, literally, he gets inside, he's basically just be able to put that winning strategy down and then blinks out just to create some more space, and then he's got Lu, he's got Weeroar to kind of just keep him as a safety net.
Look at how far back he is, Senko. I mean, this is a little bit off front, and now he gets targeted, but he was doing so much damage because of that. He was free firing because nobody was even going to him. Zinglin was trying, but it was very predictable, and he was getting pushed aside, and he was being protected.
Yep. And one habit you'll see that it's very different from the Kongmings we see in KIC is that he's consistently throwing the winning strategy out early. It's the first skill he uses, right? And that one is very huge because for KAGENDRA, they know that the fight is going to take a while. They are tanky, they don't have that much damage. So once Senko gets the second winning strategy, it is all over.
Would you say that that was the winning strategy? Sorry, it's getting late, guys.
Yes, for sure. But of course, we want to find out the winning strategy from the winning team. So we'll get to that interview. Mara, please take it away.
The only Game 5 of the day, and what an intense fight. Congratulations, Senko. That was so amazing. Listen to the fans praising you. Now, we saw how Game 5 went. That was super close. Why did you pick a hero like Kongming with that such high risk, high reward, make or break hero?
Because we usually also use Kongming in the scrim and also in IKL Fall. We always use Kongming in the maybe in the Game 4 or Game 5, so we are already prepared about it.
So you're really prepared with that one.
And also Kongming is my signature hero.
Your signature, oh, that's why you did so great with that. Now, going to Game 4, you use Garuda. Why did you use Garuda in Game 4?
Because for me, we need some hero to protect our high ground and easy to push the enemy, so we can easy to push and we easy to defend. So I think this hero also good, and especially this is hero from Indonesia.
And also, it's the same as the bird in your team.
Yes, same as KAGENDRA.
They resemble, exactly. Now, you said in an interview that if you were to defeat Boom Esports, you will have more confidence.
Yeah, of course.
Your wish is granted. You will meet them on Tuesday. What do you have to say to them?
For Boom, ready for our revenge and especially for Boom Car.
Oh, especially Carl. Carl, he's calling you out, Carl. Now for all the Indonesian fans back home, and I hope you heard how loud they were cheering for you, for your fans here in the Philippines. What would you like to say to everybody?
And thank you to Indonesian fans, especially in here, also Filipina, for supporting us. Thank you a lot already come and keep supporting us in the next match. Thank you.
you love it? They're cheering your name. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you in the next match. That was an interesting one, and the fans love Senko. But you know what? We got more for you. We're going to find out what's going to be happening tomorrow. So we're going to go back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Tamara. That was a great interview. And then you can hear it in the background as well. The fans absolutely love the IKL teams. Not just Senko, but KAGENDRA and RRQ as well. So we will talk a little bit more about tomorrow's games as well. What are the expectations now that we have had a monster of a series in this Best of 5?
I mean, we go back to Group D, right? That... You don't know what's going to happen in Group D. Obviously, Nova going up against OG Esports. It's going to be the KWC rematch. Is it going to be the 3-0, the equivalent to the 4-0 we saw, or is it going to be a big change-up?
I think we're going to see a bit of a change in that sense, right? Some teams are going to be going home. I'm going to have to see exactly just like how they really want it, because you're seeing even to the bitter end, they're going to look to go for this one. But checking out the group bracket here in A.
All right, so we'll take you through our first PKL representative making it out to the knockouts from Group A. That's going to be Blacklist. We will find out who is going to be the winner of the revenge match between Vesakha as well as Nongshim RedForce. The winner of that will qualify into the knockouts. Now, this is going to be a very monumentous one, because whoever wins into that lower bracket final, they get a chance to maybe try their luck against Blacklist again.
Correct, yeah. I mean, definitely looking towards Blacklist if you're going to be in that second bracket group, right? But Vesakha versus Nongshim, man, that's going to be a big rematch, especially how Nongshim performed today. But we're going to go and look over at the other group brackets here as well. So let's look at group bracket C, which we saw KAGENDRA take APG take 3-0 against RRQ, and then today 3-0 against Boom, knocking the PKL representative down into the lower brackets, where we get another thunderous rematch.
Yeah, that was going to be a fun one. Boom Esports versus KAGENDRA. I mean, the call out for Carl was already there. Senku doing a great job of just hyping that one up. But I think that, hey, you can pat yourself on the back as KAGENDRA, pulling out the victory and continuing on your journey, but still Boom Esports, a formidable titan ahead of them.
Yes, for sure. And we'll take a look at the games for tomorrow. These are all best of 5 series. Twisted Minds against Loops for the lower brackets here. And we're going to have OG go up against Nova. 2 of the matches we want to see in Group D. And following from that, we're going to have Homeboys, Black True Esports go up against BTR. Another big one, because this is the battle of winners as we look at the bottom side. Elevate against Alpha 7. We have our own guesses on what's going on. We have our own repercussions of our choices. But we'll see who's going to make it out in this particular group.
That's scary as well, right? The fact that the 2 CHOC BR representatives could fall
in the same day.
For 2?
Yeah, that's not cool, right? But we're going to have to find out. I think that one is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Both of them, I mean, that's the life of all of the CHOC BR teams in one single day. Both of them are playing elimination games. I'm very scared for both of those squads.
I know. We have some personal stakes in the results for this. You guys want the jokes? Follow us on social media. You'll know what's going on. But for now, it is going to be a matchup that we're going to be very excited to look for, because number 1, Group D, Group of Death. We all know it's the most difficult games to have in this competition of KIC 2025. And of course, Group B, another big exciting match and series to take a look at, because I think we all know the quality of the teams coming into KIC 2025.
Oh yeah.
But of course, with that being said, I think there's huge expectations to be fulfilled, but only one team can take the entire winning streak and the lion's share of that $1 million USD prize pool. So with that, we're gonna end our day. It's been fun. It's been your favorite kind of tofu. It's been Holler and Blam. Of course, we're gonna throw it over to Mara.
What a bittersweet end to day 3. There are teams that have officially made it to the knockout stage, and there are those who have taken their final bow. To the teams that have said their goodbyes, your country has been proud of you. Only a few can call themselves brave warriors in the fight to the throne. Now the story continues tomorrow. Who will fall and who will rise to honor. I'm Mara Aquino. For now, the gorge will end, and tomorrow the fight begins again. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and have a great night.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game on.